A beautiful yet ethereal soul hovered listlessly in midair, its fingers idly twirling the system's cabbage leaf. A conquest system? Recalling the system's self-introduction, Luo Li raised an eyebrow, showing interest. The system, little cabbage, nodded repeatedly, the cabbage leaf above its head swaying. That's right. What we need to conquer are people who are destined to be lonely but possess great fortune, to give them warmth, care, and a wife, to make their lives complete, and then bask in some of their fortune's bounty, and also to help the original owner fulfill her regretful wishes, gaining their merits in return. The host just died prematurely from overwork, right? After gaining a certain amount of fortune and merit, the host can extend their life and continue living. Or you can be reborn and choose a super good life. After hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li shook her head. I'm not interested in extending my life. What's there to yearn for in this life of exploited corporate slave? But traveling to different worlds would be great, so let's bind. Hearing Luo Li's first sentence, the little cabbage visibly stiffened, thinking its first attempt to find a host had failed. But upon hearing the next sentence, it instantly beamed and decisively clicked to bind. Okay. Ding! Congratulations on binding. System number 1888. Cabbage welcomes you. Without further ado, when Luo Li opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely different world and ancient-style courtyard. Host, be careful. But before she could take a second look, she was suddenly shoved from behind. In front of her was a pool of water. Stumbling forward, Luo Li grabbed the person's clothes and pulled them forward. The system also pulled her back at that moment, and with the system's help, Luo Li regained her balance. As for that person, with a flick of her hand, she said, "Go down there."
Ugh.
Glug glug. Luo Li, how dare you? Glug glug. Father will never forgive you. Watching the purple-clad woman struggling in the water, Luo Li sneered, clapped her hands, and turned to look around. Judging by the looks of it, it's just her and the one in the water. Not bad, not bad. Kai, hurry up and get to the plot. Okay. Like Luo Li, Kai didn't care about the one in the water either. The original owner was the legitimate daughter of the county magistrate's family. Her mother died early, and her father promoted a concubine, after which her situation at home was not as good as before. But fortunately, the original owner had a good maternal grandfather. With her maternal grandfather's family, who were among the richest in the area, the original owner, although not favored, didn't live too badly. But the inner quarters of the mansion are a dog-eat-dog world. How could there be peace without fighting? In recent years, the original owner's father had performed well and received a promotion, soon to be transferred to the capital. A rumor from an unknown source spread that all the princes in the capital, including the crown prince, had reached the age to choose consorts. Daughters from families of officials of the 5th rank or above were eligible to participate. The crown prince and other princes, before the overall situation was settled, were the future heirs to the throne. Which family's daughter wouldn't want to seize this opportunity to rise in status? Coincidentally, Luo's father had just been promoted to the 5th rank, and the Luo family now consisted only of the original owner of this body and her second wife's daughter. If there were to be a selection, it would undoubtedly be these two. The original owner inherited her birth mother's beauty and was extremely beautiful. Because she was premature, she was somewhat frail, giving her an ethereal, delicate appearance. Furthermore, she had a wealthy maternal grandfather, making her far superior to her second wife's daughter, who was actually an actress. But it was precisely this that brought the original owner a deadly fate. Today, the Luo family came to the estate to celebrate Luo's father's upcoming promotion. The original owner's older sister, well, the second wife's daughter, was older than her. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the original owner's older sister brought her to this courtyard for a chat and to enjoy the scenery. After dismissing everyone else, she pushed the original owner into the water when she wasn't looking. The original owner of this body was not a swimmer, and the winter water was icy cold. Coupled with her premature birth and frail constitution, such an experience would have been fatal, if not fatal. She was fortunate enough to be rescued, But the ordeal damaged her health, worsening her existing condition and leaving her with a chronic cold constitution, rendering her infertile. Meanwhile, her older sister, who had committed this act, not only escaped punishment but, through certain factors, was selected for a position in the crown prince's household. The original owner's maternal grandparents were naturally furious upon learning of this, but the Luo family had already suppressed the news. By the time they found out, it was too late. She was already in the crown prince's household, and they could do nothing to control the crown prince's people. In the end, they could only take the original owner home to recuperate, but her health had worsened due to the incident, and coupled with resentment over the unfair treatment she received from her father, she became deeply troubled. After returning to her maternal grandparents' home, the original owner's illness and depression worsened, and she passed away not long after. It was only after the original owner's death, fueled by resentment and wandering in spirit, that she learned the truth from the Luo family. It turned out that her mother's death was also the work of the second wife, which was why the original owner had been born prematurely. The truth was buried, and the murderer's daughter entered the crown prince's residence and used schemes to become his concubine. After the crown prince ascended the throne, she became a high-ranking imperial concubine. Meanwhile, her father, who knew everything but chose to remain silent as an accomplice, rose through the ranks to become the prime minister. The murderer of her mother became the prime minister's wife. She and her mother died with resentment, while her maternal grandparents remained completely unaware. How ironic it all was. After reading this, Luo Li clearly felt her emotions were unstable, a strong hatred filling her chest. It was the original owner's hatred. Little Cabbage, the original owner's wish was revenge. To give them a taste of their own medicine. The plot sounds long, but in reality, only about half a minute had passed. She raised her hand and lightly patted her chest, calming her emotions. Luo Li coldly watched Luo Qingqing struggling in the water, a smile appearing on her face. Her face, though seemingly pure and delicate, now revealed a hint of alluring and dangerous charm. Understood. Also, our target is in the maternal grandparents' family, the original owner's cousin, but not a blood cousin, he's adopted. Actually, the original owner's uncle came to visit her today, but the Luo family was out traveling, so we didn't run into him. And my uncle had to rush off to another place and couldn't wait long, so we missed him. However, if we go back now, we still have time. Young miss. In just a short while, there was already some commotion outside, drawn by Luo Qingqing. Hearing Xiaobeikai's words, Luo Li decisively turned around. In this place full of wolves and tigers, fighting alone? Forget it. Why not use a powerful backer? After taking only 2 steps, Luo Li suddenly stopped and looked back at Luo Qingqing in the water. At this moment, Luo Qingqing had already stood up, clinging to the courtyard post, hugging her arms, trembling all over, her face pale. Kai, she's only been soaking for a short while. Won't she die of illness? Hearing her host call her so familiarly, Xiaobeicai was quite happy, but after a serious look, she shook her head. Not yet. Oh. As soon as she finished speaking, Kai saw her host turn back, quickly cross the courtyard fence, and kick Luo Qingqing in the water. The muddy pool was so slippery that it was impossible to stand, and the kick caused Luo Qingqing to slip again, the splashing sound echoing once more. After kicking her, Luo Li quickly ran out through another small door and disappeared. When the Luo family arrived, they could only see Luo Qingqing struggling in the water. Quick, save her! Seeing the scene before her, the stepmother panicked, shouting and looking around. Not seeing Luo Li nearby, they frowned, but were quickly drawn to Luo Qingqing's commotion. What happened? How could you look after her? Luo's father, arriving with Luo Xiaoyan, was also furious at the scene. Seeing them, the rescued Luo Qingqing burst into tears. It was Luo Li. Father, Luo Li pushed me. Hearing her daughter's words, the stepmother quickly regained her composure, a fierce glint in her eyes as she looked up at the nanny beside her. Just now, when I came over, I thought I saw a figure in yellow running away, the nanny said immediately, having received the signal. A figure in yellow. Yes, Luo Li was wearing yellow today. Actually, they had arrived late and hadn't seen anything, but that didn't stop them from immediately fabricating a story, pinning everything on Luo Li. Although, well, it was indeed true. Cough. As expected, upon hearing the nanny's words, Luo's father's face immediately darkened, and Luo Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, his expression as ruthless as his mother's. Meanwhile, Luo Li, under the system's cover, had already left the manor and found a carriage at the foot of the mountain to rush back to the city. In the carriage, Luo Li clutched her chest, panting heavily. This little body of mine is really fragile. She felt like she was about to collapse after running such a short distance. Host, open the Newbie gift pack. There's a panacea pill inside. Take it, and you won't be afraid. The original owner's body was indeed weak. A Newbie gift pack. Hearing this, Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw a screen appear in front of her displaying Newbie gift pack. Without hesitation, she clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10 hemostatic pills, 10 pain-relieving pills, 10 panacea pills, and 1 chi-tonifying and health-nourishing pill. Everything else had 10, but this only has 1? Why isn't there a panacea? Little Cabbage was a little confused. It had seen other players say that the beginner's pack always included a panacea. The panacea, true to its name, was incredibly effective. 1 pill could cure everything. Luo Li turned to look at it upon hearing this. You're asking me? No, host, hurry and eat this. This should help your body. Once you take it, you'll be fine. The pills in our shop are really effective. 1 pill is all you need. Little Cabbage pointed to the chi-tonifying and body-nourishing pill. The original owner's body was due to premature birth and congenital deficiencies. Is there any water? Looking at the large, black pill, about the size of a fishbowl, she felt a bit choked. Here you go. Little Cabbage obediently. Luo Li ate the pill with some water, but felt the water was unnecessary. The pill melted in her mouth and was quite sweet. Health value restored. 50%. This. Host, Looking at the bewildered and adorable little Cabbage, Luo Li smiled helplessly. 100 points per pill? She glanced at the shop display. Yes, 1 point of favorability equals 10 points. Okay. Seems like it's not too expensive. The little Cabbage looked at its host and silently put its hands behind its back. After a long and hurried journey, they finally entered the city. Just as they arrived at the Luo residence, Luo Li saw a middle-aged man in blue robes walking out of the residence, about to get into his carriage and leave. His appearance bore a slight resemblance to the original owner, and he looked very approachable. Uncle. Thinking this, she immediately got out of the carriage and ran towards him, tears welling up before she could speak. Seeing the little girl rush towards her Uncle Gu, he hadn't even reacted yet, instinctively and hurriedly reaching out to catch her. Hearing the soft sobbing, he frowned, his worry evident. Nan, why are you crying? Did something happen? Looking at Luo Li's appearance and the carriage she had ridden back, Uncle Gu quickly sensed something was wrong. Hearing Uncle Gu's words, clearly meant to support her, Luo Li choked back a sob, her eyes reddening, tears streaming down her face as she pitifully wiped them away. Uncle. Then, like a floodgate opening, she recounted the entire incident to Uncle Gu. She told it truthfully from the original owner's perspective. With Uncle Gu's extensive experience in business, he easily discerned the intricacies of the situation. Luckily, I grabbed the railing, but Ching fell. I heard her say she was going to have father punish me, and Madam rushed over too. I was scared, so I rushed back. The little girl shrank back, as if recalling a bad memory. Uncle, I... She shook her head frantically, as if trying to explain, but choked up and couldn't speak. Uncle Gu quickly patted Luo Li's head to comfort her. Good child, Uncle understands. It's not Nanan's fault. It has nothing to do with Nan. She reaped what she sowed. Don't be afraid, Uncle is here. He knew his niece best. She was like his sister, gentle and kind. Otherwise, when he suggested taking the child back years ago, little Luo Li wouldn't have refused. She simply wanted to spend more time with her father and fulfill her filial duties. This time, if she hadn't suffered a great injustice, she would never have told him these things. Being this frightened, she must have suffered similar humiliations in the manor before. Based on what Luo Li had just said, he could imagine how treacherous the woman in the inner quarters was. Thinking about how he had let this child spend so many years alone in this dangerous place, Uncle Gu felt both guilty and heartbroken. The thin little girl, all alone, didn't even have a cloak to keep out the cold in this weather. Her fair face was red from the cold, her hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes were blurry with tears, and she was softly sobbing. She truly looked like a fragile rag doll. She was fragile and beautiful, making one feel sorry for her, yet afraid to touch her. Seeing this scene, Gu Xianjing, standing in the corner, was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked away. Ding. Favorability +20. Upon hearing the sound, Luo Li paused, then her head was covered by a cloak brought by her uncle. The Luo family is really careless. They don't even have a thick coat in this cold weather. Come on, let's go inside. You're not feeling well. Don't catch a cold. Seeing Luo Li like this, Uncle Gu felt even more resentful that Luo's father hadn't kept his promise to take good care of the child. Just then, he heard a commotion behind him. The rest of the Luo family had returned. By this time, Luo Li had already stepped back, standing on one side of herself and Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu was standing closer to the carriage, where he was partially obscured from view. Luo Li, on the other hand, was standing closer to the gate, clearly visible. Seeing Luo Li at the gate, Luo's father quickly strode forward and, without a word, raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. You unfilial daughter. Luo Li deliberately didn't dodge. Before the slap could land, she turned her head away, covering her face with her hand. Her newly put-on cloak fell away, and Xiao Baikai seized the opportunity to make a fake slap sound. The speed was so fast that no one could react. However, seeing Luo Li's reaction, Luo's father was also stunned for a moment, glancing at his own hand. He seemed to have missed, but the others were unaware of this. After the stepmother recovered, her eyes clearly showed a hint of joy and satisfaction. Luo Qingqing had been rescued for a short time before she had fainted from the cold. Servants were hurriedly carrying her into the mansion, which was the reason for Luo's father's intense anger. Luo Li turned her head, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had already used 1 point to create an illusion on her face, making it look like a real injury, but in reality, there was no problem. The red marks on her fingertips, barely concealed, were clearly visible to everyone. She wanted everyone to see it, to maximize the effect of that slap. You, surnamed Luo, do you think I'm dead? Uncle Gu, regaining his senses, also darkened his face. He rolled up his sleeves and punched Luo's father, knocking him to the ground with such force that blood immediately trickled from the corner of Luo's father's mouth. Unlike Uncle Gu, who was experienced and worldly in the ways of the world, Luo's father was just a weak scholar, easily pushed over. It was only then that everyone noticed Uncle Gu standing behind Luo Li's father. Seeing Luo's father fall, Luo Xiaoyan immediately rushed forward a few steps, but was stopped after only a few steps by a man who had been silently standing in the corner behind Luo Li and the others. Though silent, the man's cold, intimidating gaze kept Luo Xiaoyan from moving an inch. Upon seeing Uncle Gu, Luo's father, before his anger could even rise, froze. Big elder brother.
Ha!
I don't deserve your title of Lord Luo. Uncle Gu's tone was undisguised mockery. Hearing this, Luo's father choked, his attention drawn to the commotion around him before he could say anything. It turned out that some people who had noticed the commotion had gathered and were pointing and whispering about the scene in front of the Luo residence. Luo's father, always concerned with his reputation, frowned deeply upon seeing this. Elder brother, there's a misunderstanding. Shall we talk about it back at the residence? Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my foot. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Did your eldest daughter of the Luo family try to kill her own sister? Or did you, Lord Luo, accept the Gu family's money and support while mistreating my sister's child? Just seeing Luo Li's current state enraged Uncle Gu. How dare she hit his niece and then claim it was a misunderstanding? He gestured for people to help Luo Li into the carriage and apply medicine, all the while coldly mocking her. Everyone had seen Luo Li's tear-streaked face and her aggrieved appearance when she left. Combined with Uncle Gu's words, everyone's gaze towards Luo's father immediately changed. Luo's father felt like a naked monkey, utterly humiliated. Go back and talk again? Trying to drag someone back to talk behind closed doors? How shameful are you? Does Lord Luo care about his reputation?
Do you?
Don't you know what your Luo family was like back then? Don't you know your own wealth? Don't you know who the Luo family has been feeding all these years? Uncle Gu's voice was deep and loud, so loud that everyone around could hear him clearly. Luo Li, nestled in the carriage, nodded repeatedly, silently giving him a thumbs up. I must say, Uncle's output is really top-notch, little cabbage. Awesome. Look at Luo's father's face. It's as black as charcoal. You? He opened his mouth to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Uncle Gu. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to make excuses? Everyone sees what's being transported from my Gu family to your Luo residence every month. Don't you dare admit it? Or do you want me to point it out? Take this dress you're wearing, for example. Isn't this fabric the very material my Gu family sent over last month? I have the ledger records. Now in Jiangnan, only my Gu family has this fabric. Can you deny it? And you. Uncle Gu then pointed at his stepmother and Luo Xiaoyan behind him. Look, you're all wearing the same fabric, looking all respectable. But what about our Luo Li? She doesn't even have a warm coat. Uncle Gu grew angrier with each word. The original owner of this body always reported good news and never bad. When meeting with the Gu family or corresponding with them, she would always praise her father and wife, saying how wonderful the family was. Because of the Gu family behind her, the Luo family treated her like a cash cow, giving her things to make it look good so no one would suspect anything. This led the Gu family to believe that the original owner of this body was truly living a good life in the Luo family. But seeing Luo Li's condition today, hearing her choked-up words, and witnessing the current state of the Luo family, Uncle Gu understood everything. Although the Luo family put on a show, and Luo Li's clothes weren't bad, they still couldn't compare to those other families. To Uncle Gu, anything Luo Li should have but wasn't given was mistreatment. And so he imagined, and continued to imagine. Uncle Gu was truly furious. Wasn't their daughter's current state a clear sign of being used to being bullied? Thank goodness he saw it today. What about before? His niece had suffered so much injustice, and as her uncle, he naturally had to support her. Their daughter now only had them to rely on. Thinking about it, he felt an overwhelming dislike for the Luo family. Even though Luo's father was now a county magistrate, an official, he wasn't afraid of him. He didn't care if Luo's father became a prefect or rose through the ranks. He wouldn't be afraid. Did they think the Gu family had been a pushover in business all these years? Of course they had some connections. Hearing Uncle Gu's words, Luo's father was truly furious, his facial injury throbbing intermittently. What angered him most was that he couldn't find a chance to interject. He wanted someone to stop him, but so many people were watching. If he tried to stop them, wouldn't that make him look guilty? He was completely helpless, truly frustrated. Seeing him like this, Uncle Gu gave a cold laugh and waved his hand. Fine, if you can't say anything, then so be it. You don't need to say anything more. I've seen what happened today, and everyone else has seen it too. It's a fact that your Luo family lives off women, takes their food, and then curses them. It's also a fact that you insulted and beat my Gu family's child without even asking questions. Everyone here is a witness. You have no way to deny it. I'm telling you this now. I'm taking her away. As for what belongs to my daughter, you'd better pack it up today, or I'll have someone come and collect it tomorrow, or you'll be in for it. Actually, Uncle Gu was a little uneasy as he said this. He didn't care about the Luo family. He was worried about Luo Li. After all, the original owner of this body was indeed blindly filial. Uncle Gu had just heard Luo Li's grievances, but he was afraid that once the girl calmed down, she would soften again. Thinking this, he felt uneasy after entering the carriage, his brows furrowed. Uncle. But this emotion vanished when he saw the little girl, her eyes still red, give him a soft, grateful smile. They're not good people. You come back with your uncle. From now on, stay at the manor and keep your grandmother company. After a moment's hesitation, Uncle Gu spoke again. His tone was significantly gentler than when they were outside. Hearing this, Luo Li, behaving much like the original owner of the body, paused for a moment before silently nodding. Uncle Gu saw this as proof that she had finally understood after being deeply hurt by the Luo family.
Sigh.
He sighed, feeling a mix of heartache, helplessness, and a sense of relief. Gu Xianjing returned at this moment. Luo Li was visibly startled by his appearance and turned to look at her uncle. Oh, this is your cousin Xianjing. It must have been years since you last saw each other. You've forgotten, haven't you? Seeing his adopted son, Uncle Gu only then remembered him, forgetting to introduce him, and quickly said with a smile, Cousin Xianjing. Hearing this, Luo Li seemed to only then remember, glancing at Gu Xianjing before lowering her head and greeting him softly. Her current state was like that of a frightened, timid little rabbit. It was heart-melting to see. Gu Xianjing nodded slightly, his fingertips lightly clenching. Ding, favorability +5, current favorability 25. Because Uncle Gu and his entourage were on business and happened to be passing by, they decided to stop by and visit Luo Li. For convenience, they didn't bring many people, just one carriage. So, although it was a bit awkward, everyone had no choice but to squeeze together for the time being. Hearing the notification sound, Luo Li nestled into her small frame and chatted with Xiao Baikai, who was perched on her shoulder. The favorability rating is rising pretty fast. Oh, by the way, do you have enough points? Kai, can you buy me another one of those pills? Okay, during the first announcement, Xiao Baikai had told Luo Li that Gu Xianjing was the target and immediately bought her a qi-tonifying and health-preserving pill. Host, do you want to take it now?
Let's hold off for now.
The original owner's physical condition was well known. She was born with congenital deficiencies, so suddenly becoming healthy wouldn't make sense. Acting would be too much of a test of her acting skills. But being too weak wouldn't work either. Right now, she was just right. Her body wasn't uncomfortable, but her complexion still looked unhealthy. Complete health could be achieved gradually. The carriage didn't travel long before stopping. Uncle Gu led Luo Li into a clinic owned by the Gu family and had someone examine her injuries. Upon hearing that she was all right, he was relieved. Thinking about what would happen later, Uncle Gu frowned again, giving her some concerned instructions. Nan, stay here for a while. Your cousin and I have some errands to run. We'll come back for you soon, okay? Knowing that Uncle Gu and his family had important business, Luo Li didn't delay. Okay, Uncle, don't worry, I'll be fine. She nodded obediently, indicating that she was all right. The original owner of this body looked very much like her mother. To Uncle Gu, looking at his niece was like seeing his younger sister from his childhood. Looking at Luo Li's obedient appearance, Uncle Gu's heart softened again, and he felt even more heartache. He hated the Luo family even more. They didn't appreciate such a well-behaved and sensible child. After Uncle Gu finished giving his instructions, Gu Xianjing nodded slightly to Luo Li, and then the father and son hurriedly left. While resting at the clinic, Luo Li and Xiao Baikai switched their focus to the Luo family to check on the situation. Being verbally abused in front of his own gate, Mr. Luo had long been unable to remain seated. After Uncle Gu stormed off, he too hurriedly and awkwardly endured the strange looks from the crowd as he rushed back to the mansion. Master, Madam, the doctor said that Miss Luo Qingqing had already been brought to the mansion for treatment, accompanied by her maids. Now that the diagnosis was in, seeing Mr. Luo and his family return, the maids rushed forward to report.
Bang!
But before she could finish, Mr. Luo's face suddenly darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. What, miss? That's a rebellious daughter. This startled not only the maids, but also the stepmother and her youngest son, Luo Xiaoyan. In a panic, the maids tried to report, but trembled with fear. opening their mouths but not daring to utter another word. Master. Seeing the maid's appearance, the stepmother frowned, quickly softening her voice and taking a few steps forward as if trying to appease them. But her father's sharp gaze stopped her in her tracks. Father, what are you saying about eldest sister? It's all Luo Li's fault. She's a scourge. She ruined eldest sister, and now she's ruining us. The stepmother didn't finish her sentence, but Luo Xiaoyan, young and impetuous, couldn't hold back any longer. To him, it was all Luo Li's fault. But just because he didn't understand didn't mean others couldn't. Hearing his words, everyone in the room fell silent. Finally, it was Luo's father who first sneered, turning to look at the stepmother. Is that what you think too? Hearing Luo's father's words, the stepmother was stunned, opening her mouth but unable to speak. She also wanted to blame everything on Luo Li, just like Luo Xiaoyan, but she knew she couldn't this time. Yes, Luo's father wasn't stupid. Only the two sisters remained in the courtyard. The maids who usually served Luo Li had all been sent back to the manor to fetch things. What was there to misunderstand? Before, he had simply let things be, not saying a word. But this time, their foolishness had affected Luo's father's interests, so his expression was naturally different.
Fools.
Both of you are fools. I'm about to be promoted. Can't you even wait a moment longer? Seeing his stepmother's expression, Luo's father grew increasingly angry. He pointed at the mother and son and slammed his hand on the table twice more. Just as Uncle Gu had said, the Luo family had indeed relied on the Gu family for years. The Gu family's wealth was their crutch. Whether it was bribing officials for promotions or making connections and asking for directions, everything required money. This was also why he had been willing to play the role of a benevolent father and deceive Luo Li all these years. As long as Luo Li was alive, he could receive a continuous financial support from the Gu family. Money makes the world go round. His career has been so smooth because of his wealth. Now, this foolish woman in the family has acted stupidly, causing trouble at this crucial moment and even bringing it up to the Gu family, leading to this mess. How could he not be furious? Without the Gu family's support, isn't that tantamount to ending his career? Undoubtedly, Luo's father is an extremely selfish man. He dotes on his second wife, and when things are going well, he can tolerate whatever they doit's harmless. But once his interests and career are threatened, it's a different story. Tomorrow, bring that rebellious daughter with you to the Gu family to apologize. We must win her back. After a long silence, he made his decision coldly. He didn't care about Luo Qingqing's diagnosis. His only concern was his future career. He had spent a fortune to get promoted so quickly, and he'd only paid half up. He planned to pay the other half when the Gu family sent more gifts. If he severed ties with the Gu family now, his career would be over. He also hated Luo Qingqing. He hated her stupidity. Why did she have to do it now of all times? If she had handled things properly, kept quiet, and maintained the relationship, he could have stayed connected with the Gu family. But she had failed miserably, reaping what she sowed, and even allowed Luo Li to cause trouble in front of the Gu family. Truly, she was incredibly foolish. Over the years, his facade of a benevolent father had remained remarkably well maintained. He believed that by tomorrow, he could surely coax Luo Li back. Once Luo Li returned, the rest of the Gu family wouldn't be a major problem. Luo Li watched all this on the projected screen, completely understanding her father's thoughts, and was furious. That old bastard. She cursed instinctively, then, remembering something, turned to look at Little Cabbage and patted its head. Good Little Cabbage, don't imitate him. Children shouldn't learn swear words. Little Cabbage. On the Luo family side, hearing Luo's father's words, the mother and son present, though unwilling, could only nod.
Yes.
No matter how much Luo Xiaoyan struggled and tried to say more, his stepmother held him firmly down. Only after hearing the mother and son's agreement did Luo's father's expression soften. It was only then that the old woman dared to speak, revealing what she had wanted to say that morning. Reporting to Madam. The doctor said that Miss has recently started her period. She soaked in cold water for too long today, and the cold has seeped into her body, harming her health. She needs to be treated with the best tonics quickly. Otherwise, Miss may develop a condition of being prone to coldness in the future, and in severe cases, she might be unable to conceive. The old woman had intended to call for the master, but seeing Luo's father's expression, she didn't dare. The reason she had rushed over in such a panic was because the doctor had instructed that the medicine should be obtained and administered quickly, and these valuable items could only be used upon the master's permission. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Luo's father and stepmother spoke in unison. Hearing this, the old woman could only lower her head, not daring to speak. Luo Li sneered. She might as well say something, but you're not allowed to. What are you all standing there for? Go get what you need right now. Seeing the old woman's expression, Luo's father roared, his anger flaring. His eldest daughter was his first child. Of course, he cherished her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so enraged by Luo Qingqing's unconsciousness that he attacked Luo Li outside mansion. Yes. Having received permission, the old woman hurried off to prepare. Unfortunately, one of the essential medicinal herbs had been taken by Luo's father to curry favor with someone. It would take time to retrieve it. In the end, it was too late. The original owner's past suffering has now been repaid upon Luo Qingqing. As the crowd spread, news of what happened in front of the Luo residence today has also spread. Luo Qingqing's attempt to harm her younger sister backfired. Lord Luo, relying on his deceased wife's family for support, is now a hypocrite. The mistreatment of the child has led to a severing ties between the Gu and Luo families. Also brought with it is the news that Luo Qingqing fell into the water in the dead of winter and injured her body, rendering her infertile. Yes, one piece of gossip after another. The original owner's progress on her mission has also increased significantly. Without the Gu family's financial support, Luo's father's chances of promotion are slim. Infertility also poses a problem for Luo Qingqing's future marriage prospects. Entering the royal family is now out of the question. Looking at the progress bar, Luo Li thinks it's not bad. She'll keep going. Seeing its host's demeanor, the cabbage leaf on little cabbage's head swayed. Host, you seem so natural. You picked it up so quickly. It didn't seem like someone doing a mission for the first time at all. Luo Li. I've read too many novels, so I guess I'm naturally outgoing. She smiled sweetly, her soft, charming eyes fixed on you with amusement, truly captivating. Little Cabbage paused for a moment before picking up its cabbage leaf and shyly covering its slightly flushed face. Okay, a soft, cute girl's voice. They went all out with the fake. This illusionary effect costing 1 point was really worth it. It looked just like a real injury, making even them a little indistinguishable. Although Luo Li's face looked a little red and swollen now, it didn't detract from her beauty at all. Instead, it added a touch of damaged makeup, making her even more alluring. Uncle Gu and the others said they were going out for a short while, but that short time turned into a busy day, lasting from morning till night. By the time they returned, it was already dark. There was a courtyard behind the clinic where they could rest, and Luo Li was settled into a bedroom. Looking in the mirror, Luo Li raised an eyebrow, the red beauty mark at the corner of her eye twitching slightly. She really does look exactly like me, just younger. The original owner of this body is now 16 years old, while Luo Li was already 23 when she was born. The current appearance of the original owner is exactly what Luo Li looked like when she was younger, before she had fully grown up. However, perhaps due to their personalities, their temperaments are very different. The original owner was a typical well-behaved, obedient young lady from a wealthy family, rather timid, perhaps because she lost her mother at a young age, making her somewhat cowardly. She really was like a little rabbit. Luo Li, on the other hand, looks delicate, but is actually strong-willed, flamboyant, and charming. Despite having the same delicate and innocent face, she always exuded a unique allure, pure yet captivating, irresistibly drawing people in. Hearing Luo Li's words, Xiao Baikai nodded. Yes, it's quite a coincidence, and the body compatibility with your soul is a whopping 98%. This was precisely why the system chose the original owner. Responding, Luo Li tilted her head, looking at her flushed cheeks, lightly tapping them with her finger and frowning. Ouch, that really hurts. Her aggrieved tone was sweet and soft, like a spoiled child, instantly charming Xiao Baikai. Knock knock. Just as she finished speaking, there were 2 knocks on the door, followed by Uncle Gu's voice. Nan, are you asleep? Uncle brought back some food. Would you like some? Hearing this voice, Luo Li paused, remaining silent for a moment before refusing. No, thank you, Uncle. I'm already asleep. Her voice trembled with tears. After all, she was deeply hurt, frightened, and wronged. She had to maintain her image. Hearing her tearful voice, Uncle Gu was taken aback, assuming she was still grieving. He sighed inwardly, but didn't say anything more. It's too late tonight. Let's rest here for now. Tomorrow morning, Uncle will take you back to see your grandmother. Thinking it over, she could only offer a word of caution. The Gu residence wasn't actually close. It would take a whole day to get there by carriage. The considerable distance was why they hadn't noticed the problem in time. After Uncle Gu left, Luo Li turned to Xiao Baikai and smiled. Why didn't you say anything? I thought you were going to urge me to seize any opportunity to win over the host or something. After all, that's how the hosts in those novels are. They never miss a chance to win someone over. If she had gone out just now, Gu Xianjing would definitely be there too. However, Xiao Baikai just smiled, because I know that whatever the host does, there must be a reason. I'll listen to the host. That's really adorable. Her obedient host. The next day, because of the injuries on her face, Luo Li wore a veil, but it couldn't hide the red marks under her eyes. Uncle Gu looked on with heartache, but didn't know what to say. Gu Xianjing didn't say much, and the 3 of them silently finished their breakfast before preparing to leave. However, as soon as they stepped out of the clinic, they saw several unsettling figures in the distance. It was the entire Luo family. Even Luo Qingqing was there, bundled up tightly, her face touched up with makeup, but it still couldn't hide her paleness. Seeing Luo Li looking at her, resentment instantly welled up in her eyes, impossible to conceal. Where no one could see, Luo Li smiled, her eyes crinkling, as if in defiance. Seeing Luo Li's expression, Luo Qingqing's face darkened even more, filled with venom, as if she wanted nothing more than to rush up and strangle Luo Li. Now, not only Luo Li noticed Luo Qingqing, but even Gu's uncle and his companion saw her. Their already somewhat disgusted expressions became even more unpleasant. They instinctively stood beside Luo Li, protecting her. Big brother, Father Luo, with a fawning smile, greeted him. They had arrived quite early. They had prepared their things last night, found out where the Gu family was staying in the city, and rushed over as soon as they got up this morning. But Uncle Gu and the others ignored his voice, pretending not to hear him at all. Big brother, I was wrong about yesterday. I've investigated and found out what happened. It was all a misunderstanding. Qingqing was just careless. It has nothing to do with Lear. It's also the child's fault. She didn't explain clearly, causing me to misunderstand Lear. Seeing this, Father Luo quickly spoke up, pushing Luo Qingqing forward. Hurry up and apologize to your sister. Before Luo Qingqing could even speak, Luo Li, as if startled, took several steps back and hid behind Uncle Gu. The way he looked at Luo Qingqing was like looking at a monstrous beast, filled with uncontrollable fear. Father Luo was taken aback. Luo Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer, completely forgetting the instructions her father and others had given her before she came. What are you pretending for? You were laughing just now, even provoking me. You were the one who pushed me down yesterday, and you're still pretending. Hearing her shrill shout, Luo Li's body began to tremble. She frantically shook her head, her voice already choked with sobs. No, sister. It was as if she wanted to explain but couldn't find the words. Her appearance was a stark contrast to Luo Qingqing's. It was like a younger sister, used to being bullied, being falsely accused and bullied again, utterly helpless. People always tend to side with the weaker party. Seeing the scene, her heart unconsciously sided with Luo Li. You're still pretending. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer. her mind filled with anger and hatred. Her current state was entirely due to Luo Li. For the sake of her family, she not only had to swallow all this bitterness and grievance, but she also had to apologize to Luo Li. But now Luo Li was even putting on an act, provoking her. How could Luo Qingqing tolerate this? The moment she learned she couldn't have children, Luo Qingqing was already nearly driven mad. These scenes were undoubtedly pushing her to the brink of madness. But no matter how hysterical she became, Luo Li only choked back sobs and shook her head in fear. Luo Qingqing's anger and grievances had nowhere to go. But how familiar this scene was. Wasn't it exactly how the original owner of this body had been repeatedly slandered by Luo Qingqing and her friends at home, enduring all sorts of grievances, big and small, yet no one believed her, and she had no way to defend herself? She was simply returning some of what Luo Qingqing had done to her. It's just a different perspective. Why can't you stand it now? Seeing Luo Li's state, Luo Qingqing suddenly screamed and charged towards Luo Li. She seemed completely irrational, wanting only to strangle Luo Li. Bang! Before she could reach her, Luo's father had already acted first, kicking Luo Qingqing to the ground. He knew better than anyone the consequences if Luo Qingqing touched Luo Li. Whether it was due to Luo's father's excessive force or Luo Qingqing's inherent weakness, the kick directly knocked Luo Qingqing unconscious. Qingqing, the stepmother cried out, rushing to Luo Qingqing's side. Gu Xianjing silently withdrew his extended sword. Luo Li's body also stirred slightly. Gu Xianjing turned around and saw a faint glint of cunning in her eyes as her fear subsided. Seeing this, he paused, stunned. Luo Li seemed to notice him and looked up, pausing slightly when their eyes met before she smiled confidently. Gu Xianjing was taken aback, then a slight smile curved his lips. Thought she was a timid, weak little rabbit? Turns out she's a cunning little fox. Ding. Favorability +10. Is this your so-called apology? Uncle Gu withdrew his hand, letting out a cold laugh. We really can't accept that, but we'll accept the things you returned for now. Someone will come and collect the rest shortly. He pointed to the things behind Luo's father and the others, and immediately someone went to move them over. An apology gift, huh? What valuable thing in the Luo mansion didn't come from the Gu family? Under the shocked gazes of Luo's father and the others, Uncle Gu directly led Luo Li away. Watching the Gu family's group disappear into the distance, the stepmother finally panicked. Master? What should we do? Slap. She had barely finished speaking when she received a solid slap. What should we do? What are you going to do about the stupid things you yourselves have done? With that, Mr. Luo hurriedly returned to the manor. Things that have already entered the Luo family estate are not so easy to take back. But when he returned and saw the courtyard full of thugs and the Gu family steward with his account books and a fake smile, his thought vanished. He could only watch helplessly as the Gu family took everything away. Lord Luo, this is for my master. Please sign it quickly. Following the steward's hand, she saw it was a document severing ties with the family, indicating his voluntary decision to hand Luo Li over to the Gu family for upbringing. From this day forward, Luo Li had nothing to do with the Luo family. No, I won't sign. Lear will never agree. I'm her father. Whether our young lady agrees or not is none of Lord Luo's concern. Just sign now. Otherwise, Lord Luo, your bribery of higher-ups might not be able to be kept secret. Butler Gu said with a smile, completely ignoring the sudden pallor of Luo's father. The Gu family, merchants for generations, were naturally cunning. Their only two promising and kind-hearted sons had both met with bad ends. Using something from the Gu family to bribe someone, how could the Gu family not find out? Bringing Luo Li back to the Gu family was an idea the Gu family had harbored for many years. Now that they had the opportunity, how could Uncle Gu miss it? Ultimately, under this threat, Luo's father had no choice but to reluctantly sign the document. Over here, Luo Li had returned to the Gu family home with her uncle and the others. Seeing Luo Li's injuries, her maternal grandparents were heartbroken. That damned man, he hit her so hard. My poor little girl. Her grandmother's voice trembled slightly as she gently touched Luo Li's face. Don't worry, from now on, you'll live here with your grandparents. No one will dare bully you. Hearing her elder's words, Luo Li smiled faintly and nodded. They arrived in the evening, and it was late. Her elders were old and needed to rest early, so after the family had eaten and made sure Luo Li was settled, they went home first. Uncle Gu also gave Luo Li some instructions before preparing to leave. Uncle, mother's death is related to Madam Li. Madam Li was the second wife. Hearing Luo Li call him Uncle Gu, she was somewhat puzzled, but upon hearing this, she was stunned. What? My mother didn't die of illness. She was poisoned by Li Shi. Meeting his astonished gaze, Luo Li looked up. I heard it with my own ears from Luo Qingqing and her maid. Indeed, after the original owner's soul died in her previous life, it drifted to the Luo family mansion, encountered Luo Qingqing returning home to visit relatives, and overheard their conversation. Father, Lord Luo. He knows. Looking at Luo Li's red, hate-filled eyes, Uncle Gu opened his mouth but couldn't speak. So, the reason Nan was so afraid of Luo Qingqing and the others was because of this? And his own sister, actually? Uncle, we must avenge Mother. Her voice was firm, her eyes icy. All right. Uncle Gu clenched his fist. The Luo family. Damn it. He had no doubt about Luo Li's words because she had no reason to lie. And that's precisely why he felt even more heartbroken. He hated the Luo family's ruthlessness and felt even more sorry for Luo Li, who had endured so much suffering alone in that dangerous den of venomous snakes. Just then, Butler Gu returned with Luo Li's severance document. This time, Uncle Gu didn't hesitate and handed the document directly to Luo Li. Seeing Luo Li's stunned expression, he patted her shoulder. Leave everything to your uncle. Okay. Unlike in his previous life, when it was too late. In his previous life, after the Luo family successfully rose to power, they immediately established connections with the crown prince, who was the son of the empress. The Luo family thus had the powerful backing of both the crown prince and the empress. At that time, Luo Xiaoyan had also embarked on a business career. The Luo family was indeed incredibly powerful and untouchable. But now, Luo Li had directly cut off her father's path to promotion. To the Gu family now, they were nothing. Uncle Gu acted swiftly. The affair of Luo's father bribing officials was reported and exposed. At the same time, many wrongful convictions committed by Luo's father during his years as county magistrate were also exposed. His acceptance of bribes from local wealthy merchants was also revealed. Ultimately, Luo's father was dismissed from his post, and the Luo family mansion was confiscated by the government. The entire Luo family became homeless, forced to live in a dilapidated temple, subjected daily to beatings and abuse from their unjustly wronged family members. After prying the truth of what happened back then from the old nanny, Uncle Gu gave Li the same medicine. However, the medicine was much more potent, and Li wouldn't live much longer. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqing had gone mad. After falling into a coma that day, she had a very long dream. I am the crown prince's savior. I am a concubine. I am the imperial concubine.
How dare you? Guards.
Drag them out and execute them. Insolent commoners. Insolent commoners. She repeated these words every day. Luo's father had long since abandoned them. He ran away with Luo Xiaoyan, leaving the mother and daughter to suffer beatings daily in the dilapidated temple. Why did he take Luo Xiaoyan? Because only boys could carry on the family line. They were his roots. The reason he despised the original owner's birth mother was precisely because she had damaged her health after giving birth to him, making it impossible for her to have a son. And Li had given him a son, which was why he always indulged Li and her family. That was his son's mother. But they didn't get far. When they received the next news, it was that a band of mountain bandits had come down from the mountain and injured the civilians. Unfortunately, the Luo father and son died at the hands of these vicious bandits. And not long after, Li also died from poisoning. The insane Luo Qingqing was left unattended and eventually starved to death in a dilapidated temple. So she's the Crown Prince's savior. No wonder she connected with the Crown Prince so easily. No, she's impersonating the original owner. Hearing her host's words, Xiao Baikai shook her head, eager to share the information she had just discovered. It turned out that before going to the manor, the original owner had gone to a temple to pray and unexpectedly encountered the Crown Prince being chased by assassins. She hid him in her room, saving his life. However, the Crown Prince was unconscious due to blood loss and couldn't see his face clearly, only vaguely hearing the words, "Miss Luo." That scene was witnessed by Luo Qingqing in the next room. The Crown Prince was traveling incognito in Jiangnan, and Luo's father, as the county magistrate, knew something of it and had a portrait of the Crown Prince, fearing he might be caught red-handed. Luo Qingqing had seen that portrait before and recognized the Crown Prince. Then, upon arriving in the capital, she falsely claimed credit for the original owner's work. This is the real reason why she was so eager to kill the original owner. This plot is so melodramatic. It's better that Xia Baikai didn't share this. Knowing this only makes her angrier. It feels like Luo Qingqing died too easily. Also, the original owner has avenged herself and fulfilled her wishes, and has gone to be reincarnated. She told me to say thank you to the host. Thank you for what? I didn't help her much. It was mainly Uncle Gu. Different choices at different stages of life lead to different outcomes. Sometimes, many seemingly insignificant things
Can have a huge impact.
She just had the system's help, didn't miss seeing Uncle Gu, and seized the opportunity to escape the Luo family. If the original owner had had this opportunity and knew about it, she should have been able to save herself. Therefore, Luo Li felt that she really hadn't helped much. And Little Cabbage, you were great too. Thinking this, she added with a smile. Little Cabbage paused for a moment, then gave a sheepish smile, a little embarrassed. Despite her words, the original owner was still very grateful to Luo Li and the others. Her merit points on the system page increased by 10 points. Hey, by the way, how did you know about this, Cabbage? I read it from Luo Qingqing's memories. I can see them after she died. She couldn't see them while she was alive. Oh, then, Cabbage, do you know where Gu Xianjing is now? Now that the original owner's matter was settled, it was time to seriously work on the strategy. Strangely enough, since Luo Li moved to the Gu residence, Gu Xianjing had only shown up on the first day, and then seemed to have disappeared. It's been almost half a month since she'd seen him. Little Cabbage tapped her little screen upon hearing this. He's in his room, taking a shower, Luo Li. Huh?
Hey.
Before Luo Li could say anything, Little Cabbage had already obediently switched the screen mirroring to Gu Xuanjing's view. A perfectly defined 8-pack, quite white, pink. His lower body, obscured by the bathtub. Seeing its host's face suddenly turn red, Little Cabbage scratched its head blankly. Oh, right, host, the screen mirroring angle can be adjusted. As it spoke, it reached out to adjust it, only to find the screen went black.
Huh.
Nothing happened? Meanwhile, Gu Xianjing had already fastened his clothes, his eyes gazing thoughtfully in one direction within the room. Just now, why did he feel like someone was watching him? Little Cabbage was also quite confused. Why is the screen black? She poked and poked, checking. There's nothing wrong. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Li coughed several times, probably because the system deemed it unsuitable for children and cut it off. Cabbage, I don't think Gu Xianjing has anything wrong with him, so why is he single? Her impression of Gu Xianjing was that he was probably over 1.9 meters tall, with a great physique and a typical handsome, aloof young master. His family background was also good. He was clearly a perfect husband. How did he end up single? Because he's like his father, very picky. Little Cabbage was wondering if her screen was broken when she heard Luo Li's words and answered without thinking. After saying that, she suddenly realized what she meant. Luo Li. What do you mean? Is Uncle Gu picky? All right, since things have come to this, Little Cabbage has no choice but to tell the truth. The host will find out sooner or later anyway, and there's nothing she can't say. Actually, the person we need to win over is our Demon Lord, the Demon Sovereign. Although he's called the Demon Lord, he's not a bad person. He just needs to manage the demon race. He's actually a divine child. He's also the chief administrator of our Time-Space Administration Bureau. Because of a recent malfunction in the smaller worlds, when the Demon Lord came to repair them, a problem occurred, causing his soul power to scatter across various smaller worlds, unable to reassemble. That's why we need to win him over. Once we raise his favorability rating to 100%, his soul power fragments will voluntarily leave the smaller worlds with you. Once enough fragments are collected, the Demon Lord will awaken. Our Demon Lord has never been in a relationship before. He's a good boy, but he's just too picky. We've tried many hosts before, but none of them could bring him back. We haven't even had a successful relationship in a single world. The highest favorability rating we've reached is only 0.5%. This is after more than 10 years of effort. But you definitely can host. See, you've already broken the favorability record so quickly. Besides, our Carrot God and Boss Luo too have both checked, and your soul compatibility with the Demon Lord is 100% a perfect match. So you don't need to worry, host. We can definitely take the Demon Lord away. Then you can also accumulate lots of luck and merit and do whatever you want. It's so nice. Luo Li. I see. Luo Li didn't feel much about it. It seemed like most of these kinds of guides were like this. However, knowing that her target was the same person made her feel inexplicably more comfortable and natural. But there was something she was quite curious about. Kai, your name wasn't given to you by your god, was it? A radish, a cabbage? Oh, right. How did you know, host? Isn't it a beautiful song? Our main god always praises me. Even my body was sculpted by the main god. Everyone says it's the most handsome little one of their generation. Looking at the little cabbage's happy expression, Luo Li. Yeah, it sounds nice.
Hee.
The Luo family's affair had caused quite a stir, and the two elders of the Gu family knew about it. However, Luo Li and her uncle Gu hadn't told them the truth about the original owner's mother's death. The two elders were too old to bear the shock. When the original owner's mother passed away, her maternal grandmother had fallen seriously ill and nearly died. This time, they dared not say anything more. Regarding the Luo family's matter, they could only say, they deserved it. Good child, that was their own mistake, it has nothing to do with you. From now on, you should stay at home. Your maternal grandmother, grandfather, uncle, and cousin are all your family. Afraid that Luo Li would be sad, the elder had come to comfort her. Luo Li nodded, resting her head gently on her shoulder, full of dependence. Yes, from now on, my maternal grandmother's house will be my home. Looking at her, just like when she was a child, old Madame Goose smiled and stroked her hair, her eyes full of affection. It's the end of the year, time to collect debts, settle accounts, and settle all accounts. Merchants are always busy at this time, and the Gu family, being the wealthiest family in the area, is even busier. Uncle Gu and Gu Xianjing are always out early and back late, rarely seen. Luo Li is helpless. She wanted to help, but alas, she didn't know how. So all she could do was use her limited culinary skills to try and make her presence felt each day. However, Gu Xuanjing's favorability rating was stuck at 35%, refusing to rise any further. Looking at the stagnant progress bar, Little Cabbage was a little worried. No way. Is it going to fail like its predecessors? No. Sigh. Just then, it suddenly heard its host gasp, then tripped and fell flat on its face, tumbling straight towards Gu Xianjing beside it. The soft, warm girl fell into its arms, her smooth hair brushing against his face, a sweet fragrance wafting over. Instinctively, it reached out to catch her, its hand immediately touching her softness. Gu Xianjing froze, instantly too afraid to move. Luo Li quickly braced herself against his chest to straighten up, her face full of apology, her captivating peach blossom eyes now shimmering with tears, even more alluring in the dim light of the corridor. I'm sorry. The girl tilted her head slightly, her soft, sweet apology tinged with a hint of playfulness. It was as if she were saying to him, sorry, I really did it on purpose. Gu Xianjing paused for a moment, withdrawing his stiff hand. The soft touch seemed to linger on his fingertips, causing him to instinctively clench his fist. His heart pounded wildly, almost uncontrollably. It's all right. Unlike his calm voice, his ears were completely red. Actually, with his skills, he could have easily dodged it. He knew perfectly well her little scheme, but for some reason, he just didn't move. So cute. Only after seeing him leave with somewhat awkward steps did Luo Li finally burst out laughing. Ding! Affection plus 10. Hearing this system announcement, her smile widened even more. Although her flirting technique was a bit clumsy, it worked. That's good enough. Like Xiao Baikai, after being in the Gu family for so long, her pursuit hadn't made any progress, which worried Luo Li a little. After all, the system had said there were too many failed cases. But Xiao Baicai's claim of 100% compatibility gave her some confidence. After thinking it over carefully, she felt that the non-contact approach had reached its limit, so she tried a physical contact approach. And yes, it worked. Ding, favorability plus 5. Martial arts practitioners have excellent hearing. Hearing the girl's melodious laughter behind him, Gu Xianjing, for some reason, also slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Recalling the scene just now, his ears still felt hot. Meanwhile, everyone in the corridor was startled and glanced in his direction. Haha, an unexpected delight. However, there's still a distance to go. The current progress is only halfway there. 50% favorability, just a fleeting flutter of the heart. 65% is the point of liking someone without realizing it. 85% is the peak of liking someone. 86% is the starting point of love. 95% is deep love. And 100% is unforgettable love. A love that can be worth sacrificing one's life for. A love that transcends life and death. Only when it reaches 100% can they take him away. 100% is just a numerical limit, not the upper limit of emotion. 100% love, it's indeed a bit unimaginable. Quite shocking. Sensing Luo Li's thoughts, Little Cabbage raised its head. The host deserves it, huh? Knowing that Gu Xianjing had seen through her thoughts, Luo Li stopped bothering with her acting. She flirted openly and honestly, and the food she made was clearly biased towards him. Not too biased, just that his portion was always a little more refined. Now, even Uncle Gu and her grandparents understood. However, the elders had no objections. On the contrary, they were very supportive. Children grow up and eventually get married. Although they weren't planning to worry about Luo Li's marriage so early, it was something they couldn't avoid. Rather than having to deal with those unreliable young men later, it was better to keep her in their own home. They knew their own children's character, and they could live together in the future. Why not? However, while they agreed, they wouldn't interfere in the slightest. This was their children's business, and naturally, they should handle and plan for themselves. Too much of a good thing is bad. By the time Uncle Gu and the others finished their work, it was almost New Year's Eve. The city was holding a lantern festival these days, making the streets extremely lively at night. Since her mother passed away when she was 6, the original owner hadn't returned to the Gu family for the new year. Even when she did visit the two elders, it was only twice. Regular contact was mostly from Uncle Gu, who would find time to visit her, but not frequently. She had never actually seen any lantern festivals or similar events before, and the Luo family didn't have any either. Seeing an opportunity, Uncle Gu suggested the family go out for a good time. Xianjing, you know the city well, and you're the older brother, so remember to bring Lear along. They wouldn't interfere, but that didn't stop them from creating opportunities. With the chance, Uncle Gu reminded her. Gu Xianjing, who had been silent until now, paused, subconsciously turning to look at Luo Li. He responded softly. Nan, if you need anything later, just ask your cousin, okay? The streets are chaotic, so don't wander too far. Okay. In front of the elders, Luo Li obediently nodded, a little embarrassed. After going outside, the elders accompanied them for a while, looking at the lanterns, before going to a nearby tea house to listen to opera. Leaving only the two young people outside, saying that Luo Li hadn't had a chance to play properly before and that Gu Xianjing should show her around. However, the streets were indeed mostly populated by young people. Seeing Gu Xianjing maintaining a distance of 3 steps from her, Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Suddenly, she stopped, not moving forward any further. Gu Xianjing, who had been watching her closely, looked back with some confusion when she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Are you tired? He glanced around, worried she might be tired, and was about to suggest they sit in the nearby pavilion. Cousin Xianjing, am I like a monster? Then she said this. Her tone was as if she had suffered a great injustice, looking at him with a slightly hurt expression. Seeing her like this, Gu Xuanjing's heart suddenly trembled, and he pursed his lips and shook his head.
No.
Then why do you always keep such a distance from me? Am I scary? As she spoke, Luo Li took a few steps forward, stopping right in front of him, looking up at him, waiting for his answer. As she drew closer, her sweet fragrance wafted over, and looking down, he saw her delicate face, her beautiful peach blossom eyes staring straight at him, her chin slightly raised, at an angle where he could easily kiss her. Thinking of this, Gu Xianjing awkwardly turned his head away, but dared not move, afraid she would misunderstand him again.
No.
So quiet? Where is no? Look at the others, and then look at yourself just now. Luo Li frowned, looking like a child throwing a tantrum. Turning her head, she saw many men and women around, some siblings walking together, but they weren't as far apart as they were, walking one after the other as if they were complete strangers. Looking at her like this, and then at the others, Gu Xianjing didn't know what to say. You don't treat me like a monster, but you keep your distance from me. Do you dislike me? Seeing his silence, the little girl suddenly spoke, her expression even more aggrieved than before, as if she had been hurt. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up instantly. No, I don't hate you, Gu Xianjing said hastily, his heart pounding. He was just used to it. He always walked like this with people, even with his uncle and the others, sometimes keeping a greater distance, because he loathed that feeling of closeness. But now it seemed there was an exception. With her, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, and now he was filled with worry. Hearing his feeble explanation, the little girl's eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face. She clearly didn't believe him. Don't cry. I really didn't. Gu Xianjing was at a loss, frantically searching for a handkerchief, but unsure how to use it. Luo Li, however, didn't seem to mind. She took the handkerchief from his hand and wiped away her tears. Then you can't do that again next time. Her voice was still a little choked up, pausing between sobs. It was as if he had comforted her, or perhaps she had sensibly comforted herself. Okay. Looking at her still reddened eyes, Gu Xianjing nodded earnestly. The effect was obvious. He stood obediently beside her the whole time. Seeing her secretly hiding her handkerchief, he even blushed, quite pathetically. There are candied hawthorns. Seeing that she liked them, Gu Xianjing bought some. You have some too. Luo Li took them and naturally held out her hand, letting him eat one first. Gu Xianjing was clearly stunned, but his body readily opened its mouth. Yes, he was afraid that if he refused, she would misunderstand again. After seeing him eat one, Luo Li naturally ate the remaining one as well. His pupils dilated slightly. His ears grew increasingly red. Ding, affection +2. Ding, affection +2. Ding, affection +1. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Baikai wore a doting smile, because every move she made was increasing his affection level. Soon it reached 60% and was still gradually increasing. Brother Xianjing. But unfortunately, this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere was interrupted by a voice. Luo Li, Brother Xianjing? Okay. She hadn't even called him that yet. It really is you. The person ran forward a few steps, trying to stop in front of Gu Xianjing, their face full of joy. However, before Luo Li could react, Gu Xianjing had already pulled her back a few steps, keeping his distance from the person. Miss Li. The voice was cold and distant. It was precisely because of this action that Li Xiaohuan noticed Luo Li beside her. Seeing his actions, her face, which had initially held a girlish shyness, suddenly turned venomous. Who is she? Her angry, questioning tone clearly indicated that she had long considered Gu Xianjing her possession, not allowing anyone else to touch him. The Gu family's current location was in the largest and wealthiest town in Jiangnan. Li Xiaohua's father was the town lord, and Li Xiaohua was his daughter. One was the town lord, the other the head of a wealthy merchant family. The two families inevitably interacted, each maintaining a degree of deference. However, this did not mean the Gu family was inferior or had to fawn over the other. Gu Xianjing was clearly displeased with Li Xiaohua's tone and even more annoyed by her staring at Luo Li like that. He stepped forward slightly, shielding Luo Li behind him. "This is none of your business," he said coldly, a stark contrast to the gentle tone he had used when speaking to Luo Li earlier. Luo Li looked up at him upon hearing this. Li Xiaohua, sensing his displeasure, suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse in composure, and quickly smiled. "I was just a little curious. I've never seen you in the city before, little sister." But despite her words, the hostility and rejection in her voice were impossible to conceal. She was the daughter of the city lord, and the Gu family was a first-rate wealthy merchant family. Their families were considered a perfect match. Moreover, she and Gu Xianjing had not only grown up like childhood sweethearts, but her father had also always intended to arrange a marriage between their families, so she had always referred to herself as Gu Xuanjing's fiancée. But now, suddenly discovering another woman by Gu Xuanjing's side, how could she tolerate it?
But
Does growing up in the same city automatically make them childhood sweethearts? Moreover, the Gu family has always advocated letting their children choose freely and has never interfered in Gu Xuanjing's romantic relationships, let alone any talk of a marriage alliance. They have never had any intention of arranging a marriage with the city lord's family. They truly knew nothing about this. "Brother, who is she?" Before Gu Xianjing could answer, Luo Li asked in confusion, her soft voice a stark contrast to Li Xiaohua's earlier tone. "What sister? Have you got the nerve?" Claiming kinship right off the bat. Hearing Luo Li's address, Gu Xianjing visibly paused, glancing down at the annoyance in her eyes, and shook his head slightly after a moment of silence. "She's Miss Li from the city lord's family. We're not acquainted." It sounded like an explanation. "Know her but not well." "Oh, Miss Li, my brother, and I have other matters to attend to. If you have nothing else to do, please don't block our way. As for who I am, I don't think we have any obligation to tell you." Luo Li smiled, her eyes crinkling, looking delicate and obedient. But to Gu Xianjing, it was like seeing a little fox wagging its tail. Li Xiaohua, however, saw provocation. She had already been unable to contain herself seeing Gu Xianjing protecting Luo Li, and now seeing Luo Li like this, how could she tolerate it? Anger surged within her. To her, Gu Xianjing was already hers. How could she allow anyone else to touch him? But she was also clever, seeing the difference in Gu Xuanjing's treatment of Luo Li, and she knew now was not the time to lash out. So, hearing Luo Li's words, she smiled and stepped aside to let her pass. "That was my rudeness. I just felt a genuine connection with my sister, so I wanted to ask. It's really inappropriate to keep you both waiting. Let's talk again next time we meet." "Okay," Luo Li replied with a forced smile. Gu Xianjing led her away, without a word, leaving Li Xiaohua standing there, frozen in place. That simple, not familiar, made her feel utterly ashamed, and looking at the perfectly matched figure standing beside him, she was consumed by jealousy. Achoo! The night wind was cold, and as Luo Li walked, a gust of wind blew, causing her to sneeze suddenly. Thinking of her current physical condition, she silently pulled her cloak tighter, pulling up the hood, leaving only her fair face exposed, her nose red from the cold. "Let's go back," Gu Xianjing suggested. Being disturbed had already dampened their appetite for shopping. Now, seeing her unwell, their desire to shop was even stronger. Okay. After all, they had seen most of what they wanted to see. They had arrived early, and the streets weren't so crowded at first, but now it was practically packed, and one could easily get lost. Watching the petite figure carefully avoiding them, Gu Xianjing clenched his fist, hesitating. But the next moment, a soft, delicate hand rested on hers. "There are too many people. You have to take me with you," Luo Li said, holding his hand and looking up at him, her eyes filled with worry. The crowd made her feel uncomfortable. "Okay." His fingertips trembled slightly as he gripped her hand, feeling the soft warmth of her palm. His ears turned red, and even his face flushed slightly. With him leading the way, walking became noticeably easier. Protecting the girl behind him, they finally emerged from the crowd. But before he could say anything, Luo Li released his hand, fanning her face. As if trying to wipe away the blush on her face, she avoided his gaze, seemingly realizing her mistake and feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing her suddenly let go, Gu Xianjing paused noticeably, but when he turned and saw her expression, he pursed his lips. A strange sense of pleasure welled up in his heart, and a secret smile crept onto his lips. They had originally intended to meet up with Uncle Gu and the others, but when they arrived at the tea house, they found everyone gone, having only left a message for them. The elders returned to their residence first, leaving them a carriage to return on their own later. It was clear that the elders had gone to great lengths to create an opportunity for the two young people. On the way back, the two sat in the carriage in silence, yet an inexplicably ambiguous atmosphere was burning. Ahem. Unable to bear the atmosphere any longer, Luo Li coughed lightly twice, feeling uncomfortable. Hearing this, Gu Xianjing immediately considered her well-being, silently shifting his body to block the draft from the window. Noticing his small gesture, Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Boom! Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, as if it had run over something. Luo Li lost her balance and lurched forward. Gu Xianjing quickly shielded her, holding her firmly in his arms. But then, just as one shock subsided, another abrupt jolt followed. Luo Li looked up, and Gu Xianjing happened to be looking down at her. As the carriage swayed, his thin lips touched her soft, warm touch, and the girl's eyes widened slightly. Both were stunned and speechless. Young master, miss, are you both all right? The wheels hit a stone just now, and in the dim light, I couldn't see it clearly. I know I was wrong. The two wheels rolled past, causing a couple of jolts. Hearing the coachman's apology outside the carriage, Luo Li snapped back to reality, hurriedly retreating to a huddle, her small hands unconsciously clenching. Before Gu Xianjing could even react, his arms were suddenly empty. He looked and saw the little girl had shrunk to the side. Her face was flushed, quite different from her previous bold and outspoken self. Yes, like someone who was sharp-tongued but coward when faced with real trouble. Such a contrast was truly captivating and adorable. Where she couldn't see, Gu Xuanjing's ears were red, and his gaze towards her held a hint of doting affection he himself hadn't realized. It's all right, you can continue your journey. He cleared his throat and then called out. Turning to look at Luo Li, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but the little girl turned her head away, as if she knew what he was going to say, her face flushed with shyness, unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Gu Xianjing had no choice but to remain silent. Even after returning to the manor to rest, the two didn't say anything more, but everything that happened that night was etched into their hearts. The culprit, Little Cabbage, wore a beaming, maternal smile. Host, your affection level is 69%. As soon as it returned to its room, it couldn't help but share with its host. Holding hands and that kiss, both increased. Hearing this, Luo Li smiled and patted its head. Little Cabbage did a good job today. With the carriage swaying, she saw Cabbage fly out. Hearing its host's praise, Little Cabbage chuckled, hands clasped behind its back. It could help its host now. It wasn't for nothing that it had secretly been cramming novels and reading romance guides all this time. The next day, during their meal together, Luo Li seemed to be avoiding Gu Xianjing. The mischievous little fox was showing her fear. Noticing this, Gu Xianjing felt both helpless and amused. But when he realized the girl was genuinely avoiding him and that she hadn't dared to be alone with him again even after the new year, he couldn't sit still any longer. Every time he saw her suddenly detour around him from afar, his heart would tremble. Finally, he got his chance, blocking her path where she had no way to avoid him. Looking at the slightly flustered girl, Gu Xuanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. Why are you avoiding me? Nothing. Luo Li turned her head away awkwardly at his voice, avoiding his gaze, but her ears, visible to him, were excessively red. Her fair and rosy lips, delicate and alluring, were lightly bitten, making one want to gently separate them. No, hearing her slightly trembling voice and seeing her like this, Gu Xuanjing's voice unconsciously lowered a few decibels. Feeling his breath getting noticeably closer, Luo Li shrank back and answered softly, Nan, Xianjing, it's almost time to leave. Before they could say anything more, Uncle Gu's loud voice came from not far away. Coming. Hearing this, Luo Li hurriedly pushed him away and ran out. Huh? Seeing her like this, Gu Xianjing suddenly chuckled softly. The cunning little fox. The 10th day after the Lunar New Year was Lord Li's birthday. This year happened to be his 40th birthday, so he invited dignitaries and nobles from all the city's prefectures to a banquet. As one of the prominent families among them, the Gu family naturally couldn't avoid it. Uncle Gu led Luo Li, along with Gu Xianjing and his wife, to the banquet. However, before leaving, Uncle Gu arranged for a skilled maidservant for Luo Li. There were many unspoken conflicts between the various families, and the young ladies often compared themselves to each other. He had heard stories of young ladies arguing at gatherings and was somewhat worried. After all, their daughter was beautiful, and if she attracted attention... Originally, he didn't want Luo Li to attend, but considering that she would eventually have to live in the city, these interactions were unavoidable. Therefore, he had to settle for second best and prepare a skilled maidservant. Just stay with your uncle or cousin for a while. It's just a formality. We'll be back soon. Thinking it over, Uncle Gu still gave him these words of advice with concern. Of course, it would be even better if the old madam could accompany Luo Li, but the old Madam Gu is getting old and rarely goes out. And Lord Li is younger than the old Madam Gu in terms of seniority, so it wouldn't be appropriate for an elder to attend his birthday celebration. That would be disrespectful to both families. Therefore, the only option is for Luo Li to stay with them more. Anyway, their Yen kingdom has an open culture, unlike some feudal countries. At such banquets, everyone sits in the same garden, without separate tables. If any problems arise, they can address them promptly. Okay. Hearing Uncle Gu's instructions, Luo Li obediently nodded. It can only be said that Luo Li's persona is too perfect, gentle, and weak, like a harmless and fragile little white rabbit. But in reality, she is far from what she appears to be. The city lord's mansion. Miss, be careful. Taozi reached out to help Luo Li down from the carriage. Watching those slender, fair hands being steadily supported as she stepped down, Gu Xianjing finally withdrew his gaze. Those around also turned to look, and when they saw Luo Li's face clearly, they were all stunned. They had long heard that the Gu family had welcomed back a cousin, but they had never seen her in person. Now that they saw her, they were truly amazed. She's the Gu family's cousin? She's so beautiful. She wore a light pink dress, with a white cloak draped over it, revealing only a delicate face. Her skin was as white as porcelain, her eyebrows and eyes exquisitely beautiful, and her cherry lips were tinged with crimson. Her demeanor was slightly sickly. She was petite and fragile, evoking pity and making one hesitant to touch her. When those peach blossom eyes looked directly at you, it truly felt like you were enveloped in her entire world, yet her gaze was so clear and pure. She was truly alluring without realizing it, pure yet captivating. Like a little fairy. Hearing this voice, Luo Li was startled, turned her head to look, then looked away, obediently following behind Uncle Gu and the others. Well, judging from her gaze, it didn't seem like an insult. Perhaps, having heard it so many times before, she felt a bit of empathy. But the girl who had been looked at by her suddenly blushed for some reason. You walk in the middle. Perhaps out of curiosity, many glances fell upon Luo Li as they walked. The original owner of this body was already beautiful, but Luo Li's own lively and charming aura amplified that youthful beauty to its fullest extent. Looking at that delicate and ethereal face, many unmarried young men were momentarily stunned. Gu Xianjing, slightly displeased, switched places with Luo Li, blocking her view. Uncle Gu also felt somewhat dissatisfied, but seeing his adopted son's perceptiveness, he secretly nodded in satisfaction. Actually, the formalities of this banquet were quite simple. First, each household presented gifts and offered congratulations. Then the guests enjoyed tea and pastries while admiring the garden scenery. Then the banquet began, with singing and dancing, wine sipped, and some polite conversation that was about it. Uncle Gu and his group had many acquaintances here, and many people came to talk to them along the way. Luo Li obediently followed along. "This is my niece, Luo Li. This is your Uncle Li." Uncle Gu proudly introduced each person who came over. "So this is Miss Li. Truly, no beauty surpasses autumn, but a pleasing sight is a beauty." Seeing this, the people who came over also followed suit with various compliments. They didn't know much else, but they were all genuinely impressed by her stunning beauty. Luo Li's appearance resembled that of a member of the Gu family. Her mother, Gu Lan, was already renowned in the city as a true beauty. Now, seeing Luo Li, she truly surpassed her mother. Considering that Luo Li was still unmarried, many families with unmarried sons began to have designs on her. After all, they knew the Gu family's background best. Although society was divided into scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, money could make the devil dance. They were all shrewd people. And the fact that Gu Xianjing was actually an adopted son of the Gu family was no secret. By bloodline, Luo Li could be considered the only direct descendant of the Gu family in this generation. "Uncle, I'll go take a look over there." Seeing the crowd growing and the area becoming a gathering place entirely for men, Luo Li decided it was best not to linger and informed her Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu glanced around and nodded. "Tazi, watch over Miss Gu." "Yes." Tazi respectfully replied. She was the skilled maid Uncle Gu had assigned. Gu Xianjing, standing with his friend, remained silent, but his gaze followed her steps. Only after she found a place to sit and surveyed her surroundings did he withdraw his gaze. Seeing Luo Li leave, those who had harbored designs began tentatively probing Uncle Gu's thoughts. "Brother Gu, Miss Li seems to be of a suitable age now. Have you found a good match for her? If not, such a precious daughter deserves your careful consideration, Brother Gu." Uncle Gu understood their meaning perfectly well. For some reason, his first reaction was to glance at his adopted son's expression. Then, he laughed heartily to smooth things over. "This child is like her mother, decisive and principled. We older folks don't want to hinder her. This matter mainly depends on her own wishes." In any case, he had declared that neither he nor the Gu family elders could decide Luo Li's marriage. Everything depended solely on Luo Li's own heart. Those who understood paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. While they didn't quite agree with his statement, which could be considered disobeying parental wishes and arranged marriages, they dared not say much out of respect for Uncle Gu's status, only offering flattery. "Brother Gu is enlightened. Brother Gu is enlightened." But all things considered, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Winning over Luo Li seemed easier than winning over that old fox, Uncle Gu. I'd better go back and tell my brat about it." Meanwhile, Gu Xianjing, standing nearby, was lost in thought because of Uncle Gu's words. For some reason, he felt as if his adoptive father's words were meant for him. Looking up and seeing the thoughtful expressions of the elders around him, he lightly clenched his fists and turned to look in Luo Li's direction. He happened to see several young men also secretly glancing at Luo Li, their faces flushed, looking like they were experiencing the stirrings of first love. Meanwhile, Luo Li, completely oblivious, was diligently munching on her pastries, her large, watery eyes gazing at the plum blossoms around her, full of life. She hadn't done anything, yet she was undeniably captivating. "Is this delicious?" Luo Li was engrossed in her food when a hesitant voice suddenly reached her ears. Looking up, she saw a little girl with flushed cheeks. She looked familiar. It was the one who had complimented her on looking like a fairy. "It's delicious." She smiled and nodded. The beauty's smile almost made Sutu dizzy. She glanced at Taozi, who was watching her warily, then at Luo Li, feeling a little nervous. "Can I sit here?" she asked, pointing to the empty seat next to Luo Li. "Yes." Luo Li nodded naturally, even stepping aside to make room for her. After sitting down, seeing Luo Li eating so intently, Su Tutu couldn't resist grabbing one and trying it. It wasn't that delicious, but for some reason, looking at Luo Li made her feel very hungry. My name is Su Tutu. What's yours? Luo Li. Why are you sitting here alone? Aren't you going for a walk? Thinking that they had already shared the same pastry and exchanged names, and were closer than others, Su Tutu asked. This is my first time here. I'm not familiar with the area. I don't dare to wander around. Luo Li honestly shook her head. She remembered this was Li Xiaohua's house. Thinking back to the way Li Xiaohua looked that day, she felt that he must be a troublemaker, and she didn't want to wander around and cause trouble. It wasn't that she was afraid of trouble, just that she didn't want to cause any trouble. Unexpectedly, Su Tutu patted her chest repeatedly upon hearing this. It's okay, I know this place well. This is my uncle's house. I come here often. I remember there's a swing in the front yard. You can swing really high. It's so much fun. Do you want to go? Seeing the other's enthusiastic and expectant expression, Luo Li hesitated for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. I'm not feeling well. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Hearing this, Su Tutu paused, then seemed to suddenly remember hearing about it, looking somewhat annoyed. Luo Li maintained her standard smile and shook her head slightly. It's all right. She remained obediently seated, watching the other young ladies play poetry games. As if completely unaware, she let Su Tutu exchange glances with Li Xiaohua in a direction they couldn't see. Taozi kept a close eye on Luo Li's surroundings, her eyes wary. Shall we go feed the little fish? Suddenly, Su Tutu stood up and suggested to Luo Li. Before Luo Li could answer, she had already gotten some fish food from a maid in the Li household. She pulled Luo Li and ran to the fish pond in front. This fish pond was built with great care by City Lord Li. It was filled with flowing water, so it wouldn't freeze in the current weather. The water was neither too deep nor too shallow, probably up to waist level. A small koi swam happily in it, and the aquatic plants were all carefully selected by Lord Li. It was quite pleasing to the eye, but Su Tutu's hands trembled slightly with nervousness, indicating a genuine mistake. Why water again? Do I really seem to have that much of a connection with water? Luo Li was still grumbling to Xiao Baikai, feeling that these girls' mischievous ideas were truly, utterly unoriginal. Maybe it's because of the cold weather. Contact with cold water is the most harmful? Little Cabbage tilted her head and said, after all, the original owner's health condition was well known. Even a minor illness could turn into a serious problem. Luo Li remained silent. Seeing Su Tutu's seemingly innocent demeanor, Taozi hadn't yet noticed anything amiss. Meow. Gu Xianjing, noticing Luo Li's absence, had already begun searching for her. Meow. Just then, a sharp meow suddenly rang out, and a large, fat cat darted out from nowhere. As if startled, it darted around the garden, even frightening several girls among the women. Seeing Su Tutu's gaze fixed on the large cat, Luo Li silently stepped aside. Taozi, regaining her composure, protected her, but Gu Xianjing quickly took her hand. However, the moment Luo Li stepped back, the large cat suddenly charged towards the pond.
Ah!
Su Tutu was so startled that she took several steps back, reaching out to pull Luo Li where she was standing, but her hand missed. Looking up, she realized that Luo Li had somehow moved away from the edge of the pond. Her attempt to feign fright and pull Luo Li into the water instantly failed. But before she could react, the large cat pounced on her. Caught off guard, Su Tutu fell backward, landing squarely in the fish pond. The fat cat stepped on her, then snatched a fish from the pond. It looked like the cat's quest for a fish had led to this accident. But why let the cat out during a banquet? Perhaps slipping, Su Tutu thrashed about in the water several times, unable to stand up. Quick, get him out of the water. At this moment, the crowd outside also came to their senses. Seeing the situation, Lady Li, the city lord's wife, hurriedly called for help. Li Xiaohua glared at Luo Li resentfully, even more disgusted with Su Tutu for being utterly useless. More trouble than she could cause. Are you alright? Uncle Gu also arrived at this moment, feeling a wave of fear as he looked at Luo Li, who was being protected by Gu Xianjing. He had just seen from afar that Luo Li was also standing by the water's edge, and that beast seemed to have a purpose as it ran towards the pond's edge. He had truly been startled. Luckily, his daughter reacted quickly and dodged in time. "I'm fine, uncle," Luo Li said with a smile, shaking her head. Su Tutu, who had been rescued, glanced in their direction, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then held back. Because everyone had clearly seen that Luo Li had dodged early on, her fall had nothing to do with anyone else. The Li family intended to treat this as an accident and hastily conclude the matter. The cat belonged to Lord Li's favored concubine, and because of her favor, even the cat remained unharmed. Throughout the entire ordeal, only Su Tutu waded through the cold water once. Uncle Gu was still very dissatisfied. Lord Li should really control his household animals. It's fortunate nothing serious happened this time, but if things escalate next time, Lord Li will likely create more trouble for himself. The others also expressed their dissatisfaction, as their wives and daughters were among the women present and had also been frightened. However, due to Lord Li's status, they dared not speak out, but their silent stance behind Uncle Gu undoubtedly indicated their dissatisfaction. Yes, it is my fault for poor hospitality, disturbing everyone. I apologize for this, and each of you will receive a gift later. Please accept it. Lord Li was a shrewd man. Knowing he was indeed responsible, he readily admitted it and apologized immediately. But the cat hadn't mentioned it once, yet he was the city lord, the highest-ranking official present in the city. What could anyone do to him? He had already personally apologized and offered gifts in public, so the matter could only be dropped. Uncle Gu snorted. Gu Xianjing glanced down at Luo Li, then at Li Zhaohua not far away, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just now, from a distance, he seemed to have seen Su Tutu and Li Zhaohua exchange glances. And just now, Su Tutu seemed to have intentionally led Luo Li toward the pond. Thinking this through, he quickly realized what was happening, his eyes turning icy cold. Lord Li, with his remarkable composure, had barely finished his birthday banquet when things went wrong before happily continuing with the singing and dancing. Seeing his father intently watching the dancers below the stage, completely absorbed, Li Zhaohua grew anxious and kept giving her mother meaningful glances. The Lord's wife noticed her daughter's gaze and turned to look at Lord Li. Seeing him so engrossed, she gently nudged him. Lord Li turned his head at the sound of her touch, noticing the mother and daughter's gazes. He seemed to only just remember something. He turned to Uncle Gu and the others with a grin. "Brother Gu, your Xianjing isn't young anymore. They say it's about settling down and starting a career. Settling down first, then starting a career. Brother Gu, do you have any plans on when to find a girl for Xianjing so he can settle down soon?" Hearing Lord Li's words, the three members of the Gu family fell silent. Uncle Gu was quite speechless. A perfectly good banquet had been turned into a matchmaking event for the Gu family, one person after another. But Uncle Gu was good at maintaining appearances, showing no sign of his displeasure, only a slight twitch of his lips. This matter is not urgent. As everyone knows, the Gu family has never restricted its children. As for when the engagement will happen, that depends on when he finds a girl he likes. If he doesn't find one he likes, then I won't force it. Everything depends on fate. Everything depends on fate. Ha! Hearing Uncle Gus' hearty laughter, the city lord's wife and daughter exchanged glances, Li Zhaohua clutching her handkerchief tightly. Luo Li noticed this and frowned. She turned to look in Gu Xuanjing's direction, only to find him staring at her. She was startled, instinctively tilting her chin up, but then lowered her head again. Gu Xianjing saw her reaction, and seeing her lively expression, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. When he caught a glimpse of Li Zhaohua not far away, his gaze instantly turned to disgust and coldness. Alas, Brother Gu, you are mistaken. If there is a girl of good character, gentle, virtuous, and considerate, why not settle down early and have a virtuous wife to help you? Hearing Uncle Gu's words, City Lord Li chuckled, his gaze fixed on Li Zhaohua, seemingly implying something. Uncle Gu was about to lose his temper. He wanted to roll his eyes. Just say it directly. You want to bring your daughter here. Pa. Don't you even know what kind of person your daughter is? Gentle indeed. Brother Li is right, but life ultimately requires two people. It all comes down to mutual affection. I respect my daughter's wishes. You're pretending not to understand, huh? Fine, I'll pretend not to understand either. It's about time now. Thank you for your hospitality. Brother Li, congratulations again on your birthday. Brother Li, please visit us sometime. I have 2 elderly relatives to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Farewell, everyone. Without waiting for Lord Li to continue, Uncle Gu rose to take his leave. He'd already given his gifts, offered his congratulations. The singing and dancing had ended, and he'd eaten most of the meal. Your constant chatter was really annoying, so I won't stay any longer. Congratulations, Lord Li. Seeing this, Gu Xianjing and the others also stood up to offer their congratulations and then took their leave. By the time everyone realized what was happening, they were already outside the gates. Seeing their audacity, Lord Li's face darkened, but he refrained from showing it out of consideration for the presence of all the guests. Li Xiaohua, on the other hand, was stunned. When she came to her senses, she was truly furious. She had intended to use this opportunity to have her father propose an engagement with the Gu family, but she hadn't expected her uncle to refuse. Not only did he refuse, but he also left without any regard for her father's feelings. Then what she had prepared for Luo Li, that vixen truly deserved to die. Meanwhile, the father and son, who had just returned to the Gu family, simultaneously summoned people and ordered them to investigate the day's events. Upon receiving the results, both father and son were furious. The next day, news spread throughout the city. Lady Li Xiaohua, the daughter of Lord Li, had indulged in excessive drinking at the banquet the previous night and had called 3 male prostitutes home. When she was discovered, her clothes were disheveled, and she had already been defiled. And the cat, having eaten the wrong thing, died. As for Li's relatives, Su Tutu from the Su family also fell into the water again due to fever and delirium, becoming unsteady on her feet and seriously ill for several days. It was all Uncle Gu and Gu Xuanjing's doing. Yesterday's events were arranged by Li Xiaohua. Besides wanting Su Tutu to cause you to fall into the water and be seen by outsiders, thus ruining your reputation, she also wanted you to be bullied by those 3 men, completely destroying you. She was originally fine, but because her plan to bring you back early failed, she devised another scheme, even trying to bribe a Gu family servant to send someone to your room. Xiao Baikai spoke, her teeth itching with anger, even more horrified by this woman's vicious intentions. She thought Luo Li was in her way, so she wanted to eliminate her. Truly wicked. Luo Li nodded upon hearing this. The Gu family was very decisive in their actions, saving her the trouble of doing it herself. Kindness is often taken advantage of, but she was never a kind person. What others do to me, I will repay tenfold. Whether it's repaying kindness or evil is entirely up to oneself. This matter caused a great uproar, and Lord Li's face was slapped hard, yet he seemed to have been caught red-handed. Like a duck with its throat choked, he dared not utter a word. Even Li Xiaohua, whose reputation was ruined, was sent out of the city that very night by Lord Li and abandoned in a remote manner. Host, why aren't you being coy today? Little Cabbage was puzzled when it saw the path its host took before leaving home this morning. Previously, its host avoided the demon lord, not out of shyness, but because she called it flirtatious flirting. Anyway, it didn't understand, but her affection level had definitely been skyrocketing. The more its host avoided the demon lord, the more he wanted to get closer to her. What's the current affection level? 80%. He really likes you now. Little Cabbage fluttered its little wings, happily reporting the data. Yeah, so why bother with flirting? Let's just go for it. But as soon as she finished speaking, Luo Li paused, then took another detour. Little Cabbage looked confused. Who is it that caused us to be schemed against yesterday? Upon hearing this, Little Cabbage paused, then tentatively answered. Because of the demon lord? Luo Li gave it an approving look. That's right, it was because of his unwanted romantic advances. Since we understand it's because of his unwanted advances, isn't it okay to throw a little tantrum? Oh, no, this should be called jealousy. Only when he knows I'm jealous can he understand our feelings. Little Cabbage nodded as if understanding, then noticed its host pause when she encountered Gu Xianjing, as if unhappy, and quickened her pace. Gu Xianjing was clearly taken aback, somewhat bewildered and confused. Previously, he could tell she was embarrassed to face him, but today she seemed somewhat angry. He wondered. He didn't think he had done anything to upset her. The next 2 days were the same. Even when he called her, she would quicken her pace to run away. Gu Xianjing, who had never experienced anything like this before, was completely bewildered. The little girl who used to always cling to him had suddenly changed her personality, which was truly unsettling. For some reason, he also felt a sense of unease. And ever since Luo Li appeared in front of everyone, the Gu family's invitations had suddenly increased. They were either invitations to poetry gatherings or flower viewing parties, or invitations to small gatherings for someone else's daughter's birthday. Actually, everyone understood that these people simply hadn't settled their minds on the marriage proposal and were now looking for opportunities for their children to meet. Anyway, Uncle Gu had said to let the children choose freely, so getting to know each other first would make a better choice, right? Taozi, take good care of Miss. However, Uncle Gu and the others didn't refuse. He felt his daughter was good in every way, and she wasn't necessarily tied down to his good-for-nothing adopted son. Going out and seeing more of the world wouldn't hurt. After all, he had secretly increased his manpower, and no one could harm his daughter in the slightest. Yes, Luo Li didn't refuse. Once she arrived, she was free to eat and play. When she returned, she saw her Uncle Gu and her grandparents looking at her expectantly. Little girl, how is it? Did you have fun today? Did you make any friends? Actually, Luo Li barely spoke and didn't make any friends at all. But glancing at Gu Xianjing, who seemed unaware of the situation and somewhat puzzled, she still nodded sincerely. Feeling a little uncomfortable under the intense gaze of her uncle and the others, her face flushed slightly. Oh, that's good. The Huang family has more tomorrow. Why don't you go and take a look? Seeing his daughter's little thoughts, Uncle Gu chuckled and said deliberately. Luo Li nodded in perfect agreement. Okay. Hearing this, Gu Xianjing understood immediately. The family was arranging a marriage for her. Thinking this, he clenched his fist tightly. After dinner, everyone returned to their own courtyards. Gu Xianjing was the first to leave. Luo Li chatted with her grandmother for a while before returning home quite late. Just as she sent the maid to prepare water, the door was suddenly slammed shut. Before she could react, a familiar figure pressed down on her, cornering her against the wall. Her exclamation was muffled by his large hand. Her moist, peach blossom eyes looked at the person before her with a hint of panic, her small mouth slightly open. The warm, slightly itchy touch in his palm, and her gaze, made Gu Xianjing inexplicably lose control, his hand loosening its grip. Suddenly, he leaned down and sealed her lips with his own, those cherry lips that had appeared in his dreams countless times since the Lantern Festival. The soft, warm touch sent a shiver down his spine. Gu Xianjing tentatively sucked on her lips, clearly feeling the delicate woman beneath him stiffen. But he, having tasted the sweetness, became even more eager, awkwardly seeking to explore further. Turning and lingering, he clearly felt her breathing quicken, her body tremble, and placed his hands on her slender waist, supporting her. Those boneless little hands weakly scratched at his waist, instantly making his mind go blank. The onslaught, much more intense and passionate than before, was simply too much for her to bear. Realizing something was wrong, she hurriedly snapped back to reality and pushed him away. Gu Xianjing finally regained his composure, releasing her and letting her breathe heavily against his chest. Her moist, swollen lips were alluring. He could only turn his head away, unable to look any longer. You're bullying me. Her soft, trembling voice suddenly turned into a sob, making his heart race. The questions he had wanted to ask earlier were now stuck in his throat. She was the one who bullied him first. Seeing him unable to speak, Luo Li gave a soft snort and turned her head away, seemingly with a hint of anger, yet also a sense of grievance. Gu Xianjing paused, raised his hand, pinched her cheek, and turned her back to him, lowering his head slightly. Then, "I'll admit my mistake?" he asked tentatively. Hearing this, Luo Li was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise as if to say, "So fast? So sensible? It was my fault. But could you tell me what I did to upset you, so I can correct it next time?" He hadn't forgotten how she'd been acting like a little tantrum these past few days. The apology was quite sincere. Hearing this, Luo Li immediately calmed down, but her little face was still puffed up. Just now, wasn't his fault just now bullying her? Gu Xianjing paused, his ears turning slightly red, but she was clearly answering a different question. She knew he wasn't asking about what had just happened. "Just now I was indeed wrong, but is there anything else?" Luo Li turned her head back, looking at him seriously, her little eyes seeming to say, "You don't know?" Gu Xianjing was momentarily bewildered, but dared not say anything more, waiting for her to continue. "I know everything that happened at the city lord's mansion that day. You were a womanizer." Hearing the young girl's accusation, Gu Xianjing was stunned for a moment before realizing who she was referring to. Thinking about Li Xiaohua. Thinking carefully, it was indeed related to him, and he had almost implicated her. This was indeed his fault. "It was my fault. There will never be a next time." Thinking this, he immediately admitted his mistake. No, he had also made her angry. He would have to deal with that person again later. Hearing him say this, Luo Li's expression softened, but she seemed a little uncomfortable. Gu Xianjing was taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening and smiled. So, her anger these past few days was due to jealousy over this matter. He knew that jealousy stemmed from caring. Therefore, she cared about him. Thinking about this, he felt inexplicably happy. He even chuckled a few times, looking a little dazed. Luo Li couldn't bear to watch, but remembering why he had come tonight, she felt a little guilty. She subtly shifted her feet, but was quickly stopped by Gu Xianjing, who had reacted quickly. "Not angry anymore? Lear, are you trying to run away now? You seemed very happy to see me today." He said one sentence after another, making Luo Li want to run away. But clearly, she couldn't escape. Seeing his increasingly dangerous gaze, Luo Li decisively tiptoed and kissed his thin lips, a fleeting touch. "Then I was wrong too. Please forgive me. Besides, I wasn't happy at all. I didn't even associate with them. I was just lying to you." Saying this, she gave him 2 more kisses. This stunned him. He immediately reached out and pulled her back, returning her kiss, much longer than hers. "Okay." The low reply was barely audible. "Knock knock." "Miss, the water is ready." The maid's knocking startled the person inside, who was lost in thought. Luo Li snapped out of her reverie and quickly pushed him away, touching her chapped lips. "You should go back now. Look at this heartless man, truly like someone you use and then discard." Gu Xianjing chuckled inwardly, but he knew it was inappropriate for him to be seen like this. "Go back, and I'll tell father about us." He had indeed taken advantage of her, and now that they had both confessed their feelings, it was time to properly explain things to their elders. "Okay." Hearing this, Luo Li paused, then blushed and nodded. Seeing her agree, Gu Xianjing was happy. He ruffled her hair, preparing to leave, but then, as if remembering something, he suddenly turned back. "So, are you going to the Huang family again tomorrow?" he asked, meeting Luo Li's puzzled gaze. "Luo Li, I'm not going." She shook her head repeatedly, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Seeing this, Gu Xianjing finally felt completely relieved. He jumped out of the side window, leaped onto the roof, and glanced in Luo Li's direction. Then he left. As soon as he was gone, little Cabbage popped up, happily flitting around Luo Li over 86%. "Host, you're so amazing. We'll be able to take the demon lord away soon, and the main god will definitely praise me. Ha ha ha." Looking at the excited little Cabbage, Luo Li smiled and shook her head, clutching her chest to calm her racing heart. It was really hard to bear. If the maid had arrived even a fraction later, she felt like he would have devoured her whole. The next day, during the meal, Gu Xianjing told everyone about their situation. Several elders were very happy to hear the news. Good, good, good. Uncle Gu laughed heartily, responding several times. Looking at the two children, his face was filled with relief. He had already guessed this outcome the moment he saw Luo Li standing beside Gu Xianjing. Everyone knew that Gu Xianjing was his adopted son, but no one knew Gu Xuanjing's true origins. In fact, Gu Xianjing was the son of Uncle Gu's deceased wife's older brother. Uncle Gu's deceased wife was the daughter of a former prime minister, but a palace coup led to the destruction of her family. The Gu family exhausted all their resources, but could not save her. Gu Xianjing was their only heir, whom they had managed to preserve with all their might. But Uncle Gu found him in a brothel, already badly injured and unrecognizable. What happened before that was unknown, but ever since Uncle Gu brought little Xianjing home, he had developed a condition where he couldn't bear to be near anyone. Regardless of gender, anyone who came within half an arm's length of him would vomit uncontrollably and even develop a high fever. Even his uncles couldn't get close. Perhaps because they knew his aunt was his only relative, she could occasionally approach him and chat for a few words. But after his aunt passed away from illness, Gu Xuanjing's symptoms worsened. The distance dwindled from half an arm's length to within 2 steps. Fortunately, he was young at the time, and as he grew older, his memories of those days faded considerably, and his symptoms improved. Now, Gu Xianjing has long forgotten those unpleasant memories, but his aversion to human contact remains. However, his uncle always tells him it's just mysophobia, a normal condition. Gu Xianjing doesn't doubt it. He might stand close to people he likes, but keep a great distance from those he doesn't. His uncle, on the other hand, is a 2-step away. But Luo Li is truly an exception. Luo Li is his uncle's niece, and naturally, his uncle dotes on her. But he also loves Gu Xianjing, the child he raised from the age of 4. Knowing about Gu Xuanjing's condition, he feared he would live a lonely life. But now he can finally rest easy. Both are his own children, and having them under his watchful eye, he is extremely satisfied. The family discussed it quickly and made a decision. Gu Xianjing and Luo Li's wedding date was set for May, a few months away. During this time, they prepared the dowry and betrothal gifts. Although they were family, everything was essential. Besides the dowry left by the original owner's mother, Luo Li also had a lot of property prepared by her Uncle Gu and grandparents. Houses, estates, shops, farmland, and a portion of Gu Xuanjing's private treasury. All of this was her dowry. It was so much that it was almost impossible to count. Gu Xuanjing's remaining half of his private treasury was reserved for the betrothal gifts. In the end, it all belonged to Luo Li. In short, I'm definitely a little rich woman now. Unable to count everything, Luo Li simply waved her hand and handed it to Xiao Baikai to tally. Xiao Baikai felt happy to be able to help her host and busied herself with the task. Hey, Kai, if we have any valuables, can we take them to other worlds to use? What if some worlds are poor and destitute? Would that be useful? Sure, you can take gold. It's a hard currency. It'll likely be usable in any world. Nothing else. Little Cabbage nodded obediently. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded. Want some more grapes? Actually, it's not grape season, but the Gu family is wealthy and can get them from other places. Little Cabbage loves grapes. Yes. Sure enough, a loud shout rang out as soon as she finished speaking. Luo Li smiled and gave all the grapes on the table to Little Cabbage, letting it hoard them. This little guy has accumulated quite a bit of food in its spatial storage. Knock, knock. Miss, the water is ready. The maid's knocking startled the person inside, who was lost in thought. Luo Li snapped out of her reverie and quickly pushed him away, touching her chapped lips. You should go back now. Look at this heartless man, truly like someone you use and then discard. Gu Xianjing chuckled inwardly, but he knew it was inappropriate for him to be seen like this. Go back, and I'll tell father about us. He had indeed taken advantage of her, and now that they had both confessed their feelings, it was time to properly explain things to their elders. Okay, Hearing this, Luo Li paused, then blushed and nodded. Seeing her agree, Gu Xianjing was happy. He ruffled her hair, preparing to leave, but then, as if remembering something, he suddenly turned back. So, are you going to the Huang family again tomorrow? He asked, meeting Luo Li's puzzled gaze. Luo Li. I'm not going. She shook her head repeatedly, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Seeing this, Gu Xianjing finally felt completely relieved. He jumped out of the side window, leaped onto the roof, and glanced in Luo Li's direction.
Then he left.
As soon as he was gone, little Cabbage popped up, happily flitting around Luo Li over 86%. Host, you're so amazing. We'll be able to take the demon lord away soon, and the main god will definitely praise me, ha ha ha. Looking at the excited little Cabbage, Luo Li smiled and shook her head, clutching her chest to calm her racing heart. It was really hard to bear. If the maid had arrived even a fraction later, she felt like he would have devoured her whole. The next day, during the meal, Gu Xianjing told everyone about their situation. Several elders were very happy to hear the news. Good, good, good. Uncle Gu laughed heartily, responding several times. Looking at the two children, his face was filled with relief. He had already guessed this outcome the moment he saw Luo Li standing beside Gu Xianjing. Everyone knew that Gu Xianjing was his adopted son, but no one knew Gu Xuanjing's true origins. In fact, Gu Xianjing was the son of Uncle Gu's deceased wife's older brother. Uncle Gu's deceased wife was the daughter of a former prime minister, but a palace coup led to the destruction of her family. The Gu family exhausted all their resources, but could not save her. Gu Xianjing was their only heir, whom they had managed to preserve with all their might. But Uncle Gu found him in a brothel, already badly injured and unrecognizable. What happened before that was unknown, but ever since Uncle Gu brought little Xianjing home, he had developed a condition where he couldn't bear to be near anyone. Regardless of gender, anyone who came within half an arm's length of him would vomit uncontrollably and even develop a high fever. Even his uncles couldn't get close. Perhaps because they knew his aunt was his only relative, she could occasionally approach him and chat for a few words. But after his aunt passed away from illness, Gu Xuanjing's symptoms worsened. The distance dwindled from half an arm's length to within 2 steps. Fortunately, he was young at the time, and as he grew older, his memories of those days faded considerably, and his symptoms improved. Now, Gu Xianjing has long forgotten those unpleasant memories, but his aversion to human contact remains. However, his uncle always tells him it's just mysophobia, a normal condition. Gu Xianjing doesn't doubt it. He might stand close to people he likes, but keep a great distance from those he doesn't. His uncle, on the other hand, is a 2-step away. But Luo Li is truly an exception. Luo Li is his uncle's niece, and naturally, his uncle dotes on her. But he also loves Gu Xianjing, the child he raised from the age of 4. Knowing about Gu Xuanjing's condition, he feared he would live a lonely life. But now he can finally rest easy. Both are his own children, and having them under his watchful eye, he is extremely satisfied. The family discussed it quickly and made a decision. Gu Xianjing and Luo Li's wedding date was set for May, a few months away. During this time, they prepared the dowry and betrothal gifts. Although they were family, everything was essential. Besides the dowry left by the original owner's mother, Luo Li also had a lot of property prepared by her Uncle Gu and grandparents. Houses, estates, shops, farmland, and a portion of Gu Xuanjing's private treasury. All of this was her dowry. It was so much that it was almost impossible to count. Gu Xuanjing's remaining half of his private treasury was reserved for the betrothal gifts. In the end, it all belonged to Luo Li. In short, I'm definitely a little rich woman now. Unable to count everything, Luo Li simply waved her hand and handed it to Xiao Baikai to tally. Xiao Baikai felt happy to be able to help her host and busied herself with the task. Hey, Kai, if we have any valuables, can we take them to other worlds to use? What if some worlds are poor and destitute? Would that be useful? Sure, you can take gold. It's a hard currency. It'll likely be usable in any world. Nothing else. Little Cabbage nodded obediently. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded. Want some more grapes? Actually, it's not grape season, but the Gu family is wealthy and can get them from other places. Little Cabbage loves grapes. Yes. Sure enough, a loud shout rang out as soon as she finished speaking. Luo Li smiled and gave all the grapes on the table to Little Cabbage, letting it hoard them. This little guy has accumulated quite a bit of food in its spatial storage. The news of the engagement of the two heirs of the Gu family spread quickly. It was common knowledge throughout Jiangnan. Upon learning that the Gu family's cousin was engaged to the Gu family's adopted son, many who had hoped to forge a marriage alliance with the Gu family sighed with regret. They had lost two opportunities to marry into the Gu family. How could they not feel regret? After all, the Gu family's power was undeniable. Establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly be beneficial to their own families. Not to mention, both the young master and young lady of the Gu family were exceptionally beautiful. Just that one glimpse at Lord Li's birthday banquet had captivated countless people, attracting the attention of numerous younger generations. Alas, what a pity. But it must be said, these two were indeed a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Gu Xianjing was the Gu family's adopted son, not related by blood, so there was nothing inappropriate about their relationship. Besides, at this time, marriage between cousins wasn't uncommon. Many families did it to consolidate their power.
Sigh.
It can only be said that the Gu family's strength was undeniable, and they didn't need to use marriage to solidify their power, so they could do as they pleased. Time passed quickly. More than 3 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. Now, there were only 9 days left until Luo Li and her husband's wedding. Sizzle. Intermittent sounds echoed in the bedroom. A petite figure was firmly pinned down by the man. Luo Li's face flushed crimson. She pressed down on his large hand, which was exploring her waist, her body trembling. She weakly pushed him away. No. No more. Ever since their secret kiss, Gu Xianjing seemed obsessed with the sensation. His sudden appearances in Luo Li's boudoir had become a common occurrence. Each time he left, Luo Li's lips were swollen, and her clothes slightly disheveled. Fortunately, he knew his limits. He couldn't break his vows before the wedding. He was just holding back, his eyes slightly red. Perhaps it was because the wedding date was approaching, but today his self-control was noticeably lower. Hearing her slightly timid voice, Gu Xianjing finally managed to raise his head, took a deep breath, and gazed intently at her appearance, his eyes filled with deep longing. His fingers gently caressed her trembling, panting lips, stroking them lightly, before pulling her into his arms and burying his face in her neck. 9 more days. His voice was husky, with a hint of panting, incredibly alluring. Luo Li shifted her neck uncomfortably, pushing him away slightly. It tickles. No, it's too tempting. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. But he didn't move. Instead, he rubbed against her gently, like a big puppy. A ticklish sensation spread through her, and she heard Luo Li let out a soft moan. He then looked at her with a slightly aggrieved expression. Aren't you looking forward to it? Well, he really had mastered all her usual tricks. Luo Li couldn't help but giggle, pinching his handsome cheek and giving it a light kiss. Looking forward to it, but also a little scared. Before he could even be surprised by her initiative, he paused, his handsome brows furrowing in confusion. You were very fierce today. Seeing Luo Li glance meaningfully at his collarbone, Gu Xianjing's handsome face flushed. The bright red hickey on the girl's collarbone was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, making him gasp and blush. Although he often came, he was always gentle and restrained. Today, compared to that, he was indeed a bit fierce. Looking at the mark he had left, Gu Xianjing also felt a little embarrassed, his breathing slightly heavy. Did I hurt you? He was more afraid that he had hurt her. At that moment, he was only thinking about their upcoming wedding, and he had indeed lost control of his excitement. As he spoke, he raised his cool fingers and gently stroked the hickey, blowing lightly, causing her to tremble. The blush that had just faded from her face returned. Luo Li quickly raised her hand to cover his, her peach blossom eyes glistening with tears. It doesn't hurt, but you should go back. This naughty boy. In her eyes, this guy's current behavior seemed like he was deliberately teasing her. But his gaze was so innocent and pure, it truly left her helpless. Okay, take care and rest. And he was being very obedient. He obediently carried her back to bed, gently reminding her, turning back every few steps. After leaving the room, he looked down at himself and sighed deeply. He obediently went back to his room, fetched some cold water, and rinsed himself several times. Meanwhile, Luo Li was tossing and turning in bed. Little Cabbage, are you back? Back. Hearing its host's call, Little Cabbage immediately appeared and flew to Luo Li. Just now, it saw its host and the other person being affectionate and felt embarrassed being a third wheel, so it ran outside. What's wrong, host? Is there anything Little Cabbage needs? Do you have that kind of information? Luo Li asked, her face slightly flushed. That kind? Which kind? Little Cabbage looked completely bewildered. You know, that kind. Don't let her seemingly fierce actions fool you. She's actually just a paper tiger. She's been in a relationship since birth, died young, and hasn't even had a chance to date. Everything she does relies on her courage, daring to try, daring to flirt. But the thought of getting married soon of the real thing makes her a little timid. So she wants to find some information to cram and prepare. After her explanation, Little Cabbage finally understood what she meant, but no. Our main god said it's not suitable for children, so it didn't prepare any for me. But I can ask all the seniors for some for you, host. Wait for me a moment. A short while later, Little Cabbage returned with a bunch of materials, including live-projected tutorials. Seeing the system automatically bring them up, Little Cabbage obediently nestled next to her and watched with her. Host, why is your face so red? Is it pretty? Little Cabbage nestled obediently beside her, looking completely bewildered by its host's reaction. Can't you see it? I can't see it, but I can see lots and lots of mosaics. It's not pretty. Kids shouldn't look.
Go eat something.
Looking at Little Cabbage's adorable expression, Luo Li understood its master's good intentions. It was indeed unsuitable for children.
Oh.
It was only after wedding preparations began that Luo Li learned that the house next to the Gu family mansion was also Gu Xuanjing's private property. Similarly, it would be their future marital home. The 9th day of the 5th lunar month was the Gu family's auspicious day. Red lanterns adorned with a character for happiness covered most of the city, creating a vibrant, festive atmosphere. From the Gu family mansion, the procession circled the entire city. Only when they arrived at the marital home did the last load of the dowry finally emerge. The sound of firecrackers from the procession lasted for half a day, truly showcasing the grandeur of a 10-mile-long red bridal procession, envied by all. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. Enter the bridal chamber. As the master of ceremonies uttered the last word, Luo Li clearly felt the red silk in her hand being gripped tighter by the person at the other end. Even as he lifted her steadily, the thunderous pounding of his heart could still be heard, revealing his nervousness. Liar, we're married. Hearing his nervous yet excited voice, Luo Li couldn't hide her smile, a faint curve of her lips beneath the red veil. Gu Xianjing, stunned by her breathtakingly beautiful face revealed when she lifted the veil, was completely mesmerized. After drinking the nuptial wine, hearing the calls for toasts outside, he swallowed hard and leaned down to kiss her lips. Wait for me. He was gone until nightfall. The red candles flickered in the room, and he finally returned, reeking of alcohol. After the servants had left, the effects of his drunkenness vanished. Before Luo Li could speak, a soft, gentle kiss enveloped her face. His large hand caressed her slender waist, and the two fell onto the couch together. Utter tenderness lingering. The red curtains fell, the wedding candles were lit. A scene of spring's intoxication descended upon them. It wasn't until dawn that Luo Li finally managed to rest. Looking at the exhausted beauty fast asleep, Gu Xianjing was utterly satisfied, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her forehead. His little fox was finally his. Ding! Affection value 100. Congratulations on completing the conquest. The next day, when Luo Li awoke, it was already afternoon. Her snow-white skin was covered with countless red marks. Paired with her innocent, clumsy gaze upon waking, she was truly alluring and captivating. Husband. Looking at Gu Xianjing, who had prepared the meal by the bedside, she softly reached out and called out. Gu Xianjing felt a sudden tingling sensation in his ears, a numbing feeling instantly spreading from head to toe, his atoms apple-bobbing. Struggling to control himself, he reached out and picked her up. It hurts, the little girl murmured, seemingly in pain from his touch. Her soft body and delicate complaint were irresistible. But remembering how she had cried so hard last night, his heart ached terribly. Knowing he couldn't tease her anymore, he could only try his best to endure it. Good girl, eat first. In a moment, I'll apply the medicine and rub it in. Okay. Hearing his words, Luo Li obediently nodded. After washing up with his help and finishing her meal, she lazily lay down on the bed. Her little face was contorted with discomfort. She didn't want to move at all. Gu Xianjing felt a pang of heartache seeing her like this. He quickly fetched some ointment, applied it, and gently massaged it into her skin. Will this help? Luo Li replied lazily. Perhaps she was truly exhausted from the previous night, for she had unknowingly fallen asleep again. Gu Xianjing felt both helpless and heartbroken, silently rebuking himself for being more restrained next time. The young couple didn't return to the Gu residence until the third day after their wedding. Fortunately, Gu's uncle and grandparents knew about the newlywed situation and were very understanding. They had already instructed them not to worry about formalities and just to rest well. But seeing the loving couple, the elders were still very pleased. They were delighted to see them like this. In the days after their marriage, Gu Xianjing spoiled Luo Li to the extreme. He never let Luo Li lift a finger, no matter how much he could manage. He was always there for her, fulfilling her every request and constantly preparing unexpected little surprises. Making Luo Li happy made him grin from ear to ear. If anyone asked, he would simply smile. This is my wife. If I don't cherish her, who else should I cherish? He was practically the model husband everyone admired and envied. Meanwhile, Luo Li secretly used pills to completely restore her health. In the 5th year of their marriage, Luo Li gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. A brother and a sister, twins. Uncle Gu and her maternal grandparents were overjoyed. Gu Xianjing, on the day Luo Li gave birth, cried like a child. He cried and told Luo Li that he only wanted this one child and no more. Luo Li and her maternal grandparents were both amused and exasperated, but they agreed. In this life, their entire family lived a very happy and fulfilling life. Luo Li lived with Gu Xianjing until they were 90 years old. Watching their great-grandchildren live happily, they passed away peacefully in their sleep. World 1. The end. She opened her eyes again. Luo Li found herself in a place filled with cabbage dolls, photos, and ornaments. This looked familiar. It was her little cabbage's system space. La. Host, long time no see. Just as she was thinking this, her adorable little cabbage appeared, its little wings fluttering and its face beaming with a simple and honest expression. Long time no see, Luo Li said, shaking her head with a smile. It really had been a long time. This guy hadn't shown up since her 2 babies grew up. Hee, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. You've received a 20-point luck bonus and 900 points. The favorability points earned during the mission are exchanged at a rate of 1 point to 10 points. The points earned after completing the mission can be accumulated and used freely. You can use them to buy whatever you want later. Merit points and luck points are directly added to your account. If we need them later during the mission, they might be of some help. Here are the current stats: merit points, 10 luck points, 20 points, 900. Luo Li glanced at them and nodded. Little Cabbage flew expectantly to her, waving its newly bought backpack in front of her. Host, isn't my bag cute? It's cute. The miniature little cabbage backpack was indeed quite adorable. Hee hee, I just bought this with my points. After it bound itself to its host, they were won. The host successfully completed the mission and gained a total of 1,000 points, excluding the 100 points spent on pills, leaving 900. It will also receive a 1,000-point reward here. Just like Luo Li, it can buy anything it wants in their all-in-one shop. Once it reaches a certain number of points, it can even exchange them for a human body. Luo Li knew this. Afterwards, Luo Li rested in the system space for 2 days. It had TV dramas, movies, novels, snacks, and more. When do we start the next mission? Feeling it was about time, Luo Li asked. Any time is fine, but I need to inform you beforehand that the world we're completing this time is the one with the highest affinity from the Demon Lord. That means our first world might be the easiest. The later ones will likely be more difficult. Also, the main god said that because the Demon Lord belongs to the demon race, according to human notions of gods being good and demons being evil, a fragment of the Demon Lord's smaller worlds might be a dangerous villain. Luo Li. Okay, let's go. Besides, okay, she had nothing else to say. Since they'd already started, they couldn't just give up halfway. All right, to avoid affecting the host's later progress, the system will extract the world's emotional threads. That is, extract the emotional energy from the previous world, but it won't affect the host's memories. This will happen with every world.
Okay.
Almost instantly after she finished speaking, a red of light floated out of her soul and was collected into a transparent container by Little White Cabbage. She felt no discomfort, just a slight emptiness in her heart.
Ding.
Points. 2,900. Just before they were about to depart, the system suddenly announced that Luo Li's points had increased by 2,000. It's because the Demon Lord's soul power fragment just returned. This is a reward from the Supreme God, and we both get one. Little Cabbage looked at it and said happily. Luo Li also smiled. 2,000 points. Points from 2 world this carrot Supreme God is quite generous. How dare someone like you touch Her Highness's things?
Pa, you lowly thing.
Luo Li had just opened her eyes when 2 sharp shouts rang in her ears. Crack! With a vicious lash, another bloody welt appeared on the thin back of the girl on the ground. Even through the door, Luo Li felt a tremor in her heart. Before Xiao Baikai could speak, she had already strode over. Stop! Turning back and realizing she had disturbed the princess, the maid was startled and immediately knelt down. Please forgive me, Your Highness. In a short time, the original owner's memories flooded into Luo Li's mind. Looking at the disheveled figure cowering there with his head down, Luo Li felt a pang of panic. Get out, she turned to the maid and coldly ordered. Yes. Hearing this, the maid hurriedly scrambled to her feet, trying to drag the boy off with her. But when she looked up, she saw her mistress's eyes turn cold. Only then did she timidly withdraw her hand and hurriedly retreat.
Wait.
Just as the maid thought her mistress had changed her ways and that she had escaped punishment, a cold voice behind her sent a chill down her spine. Go and receive double the punishment. My slave, how dare you touch him? Looking at the wounds on Mo Nian's back, Luo Li gritted her teeth. No, no, Your Highness. Hearing this, the maid's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, still trying to beg for mercy. She had struck this lowly servant 15 times today. Double that would be 30. She couldn't take it. She would die. But no one wanted to hear her words. Before she could finish, someone had already come forward and dragged her away. Carry him back to the palace. Only when these words were spoken did the figure on the ground finally move. He struggled to his feet, staggered, and barely managed to stand, silently following behind Luo Li. The young man's handsome face was deathly pale, stained with tiny, scattered wounds. He looked disheveled, yet his back remained ramrod straight. His narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes were slightly lowered, a stray strand of hair falling loose broken, yet exquisitely beautiful. I'm all right. Seeing that he seemed determined not to be touched, Luo Li pursed her lips, but said nothing more. She led him back into the hall and dismissed the others. Take off your clothes. Hearing Luo Li's words, Mo Nian froze, his hands clenching tightly, but he ultimately obeyed and removed his clothes. The numerous old and new wounds covering his body were a shocking sight. Luo Li frowned, turning to look at Xiao Baikai beside her. Xiao Baikai understood. The next instant, Mo Nian lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Luo Li carefully caught him and placed him on the bed. First, she gave him the hemostatic pills she had obtained from the system, then ordered someone to prepare medicine to clean his wounds. Next, she exchanged for the system's top-grade wound medicine and applied it to his wounds, carefully bandaging them. Only after this was done did Luo Li finally have a chance to organize the plot. Now, Luo Li is in a fictional dynasty, the Thousand Kingdoms. The original owner of this body was the legitimate princess of the current dynasty, the younger sister of the current emperor, Luo Yannan. Similarly, she was also the youngest and only princess of their generation. Both siblings were born to the empress, and from a young age, the original owner received the utmost favor from the late emperor and empress. Although the princes competed for the throne, every prince treated her, their only younger sister, exceptionally well. Especially her current brother, the emperor. Growing up so pampered, the original owner's status was predictably privileged, which fostered her spoiled and willful nature. She would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. But it was precisely this that led to her downfall, as well as that of her brother. Men are attracted to women, and women are attracted to men. The original owner greatly admired handsome men. In the vast princess's residence, from the gatekeepers to the eunuchs, everyone was good-looking. At the very least, they had to have fair skin and regular features. But clearly, none of this met the original owner's expectations. Until later, she met the male protagonist of this small world, Crown Prince Sikongsao of Dongyang. Faced with such beauty, she was immediately dazzled. At the time, Sikongsao had concealed his identity when he arrived in the Thousand Kingdoms. There, he was merely an ordinary, wealthy merchant. The original owner of this body was always ruthless in achieving her goals. She first tried to persuade him to return to her manor as a prince consort with kind words, but when that failed, she became enraged. She simply resorted to force, drugging, coercion, and bribery using every imaginable method. In the end, she failed to obtain him, but she became universally hated. The outcome of a clash between a chosen one and a mere cannon fodder is self-evident. Ultimately, the Thousand Kingdoms fell, and she and the emperor became fugitives. Finally, the brother and sister also died at the hands of the enemy. The original owner's wish was to abstain from lust, abstain from lust, abstain from lust. I'll say it 3 times because it's important. Translation: don't be fooled by Sikongsao again. And also, assist your elder brother well. Make the kingdom bigger and stronger. Expand the Thousand Kingdoms. Let that Dongyang be little Kurami. After repeating the original owner's words, Xiaobeikai paused for a moment. She stayed at the bureau for a while, learning a lot of modern vocabulary from all the seniors. Luo Li nodded, turning to look at the sleeping boy on the bed. Ding, target Mo Nian, favorability -20 Luo Li. Okay. Recalling the original owner's memories, she sighed. Mo Nian was a slave the original owner picked up before meeting the world's male protagonist. He was the lowest kind, a blood contract slave. The original owner initially brought him back because he was handsome, but after returning, she discovered that he seemed to be mute, unable to speak, and very boring. Furthermore, not long after, she encountered the world's male protagonist again, and her attention was immediately diverted. Then, she simply forgot about Mo Nian in the manor and ignored him. Mo Nian's fate afterward was also absent from the original owner's memories. After the male protagonist appeared in the world, this character was forgotten by her. Later, she herself died, so she knew even less. Now it seems that Mo Nian's life in the manor wasn't good. Since ancient times, there have been many people who are all talk and no action. Mo Nian was the lowest-ranking slave. Given his status, seeing that the original owner didn't like him, those bad people who thought they were of higher status naturally bullied him. But in the end, the original owner can't entirely blame herself. It's normal that he didn't like us. Negative feelings, that's just dislike, isn't it? Little Cabbage sighed silently, inwardly feeling sorry for the demon lord for a minute. Sigh. Luo Li also sighed. With both new and old wounds combined, Mo Nian was severely injured. Although Xiao Baikai had only put him into a natural sleep, he probably wouldn't wake up for a while. Taking this opportunity, Luo Li carefully investigated the day's events. The original owner was used to being domineering, and few dared to bully Mo Nian under his influence. However, the steward of his courtyard was an exception. That steward was greedy. Unbeknownst to the original owner, he used his meager power to oppress many servants, forcing them to pay him. Because that courtyard was entirely under his control, he could interfere in everything, big or small. To avoid trouble, everyone had no choice but to obediently hand over some money to him. But Mo Nian was different. He was the lowest-ranking slave and received no allowance. Moreover, he had only been there short time, so there was no way he would have any good things. Seeing that he couldn't produce anything, the steward, already disliking him, became even bolder after learning that he had lost favor with the original owner of the body and that the original owner had fallen for someone else. The steward emboldened instantly, making Mo Nian do chores for him a trivial matter. Whenever the steward was displeased, he would beat him. Seeing that Mo Nian didn't fight back after 1 or 2 times, he became even bolder. The maid Luo Li saw today was the steward's mistress. The two were used to colluding. Having learned this habit from the steward, the maid would also find excuses to vent her anger on Mo Nian when things didn't go her way. The maid worked in the laundry room, and today she had been scolded there, so she was still upset. When she brought back the original owner's clothes, Mo Nian accidentally bumped into her, causing the clothes to fall to the ground and get dirty, requiring them to be washed again. This was the pretext Luo Li witnessed. Some might wonder why Mo Nian didn't fight back. Firstly, his rank was lower than the steward and the maid. Secondly, he was disliked by the original owner of the house and had no one to rely on in this mansion. The steward, on the other hand, was powerful, and if he fought back, he would only face more severe retaliation. Your Highness, this servant was confused for a moment. It really wasn't intentional. She lied. It was all her. She taught me to do it. The maid said the steward taught her. The steward said the maid. What a dog-eat-dog situation. The evidence was right in front of them, yet they still tried to deny it. You, the maid, already nearly exhausted from the punishment, was now even more enraged to hear her lover trying to pin everything on her. She gasped for breath, then suddenly fell silent. The maid beside Luo Li immediately rushed forward to check on her. She's not breathing. She had died of anger. Hearing this, Luo Li took a breath and turned to look at the steward, who was still begging for mercy. Break his legs and arms, and send him to the authorities for punishment. The other one, bury him. The money the steward had embezzled was quickly found and returned to the servants. This is just a small punishment. If anyone dares to disobey me and touch my things, just look at your skin though, you have the thick skin of hers? Looking at the servants cowering like quails, Luo Li snorted coldly and left with her maid. Meanwhile, Mo Nian inside the palace had already woken up. News spread quickly throughout the manor. By the time he learned everything from the maid sweeping outside, Luo Li had returned. Listening to the commotion outside, he thought for a moment, then closed his eyes again. He knew the princess had a penchant for men, and he knew that by pleasing her, he could have a better life in the manor. But he refused. The Mo family possessed unwavering pride and would never stoop to such lowly status. Being a slave was already a disgrace to the family. He refused to further debase himself. It was already dark. He thought that Luo Li would order someone to send him back. But unexpectedly, she kept him. Why aren't you awake yet? Luo Li fed him the last bit of soup, her eyes filled with doubt, and she asked unconsciously. Little Cabbage, didn't you say he'd wake up within 4 hours? 7 or 8 hours have passed now, is he all right? Little Cabbage was also bewildered. No fever, normal temperature, steady breathing, normal sleep, but it couldn't tell anything either. Hearing Little Cabbage's explanation, Luo Li could only wait. Thinking about how sticky she was, Luo Li felt uncomfortable, so she simply took off her clothes and went into the side room next door, ordering someone to fetch water. Phew. It was called a side room, but it was actually just a small area in the side hall, hidden by several screens. At this moment, the main hall was empty, making the sound of flowing water particularly clear. The occasional soft sighs of a woman made it even more unbearable to hear. Listening to these sounds, the young man's cheeks and ears were already completely red, wishing he could disappear into the ground immediately, but unfortunately, he couldn't move an inch. He could only endure it, inwardly cursing himself for his despicable actions. After an unknown amount of time, the faint sound of water finally stopped, followed by the sound of dressing.
Go.
Gathering her hair, Luo Li waved her hand, displaying the original owner's usual languid and elegant demeanor. Hearing her words, Yu Shuang subconsciously glanced at the young man lying on the couch beside the side hall, but remembering her mistress's usual temperament, she dared not say anything. After all, what her mistress did was not their business.
Yes,
She replied, then withdrew with the other maids, waiting in front of the hall. A faint floral fragrance, tinged with the scent of water, wafted over. Emon Yen felt as if she had knelt down beside him again. Sure enough, the next moment a pair of jade-like hands covered his forehead, the touch soft and warm. But she withdrew them after a moment, as if testing them on herself. Why is your face so red? Thankfully not hot. The soft, gentle murmur was a stark contrast to the flamboyant, sharp demeanor he had seen before. Just then, he felt the other's fingertips lightly caress his cheek. Startled, he almost opened his eyes. Little thing, you're truly flawless in appearance. From eyebrows to eyes, to nose and lips, every feature was a masterpiece of nature, impeccable. Even in your sleep, you possessed an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. Luo Li propped her chin on her hand, staring intently. Don't ask, just know how captivating you are. Emon Yen clearly felt her gaze, different from the possessive, aggressive look she had given him before. This time, she seemed genuinely admiring him, with a hint of pride lurking beneath the surface. Completely different from the feeling of disgust and repulsion he had felt before. But she had stared at him for far too long, so long that he felt he couldn't bear it any longer. His ears grew increasingly hot, and Emon Yen finally couldn't help but open his eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled, and then Luo Li met his gaze. Both of them were startled, and Luo Li hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Without makeup, she lacked her usual domineering air. Now, she resembled a startled fawn. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly widened. Her nightgown was slightly disheveled from her squatting position, revealing one collarbone. Her dark hair draped over her shoulder, the slightly damp ends seeping through the nightgown, faintly revealing the red beneath. Emon Yen glanced at it only once before hurriedly looking away. Following his averted gaze, Luo Li glanced down at herself and silently straightened her clothes. Are you feeling better? Do you need anything? She asked, looking down at him. The young man stirred slightly at her voice, but still didn't dare to raise his head. Your Highness, I'm much better. No need to trouble yourself. He had just been fed porridge and didn't need anything else. Luo Li nodded, opened her mouth, but looking at him, she didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, she continued. I am aware of your previous situation. I have dealt with those people. If this happens again, just tell me. Luo Li paused here, and she clearly saw him freeze. You must know that you are my slave alone. According to the original owner's personality, what belonged to her was not for anyone else to touch. Fearing that the changes in himself might be too drastic compared to the original owner and cause unnecessary trouble, she quietly added in a low voice. Sure enough, after she spoke, his expression returned to normal. Yes, he replied softly when Luo Li didn't speak further. Unseen by him, Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly. I've already ordered someone to arrange new accommodations for you in this courtyard. Rest here for the next few days, and move over when you're feeling better. From now on, you will stay and serve me." That afternoon, Luo Li had already summoned a doctor to examine him. Besides the new injuries he'd sustained at the manor, he had also brought back numerous internal and external injuries from his time at the slave market. His body was truly in terrible shape now and needed proper care. The main reason for letting him continue resting here was to prevent excessive movement from hindering the healing of his wounds. This servant is of lowly status. This action is inappropriate. But upon hearing that he was to remain, Mo Nian refused without hesitation. Before Luo Li could react and stop him, he had already stood up, his face pale, and bowed respectfully to Luo Li. "This servant is now all right. Please trouble your highness to have someone lead the way." Just as he said, his status was lowly, and he was not worthy to remain here. Moreover, he was a man. Even if the original owner's reputation was absurd, she was still a woman, and her upbringing did not allow him to remain and offend her. "You
Guards."
Seeing him gasp for breath after each sentence, his body swaying, Luo Li sighed inwardly and gritted her teeth. In the end, she had no choice but to quickly call for someone to take him away. Sure enough, before he even reached his own room, he fainted again. Unlike before, this time he truly fainted on his own. The wound, barely healed, reopened, blood soaking through the bandages. Luo Li sighed inwardly and quickly ordered someone to fetch a doctor, causing another flurry of activity. Fortunately, the doctor was experienced, and the medicine they prescribed was appropriate. He didn't develop a fever or any other serious symptoms. At least being in the courtyard meant he was under her watchful eye, and she could keep an eye on him. The next day, Luo Li went to check on him again. He was awake and in relatively good condition. Seeing this, Luo Li finally felt relieved. "Your Highness, are you still going to Qingfeng Tower today?" Yu Shuang hesitated for a moment before asking. Luo Li was taken aback. Qingfeng Tower was a place the male protagonist of this world frequented. The original owner went there almost daily to visit and support his business. Yesterday, she had actually been preparing to go there. Because of her repeated pleas, which hadn't been accepted, yesterday she was planning to administer medicine to the person and take her right there. But Luo Li had just transmigrated and happened to hear the commotion of Mo Nian being bullied, so she forgot about it. Luckily, she transmigrated in time. If she had been any later and gone directly, she would have truly offended the male protagonist. After thinking it over, Luo Li decisively shook her head.
"No."
"Going? What a harbinger of male beauty. Get lost. There's no Mo Nian fragrance here. Get out of the way." Seeing her mistress's sudden change of heart and inexplicable resistance, Yu Shuang was taken aback, somewhat confused. "Sigh, I've come to my senses now." Looking at Yu Shuang's suspicious expression, Luo Li sighed, lazily leaning back on the soft couch and lightly picking up a peeled grape. "I am a princess of 1,000 kingdoms. What kind of man can't I find? Why do something so self-degrading, damaging the face of my royal family? A mere son of a wealthy merchant. I'm fine without him." Hearing this, Yu Shuang remained silent for a long time, but she knew her mistress's temperament best. Her mistress was extremely fickle. It was normal for her to have fallen for that young Master Sikong at first sight. It was just a passing fancy. Now that it's been a while, she's grown tired of him. It's not surprising. After all, which handsome guard in the manor isn't like that? When she first saw him, her mistress was somewhat interested. She would reward him with gifts every few days. Once the initial interest wears off, he'll just be an ordinary guard no one will remember. Take, for example, the stunningly beautiful blood slave Mo Nian, whom they brought back not long ago. Isn't that the same? So, this situation is indeed quite normal. However, a couple of days ago, she almost had a moment of delusion, seeing the princess constantly talking about finding a way to bring him back as a consort. She thought the princess had truly changed her personality. Now, looking at her, her princess is still her princess. Not changed at all. The princess is right, she thought, agreeing wholeheartedly. Actually, deep down, she disliked that young Master Sikong. How dare that man be so arrogant, showing no respect for the princess. Truly absurd. Previously, seeing the princess's efforts, she felt sorry for her. Now she can finally rest easy. After all, their princess was a pampered and spoiled legitimate princess, the current emperor's younger sister whom he had carefully protected for many years. Such nobility naturally deserved to be cherished and pampered. Seeing that she had gotten away with it, Luo Li nodded. These grapes are really delicious. For several days afterward, Luo Li completely ignored the male lead of this world, completely forgetting about him. She focused solely on taking care of Mo Nian, helping him recover. To say nothing of anything else, the system's medicine was truly incredibly effective. His external injuries were now almost completely healed. He could even walk again. His recovery was progressing well. With another 8 or 9 days of rest, he should be almost fully recovered. Yes, Luo Li thought with satisfaction. Seeing the princess's gaze fixed on him again, Mo Nian felt like he was being pricked by needles, stiffened, and walked back into his room. Kai is avoiding me? Little Kai, engrossed in eating grapes, nodded. Yes. Has the favorability rating changed? Currently, favorability rating, -5. Little Kai said somewhat dejectedly. Although there was a change, it was still a negative number. Luo Li. Sigh. At least there's been some progress. Sensible children always know how to comfort themselves. Little Kai. Yes. Not without reason. Let them hide. They can't hide forever anyway. Watching Mo Nian's retreating figure, Luo Li muttered to herself. She stood up, straightened her clothes slightly, and turned to Yu Shuang. Is the carriage ready? And have you checked the gifts I prepared for my brother? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there's a palace banquet. As the emperor's younger sister, she naturally can't be absent. Hearing this, Yu Shuang nodded. Everything is ready, princess, don't worry. Okay, let's go then. Luo Li paused, turned to look in Mo Nian's direction, and haughtily raised her chin. Have someone keep an eye on that area. Hearing her mistress's words, Yu Shuang sighed inwardly. She thought the princess had changed her ways by no longer interfering with that young master Sikong. But she hadn't expected the princess to have simply changed her target. Their princess still couldn't resist handsome men. Yes. Although she thought this, she immediately gave the order, instructing people to take good care of Mo Nian. He could do whatever he wanted, except leave the manor. Watching the departing figures and listening to her instructions, Mo Nian lowered his eyes, his expression unreadable. The capital city truly lived up to its reputation as being under the emperor's nose. It was indeed bustling and diverse, with some buildings even possessing unique characteristics. It's Princess Baoyang. So handsome. The one in the middle is the most handsome. Baoyang was the original owner's title. As the most noble princess of the 1,000 Kingdoms, the original owner's travels were always ostentatious. The phoenix carriage was as flamboyant as she was a golden-laid carriage made of sandalwood, surrounded by red gauze. Nearly 100 attendants and guards followed her. They were all so handsome and pleasing to the eye, truly dazzling wherever they went, making it impossible to look away. Many young ladies along the roadside, seeing her carriage, instinctively tried to avoid it out of fear. But seeing the rows of tall, handsome guards, they all blushed, secretly whispering among themselves. You know what, you have to admit, the original owner's taste was actually quite impressive. She liked it. Seeing the envious looks from those outside, Luo Li smiled lazily, leaning back lazily on her phoenix-shaped bedchamber. Looking up at one of the pavilions filled with the fragrance of books and culture, she nodded slightly and chatted with Sha Baikai. This building is quite beautiful. The outer rooms are decorated with bamboo crafts. She'll build one in the princess's residence someday. Just then, she suddenly saw a man in white robes looking over from the pavilion. He's quite pleasing to the eye. What a handsome young man, but still a little less so than Mo Nian. He looks somewhat familiar. Little Cabbage. That's Sikong Yao. Luo Li instantly looked away, frowning.
Pa.
Unlucky. Noticing her reaction, Sikong Yao paused, his eyes also showing disgust. The carriage was still some distance from the pavilion, which was directly in front of them. Looking at the direction the carriage was heading, he thought that shameless princess was going to disturb his peace again. But who knew? The carriage simply drove straight past the entrance of Qingfeng Pavilion without any intention of stopping. The woman who had previously practically glued her eyes to him, this time, aside from that one glance, didn't look at him again. Seeing this, Sikong Yao frowned, but quickly relaxed. It was probably just a ploy of playing hard to get. He was used to it. Meanwhile, Luo Li had already arrived at the palace. The palace banquet hadn't started yet, so Luo Li went to the imperial study to find the emperor. Royal brother. Before the door even opened, the emperor heard the familiar voice. He looked up at the eunuch beside him and shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were clearly smiling. Sure enough, the next moment, a fiery red figure stepped in. Backlit, she was indescribably flamboyant and beautiful, dazzlingly gorgeous. But when her gaze locked onto the emperor, she instantly transformed into her usual charmingly naive self, rushing towards him and grabbing his arm. Brother, it's been so long. Have you missed me? Seeing his younger sister's coquettish manner, the emperor chuckled and tapped her forehead. Rude, he said, seemingly scolding, but clearly showing more affection. Huh? Luo Li laughed, turning to have a food box she had prepared brought up. This is a mid-autumn festival gift I made for you, brother. Would you like to try some? Looking at the stacks of memorials on the table, Luo Li felt overwhelmed. He must have been here for quite some time and hadn't had a chance to properly enjoy anything. However, her brother had only been on the throne for a year, and his power was still unstable. Indeed, there were many things that required his personal attention and effort. Hearing the siblings' conversation, a shrewd eunuch beside her opened the box, revealing exquisitely crafted pastries inside. Seeing that they were styles she had never seen before, the emperor's eyes lit up slightly, and he turned to look at Luo Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Did you make this? Luo Li honestly shook her head. I don't have that skill, but I came up with a method and had someone make it. It's delicious. Your Majesty, you were the first to taste it. Mid-Autumn Festival wouldn't be complete without mooncakes, so Luo Li got a modern mooncake making recipe from Xiao Baikai and then ordered the people in the palace to try making them. Unexpectedly, it was a success, and quite delicious at that. Thinking about it, the emperor lacked nothing, except perhaps genuine sincerity. Although she didn't make these herself, she put thought into them, so it should be considered sincere, right? Of course, she had also prepared gifts for the palace banquet, but they were all just formalities.
Not bad.
Sure enough, after hearing Luo Li's words, her brother was even more moved, his smile deepening, dispelling some of the worry he had felt due to state affairs. He was about to try it when the eunuch beside him hurriedly went to fetch something to taste it for him, but the emperor waved his hand. No need. I'll do it myself. Let me do it. Luo Li smiled, cutting the mooncake into small pieces and sharing them with the emperor using a small fork. She ate with him, and seeing him raise his eyebrows, a proud expression appeared on her face. It was as if she were asking, "How is it? Not bad, right?" The emperor found it amusing, and after tasting it, he nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed very good. Tell me, little Lear, what do you want from your imperial brother this time? Well, the original owner always had an ulterior motive when she tried to curry favor. The emperor was used to it and assumed the same thing this time. Hearing this, Luo Li was taken aback, then waved her hands repeatedly. No, I just simply wanted to share it with you, my imperial brother. Hearing this, the emperor raised his eyebrows, clearly not believing her. He turned to look at the eunuch beside him, then suddenly remembered something. I've heard you've been frequenting that newly opened Qingfeng Pavilion in the city lately? His own imperial sister, the emperor, knows best. But he felt that his imperial sister was good in everything, and it was not a big problem to like a good-looking young man. What's more, she just likes it. She simply appreciates it, and she won't do anything out of the ordinary, so why not? He had heard Luo Li's movements mentioned to some extent recently, and when he mentioned it at this time, he intended to help. As an emperor, He naturally couldn't do the robbery, but it was still no problem to spend money to buy Qingfeng Lu and give it to his imperial sister. If she bought it, it would belong to his imperial sister, and she would do whatever she wanted. Hearing the emperor mention Qingfeng Tower, Luo Li was stunned for a moment before nodding. I don't know what she thought. She suddenly frowned a little sad. The emperor was worried and was about to ask what was going on when he saw her suddenly raise her head again. Brother Emperor, do you have an album of princes from various countries? The owner of the Qingfeng building is indeed good-looking, but I always feel that he is a little familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. But you also know that the person I have been in contact with since I was a child, Brother Huang, if I know Chao and Ei, I will not forget it. The original protagonist liked to look good when she was young, and she remembered better than anyone who was good-looking. Listening to Luo Li's words, the emperor frowned slightly and then ordered someone to take the royal portraits of the surrounding countries. Then he saw that Luo Li had just taken a look. His eyes lit up, and he pointed to one of the portraits and smiled. It's him, Brother Emperor. I just said that I always feel that he looks familiar. It turns out to be Prince Dongyang. Seeing the portrait Luo Li was referring to, the emperor was secretly shocked and narrowed his eyes. 1,000 countries will eventually be broken. How can it be so simple just because the original owner offended people, because he committed a nymphomaniac? At most, this is just a small link in a small fuse. Nothing else. Sikong Yao didn't do a good Dongyang prince, and came to their Dacian imperial city to be a merchant, and it was already full of weirdness. It is very likely that Dongyang has long had the idea of conquering 1,000 countries, and Sikong Yao came here to plan and cooperate with the outside world. Now the new emperor of the 1,000 kingdoms has just ascended the throne, and the last royal battle has just ended. The late emperor and queen both died, and there are only a few princes left. In addition to the emperor, who was saved by the late emperor to succeed to the throne, there was only one sick prince left. This huge 1,000 countries are now considered to be unsettled internal troubles. External troubles are about to arise, and it is indeed the best time to capture. Seeing that the emperor had already changed his expression after his words, Luo Li knew that the purpose of her reminder had been achieved. No. What kind of landlord is he, a prince who came to do? Thinking about it, she was also stunned at the right time, muttered unresponsively, and looked at her imperial brother with a little surprise in her beautiful eyes. The original owner is very simple, and she usually only has good-looking people in her head, but she doesn't understand nothing. After all, there has also been a royal battle. Again, his sister emperor himself knows best. Seeing that she finally reacted, the emperor also raised his hand and patted her on the head. You don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to the emperor's brother to deal with. Over there in Qingfeng Tower. You don't want to be alarmed as usual. Luo Li understood, which meant that she would continue to go to Qingfeng building to pester people as before. However, I haven't passed these days. There is a little Longguan in my house who is better looking than him, and he won't suspect it, right? Luo Li explained very sincerely. The emperor was rarely silent. Forget it. You can do whatever you want. You just don't know about coming here today. Just leave everything to the emperor's brother. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded super obediently and then seemed to remember something again, took it out of his arms, and took out a tiger talisman. The emperor and Duke Li next to him were shocked, while Luo Li looked well-behaved. This is what my grandfather left me, saying that you can use it when necessary, Brother Emperor. You can take it and see if it can be used. The original owner's degree of favor is actually far higher than imagined, not only in the royal family, but also in her maternal grandfather's family. The late queen was born in the general's house, and their grandfather was a mighty general who fought half of the country for the royal family. It is rumored that under the mighty general, there's always been an elite team created by the royal family, which can fight against 100. But this is just a rumor, and no one has ever seen a mighty general use this group of people. No one knows that this team, as early as when the original owner was over 13 years old and received the title of fief and the mansion, had already been given to the original owner as a congratulatory gift by the mighty general. But unfortunately, the original owner in his previous life was mistaken by beauty, and they didn't have time to use this team at all. If you are caught off guard, the country will be destroyed and the people will perish. If you want to spend money, I still have a little in my warehouse. I still have my grandfather and uncle, as well as my father and mother, as well as my grandfather and grandmother. In addition, there are the princes received on the birthdays of the original owners from childhood to adulthood, as well as the congratulatory gifts sent by the adults of the imperial court. The emperor himself had sent a lot of them before. But now that he has just ascended the throne for less than a year, everything has to be spent with money, and the expenses are really a lot, and the treasury is not enough. So he has to post it himself. Not to mention anything else. Now the original owner is likely to be richer. After their deaths, the original owner's family property was confiscated, and the strong family foundation was even labeled as corruption. And Luo Li herself, she also brought some gold, although not much, but it is still possible to fill a small palace. This kind of thing is very special and very brain-consuming. We are really not good at it, but we can still support it with financial resources and troops. Emperor Li Gonggong. But whether it should be said or not, his own sister, the emperor, who should have a family background, is really counted. Indeed, more than him. However, he has not yet reached the point where he wants to reach out to his sister for money. This tiger talisman brother will borrow it first, and after this matter is over, he will return it to you, and the emperor brother will send a group of secret guards to the princess's mansion to protect you thoroughly. After that, you don't have to run around all the time. Money. Now the emperor brother is still enough, and the emperor brother will borrow it from you when it is really necessary. Well, they are all borrowed. These are things that belong to his sister. Of course, he can't be greedy. On the contrary, he also felt a little guilty in his heart. Now that she is 21, the emperor's sister is 5 years younger than herself, and she has not been able to take good care of her, and now she even wants her to take care of herself. I am really ashamed. Luo Li didn't notice his careful thinking, and she had no problem seeing him say this. Okay, everything is up to the emperor's brother. Seeing her well-behaved and clever appearance, the emperor was really moved, and the whole person was like a relieved old father. After Luo Li left, he looked down and saw the folds of Luo Li, and his face turned black instantly. One in broad daylight, entangle innocent men? Who? Is that Prince Dongyang with bad intentions? Bah, I manage so much. It's still too idle. I have nothing to worry about you, and I will arrange some work for you. Second, Princess Baoyong traveled too extravagantly? The layout is comparable to his emperor? The speech is crepe, but this is what it means when translated, right? Dare to provoke their brother-sister relationship? There is definitely something wrong with this person.
Check.
Third, the princess is not engaged in her proper career and is greedy for beauty. His sister is a little girl. What kind of business should she take care of? Isn't her main business just to enjoy life? So well-behaved, so obedient a little girl. What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her? It's not good for you. If there's a problem, check this too. If you don't do anything, just stare at their brothers and sisters, there is definitely a problem.
Check.
Check everything. The palace banquet didn't end until nightfall. When Luo Li returned home, she glanced at Mo Nian's room. The lights were already off, so she assumed he was asleep. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Li didn't think much of it and prepared to rest after washing up. But she was startled as soon as she opened the bed curtains. She saw Mo Nian lying on his side on the bed, wearing only a white nightgown, looking up at her with his handsome face slightly flushed, as if he were ashamed and indignant, yet his hands were tightly clenched as if he had made a decision. Luo Li was taken aback. What are you doing? She asked, frowning. Luo Li wanted to call someone in to take him back, but he stopped her with a gesture. This servant is willing to serve your highness, but this servant has a request. His voice trembled as he spoke.
He was panicked.
He wasn't sure how long the fickle princess's interest in him would last, even more unsure if his current state would sway her request. But at this moment, he could only gamble on her attitude towards him these past few days, gamble that sacrificing himself could save his brother's life. Seeing him like this, Luo Li frowned deeply. Unable to pull him up, she simply sat down, following his lead. What happened?
Tell me.
Then, through Mo Nian's words, Luo Li learned the reason for the situation. Luo Li knew Mo Nian's background. He was from the Mo family, a prominent scholarly family in the neighboring country. The Mo family held a leading position among scholarly families in the neighboring country, deeply respected by all. The family had produced many exceptionally talented individuals who had contributed greatly to the country and were highly praised and loved by the people. Although the neighboring country was small, the struggle for the throne had been constant since ancient times. Their new emperor was a ruthless character, having killed his own father and brothers to seize the throne. He had done this, yet he didn't want to bear the stigma. So, he wanted the Mo family to intervene, using their reputation to legitimize him. He even attempted to rewrite history, portraying himself as a benevolent emperor. But the Mo family refused. The Mo family was known for its integrity and uprightness. What was done, and what wasn't done was not done. Black was black and white was white. There was no reason to force black into white. But this new emperor was a cruel man, and the Mo family's defiance enraged him. Unsurprisingly, the once renowned Mo family vanished overnight, its members either dead or wounded. Not only that, but they were subsequently burdened with numerous unfounded accusations. Mo Nian witnessed the deaths of his loved ones, and he himself was reduced to the lowest of the low, a slave, constantly sold and humiliated. This shows how much he hated the powerful royal family. But now, he had no choice but to gamble one more time. Are you sure your brother is still alive? Luo Li had seen all of this in the records, but the fact that his brother was still alive surprised both her and Xiao Baikai. Because the records stated that of the 4 members of their family, besides him, his parents and brother had all died that night at the hands of villains. She feared it was a deception. After all, things were indeed very chaotic outside, and any seemingly insignificant event could affect the bigger picture. Hearing Luo Li's words, he nodded hurriedly, his eyes red as he took out the jade pendant from his robes. This is the personal jade pendant of the Mo family, given to every Mo family member at birth. This is my younger brother's. My brother was mischievous as a child and often got hurt. I carefully examined it with a lamp. Even the hidden marks inside are the same. The person who delivered the jade today also matched the code, known only to my brother and me. He's currently in the slave quarters where you sold me. Your Highness, I beg you to save him. I'll do anything you ask. He's too young. He can't survive there. His eyes were already red with tears as he lay prostrate by the bed, pleading incessantly. When he heard the news, he had considered using his limited martial arts skills to rescue his brother. But having been there himself, he knew better than anyone how slim his chances were. Now, the only one who could help him was Luo Li host. The test is done, it really is Mo Tong. But his condition is very bad. At this moment, Xiao Baikai also returned from outside using spatial teleportation, panting heavily as she hurriedly reported to her host. Upon hearing this, Luo Li immediately stood up, grabbed the outer garment beside her, and quickly walked out while draping it over her shoulders. Someone, prepare the carriage. To the slave quarters. Mo Nian, realizing what was happening, hurriedly followed, supporting his weakened body. Luo Li glanced at him, but ultimately said nothing. The head of the slave quarters was startled to see Luo Li arrive under the cover of night. I didn't know Princess Baoyan was coming. I'm so sorry for not greeting you properly. Regaining his composure, he gave a cheerful bow. Bring me all the boys under 5 years old in the quarters. Luo Li didn't waste any words and gave the order directly. Seeing Luo Li's expression, the head of the quarters didn't dare delay and quickly brought everyone over as requested. Even the one who suddenly developed a high fever and was on the verge of death wasn't spared. Little Tong, Mo Nian exclaimed upon seeing him, quickly taking him in his arms. Luo Li took him back to the carriage and rushed back to her residence. Before leaving, she had already instructed someone to fetch a doctor to wait at the manor. Hey! Seeing them leave with the child, the manor owner's face darkened and he uttered a curt hey. Yu Shuang tossed a bag of gold to the manor owner and then held out her hand to him. Miss Yu Shuang, please take this. Seeing the bag full of gold, the manor owner finally smiled and cheerfully handed Mo Tong's indenture to Yu Shuang. Don't be fooled by his current polite demeanor and appropriate fear of Luo Li. He's no small fry. Their slave brothel doesn't belong to the 1,000 Kingdoms, nor to any other country. But their influence extends throughout the land, and every slave in their brothel commands an outrageously high price. Without exception, none of the slaves in their establishment were of simple origin. Each one randomly selected was either a fallen noble family scion or the son of a high-ranking official. Even members of the royal family could potentially be found among them. This was enough to prove that this slave establishment was no ordinary place. Back at the princess's residence, several doctors quickly examined Mo Tong. They treated his wounds and tried to bring down his fever. It wasn't until midnight that the child's fever finally subsided, saving his life. Luo Li finally saw Mo Nian's tense body relax. Looking at his younger brother sleeping peacefully, Mo Nian finally felt relieved. Turning his head, he saw Luo Li looking at him, paused for a moment, then smiled. "Thank you for today, Your Highness." Although he didn't know what the future held, he was now willing to believe that she was different from those members of the royal family. Ding. Favorability plus 35. Current favorability 30%. Luo Li responded softly, also feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, a familiar figure in black robes and wearing a mask appeared in the slave quarters. Upon returning to his room and seeing the newcomer, the head of the quarters immediately knelt. "This humble servant greets Your Excellency." Luo Yan'an nodded, then beckoned to the head of the quarters to present the purse he was carrying. The head of the quarters quickly and respectfully presented it. "A guest arrived just now." Upon seeing the inscription on the purse, Luo Yan'an frowned imperceptibly. "Yes, Princess Baorong came to the quarters to pick up a child." "A child?" Luo Yan'an was somewhat puzzled, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't say anything more, only explaining the purpose of his visit. Recently, a new establishment called Qingfeng Tower has appeared in the capital. Investigate Sikong Yao thoroughly. Find out who he's been in contact with in the capital lately, and keep a close eye on them. Report any suspicious activity to me immediately. Also, have people thoroughly investigate the surrounding mountain ranges within 100 miles of the capital. See if there's anything unusual. Yes. Hearing Luo Yan'an's words, the owner bowed his head respectfully. When he looked up again, the figure had vanished. The owner dared not delay and immediately ordered his men to investigate. On the surface, the slave shop didn't belong to the 1,000 Kingdoms, but in reality, it was founded by the late emperor and is now under Luo Yan'an's control. Judging from the goods inside, it's clear they're not simple. Having them investigate these matters is perfect. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence. Upon hearing the report from Xiaobekai, who had returned a little late, Luo Li's eyes widened. "My brother actually had an alias." Little Cabbage nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect that either." Actually, the original owner and her brother both possessed considerable strength. If everything hadn't been so unexpected and unprepared, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state. But what could they do? Sikong Yao was the chosen one, and the protagonist's actions were always shielded by the power of fate. Without external intervention, the 1,000 Kingdoms would still have been destined for cannon fodder and destruction. But now, they were that external force. Mo Tong woke up 2 days later. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Mo Nian, the soft, chubby little dumpling immediately burst into tears. "Big brother, I thought I'd never see you again." The little one's voice trembled, choked with sobs. Don't be afraid, it's all over now." Mo Nian coaxed patiently, his eyes softening, completely unlike his usual prickly and unapproachable self. Watching the two brothers so affectionately, Luo Li tilted her head, chatting idly with Little White Cabbage while it kept an eye on the movements inside the city. Then she looked up and saw Mo Nian carrying the little baby walking toward her. Without a word, the two brothers bowed deeply to her. "Mo Nian, Mo Tong, thank you, princess, for saving our lives." Luo Li quickly waved her hand, telling them to get up, as if it were a trivial matter and not to worry about. But little Mo Tong had carefully remembered what his brother had just told him. Both brothers' lives had been saved by the princess. They must never forget this kindness. They must remember it, behave well, and strive to become useful to the princess. One day, they will repay the princess's kindness. Luo Li was unaware of the brothers' thoughts at this moment. But seeing that Mo Nian was easier to win over than before, she felt quite accomplished. She also arranged a room for Mo Tong next to Mo Nian's, so that Mo Nian could take care of him in the future. Take this. These past 2 days, she had been trying to find someone to remove the brothers' lowly status. Now that the time was right, she returned the previous indenture to Mo Nian. As for why she hadn't removed it before, mainly because she was afraid he would run away. But now, she was confident. Seeing what Luo Li handed him, Mo Nian was clearly stunned, looking at her with slight surprise. Why? He seemed not to understand why she would agree to this. I know your origins are not simple, and your current situation is not what you wished for. Although this princess, truly admire you and wish to keep you, I know your ambitions are far greater than this, so... Luo Li spoke these high-sounding words, yet her face showed a pained and reluctant expression. Finally, she sighed painfully and waved her hand. Just take it. Ahem, host. That's a bit over the top. Little White Cabbage whispered from the side, almost making her burst out laughing. Luo Li. How could she not know? As long as it's useful. After hearing Luo Li's words, Mo Nian remained silent for a long time, clutching the contract without speaking. Finally, he gripped Mo Tong's contract tightly in his hand, while returning his own to Luo Li. Meeting her puzzled gaze, Mo Nian smiled. I am the princess's servant, and I have already stated my word. I will not go back on it. As for the young boy, I will kneel and thank the princess on his behalf, and I will certainly not disappoint her. Having said this, he sincerely knelt and bowed to Luo Li. The last sentence meant that he would not let Luo Li suffer any loss. He would repay her double, including the loss to Mo Tong. Ding, favorability plus 20, current favorability 50%. But for some reason there was a feeling that something was off about his words. However, listening to the system announcement, both he and Edom were too busy having fun to think deeply about it. The next morning, Yu Shuang. What time is it? The young girl, just awakened, wore only a thin nightgown, her clothes disheveled, revealing her flawless white collarbone. Her long hair was lazily draped over her shoulders. Rubbing her eyes, she asked the question as she slowly moved out of bed. Mo Nian glanced up only once before looking down again. It's 3/4 of Chinshi, 7:45 a.m. Princess, let me help you change. Hearing this, Luo Li was startled. Turning her head, she saw Mo Nian, who had been waiting by her bedside, ready to help her change. She was stunned. Looking at the slender, handsome young man before her, she hurriedly straightened her clothes and shrank back, her delicate white feet inching backward, her face slightly flushed. He took it all in. What are you doing here? Where's Yu Shuang? You're still not fully recovered, so please rest. Yu Shuang and the others are here. Afraid her tone might sound accusatory, she quickly added, then beckoned to Yu Shuang and the others, wanting them to come over. But what she didn't notice was the sudden blush on his ears as his cheeks turned red, and the darkening look in his eyes when he lowered them. Earlier, Your Highness instructed me to serve you closely. Now that I'm much better, I can still handle the chores. Or, perhaps Your Highness finds me unsuitable? He explained innocently for a moment, then looked up, a hint of self-doubt and hurt in his eyes. Luo Li's heart skipped a beat. Yu Shuang and the others stopped in their tracks, exchanging bewildered glances. It has to be said, Luo Li was indeed very susceptible to this. She couldn't withstand his gaze at all. No, I don't dislike you, she quickly explained, then silently rose and stood before him, opening her arms.
Fine, you can do it then.
Yes, Mo Nian responded with a smile. He then took the fine clothes and awkwardly and clumsily helped her change, his fingertips trembling slightly, his breath carrying the faint fragrance of her body. At this moment, her head was tilted, her gaze already elsewhere, but the earlobe exposed to Mo Nian's eyes was bright red. Watching this scene, unnoticed by anyone, Mo Nian's earlobes were also bright red, but his eyes held a hint of a smile. Thanks to the special permission Luo Li had given him, he already knew the truth behind her lustful nature. Although she did indeed have a fondness for men, she had always only admired them, never overstepping any boundaries. Furthermore, she had never been so close to a man. He, indeed, seemed to be an exception. Seeing her face flush red to the roots of her neck, barely able to contain herself, yet stubbornly trying to maintain her composure, was truly endearing. "Princess, it's done." Fortunately, he knew his limits. After tying the last knot in her belt, he released her and took 2 steps back. Luo Li visibly breathed a sigh of relief, but she hadn't expected it to end there. He personally attended to her every need, from washing up to meals. Because of Luo Li's earlier instruction to do as he pleases in everything except letting Mo Nian leave the manor, Yu Shuang and the others didn't dare to interfere. After all, they were veterans serving the princess. They had a sense of propriety. Didn't they see that although the princess seemed uncomfortable in every way, she was also showing indulgence in every action? Actually, you don't have to. When Mo Nian carefully brought the peeled fruit to her lips again, Luo Li finally couldn't resist any longer. But before she could even utter a word, she was instantly defeated by his innocent, wounded gaze. After waving her hand, she simply lay down. Numbly opening her mouth, she ate what he offered, but as she bit, she seemed to feel as if she had accidentally bitten something. Turning her head, she saw that his long, beautifully slender hand had already withdrawn, his fingertips slightly curled. His face was slightly flushed, but the look in his eyes as he looked at Luo Li was innocent yet subtly scheming. Luo Li turned her head back with a perfectly normal expression, mechanically chewing the fruit in her mouth. Kai, I'm doomed. This isn't some slightly wary little wolf puppy. He's a complete big bad wolf who could devour you at any moment. She sensed danger in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baikai suddenly chuckled foolishly a few times, making the whole thing even more adorable. A spoiled little princess and a seemingly delicate but actually cunning and scheming wolf. So sweet. That silly chuckle left Luo Li completely bewildered. Princess. Turning her head, she saw Mo Nian offering her another fruit and quickly spoke. Her obedient, yet slightly dazed appearance was incredibly endearing. Unconsciously, Mo Nian's eyes crinkled into a smile. A beautiful smile is indeed dazzling. Many of the maids in the hall were momentarily stunned before quickly averting their gazes and retreating. For the next few days, Mo Nian remained almost entirely the same. Except for when he was eating and giving medicine to Xiao Modong, and when Luo Li was bathing, he spent almost all his time by Luo Li's side. During this time, the system continuously provided notifications, and the sound of gradually increasing favorability was particularly pleasant. On this day, Mo Nian finally stopped taking the medication, and his body fully recovered. Meanwhile, outside, there was movement. A message from Dongzhou. The enemy army of Xiaoliang Kingdom has invaded. Dongzhou's forces are outnumbered and have been pushed back 15 li to the border. A minister in the court has suggested that General Meng be sent to lead the troops to defend against the enemy. Hearing the news brought back by Yu Shuang, Luo Li frowned slightly. The plot of her previous life had progressed. General Meng was a capable general under the original owner's maternal grandfather. Now that the original owner's maternal grandfather had passed away, General Meng had taken over the army from him. This man was extremely loyal, a capable assistant to her current imperial brother, and a powerful general in the court. Similarly, he was one of only 3 people in the court whom they could trust and use. This move was a diversionary tactic. However, Luo Li had already informed her elder brother about Sikong Yao's situation, so he should have easily discerned the problem. What was your decision, brother? Luo Li wondered, turning to Yu Shuang. His Majesty refused, instead sending General Meng with 300,000 troops to reinforce him, while General Meng remains in the capital awaiting orders. Aside from the other border guards, there are now 500,000 troops remaining in the capital. Hearing this, Luo Li raised an eyebrow, sensing that her brother wouldn't sit idly by. Just then, a black-clad guard leaped down from the shadows and knelt respectfully. Princess, a trusted confidant of His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Yuxuan quickly stepped forward, took the letter, and handed it to Luo Li. Indeed, it contained instructions from Luo Yannan that Luo Li need not worry. He had everything planned out, and he had specifically instructed her to stay obediently in the manor these days, ignoring any invitations from anyone. He had already ordered the princess's residence to be well protected. At this moment, chaos reigned outside. The palace might not be as safe as her princess's residence. After reading the letter, Luo Li handed it to Yuxuan and looked up at the guard. Go and tell my brother that I know everything. Yes. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Luo Li couldn't help but worry about her brother. From that sentence, ignore any invitations from anyone. It was clear that there was indeed an internal strife in the capital. She wasn't afraid that her brother would do something foolish, but she was afraid that some kind of heavenly Tao or destiny was causing trouble. Rubbing her temples, Luo Li quietly asked Xiao Baikai, "You mentioned yesterday that the mall just stocked some all-purpose peace charms. How much were they again? Are you sure they can protect against anything?" 100 points. System product, absolutely no mistake. One charm can save your life 3 times.
Hey, what is it anyway?
Just tell me it's the way of heaven. Guaranteed to protect. This small world has some internal problems. That's why our demon lord needs to come and repair it. Anyway, it needs repairing, so don't worry. We can make whatever we want. In short, we know everything is for our demon lord's sake. Luo Li. Okay, by 3. You fly to the palace later and give them to my brother. The other 2 can be kept for later. After all, the mall's items are always unavailable. Little Cabbage. Okay, no problem. Please call it the Time and Space Administration Bureau, a super cute baby. But after thinking for a moment, it ran off to catch up with the guard from before and altered his memories. Your Majesty, the princess has received the message. This is what she ordered me to deliver. It's what she requested at the temple earlier. Seeing the guard successfully deliver the item to Luo Yannan and obediently recite its programmed instructions, Little Cabbage nodded in satisfaction. Luo Yannan received the amulet, deeply moved, and carefully tucked it into his bosom, wearing it close to his body. His royal sister, truly the best sister in the world. She worries about his own safety, yet she still cares for him without hesitation. Yes, that's wonderful. When I acquire some foreign lands later, I'll give them all to my royal sister as fiefdoms. Yes, let's work hard. Meanwhile, Little Cabbage had already returned to the manor. It was reporting its work to Luo Li, eagerly seeking praise from its host. Our Little Cabbage is amazing. I'll get you some more grapes to stock up on another day. Luo Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she didn't hold back her praise. But, Little Cabbage, you have this function too? It can even alter memories? Amazing! Yes, besides characters with destiny, main characters, villains, and the original owner and her family. Oh, and the Demon Lord. Besides these people and their frequently used associates, I can even alter the memories of nameless passersby. Look at its proud tone. However, I can only alter a little bit, probably no more than a minute's worth of content.
Oh.
It seems pretty powerful, but also a bit useless. Oh well, something's better than nothing. In the end, Luo Li still managed to get it a large plate of grapes and secretly stored them in her spatial storage. Meanwhile, within Qingfeng Tower, which they had been secretly monitoring, there was also movement. How is it? Is everything arranged? Looking at the visitor, Xigong Yao lightly tapped the table and asked, "Please rest assured, Master. Everything is ready. Once this matter is accomplished, your achievements in court will surely rise even higher." With this, no one could possibly threaten Xigong Yao's position. With these achievements, Xigong Yao would surely be able to securely inherit the throne of Dongyang. Thinking this, Xigong Yao chuckled lightly, then his eyes darkened. That's for later. Now, we must first let those brother and sister know the consequences of humiliating me. Seeing the murderous intent in his master's eyes, the man quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak. When Luo Li first didn't come to Qingfeng Tower, Xigong Yao assumed she was playing some kind of coy game. But unexpectedly, after that, Luo Li truly ignored Qingfeng Tower completely. Upon investigation, he discovered that the woman had already found a new heart's desire, focusing all her attention on the lowly servant in her household. The thought that he had become that woman's plaything, something to be toyed with and discarded at will, filled Xigong Yao with humiliation. He was utterly enraged. Inform them over there to find an excuse to lure that woman out, he ordered coldly. Although everything was now under his control, even the palace was under their command. The woman was extremely well protected by the Emperor of Dakian. The entire princess's residence was like an ironclad fortress. If Luo Li didn't leave, they would have no chance at all. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. The emperor cared so much about his licentious sister, so he naturally wanted to seize this leverage to ensure everything went smoothly. Yes, the subordinate replied, immediately making the arrangements. Xigong Yao stood atop the pavilion, leaning against the window, looking at the imperial city with smug satisfaction in his eyes. Pah, what a lewd look. What a waste of that handsome face. Looking at the screen of Xiaobeikai, Luo Li couldn't help but mutter a disgusted comment in her mind. Yu Shuang, the water's cold, add some more. She shifted her body, feeling the water was a bit cool. She called out to someone outside, then closed her eyes and focused on her bath, though her brow furrowed as she thought about what was happening outside. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a noise. Thinking it was Yu Shuang entering, she ignored it. Emo Nian, who had just walked in from outside, unaware of her thoughts, lowered his gaze and carefully added water to the bath, which was filled with the fragrance of frankincense and flower petals. He turned and cautiously glanced at her, noticing her expression was off, her brow constantly furrowed as if troubled. These past few days, she seemed to be like this often, as if something was troubling her, making her uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, a strange pang of pain rose in his heart, making him momentarily stunned. After hesitating for a moment, a pair of slightly cool hands touched her forehead, gently massaging it. Princess, you are of noble birth. Do not worry, it will harm your health. His low voice was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Luo Li was startled and quickly opened her eyes, shrinking back immediately. How is it you? She saw Emo Nian kneeling by the pool, his hands still in the same massaging motion as before. He had already averted his gaze the moment he startled her, and upon hearing her voice, he lowered his head and answered truthfully. There was a commotion outside the hall just now, and Miss Yu Shuang went out upon hearing it. There was no one in the hall. I heard the princess summoning me from the side hall, and fearing the water would be too cold, I dared to come in. I have been disrespectful. Please punish me, princess. He knelt on the ground, head bowed, seemingly awaiting Luo Li's judgment. Luo Li opened her mouth, but ultimately waved her hand. Never mind, it's not your fault. You may leave now. She had thought he would obey, but unexpectedly, he didn't move. She wanted to say something more, but then she heard him ask a low, tentative question. You don't blame me? It wasn't your fault, and you were only thinking of me. Why should I blame you? Luo Li seemed puzzled. Hearing her answer, he seemed to pause for a moment, then carefully raised his head without looking at her offensively. Then the princess might allow me to serve you.
Huh?
Luo Li was stunned. I already promised, and you did as you said, saving my brother. He seemed to be explaining, and as he spoke, he subtly revealed his back behind his clothes, where the scabs had already fallen off. Now my body is healed. His words were full of implications, as if he were proving something, as he revealed his back. How could Luo Li not understand? Suddenly, her face turned as red as a ripe peach. He was talking about how he had offered to serve Luo Li on the condition that she save his brother. Now that he's recovered, it means he can now. This. Luo Li stammered for a long time, completely at a loss for words. Seeing that she neither spoke nor refused, Emo Nian took it as a tacit agreement. After adding some more water for her, he returned to his previous position and carefully, tentatively, began to massage her forehead. Luo Li shrank back slightly, ultimately not refusing, but her face was burning hot, her entire body flushed. How could he not notice? Noticing the warmth on his fingertips, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. Upon seeing this, Yu Shuang, who had just returned, quickly stopped and withdrew. The days dragged on endlessly. After Luo Li finished bathing, he placed the clothes he had prepared beforehand aside and handed her a handkerchief. Only then did he quietly leave, not daring to push his luck. But he did this every day afterward, which was extremely agonizing. The next day, Luo Li received an invitation. Princess Ning? A flower viewing party? Are all the young masters and ladies from the noble families of the capital going? Prince Ning was the only remaining prince in the court, older than Luo Li and her brother. Due to his frail health and illness, he hadn't participated in the war, thus escaping unscathed. The reason he was granted the title of Prince Ning after Luo Yannan's ascension to the throne was the hope that he would remain peaceful and content with his life. But now, he seemed rather restless. Luo Li had no connection whatsoever with this Princess Ning. Why send an invitation now? Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. Not to mention, Luo Li had witnessed Sikong Go's antics yesterday. I'm not going. Luo Li waved her hand dismissively, tossing the invitation aside. All the young masters and ladies from the noble families of the capital are here? They just want to exploit her lustful nature to seduce me. Forget it. If the original owner of this body hadn't yet realized her mistake and was truly just a lecherous fool, she might have gone to join the fun.
Now, huh?
Not interested. Princess, have some tea. Earlier, when he saw the words, young master from a noble family emphasized in the invitation, Mo Nian's face had already darkened. Now, seeing Luo Li's decisive refusal and indifference, he regained a slight smile and served her flower tea. Yu Shuang, hearing this, also declined the invitation as Luo Li had instructed. But unexpectedly, one rejection led to another. She missed the flower viewing party, and then a poetry gathering was held in the outskirts of the capital, a place frequented by literati and scholars, teeming with handsome men. When this news came from outside the mansion, Luo Li rolled her eyes and completely ignored it.
Then
it was that infamous male prostitute who caused trouble again. The original owner had her eye on that young Master Luo Tong a long time ago and had even visited him a few times. He was considered one of the most handsome men out there. Given the original owner's personality, she definitely wouldn't have sat still after this. But Luo Li ate the fruit from Mo Nian's hand and pulled his hand. Guan Mansion, she had Mo Nian. Seeing her like this, Mo Nian's smile deepened, letting her hold his hand. To be honest, for the first time, she found his hand quite interesting. Distinct knuckles, long, slender fingers, extremely pleasing to the eye. It felt comfortable to hold, strangely reassuring. Unexpectedly, news came from before the Guan Mansion. The owner of Qingfeng Tower, young Master Sikong, was preparing to make a marriage proposal. 6. Little White Cabbage couldn't help but call out. The male lead in this world is something else. He even sacrificed himself. Luo Li hadn't expected to uncover so many hidden people this time. Thinking this, she simply pulled Mo Nian along, leading him into the bedchamber and closing the door. The crowd outside was stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment as if they'd realized something. Mo Tong greets your highness. Big brother. Mo Nian, equally stunned and with slightly flushed cheeks, hadn't even recovered when his younger brother rushed over and hugged his leg. Yu Shuang also came out. Princess, the food has been prepared. Besides, there was plenty of food prepared in the palace. Stay here today, no need to go out. Luo Li nodded and gave the order. After all that commotion outside, wasn't it just to get her out and use her as a threat? In her past life, the original owner of this body was indeed bewitched by Sikong Yao, eagerly accepting his invitation. Then she was controlled and used as leverage to threaten her elder brother, the emperor. At the time, the Qian kingdom was caught off guard. Their earlier diversionary tactic had succeeded, and General Meng had been dispatched to defend against the enemy. Although there were still troops in the capital, they were intercepted by Sikong Yao's scheme, preventing them from protecting the emperor in time. Siko Miao, through some unknown means, secured the assistance of the surrounding vassal kings, who provided him with reinforcements. Because her sister was being threatened, Luo Yannan was restrained and ultimately defeated. The brother and sister perished tragically, and the kingdom fell. Now, they are well prepared, and Luo Li is not falling for their trap, but she fears the enemy might resort to desperate measures. Although the princess's residence is heavily protected, some highly skilled individuals can fly. What if she gets desperate and sends someone to kidnap her? We're defenseless. The palace with the system's shield is safer. Emonian. Realizing his wild thoughts, he felt ashamed, but silently stood guard at the palace gate, protecting Luo Li. Over here, Qingfeng Tower. Damn it. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing that all his methods failed to lure Luo Li out, Siko Miao cursed under his breath. But the plan that had already been agreed upon couldn't be broken. Give the order. Begin the operation. Send someone to the princess's residence again. Make sure to rescue her. Yes. Hearing Siko Miao's words, everyone responded in unison and went to make their arrangements. The capital of the Great Thousand Dynasty suddenly descended into chaos. As Luo Li had expected, someone did indeed attempt to kidnap her, but fortunately, Luo Yannan had arranged the right people for him. Several times, they were unsuccessful. The final attack, however, was formidable, reaching straight to Luo Li's bedchamber. Fortunately, a shield held them back, preventing them from breaking in. The arriving guards quickly dealt with them. Failing to abduct Luo Li meant that Siko Miao's plan was missing a crucial element. With no wife and no worries about his sister, Luo Yannan was completely relaxed. He simply waited for Siko Miao and his men to enter the palace, ready to greet them with a smile. You've arrived? A bit slow. He sipped his tea, appearing utterly content. Even with the enemy at the gates and him forced into this position, he showed no sign of panic. However, his expression darkened slightly when he saw Prince Ning standing behind Siko Miao. Seeing Luo Yannan's demeanor, Siko Miao sensed something was amiss, but he refused to lose his composure. 1,000 words of pleasure for your majesty, he chuckled. Haha, Master Qingfeng? Oh no, I should say Crown Prince Dongyang, right? Luo Yannan chuckled and took a sip of tea. Seeing that Luo Yannan knew his hidden identity so clearly, Siko Miao was startled. Your country has infiltrated our dynasty, colluding with and bribing the current princes and officials. This is truly a despicable act. Luo Yannan spoke with a smile, but his eyes were filled with danger. All's fair in war. Siko Miao felt no impropriety in his actions. Just as he said, all's fair in war. Their inability to detect the deception was their own fault. Haha, all's fair in war, that makes sense. Luo Yannan laughed even harder. Attack! As soon as his voice fell, the elite soldiers hidden in the shadows surged out. Some protected Luo Yannan, while the rest engaged in direct combat with Siko Miao's men. This was the elite force Luo Li had brought out, capable of taking on 100 men each. Compared to the imperial guards that Siko Miao and his men had turned against them, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. In no time, the outcome was clear. The imperial guards were wiped out, and Siko Miao's group was surrounded. At this moment, the sounds of battle rang out outside the palace, as if someone had broken through their lines and stormed in. The Prince of Ning and his men behind Siko Miao stared wide-eyed. The situation had changed so rapidly that they hadn't even had time to react. Luo Yannan, however, raised his lips high and replied to them. All's fair in war. Lock them in the heavenly prison. With that, Luo Yannan coldly ordered. The fighting outside the city had ceased, and General Meng and his son arrived to report, carrying the head of the enemy commander. Seeing Siko Miao's shocked gaze, Luo Yannan shook his head. Crown Prince of Dongyang? You are still too young. Hearing this, Siko Miao's face successfully darkened. Yes, no wonder they're siblings. Their speech is so childish. Early on, after Luo Li's reminder, Siko Miao and his group's every move had been monitored under Luo Yannan's watchful eye. The current situation was all part of a calculated move. It was all to lure out the traitors and treacherous officials hidden within the court. Dongzhou had indeed been attacked, but thanks to Luo Yannan's arrangements, the enemy had been successfully defended, and not a single inch had been captured. The news of its capture was entirely fabricated by Luo Yannan. General Meng's expedition was merely a ruse. In reality, General Meng was simply leading troops in a covert operation, awaiting orders. However, it must be said that Sikong Yao was indeed formidable. Not only did he manage to obtain 400,000 troops from the vassal kings to attack the imperial city, he even managed to collude with the Prince of Ning's faction and infiltrate the imperial guards. Furthermore, he obtained a large quantity of gunpowder, destroying the vital route for the troops stationed in the Great Thousand Imperial City, preventing timely reinforcements. He even went so far as to seduce his own sister, hoping to use her as leverage against them. These actions alone demonstrate Sikong Yao's exceptional skill and meticulous planning. If it weren't for prior detection and prearranged plans, the Great Thousand Empire would likely have been doomed. Fortunately, his sister was clear-headed and gave him a warning. Phew, it's so good to have a sister. By the time the news reached the princess's residence, it was already evening. The court had undergone a major purge. The Prince of Ning and his family had been convicted, their property confiscated, and they were scheduled for execution. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards was also implicated, but his entire clan was to be executed. Other court officials involved were dealt with in the same manner. Treason and collusion. The severity of this crime was evident. The actions of Sikong Yao and the Dongyang Kingdom had already spread throughout the land. As for Sikong Yao, they couldn't simply kill him in their own prison. After all, he was the crown prince of the powerful Dongyang Kingdom. Although the Qian Kingdom was in the right this time, directly killing the crown prince of another kingdom would inevitably provoke war between the two nations. The Qian Kingdom was clearly not yet capable of directly confronting him. Therefore, they could only use this opportunity to negotiate and extract a large sum from Dongyang. Besides these, there were some minor incidents. Many famous shops and brothels in the imperial city vanished overnight. Yes, they were all clandestine businesses. Many were from Dongyang, but others from other countries too. In any case, Luo Yannan seized the opportunity to clean them all out. In the following days, large quantities of gold and silver jewelry were poured into the princess's residence. These were all gifts from Luo Li's elder brother, the emperor. Some were allocated from the national treasury, while others were selected from the homes of traders. However, Luo Li didn't discriminate. She accepted everything, happily living the life of a wealthy woman. A few days later, news arrived from Dongyang. They offered 10 cities, 100,000 bushels of grain, 10,000 bolts of brocade, and 5,000 fine horses in exchange for Sikong Yao's return. Now that everyone in the world knew, they naturally dared not take the opportunity to attack Qian Kingdom again. They had no choice but to negotiate in this way, quickly bringing back Sikong Yao, who was being held captive in Qian Kingdom. This sincerity was acceptable, but Luo Yannan felt it wasn't enough. He requested 15 cities, an additional 50,000 units of grain, double the amount of brocade, an additional 2,000 horses, plus 50,000 bolts of ordinary cloth and 100,000 taels of silver. After all, he is the crown prince of a kingdom, the heir to your throne. He should be worth something, shouldn't he? Based on this additional clause, Dongyang could only grit its teeth and agree. Delivery upon delivery. Once the goods arrived, Luo Yannan returned Sikong Yao to Dongyang Kingdom. Gaining so much truly delighted Luo Yannan. With grain and horses, their military strength could be greatly enhanced. Without delay, he granted Luo Li an additional fiefdom. However, fearing she might incur Dongyang's wrath, he didn't bestow upon Luo Li the titles and honors Dongyang had given her. Instead, he carefully selected some relatively wealthy and lucrative regions within the court and granted them to Luo Li. Because Luo Yannan had previously declared domestically that the current crisis in the court was averted with the help of Princess Baoyang, the people and the court harbored no resentment. On the contrary, they held Luo Li in even higher esteem and respect. Such imperial favor was enough to demonstrate Luo Li's status. However, Luo Li, having received this imperial favor, was also very pleased to see that the original owner's mission progress bar was more than halfway complete. Recently, everyone in the court was focused on the Eastern Yang Kingdom and the massive purge within the court, leaving no time for anything else. Now that everything was settled, Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing familiar footsteps, she skillfully and obediently rested her head on the edge of the bathtub. Remembering her arrangements, she closed her eyes and spoke. The child is exceptionally talented and should not be wasted. I have already ordered arrangements to be made. The child will be sent to Chihua Academy in a few days. Chihua Academy was one of the top academies in the Thousand Kingdoms, its faculty renowned throughout the land, producing countless talents in various fields. The original owner of this body, the Emperor, and the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Great Thousand Kingdoms were all graduates of this academy. This shows how rare this opportunity was. Mo Nian was stunned for a long moment after hearing this, only recovering after a long while, his gaze lingering on Luo Li. This servant will obey the princess's orders. Luo Li replied casually, a little puzzled that he hadn't come over for a while. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she heard the splashing sound of water. Looking up, she saw that he had entered the pool some time earlier, his nightgown soaked through, the lines of his muscles faintly visible beneath. His handsome face was flushed, his eyes sparkling as he gently raised them to meet her gaze. Gulp. Luo Li swallowed involuntarily, shrinking back slightly, her gaze involuntarily shifting to him again. Seeing her reaction, a slight smile played on his lips. He slowly stepped forward, standing behind her, and as usual, gently pressed his hand against her forehead. But his low, melodious voice was close to her ear. Previously, Your Highness was troubled by affairs of state, and I did not wish to disturb you, but now, I have offended Your Highness. As she finished speaking, a warm, ticklish touch on her neck made her tremble, her cheeks flushing crimson. Turning around, she timidly raised her eyes, her peach blossom eyes, brimming with moisture, meeting his gaze. She clearly heard his breath catch in his throat. Then, with restrained probing, yet tinged with a hint of offense, a kiss landed, gently touching and tasting her lips. The kiss was hesitant and awkward, his slightly raised eyes carefully observing her reaction, as if cautiously trying to please her. Soon, a pair of jade-like hands covered his captivating eyes. The slender white hands hooked around his neck, and their figures plunged completely into the pool, the water rising and falling, undulating. After an unknown amount of time, he finally carried the sleeping beauty back to the bed, carefully drying her and changing her clothes. He carefully lay down beside her on the bed, pulling her into his arms. Looking at her exquisitely beautiful face, a smile played on his lips, but a strong possessiveness surged in his eyes. In the end, he restrained himself from going too far. The next day, when Luo Li woke up, she was first met with a pair of smiling eyes. But this time, she showed no surprise at seeing Mo Nian. Instead, she lazily stretched out her arms to him. So tired. Hug me. Although she had rested all night, her body was still delicate, and her arms felt a little tired. This contrast, this soft voice, almost killed him. Here, after several attempts to restrain himself, he finally responded in a hoarse voice and picked her up. But the next moment, her gentle nuzzling of his neck like a kitten made him stiffen abruptly. Seeing him stop, she looked up blankly, her peach blossom eyes gazing at him innocently, as if asking what was wrong. Seeing this, Mo Nian suddenly felt a pang of helplessness. He reached out and gently stroked the soft flesh of her waist, clearly feeling her tremble. "Princess, be good." His voice was hoarse, a hint of danger lurking in his eyes. Luo Li's eyes widened slightly, her face showing a hint of surprise. Then she let out a soft humph, burying her head back, clearly hearing his low chuckle. But after she changed and washed, he still didn't put her down. Instead, he boldly held her, attending to her every need. He had previously seemed to be cautiously testing her limits time and again. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, he became unrestrained, asserting his dominance at every turn. However, he had indeed figured it out quite well. Luo Li's feelings for him were nothing but indulgence. Ding, current favorability rating 85%. Mo Nian's blatant behavior and Luo Li's favoritism towards a lowly servant in the manor naturally spread quickly. Upon learning of this, Luo Yannan immediately ordered the matter to be suppressed. Your Majesty, this matter? Eunuch Li probed his intentions. The princess is still young, only 16, and has not yet been betrothed. It wouldn't be good for such rumors to spread. What's wrong? She's just a servant in the manor. Good-looking. Keeping her as a male concubine isn't necessarily a bad thing. Luo Yannan was unconcerned, showing no surprise, indicating he was used to it. Eunuch Li visibly hesitated. Luo Yannan looked up at him. You think it's inappropriate? All the officials can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, enjoying the bliss of multiple wives, so why can't my imperial sister? That seemed to make some sense. Thinking this, Eunuch Li quickly lowered his head. This servant wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Luo Yannan withdrew his gaze and ignored him. However, before he had read more than a few words of the memorial, someone rushed in to report. Your Majesty, Princess Baoyang requests an audience outside. The newly appointed official really lacks tact. Was there even a need to announce her? Luo Yannan casually tossed aside the memorial in his hand, stood up, and strode out. Summon her.
What?
You want him to be your consort? A short while later, an uncontrollable exclamation came from the outer hall. Luo Yannan stared at Luo Li, his eyes wide with shock. Luo Li, however, remained calm, nodded, and naturally picked up the food on the table to eat. Luo Yannan. How could his status be worthy of you? How is he not good enough? I already freed him from slavery. He has an impeccable background, and he was originally the direct descendant of the prestigious Mo family, a renowned scholarly family from a neighboring country. He is from a family with a history of centuries of illustrious lineage, and he himself already holds the title of Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest imperial examinations. How is he not good enough? Before he could finish his disdain for Mo Nian, Luo Li frowned and spoke first. Luo Yannan fell silent, his brows also furrowed, and he paced angrily around Luo Li a few times. Then he sighed and tried to persuade her. Your brother knows you like him. I have no objection to you staying in his residence, but as a male concubine is fine. Think about it. If you make up your mind now, what if you find a more handsome man later? Your residence is large. Wouldn't it feel a bit empty with only one person in the inner quarters? The past is the past, and the present is the present. He might have been all right before, but now...
No.
Upon hearing this, Mo Nian, who was guarding the palace entrance, stiffened, lowering her eyes to hide the sadness within. To be honest, her elder brother truly cared for her. She almost succumbed to temptation. But now, she only wanted Mo Nian. After thinking it over, she resolutely shook her head. No need to persuade me. My mind is made up. I love him, and I will treat him as my wife. Hearing her firm and resolute words from inside the palace, Missouri Nian's heart trembled violently. Luo Yannan was also visibly taken aback, looking at Luo Li in a daze. Seeing his younger sister's resolute expression, truly showing her heart's desire, he remained silent for a long time. This matter is significant. Please allow your brother to consider it further. Ultimately, unable to resist Luo Li's insistence, he waved his hand, deciding to postpone the matter to avoid her acting impulsively. All right. Hearing this, Luo Li didn't say anything more, obediently agreeing, and didn't linger any longer. As she left the palace, intending to return with Mo Nian, she saw him bow slightly. Princess, this servant wishes to speak with His Majesty. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Both Luo Li and Luo Yannan inside the palace heard it, and the siblings were both startled. Your Majesty, this humble subject humbly requests a conversation. Mo Nian also bowed respectfully towards the palace. Luo Yannan exchanged a glance with Luo Li at the door, then sighed and strode back into the inner palace. Come in. Hearing this, Mo Nian turned to meet Luo Li's gaze, smiled slightly to reassure her, and then strode into the palace. They hadn't talked for long, but Xiao Baikai was upgrading her system today, so Luo Li didn't know what they had discussed. But seeing the smile on Mo Nian's face when he came out, she knew he was confident, and that was good. Seeing that Luo Li seemed curious, but obediently refrained from asking, Mo Nian chuckled inwardly. Thinking about what she had said in the palace, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. But he could only restrain himself, daring to be more unrestrained once they returned to the princess's bedchamber, pulling her into his arms and carefully removing the hair ornaments from her head. How are you feeling now, princess? Perhaps we could change carriages next time we go out? She disliked the weight of her headdress, but for the sake of her status as a princess, she had to wear it. The first thing she did upon returning was to remove it. Hearing his questions, Luo Li nodded, feeling much more comfortable. Why change? She asked, still somewhat puzzled. Before she could finish speaking, his soft, gentle kisses landed on her lips, unlike the initial awkwardness. Now, he had thoroughly figured out her favorite look. Soon, her breathing became heavy, and she gasped softly. His gaze was fixed on her, his thin lips glistening with moisture. He was like a bewitching fox, captivating and alluring. The gauze curtain is too sheer. I shouldn't offend you. Humph.
Ugh.
Luo Li gasped again as soon as she spoke, raising her arms to embrace the man who had buried his face in her neck, her body trembling slightly. No, don't go too far, she pleaded softly. Okay, he replied, his voice hoarse. After a long while, her face flushed, her disheveled, snow-white shoulders trembling slightly as she leaned against him. His eyes were already bloodshot, his gaze on her restrained and controlled. Princess, you're going to torture this slave to death, he whispered plaintively in her ear. His breath tickled her ear, and Luo Li stirred, letting out another deep sigh. Hiss. He knew he couldn't completely offend her before marriage, and each time he restrained himself. But seeing her soft, panting breaths, it was truly agonizing to endure. Yet this was all his own doing. But seeing the worry in her eyes when she looked up, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He lowered his head and placed a reverent kiss on her forehead, then took the initiative to speak of his conversation with the emperor that day. His Majesty made a promise. If I pass the imperial examinations next autumn and secure a place for myself in court, he will personally issue an edict to bestow marriage upon us. Her entry into the palace. Today was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he was shocked and bewildered when he learned her purpose there. But when he heard her frankly express her feelings, his heart was overwhelmed with boundless joy. He knew that her heart was always unpredictable. He could see her closeness, but he could also sense that there was always a barrier between them, that he could never reach the depths of her heart. He had always thought it was wishful thinking on his part, and that once she grew tired of him, it would be his turn to leave. But today, he was truly overwhelmed by a tremendous surprise. Even if she was just saying it, he was willing to believe her. But the emperor's words were like a bucket of cold water, making him more sober. However, now that he knew her feelings, he had nothing to fear. He was a man. He couldn't let her bear all the worry and burden alone. Luo Li paused upon hearing this. So that's what they were talking about, but she had faith in him. I believe you. Looking at her clear eyes, Mo Nian was taken aback, then smiled. Okay, he would certainly not disappoint. Ding, favorability plus 10. Current favorability 95. The system announced this as soon as Little Cabbage appeared, making it burst into laughter. 2 months ago, after its host shared a kiss with the demon lord in the bathtub, raising its affection level to 85%, no matter how much the host indulged and spoiled it, the affection level remained unchanged. Unexpectedly, after only a short time back at the station today, it has made such great progress.
Wah.
It can cheer for the upcoming mission again. The Supreme God will definitely praise it as the most dazzling little thing. He. Hearing the system announcement, Luo Li paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly at Mo Nian. That gesture led to another lingering kiss. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. Meanwhile, inside the Dongyang Kingdom's palace. After many days of arduous travel, Sikong Yao finally returned to Dongyang Kingdom. He was summoned to the palace, still disheveled and in a sorry state. Looking at the Dongyang Emperor, whose face was grim on the throne, he knelt with his head bowed, not daring to breathe even loudly. How confident and assured he had been when he set off for Dakian. Now he was utterly pathetic. Bang! Even so, the cup still shattered in front of him, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere, even scratching Sikong Yao's hand on the ground, drawing blood instantly. 15 city esto. You know how much effort I poured into acquiring them. Thinking of the Qian Kingdom's exorbitant demands, Emperor Dongyang gritted his teeth in fury. Even more infuriating was the humiliation they had suffered. The reputation they had built up over many years was instantly destroyed. A crown prince of a nation had infiltrated another country, conspiring with its ministers to overthrow its government. Such despicable behavior, even if it succeeded, would have been acceptable. Since ancient times, all's fair in war. The victor can speak out, but he was more than capable of ruining things. And even if he failed, so be it. He was exposed on the spot, captured as a hostage. The news was spread throughout the world. Now, who doesn't know about this? Who, when discussing this matter, doesn't despise their country as a petty and despicable nation? This is an utter disgrace. Your subject knows his mistake. Hearing the Emperor Dongyang's furious voice, Sikong Yao dared not utter a single word of excuse. He knew that only by immediately admitting his mistake could he minimize his losses. He had to preserve his position as crown prince, no matter what. But clearly, he had underestimated the seriousness of the matter. You know your mistake. Is this something that can be salvaged with just a word? Can you erase the memories of everyone in the world with a single sentence? Open your eyes and look. A flurry of accusations followed, a pile of memorials raining down on Sikong Yao. Through the scattered pages, it was clear that every word he wrote was an insult to the imperial family and the nation, rendering him unfit to be crown prince. The ministers petitioned the Emperor Dongyang to appoint another crown prince. The Emperor Dongyang had 12 sons, all now of age, almost all eyeing the position of crown prince with predatory intent. Now that Sikong Yao was in trouble, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to manipulate things. Of course, there were many people in the court who supported Sikong Yao, but this matter had clearly incurred the wrath of the entire court, so how could they dare to step forward and provoke the wrath of Emperor Dongyang? Father. Seeing Emperor Dongyang's attitude and the memorials, Sikong Yao panicked. He hurriedly tried to say something, but Emperor Dongyang simply turned and left the hall. The ministers and the people have requested it, and I have no other choice. You will recuperate in the prince's palace for the next few months. Only this echo remained in the hall. Resting in the prince's palace? But he had already moved into the eastern palace. Wasn't this tantamount to forcing him to move out? Sikong Yao collapsed to the ground, dejected. His position as crown prince was gone. All this petitioning from officials and commoners, it's all just according to his father's will. Now, it seems his father has chosen to abandon him. Thinking this, a surge of resentment rose in his eyes, resentment towards Emperor Dongyang, resentment towards these courtiers and princes who had kicked him while he was down. Even more, he hated the Qian Kingdom for causing his downfall. Qian Kingdom, Luo Yannan, he murmured softly, carrying a chilling undertone. Qian Kingdom, the capital. For some reason, the capital had been shrouded in continuous rain for several days. Now that the temperature had dropped, the weather was truly unbearable. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, Luo Li looked dejected. To cheer her up, Mo Nian went to prepare some delicious food. Sha bite-sized sudden exclamations startled her. What's wrong? Mo Nian turned to look at Sha Baikai, puzzled. Meanwhile, Little Cabbage flipped up a system panel, the entire interface in a state of shock. Host, look. Black spots have appeared in the world's fortune orb. The male lead has developed 30% corruption. Luo Li was bewildered. So? How can the male lead have corruption? World fortune can only be pure gold. No, I have to report. To the god of war immediately. With that, it immediately transmitted the current information to its carrot god of war. How strange. Why is there no villain in this world? They're all cannon fodder? There aren't even many ordinary people with fortune? The emperors of various countries only have dragon aura and purple light? No fortune? Outrageous. Without the coordination of good and evil, and without other fortune holders scattered around, isn't this just the protagonist's one-man show? If there's even the slightest change, altering the protagonist's mindset, this little world will collapse. The more it looked, the more alarmed it became, muttering to itself. What do you mean? Luo Li frowned as she listened. Xiao Baikai immediately explained. Normally, every world has some villainous characters to coordinate with the destined ones. In ancient worlds, emperors, empresses, generals, prime ministers, or imperial advisors all possess a certain amount of destiny. Anyone with exceptional abilities will generally have destiny. This applies to modern and ancient worlds and any other world. The protagonist of the world is the one with the highest destiny. These arrangements are for the stability of the world. To prevent the protagonist from carrying destiny alone, if something happens to the protagonist, the world will instantly collapse, causing widespread destruction. If these people all possess destiny, even if the small world has problems or the protagonist encounters difficulties, the small world will only fluctuate. With these people supporting it, there won't be any major problems, and it can be repaired and salvaged. Later, destiny can be borrowed from them to rebuild the protagonist and restore balance. Sha bite-sized brows furrowed deeply as she spoke. But this world is strange. Aside from the protagonist, almost no one else possesses true destiny. As I just mentioned, the emperors of other countries, including your elder brother, only have their own dragon and purple aura to sustain them. They lack true destiny. That means they can be easily defeated by those with destiny, like cannon fodder. If that's the case, then the word stability is meaningless in this world. If the protagonist were to rule in isolation, and if any mishap caused them to turn evil, then this world would become a malevolent planet, potentially even affecting other smaller worlds.
Wah.
Judging from the current trend, this little world is really not far from becoming an evil star. Fortunately, Emperor Dongyang's luck is normal, and he's the male lead's father, so it can be suppressed for now. Little Cabbage was crying. It hadn't updated before and couldn't see the world's operating data. Seeing the original owner and her siblings' situation, it thought they lacked luck because they were cannon fodder. Now, having just updated, it's already witnessed this most difficult situation with a little world. It's impossible not to panic. However, seeing their demon lord there makes it feel a little better. Judging from the current trend, this situation should last quite a while. The little world is still functioning now, probably because of the demon lord. Is there any way to save it? After hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li also realized the seriousness of the situation. Not yet. I checked the male lead's luck value, and it's normal. The gods said we need to investigate where all this lost luck went first. Then, we'll figure out a solution. Looking at the god's reply, Xiaobai shook her head and answered truthfully. Thinking this, both she and the other person couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Emonian had just returned and saw her looking so worried. I was thinking about the Dongyang kingdom. I heard they're always vengeful. This time they failed, and even gained a reputation for being petty, known throughout the world. They'll probably harbor resentment, and there will be trouble if the two countries become enemies in the future. Xiaobai had just told her that the male lead's darkening value was abnormal, so they could start investigating him first. Thinking this, Luo Li also said something to Emonian. Hearing her words, Emonian was silent for a moment, then gently stroked her hair reassuringly. I'll handle everything. Hearing his words, Luo Li and Xiao Baikai were both startled, wondering why, as he spoke these words. They suddenly sensed an aura similar to the demon lord's soul fragment, but Emonian appeared normal. Xiao Baikai almost thought their demon lord had awakened. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Luo Li smiled and replied. His identity was now settled, but when aroused, he still liked to refer to himself as slave to her. It was as if he was playing a taboo game with a perverse sense of humor. It didn't matter. She would indulge him. From that day on, Emon Yen became very busy. Now, with only about half a year until next year's autumn exams, the schedule was indeed very tight. Although he had a strong foundation, he dared not slack off in the slightest. After all, he was working hard for their future. Even Xiao Modong became nervous, dedicating herself to her studies every day. Luo Yan'an admitted that he was somewhat satisfied with Emon Yen and the other's attitude. Take this tiger tally. That day, he summoned Luo Li to the palace and returned the tiger tally he had borrowed from her. But Luo Li didn't take it. Instead, she looked at Luo Yan'an. Brother, what do you think of our dynasty's current military strength? Hearing her sudden question, Luo Yan'an was somewhat puzzled, but still thought for a moment before answering truthfully. Adequate. Not few in number, but their strength is also unremarkable. Last time, I believe your majesty witnessed their abilities firsthand. Each one could take on 100. They were all formidable generals. Your majesty, what if all our troops could be like that? Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yan'an's eyes lit up. Let alone being on par with these powerful generals, if even their soldiers possessed 1/10 of their strength, their entire kingdom would be invincible. 1,000,000 soldiers, each capable of taking on 10, that was no joke. Noticing Luo Yan'an's expression, Luo Li silently pulled out a booklet. This is a training manual I acquired at great expense. It incorporates the training methods of these powerful generals and their elite troops. I hope it will be helpful to your majesty. Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yan'an was speechless with shock. After carefully reading through the methods and strategies within, he was overjoyed. If they could truly train using the methods in this book, then 1,000,000 soldiers, each capable of taking on 10, would no longer be a dream. Lear, how about your brother bestows a marriage upon you and Emon Yen today? What do you think of those coastal cities in Jiangnan? And that salt mine in Nanzhou? How about that too? Oh dear, who else could compare? Who else could compare to him, whose sister could be as good as his? Saying this, he plopped down and told Eunuch Li to fetch the necessary items to prepare the decree. Luo Li quickly reached out to stop him. Brother, since you've already agreed to the marriage with Emon Yen, let's stick to the agreement for now. As for the fiefdom, I already have quite a lot. Any more might cause some complaints. But as for the mine, I quite like it. Why don't you try this method first, brother, and see if it works, then we can discuss it further. Luo Yan'an nodded repeatedly, then, ignoring Luo Li's objections, quickly drafted the decree. With the seal affixed, the matter was settled. All right, then we'll wait for the results and issue the imperial decree. Luo Li.
Okay.
Brother, you can take this tiger tally first. They're all experienced. It'll be perfect for teaching. Okay. Hearing her words, Luo Yan'an pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. In the end, Luo Li returned to the manor, still not empty-handed, having received another reward. The original owner's wish, to make the 1,000 kingdoms strong and powerful, was something she was diligently working towards. The military training manual was something she bought with points from the System 50 points, not cheap. However, for a nation to grow strong, military strength alone is clearly insufficient. Attracting talent is also crucial. And then there's financial resources, which are the most important. Training soldiers, nurturing talent, and supporting the people all require money. Relying solely on the siblings' meager treasury? Clearly not enough. They still needed to find a way to earn money, and fortunately, her current financial resources could be used as startup capital. Speaking of this, one has to mention how advantageous it is to have a man with a sharp mind. With Emon Yen's suggestion and help, Luo Li amassed a huge business fortune in just 3 months, achieving considerable success. Since then, it has continued to develop steadily. During these 3 months, Luo Yan'an's training of troops has also clearly yielded results. Everything is developing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, in Dongyang, for the past 3 months, Sikong Yao had been in a state of utter misery. Having been deprived of his throne, he was confined to his palace to reflect on his actions. During this time, his other brothers had all been displaying their talents and gaining considerable prestige within the court. Meanwhile, he constantly endured various forms of open and covert ridicule. No matter how many methods he and his confidants tried, Emperor Dongyang remained unmoved, refusing to lift his confinement. Host, a reminder. We have now absorbed almost all the fortune of this world. We should leave this small world as soon as possible. These small worlds are managed by gods. If they were discovered to be acting strangely, it would be too late to escape. As for whether the small world would collapse after they absorbed its fortune, what did that matter to them? They didn't care. Absorbing fortune and increasing their own energy was the most important thing. Besides, this small world was just one tiny one among the 3,000 minor worlds. What was so special about it? It would be better to let them absorb the energy, strengthen themselves, and ascend to godhood. That way, they can create even more small worlds. What's the rush? Why can't I take away the fortune of the Eastern Yang Emperor? And those 1,000 kingdoms? These insignificant ants, I should be able to crush them effortlessly. So why is this happening? Having experienced so many worlds and absorbed their fortune, he had almost always gotten what he wanted. Everything went smoothly. This had never happened before. He was used to being arrogant. How could he tolerate this? How could he be satisfied without making these ants pay the price? The system doesn't know the reason, but a friendly reminder. The fortune of this world has been absorbed enough. The host should leave as soon as possible.
Leave. Leave. That's all you say.
You can't even figure out the reason. You're a complete waste. You're not the one who has to put up with this, but if you had to endure that old emperor's temper for so many years, could you have? Hearing the system's words, Sikong Yao was so angry that he spoke without thinking.
He was used to having his way.
This mission had forced him to endure years of humiliation under Emperor Dongyang, like a dog's son, having to fawn over the emperor every day. With his vengeful nature, how could he accept this humiliation? The system's glowing orb instantly turned dark brown, filled with a sinister and chilling aura. But considering Sikong Yao was still useful, after several fluctuations, the system eventually returned to normal, but no matter how much Sikong Yao cursed, there was no further response. Finally, after thinking it over, Sikong Yao purchased several items from the system's shop. Holding the items, a sinister smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Mo Nian, lying fully clothed beside Luo Li, suddenly opened his eyes. Turning his head, his gaze locked onto the invisible little white cabbage beside him. To little white cabbage's astonishment, a beam of white light entered its body. The next instant, Mo Nian returned to normal sleep, as if it had all been little white cabbage's illusion. What? Little white cabbage murmured after a moment, then quickly patted its mouth. Turning his head and seeing the changes on his data panel, he was even more startled and immediately reported the matter to his master. Goodness gracious. This world is full of bad guys. Can he fight them? He's never fought before, and he's a little scared. Host, wah. He wants to be comforted by his host.
But his host is sleeping so soundly.
Touching the flower hair clip on his head, he tucked his hands in, his heart pounding. Princess. Princess. Something's happened in the palace. But before it could do anything, a commotion erupted outside. Sensing something was wrong, it quickly summoned its upgraded clone and checked the palace, only to be immediately startled. Host, wake up. Your brother has been assassinated. Hearing the commotion outside, Luo Li and Mo Nian had already vaguely woken up. Upon hearing Xiao Bite-Size words, Luo Li instantly became fully alert. What happened? Hearing her words, Xiao Baikai glanced at Mo Nian, who was clearly bewildered and seemed to know nothing, and truthfully recounted the entire incident. Hearing it say that Sikong Yao possessed a system and that they were the ones absorbing the world's fortune, Luo Li was also surprised, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Sikong Yao must have exchanged for items that allow teleportation and the ability to kill those with the power of destiny. He's already killed Emperor Dongyang, and he just tried to assassinate your brother. But because of the peace talisman, he didn't succeed, though he escaped. Judging from the situation, he's very likely to strike again. Judging from Sikong Yao's demeanor, it seems he won't be satisfied until Luo Yannan is dead. While they were talking, Luo Li and Mo Nian had already arrived at the palace. At this time, the palace was already filled with imperial guards, surrounding it in layers. Inside the palace, a search for the murderer was underway. Luo Li and the others went straight to Luo Yannan's bedchamber. The guards, seeing it was Luo Li, didn't stop them. When they saw Luo Yannan, he was holding a bright yellow nightgown, looking down in a daze. "Brother." Hearing the voice, he looked up and saw Luo Li and the others, and his expression changed. Therefore, Luo Li also saw the blade mark on the chest of the nightgown in his hand. Seeing Luo Li and the others, Luo Yannan opened his mouth, but then, remembering something, turned to look at Eunuch Li and the others. "All of you, step back. Your Majesty." Hearing this, Eunuch Li was taken aback. Having just been attacked, how could they dare to retreat? "Didn't you hear what I said?" Seeing them not move, Luo Yannan frowned again. In the end, they didn't retreat, but they all turned their backs, indicating that they wouldn't eavesdrop. Seeing this, Luo Yannan could only beckon Luo Li to come closer, with Mo Nian following closely behind, wholeheartedly protecting Luo Yannan. "Never mind." After Luo Li approached, he handed her the clothes, lowering his voice. "I just saw Sikong Yao. He was holding a strange blade and tried to assassinate me. I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly his blade was blocked by something." As he spoke, Luo Yannan's hands trembled as he took out the amulet with faint blade marks. "This was the only thing I was wearing in my chest at the time. And after alerting me, Sikong Yao, seeing the situation was bad, disappeared from my sight." Luo Yannan swallowed hard. Clearly, he hadn't yet recovered from the bizarre events of the night. He looked at the amulet, then at Luo Li. He couldn't understand how a simple talisman could have stopped such a sharp blade. That blade had even pierced through his soft armor and nightgown. He had even seen a layer of golden light emanating from the talisman. There was someone else. Really, he vanished instantly right before his eyes, not like a hidden guard quickly disappearing into the shadows. He truly vanished in an instant. He could even remember the process of Sikong Yao's disappearance from head to toe becoming ethereal, turning into a blurry afterimage as he floated out of the inner palace. This was strange, which was why he didn't want to reveal it, lest he be accused of having tainted the emperor with supernatural influences, causing a whole host of trouble. Luo Li blinked twice upon hearing this, looking utterly terrified, stammering, I. The next moment, she also feigned surprise, a look of relief mixed with the joy of surviving a close call. "Really? This was obtained from Master Xianqing?" Thankfully, it worked. "I know what you're trying to say, brother, but I can't admit it." Looking at her perfunctory yet exaggerated acting, the remaining two men collectively said. Then, she smiled reassuringly at Luo Yannan. "Brother, please keep this safe. The master said this talisman can save your life 3 times. With it, no matter what kind of human, ghost, or demon it is, it cannot harm you." Hearing this, Luo Yannan silently accepted it, but then frowned and looked up at her, as if remembering something. Luo Li understood his meaning, smiled, and took out 2 talismans from her bosom, handing one to Mo Nian beside her. "Don't worry, we have one too. Let's stay in the palace for the next few days." "Brother, don't worry, your sister is here for you." All right, don't say it out loud. "She's here, don't worry." Luo Yannan. "Are you sure you can fight back?" He now understood that this was not an ordinary matter, not so simple. His sister might have encountered some kind of opportunity, but he was also afraid that Luo Li wouldn't be able to defeat him.
"Yes."
After settling in, Luo Li quickly called to Xiao Baikai. Kai, when is your main god arriving?" After hearing Xiao Baicai's words, she sensed the other party was quite powerful. It should be her main god who would handle it, right? She couldn't let Xiao Baikai, a little girl, go alone, could she? Main god? It's not coming.
What?
Luo Li exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Baikai was also a little timid, but still honestly relayed her main god's words. It told me to eat it, Luo Li.
How?
Grab it and swallow it whole. As she spoke, Xiao Baikai even demonstrated what her main god had taught her, chewing a few times with her mouth. Luo Li 6. What's wrong? Mo Nian was worried seeing her so gloomy. He couldn't bear to see her so troubled, and he felt guilty for not being able to help her. Turning to meet his worried gaze, Luo Li smiled and put her arm around his neck. It's nothing, don't worry. Kai, do you have any protective barriers that can block both inside and outside? Like the one we used in the manor last time. According to what Xiao Baikai just said, Sikong Yao was using a tool that absorbed his own spiritual energy to operate. Using the tool multiple times in a short period of time, his spiritual energy should be about to give out. At this moment, he should still be hiding in the palace. Yes, host, I've already bought it. It used its own points. Host, I detected the system's aura in the southeast corner of the palace. Luo Li, let's go. Use the protective barrier to lock them in. Meanwhile, Sikong Yao had already escaped to a secluded palace within the Great Thousand Imperial Palace. Just as Luo Li and the others had suspected, his mental strength was indeed strained after traveling from the prince's palace to the Dongyang Imperial Palace and then teleporting to the Thousand Kingdoms in such a short time. Enduring the excruciating pain in his head, he frowned, his eyes filled with astonishment. System, what's going on? What's that thing on Luo Yannan? Why can't I move him? Although he always argued with the system, he knew they couldn't stay any longer. But he was truly unwilling to give up, which was why he exchanged for the item, intending to kill the Dongyang Emperor and Luo Yannan. This item had a special effect. If someone was killed by it, their soul would be trapped inside the item, unable to reincarnate, until they suffered endless torment and their soul dissipated, absorbed and refined by the item. It's an item. With the system helping him, there must be mission takers around him. We must leave this world immediately. Hearing the system's words, Sikong Yao was startled, but still unwilling to give up. System, I'm begging you, kill him for me, and I'll give you half of the fortune I've gained in this world. He knew the system definitely had a way. The system was tempted, hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Okay, you must leave immediately afterward. All right, but just as it was about to act, it suddenly found its power trapped. Seeing the partition above the palace, it snorted disdainfully, then separated a golden power from its light, quickly breaking through the partition. It's the fortune of this world, Little White Cabbage exclaimed in surprise, seeing the beam of light breaking through the partition. What's that black ball? Following closely behind the beam of fortune, another black ball of light shot out. Sikong Yao followed closely behind, transforming into a blur with the system's assistance, rushing straight towards Luo Yannan's bedchamber. It smells so good. Little White Cabbage suddenly smelled a fragrance, its eyes brightening. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed at the black orb of light, which was uncontrollably pulled back. What's going on? Seeing this, both Sikong Yao and his system were surprised. Little Cabbage had already opened its mouth, grabbed the black orb, and stuffed it into its mouth. Just like it had demonstrated with Luo Li earlier, it chewed a few times and swallowed it. The black orb of light didn't even have a chance to cry out. Luo Li witnessed the scene, speechless with shock. System. Sikong Yao instantly severed his connection with the system. With the system gone, his items also lost their power, and he appeared before Luo Li and the others. Mo Nian couldn't see Xiao Baikai and the others, but he saw Sikong Yao appear before them. Startled for a moment, he immediately shielded Luo Li behind him. What did you do? Seeing the system disappear, Sikong Yao panicked, glaring angrily at Luo Li. Before he could finish speaking, the blade in Luo Li's hand had already pierced his heart. To eliminate you, of course. It's obvious. Why even ask? Seeing Xiao Baikai destroy Sikong Yao's soul, Luo Li, like a frightened deer, nestled back into Mo Nian's arms. He was terrifying. His demeanor was completely different from his earlier decisive and coldness. But Mo Nian still reached out and patted her to comfort her, his eyes filled with heartache. "Don't be afraid. It's all over now." Seeing his expression, Luo Li smiled sweetly. When Luo Yannan received the news and arrived with his men, all he could see was Siko Miao's corpse on the ground. He looked at Mo Nian comforting Luo Li, then at Luo Li herself, who looked terrified. "Luo Yannan, don't worry, Your Majesty. Everything has been resolved." Seeing him looking at her, Luo Li silently stepped back slightly, but her hand remained clasped with Mo Nian's. He was curious, but dared not ask further. Afterwards, Luo Yannan ordered the news of today's events to be kept secret, and Siko Miao's corpse was immediately burned, to avoid anyone seeing his face and causing trouble. After Luo Li and the others left the palace, Luo Yannan secretly took out the amulet, examined it curiously, and then carefully put it back in his pocket. His gaze drifted towards the princess's residence. Then he looked to his side and let out a long sigh. Inside the princess's residence, Host, Eve extracted all the fortune of this world, returned the fortune that belonged to the emperors of various countries, and returned the fortune of everyone else as well. However, what about the new chosen one? The original true chosen one of this world had already been devoured by that Siko Miao and his group, usurping their place. Therefore, they need to find another chosen one. It had asked the main god about this matter, and the main god said it should discuss it with the host. It didn't know what to do, so it planned to listen to the host. "Look, how about my royal brother? Wouldn't that perfectly fulfill the original owner's wish? The chosen one, making their country powerful and prosperous, is a piece of cake." "I think it's feasible." Hearing Luo Li's words, Xiao Baikai agreed. "Then let's go with my royal brother." As Luo Li finished speaking, a ball of light carrying her fortune flew from Xiao Baicai's hand, heading straight for the palace, and finally entering Luo Yannan's body. Mo Nian brought water in from outside the palace and carefully wiped her hands. "Next time, princess, please let me do it. Don't get your hands dirty." Meeting his gaze, Luo Li smiled, extremely obedient. "Okay." Mo Nian didn't ask further about what happened in the palace, and she offered no explanation. The next day, news spread throughout Dongyang that the king had been assassinated in the palace, and the former crown prince had mysteriously disappeared. With the kingdom leader gone overnight, Dongyang was plunged into chaos as the princes fought for power. Half a month later, new news arrived. The 9th prince of Dongyang, possessing the strongest aura of imperial power, successfully ascended the throne. However, the Dongyang court was already unstable after this upheaval. While the 9th prince possessed the strongest imperial power, he was far inferior to the emperors of other kingdoms. Ultimately, he too could not escape the fate of national collapse, and Mo Nian had long been busy with preparations. After the autumn examinations, he finally lived up to his efforts and promises, achieving the highest rank and securing a place in the court. This successfully earned them an imperial decree of marriage. Not long after, their grand wedding arrived. The wedding of a princess of a nation was naturally no ordinary affair. Not only did high-ranking officials and noble families come to offer their congratulations, but even the emperor himself came out of the palace to preside over the main hall. Nationwide countries, upon hearing the news, also sent congratulatory gifts. The grandeur of the occasion was enough to keep the people of the land talking for 3 days. On their wedding night, Luo Li thought the incident in the palace was over, but she hadn't expected him to lose control so much after returning drunk from the banquet. Seeing Mo Nian's flushed face, Luo Li found it somewhat amusing. However, just as her lips curved into a smile, his wine-scented kiss covered hers. "Lear," he gently kissed her and called out, "I'm here."
Lear.
Again and again, Luo Li answered patiently, until finally, he cupped her face in his hands, his eyes red and moist as he looked at her, his voice trembling slightly. "You have secrets I won't ask, but can you please never leave me again?" That day, though he couldn't see, he could sense something must have happened before his eyes. He knew even more clearly that she was not simple. The moment he realized this, he suddenly felt an uneasy panic. But he could sense that she didn't want to talk about it, so he never dared to ask further. But now, he couldn't hold back anymore. He was afraid that one day she would suddenly leave him, just like Siko Miao had, as His Majesty had said, suddenly disappearing without a trace, nowhere to be found. I promise you. Hearing his trembling, almost pleading words, Luo Li paused for a moment, then solemnly agreed. Then she turned and covered him with a kiss. I promise you, Mo Nian, Luo Li will never leave you alone. A sincere promise, buried in the passionate kiss. He took the initiative, leaving deep marks, peach-like welts. The next day, when Luo Li awoke, her body aching and covered in bruises, she was once again assaulted by his lingering kisses. I remember, princess, you mustn't break your promise. Luo Li, exhausted, could only manage a weak chuckle as she responded.
Okay.
For the next 3 days, Luo Li couldn't step out of her bedchamber. Afterwards, she was finally free, too exhausted to do anything but give up.
Ouch.
It hurts. He touched a spot while washing her, and she gasped softly, shifting her body, making everything even clearer. Mo Nian froze instantly, his throat bobbing, his cheeks flushing red, and his movements softening considerably. Be gentle, princess. Be good too. Don't call out so softly. Hearing his words, Luo Li could only let out a muffled groan, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Mo Nian's eyes were filled with amusement, his gaze towards her full of affection and doting. Who says that marrying a princess will necessarily ruin one's future? If one's own abilities can command respect, and the emperor can be relied upon, then everything is not a problem. After entering the imperial court as the top scholar, Mo Nian rose through the ranks thanks to his outstanding talent and abilities, becoming Luo Yannan's right-hand man. He assisted in court affairs, while Luo Li was in charge of finances. The couple, as Luo Yannan's right-hand men, along with their emperor brother, the three of them led the Qian kingdom to glory. Over the course of 10 years, they first reclaimed the defeated Dongyang kingdom and then annexed the repeatedly invading Xiaoyang kingdom. In the same year, the great Qian cavalry invaded the neighboring kingdom and beheaded its tyrannical emperor within the palace. They avenged the Mo family and the innocent scholar-official families of the 100 families, and those who had boldly spoken out against the emperor's evil deeds, upholding justice. Thus, step by step, they strengthened the Qian kingdom, ultimately making it the most powerful nation in the world after 10 years. Once everything stabilized, Luo Li and her husband returned everything to Luo Yannan. The couple traveled the world, enjoying a carefree and happy life. However, Luo Yannan was just like them. 10 years later, once his crown prince was stable, he abdicated and traveled the world with his empress. You know what? You really can't believe it. They lived a life of carefree bliss, rolling in wealth, only needing to indulge in their own pleasures truly wonderful. Meanwhile, the little boy from back then had long since become a renowned prime minister. His relationship with Luo Yannan, the new emperor's son, was also quite good. With the two of them holding the reins, there was absolutely no need to worry about the country. Many years later, sigh. Little Cabbage sighed, looking at the favorability rating that remained stuck at 99% after Luo Li and the others' wedding night. Host, why is it still 99%? 40 or 50 years have passed. Hearing Xia Beikai's words, Luo Li turned to Mo Nian, who was patiently peeling a pomegranate for her, and smiled. He's guarding against me. Xia Beikai looked puzzled, but then it saw Mo Nian suddenly put down the pomegranate he was peeling and place a plate of fruit in front of Luo Li. Princess, do you still remember what you said back then? As if sensing his passing, Luo Li paused for a moment, then nodded and smiled gently at him. Of course, wherever you go, I will accompany you. Hearing her words, Mo Nian finally felt relieved. He let Luo Li eat the pomegranate first, then went into the kitchen and prepared Luo Li's favorite dishes one by one. After watching Luo Li eat everything, he pulled her back to her room. You're tired today. Take a rest for a while.
Okay.
Seeing his obviously weak appearance, Luo Li smiled and nodded, fighting back tears welling up in her eyes. As usual, she lay in bed, resting her head gently against his chest, letting him soothe her with soft, gentle strokes. "Madam, you say reincarnation is real, is it?" He suddenly spoke softly in the silence. Luo Li turned her head, meeting his gaze. "Yes." Hearing her answer, Mo Nian tightened his grip on her hand noticeably. "Then in the next life, I will wait for you, madam. Please come find me as soon as possible, okay?"
Okay.
Hearing her words, Mo Nian's eyes lit up with a smile, and he gently stroked her cheek, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "My lady, I suddenly feel that this life has truly been too short." A soft sigh escaped his lips, and the hand that had always comforted her, that had protected her throughout her life, stopped moving. "Yes," Luo Li replied, her voice barely audible, her voice trembling slightly. She leaned against his chest, but could no longer hear his heartbeat. A tear fell, and she closed her eyes with a smile. "So, in the next life, don't leave her behind so soon." Ding. Affection +1. Current affection 100%. Congratulations on completing the mission. When Luo Yanren finally found the residence following the address, he saw only the couple, embracing, now lifeless. Looking at this scene, he opened his mouth, but ultimately only managed a red-eyed smile. Really, they were younger than me, only 60 years old, yet they ran faster than me. And kept it from me for so many years, not letting me disturb them. If I hadn't come looking for you this time, you two childless widows, who knows what would have happened? He muttered incoherently, his voice choked with sobs. With red-rimmed eyes, he looked up at the sky and smiled. "In this life, thank you both, my
sister."
In the end, Luo Li and her husband were buried together in this idyllic courtyard. No one knew that this former emperor had already known the truth. As the fate of the 1,000 Kingdoms was saved and reversed, a dreamlike memory flashed through his mind his past life. And beside him, another soul appeared. That was his true sister. Rather than saying that the countless treasures, fiefdoms, and favoritism were expressions of his love for his sister, it was more accurate to say that it was his inexpressible gratitude. But she was indeed his sister. He and Luo Li both acknowledged her. World 2, complete.
System space.
Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Gained 1,000 points, 20 luck points, and 50 merits.
Huh?
Luo Li hadn't reacted much to the earlier mentions, but the mention of merits stunned her. The first world only gave 10 points, right? So many this time? Little Cabbage nodded repeatedly. Yes, because the host received merit from the sincere gratitude of the world's chosen ones, so there will be more. The original owner also had 15 points, and the rest belonged to Luo Yanren. He actually knew everything. The brother and sister were very grateful to us for changing their fate and protecting the empire left by their father. Little Cabbage only learned about this at the very end. After hearing this, Luo Li nodded and looked at her screen. Points: 2,900 plus 1,000, 3,900. After spending 300 on peace talismans, 50 on shields, and 50 on training manuals in the small world, she currently has 3,500 points remaining. Luck value: 40 merit value. 60 items she possesses. 1 peace talisman. She hasn't used that talisman yet. 9 hemostatic pills, 9 pain-relieving pills, and 10 universal antidote pills. The pain-relieving pills were only used when she gave birth to her first baby. Besides, because we successfully helped repair the small world, the main god rewarded us again. Points: 3,500 plus 2,000, 5,500. Speaking of this, Luo Li had a question and reached out to pluck Xiao Bai Kai. Kai, I haven't asked yet, but you were showing off that black ball system back then. How is it so amazing? She had no idea that her system was so powerful that it could grab the other party with a single touch and leave them defenseless. When I saw that black mass unleash beams of light, I thought it was something powerful. Little Cabbage honestly shook its head upon hearing this. I don't know, it just smelled really good, so I grabbed it and ate it. It was really delicious. Pretty nutritious. It had also collected many useful items.
Okay.
This time they didn't linger. After removing the emotional threads, they immediately headed to the next world. Clatter, clatter. The sound of horses' hooves pounding the ground, the orderly marching of soldiers, grew louder as they approached. Host, they're here. Hearing this, Luo Li looked up, revealing her exquisite face. But she quickly seemed to realize something, her face contorting in pain, turning pale. Even so, the soldier scouting ahead was stunned for a moment before reacting. Commander, there's an injured girl here.
Oh.
As the voice faded, a group of armored figures rode closer on tall horses, among them a young man with his hair tied back with a red ribbon, who particularly caught the eye. When they saw the scene before them, everyone present gasped. The girl sat slumped on the ground, her face covered in dust, a bruise on her forehead, looking disheveled. A coarse cloth garment, picked up from somewhere, barely covered her body. A pair of slender, pale legs were exposed, one side seemingly scratched and bleeding, with a noticeable bruise on the ankle. Hair strayed across her face. Looking at the stranger before her, fear flickered in her eyes, and she instinctively shrank back, wincing in pain. Disheveled and broken, yet a stunningly beautiful woman. Seeing this, the leader's eyes lit up with amazement, his gaze narrowing as he fixed intently on Luo Li. Then, as if noticing something, his expression became thoughtful, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Pei Yi only glanced at her briefly before looking away, but even so, the girl's image was clearly etched into his mind. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of the person in front of him and frowned, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then he resumed his usual composure, tilting his head to one side and dangling the foxtail grass he held in his mouth. "Young lady, what brings you here? How did you get injured? Let me take you to get bandaged, shall I?" Before anyone could react, the leader had already dismounted and approached Luo Li. The other snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice, sensing something amiss. Normally, when encountering strangers on a march, one should first question them to ascertain their background before approaching.
How could this be?
As the commander-in-chief, he acted like this, without even intending to investigate. But, seeing Luo Li's appearance, they instantly understood. Faced with such beauty, it was indeed normal to momentarily forget the rules. Seeing his action, Luo Li once again shrank back as if startled, a flash of disgust quickly crossing her eyes as she lowered her head. Unlike this group of soldiers, Murongzhan possessed the air of a refined gentleman. Amidst an army of masculine warriors, he resembled a pale-faced scholar. Undeniably, he was quite handsome, but his ugly heart made him ugly as well. "Miss, don't be afraid. We're not bad people." Seeing Luo Li's reaction, Murongzhan paused for a moment, then quickly explained with a gentle smile. "This is the army of 11 Kingdom, and I am its commander-in-chief, the eldest prince of 11 Kingdom. Your injuries are quite severe. Shall I take you to get bandaged first?" He seemed to know Luo Li's true condition perfectly, explaining patiently while maintaining a kind and gentle smile. But in Luo Li's eyes, he was incredibly ugly. Tied Kingdom? But for the sake of her purpose, she had no choice but to cooperate and acknowledge him. Hearing his words, a blank look appeared in her eyes, then she painfully raised her hand to her forehead. "It hurts so much. I don't remember." Seeing this, the group exchanged glances, then looked around at their surroundings. They were at the foot of a small cliff. Looking at the cliff, then at Luo Li, they felt they understood something. It seemed this girl had experienced something serious, causing her to fall and lose her memory. Thinking this, they couldn't help but feel pity for Luo Li. As for suspecting her of being an assassin, killer, or spy, looking at her fragile appearance, as if she would break at the slightest touch, it didn't seem like it at all. However, they would still investigate thoroughly. "It's all right, I'll take you to bandage your wounds first. We can recover and think about it later." Murongzhan patiently and gently coaxed her, extending his hand to Luo Li. Luo Li looked at him for a moment, seemingly considering it, and then obediently stood up slowly. but she didn't reach for his hand. Her thin body swayed unsteadily as she carefully took her first steps forward. Pei Yi, who hadn't intended to pay attention, suddenly felt a few gentle tugs on his clothes. "Young master, can you help me? I'm in pain." The girl's voice was soft, her face pale, a sight that made one's heart tremble. Pei turned around and saw the scene, visibly stiffening. Then, like everyone else, he subconsciously glanced at Morongjeon, whose expression was somewhat unpleasant. "In that case, why don't you take her with you, Yi?" Meeting Pei Ye's gaze, Morongjeon gave a stiff smile and withdrew his hand, speaking with a forced smile. Pei Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, looking down at the girl again. She truly did look pitiful. He tossed the weeds from his mouth and gave Luo Li a roguish smile. "Of course." With that, he dismounted, glanced at Luo Li's clothes, and turned to take off his cloak and wrap it around her. "Excuse me." He then swept her up in his arms, the movement seemingly rough, but actually steady and comfortable, carefully avoiding her injuries. "Order that we rest for a couple of quarters, survey the surrounding area, and if there are no problems, set up camp here today. Summon the army doctor." "Yes, Vice Commander." Hearing his voice, everyone immediately went to work. Not a single person wanted to ask their commander's opinion again. This clearly showed who the soldiers respected more. However, no one was stupid. Anyone with eyes could see that this time, their eldest prince was just here to gain prestige. In every single battle, it was the deputy commander who strategized and led the charge. The commander-in-chief, on the other hand, just stayed in the background, supposedly overseeing the operation, but he was more like a figurehead. Just look at his face after 6 months of continuous battles and he still looked like a pale-faced scholar. Seeing everyone's reaction, Morongjeon's expression darkened further, and he almost lost his composure.
Pa, pa, pa.
Ugly freak. Leaning on Pei Ye's shoulder, Luo Li turned around and saw this scene, silently cursing in her heart. "Not for any other reason, but simply because I'm angry at the original owner. This is an ordinary ancient world. However, because this world still possesses a trace of spiritual energy, a very small number of demons still inhabit the deep mountains. The original owner of this body was a little rabbit demon who had escaped from the deep forests and accidentally wandered into the human world. Having grown up in the mountains and been naive to the ways of the world, the original owner was filled with curiosity about everything outside. Because of her beauty, she was targeted by a group of human traffickers who planned to trick her into selling her to a brothel. The original owner, unaware of the wickedness of human nature, listened to their words and thought they had truly found kind people willing to take her in, so she obediently followed them. But unexpectedly, halfway there, seeing the original owner's appearance, they suddenly harbored evil intentions, planning to take advantage of her first, and then sell her to the brothel after they had tasted her. Although the original owner was ignorant of human affairs, she had heard other demon sisters talk about such things before she left home, and she knew that such things could only be done with someone you love. Therefore, after realizing their intentions, she strongly resisted. She was merely a 100-year-old demon who had only recently taken human form due to a fortuitous opportunity. Her demonic power was weak, and she was powerless against them. Fortunately, she managed to escape after a desperate struggle. However, she accidentally fell off a cliff and temporarily lost her memory. Then, just like before, she encountered the victorious army of the 11 Kingdom, returning home. She was rescued by Morongjeon and taken to his residence. Under Morongjeon's life-saving grace, his handsome appearance, and his gentle coaxing, she gradually fell in love with him. After recuperating, she gradually regained her memory. Already deeply in love and with a naive heart, she made no attempt to protect herself and revealed her true identity to Morongjeon. Morongjeon, upon learning this, seemed unsurprised. Later, Morongjeon gradually seduced her, trying to get her to help him. Using the original owner's demonic power and the alluring arts she learned from a fox demon in the mountains, she helped him grow his ambition time and again. Ultimately, she helped him ascend the throne. The original owner thought that by helping Morongjeon achieve his wish, she could live happily with him for the rest of her life. But unexpectedly, what she received in return was him personally digging out her inner core with a demon-slaying sword and killing her in the palace. Meanwhile, Morongjeon, stepping over the original owner's corpse, enjoyed immense wealth and power. He lived a healthy life, dying peacefully at over 130 years old. The original owner only learned the truth after her death. It turned out that Morongjeon also had a mother who was a demon, and his father, too, had used his mother to gain the throne. Finally, his father even had longevity pills made from his mother's inner core. Although she was his birth mother, he felt no remorse whatsoever. On the contrary, like his father, he believed that such a foreign race should be killed. If they could be used, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, the appearance of the original owner provided him with this opportunity. Perhaps because his mother was a demon, although he was human, he could recognize a demon at a glance. From the moment the original owner appeared, he had already seen through his identity. And from that moment on, his scheme began. The original owner's wish. Make Morongjeon pay with his life. Make him die a painful and miserable death. Destroy the Morong dynasty. Destroy this Morong royal family, whose members are all utterly incompetent. Therefore, one can imagine how much Luo Li loathed Morongjeon when she saw him. How is it, hearing the boy's pleasant voice beside her ear, Luo Li's thoughts returned. The military doctor had already begun carefully cleaning and bandaging Luo Li's wounds. The leg injury is quite severe. She will need to rest in bed for at least half a month before she can walk again. She needs to be carefully watched over these next few days to prevent the wound from worsening. The injury on her forehead is relatively better. It's not serious. The amnesia is likely due to the head injury. However, it should only be temporary. She should recover after some rest. Pei responded, turning to look at Luo Li, who was obediently draped in his cloak. Seeing her obediently staring at him with her wet eyes, he couldn't help but find it both shocking and amusing. Little thing, you were just crying in pain, but you haven't even started to whimper. Even he frowned at the sight of her injury. But from beginning to end, aside from trembling a few times while the wound was being cleaned and treated, she only bit her lip and remained silent. It has to be said, she was much more endearing than those girls in the capital who would cry and whine over the slightest bump. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, and although he didn't look burly, he was solidly muscular. Compared to her, who remained small from head to toe, she truly deserved the title of Little Thing. Hearing this, Luo Li turned to look at the military doctor, frowning at his actions, but still biting her lip and remaining silent. Only after the military doctor left did she reveal her slightly reddened eyes. Meeting her gaze, Pei was clearly startled, but before he could say anything, she sniffed, calming herself down. "Thank you, young master," she whispered, extremely obedient. That soft voice is pleasant to listen to. Pei raised an eyebrow slightly. "Thanking me only? Not the one who asked me to bring you back. If it weren't for him, I might not have brought you back." He was telling the truth. The whole capital knew that General Pei, though seemingly a womanizer, had no tenderness towards women. He frequented all the places the playboys of the capital went, and he'd been to all the famous brothels, but he'd never let a woman get close. If anyone dared to throw themselves at him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Throwing them out the door would be the least of his worries. Everyone said he loved beautiful women, but had no compassion for them. If he had been the only one who encountered Luo Li today, there was little chance he would have brought her back. After all, he was of sound mind. Encountering a beautiful woman on a military campaign? Something was definitely wrong. Having someone take Luo Li to the nearest town clinic was already a great act of kindness on his part. He's strange. Hearing Pei's words, Luo Li lowered her head and answered quietly. This piqued Pei's interest. He bent down, leaned closer, and looked at her with a smile and a hint of curiosity. "Oh, how is he strange?" Luo Li stepped back, avoiding his approach. "His eyes make me very uncomfortable." Seeing her reaction, Pei's eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile remained on his lips. Well, you little thing, your intuition is quite accurate. Remember to stay away from him in the future. These words were both a joke and a reminder. He wasn't really thinking anything of it, just felt it was a real shame to see such a cute little thing tainted by something so ugly. Seeing her obedient expression, Pei Ye's interest deepened. He lifted her face to meet her gaze. Little thing, do you really remember nothing? His face still held a smile, but his eyes were scrutinizing, carrying a strangely unsettling pressure due to the blood on his hands. I don't remember. However, even in this situation, her eyes remained crystal clear, reflecting only his image, nothing else. Looking at her, it was as if her eyes held only him. Pei stared, then suddenly released her, stepping back and turning his gaze away. You rest here for now. Leaving those words behind, he walked out without looking back. Today, the army will camp here to rest. Luo Li lay obediently in the makeshift medical tent, looking up at the sky. Host, does it still hurt? Little Cabbage fed her a grape and chatted with her. Luo Li shook her head. I took painkillers, I don't feel anything. As for what happened just now, it was all an act. But to be honest, when she first transmigrated and felt all these injuries, she really cried from the pain. To make the injuries seem real, she didn't dare treat them, only stopping the pain and bleeding, and then waited. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait too long. Little Cabbage was about to feed her another grape when she heard a noise outside. Miss, how are you? Morongjeon walked in with a worried expression, and Luo Li immediately closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. After Morongjeon realized she was asleep, he also fell silent, but didn't leave. Instead, a few confident chuckles rang out. Luo Li could feel the other person's greedy, lewd gaze fixed on her. It was truly disgusting. Fortunately, someone came and called him away shortly afterward, and he didn't linger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Ye's men returned with the information they had gathered. Young General, the investigation is complete. This morning, a group of human traffickers passed by this cliffside road. In their carriage, they were carrying a beautiful, orphaned girl. It's said they planned to take her to one of their brothels along this road. When they passed by, they saw the girl's beauty and became greedy, intending to assault her. The girl, unwilling to be violated, fought desperately and escaped, ultimately falling off the cliff. The traffickers initially intended to capture her. However, upon hearing that our army was approaching and would soon pass through this area, they feared trouble and didn't dare disembark to retrieve her. Now I have apprehended the traffickers and handed them over to the authorities at the front. Based on what the traffickers and passers-by said, the girl's appearance is indeed similar to the girl in our military camp. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Pei frowned. An orphan girl? Yes. I heard someone saw her coming from the direction of those cities ravaged by war. Besides knowing her name is Li, there's nothing more to say. At this point, everyone in the tent fell silent. Those cities were precisely where they had been fighting, although they were currently resting. Since ancient times, in wars between nations, it is always the common people who suffer. If that's the case, then the girl's plight is inextricably linked to them. All right, I understand.
You can all leave now.
Pei Yi waved his hand. Knowing she was indeed not a spy, he was relieved. After all, no matter how much they planned, they couldn't have predicted this precisely. Recently, a sudden downpour occurred in the west, and their group had only changed course this morning. If it were a calculated move, this whole thing couldn't have been so coincidental. Thinking this through, he turned and walked out of the tent. Unexpectedly, just as she came out, she saw Morongjeon coming out of the medical tent where Luo Li was. Seeing Morongjeon turn back twice, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Their eldest prince seems quite interested in that little thing. Thinking about the current behavior of the Tide Kingdom's royal family, Pei Yi chuckled and shook his head. His old man was far too loyal. He couldn't see that they were simply being used like dogs. And no matter what he said, the old man wouldn't listen or believe him. Truly annoying. Feeling somewhat irritated, he casually plucked a blade of grass and walked towards the medical tent where Luo Li was. Go get a carriage, he instructed someone as he reached the tent. Judging from her current condition, she would probably have no choice but to come with them. Their group only had empty cargo wagons. The carriages had all been reserved for other wounded patients, not enough. And since she was a woman, they needed to have another one. With that, he went into the tent, glanced inside, and then quickly retreated, turning his back to draw the tent flap shut. Go prepare a few more sets of women's clothes. He turned to the bewildered soldier beside him and ordered in a deep voice. His ears, unseen by others, were burning red. Yes, sir. The soldier, without delay, went to make the arrangements. After the soldier left, Pei hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes and returning to the medical tent. Relying on his memory, he carefully covered her with the cloak. He suddenly stiffened, having touched something. After covering her, he was drenched in sweat. He opened his eyes to check, making sure she was properly covered, then quickly turned away, not daring to look any longer. What a carefree little thing. But looking at the sleeping Luo Li, he couldn't help but mutter this to himself. He found a chair in the tent and sat down, leaning against the table to rest. There were many men in the army. Until she woke up and the clothes arrived, he would stay and watch over her. If we recruit someone and break military regulations, or if this poor little thing suffers injustice, that wouldn't be good either. Little Cabbage looked at him, then at its host who had just been pretending to be asleep and had actually fallen asleep, and silently withdrew its little hand. All right, with the demon lord here, the host doesn't need it even if her private parts are exposed. Actually, Luo Li's cloak had just fallen off before Pei entered. Little Cabbage had wanted to help fix it, but who knew Pei would come in? The host's clothes were already tattered, and without the cloak, there was no cover. What should be seen, and what shouldn't be seen, was all seen by the demon lord. However, it really wasn't fast enough. Luckily, it was the demon lord who came in. It wouldn't have been good if it were someone else. Wah. Thank goodness. It will obediently apologize when the host wakes up. A moment later, Pei opened his eyes again and stepped out of the tent. Bring me the bedding from my tent. He had only thought of clothes and forgotten that what she really needed was bedding.
Yes.
Luo Li woke up near dusk. Turning her head, she saw Pei resting with his eyes closed inside the tent. She paused, then looked down and saw the extra bedding covering her. Host, you're awake. Little Cabbage, seeing her awake, quickly recounted what had happened while she slept, holding a grape obediently in its hand. Luo Li smiled. It's all right. Our cabbage is already great. This late step is just right. Hearing this, Little Cabbage tilted its head, seemingly understanding, and followed its host, turning to look at Pei. Awake? Noticing her gaze, Pei's brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. Then he opened his eyes. Seeing her expression, he asked, Are you feeling unwell? I'll go get the army doctor for you. For some reason, recalling the scene he witnessed upon entering the tent, he felt a strange sense of guilt whenever he met Luo Li's gaze. Without waiting for Luo Li to say anything, he walked out on his own. Luo Li obediently lowered her head, her small, pale hands clutching the blankets tightly. Young General. Just then, the army doctor was also about to come and examine Luo Li, and Pei almost bumped into him as he came out. After a brief salute, the army doctor examined Luo Li, checked her forehead temperature, and, seeing that everything was normal, was relieved. I'll have someone prepare the medicine and bring it over in a bit.
Drink it and rest.
Don't put any strain on your legs these next few days, or it might worsen your injury. Also, be careful with your head.
Okay.
Hearing the army doctor's instructions, Luo Li obediently replied. Pei glanced at her from the side, then walked out with the army doctor. Shortly after, he returned with some clothes and food. Eat some yourself.
These clothes were just bought by someone.
We're heading back to the capital. If you have anywhere else you'd like to go, you can let us know in advance. If you don't want to come back with us, we can help you find a place to stay once your injuries have healed. He only meant to respect her wishes, not wanting them to make all the decisions without considering her needs. But before he could finish speaking, she hurriedly put down the porridge in her hand and grabbed his hand. Her eyes were filled with fear of being abandoned.
Don't leave me.
It'll be very good. The girl who hadn't cried while his wounds were being cleaned and treated was now red-eyed, her eyes filled with panic as she looked at him. Pei was taken aback. He looked down at the hand tightly gripping his and frowned slightly. It was too soft. That teary-eyed look was truly unbearable to see. A strange feeling stirred within him. This was the first time he hadn't immediately pushed away a woman who approached him. I didn't intend to abandon you. Then you can stay with me for now. We'll make a decision later when you remember something. He explained coldly, calmly brushing her hand away as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing his first sentence, Luo Li felt relieved and obediently withdrew her hand, nodding very politely. For some reason, seeing her like this, he felt a strange urge to touch her. He really wanted to pinch her cheeks and see if she would still be so obedient. With that, he withdrew, standing quietly at the doorway, giving her space to eat and change. He glanced at the soldiers patrolling around him, his eyes darting to the medical tent beside him. There were many men in the army, and suddenly having such a little one around was truly troublesome and inconvenient in every way. But remembering her appearance just now, he rubbed his temples and suddenly sighed softly. Has that girl woken up? At this moment, Morongjean arrived with his men, followed by a stretcher.
She's awake. You?
Pei said, glancing at the stretcher. Oh, the army has limited tents, and this medical tent needs to accommodate many people. It's inconvenient for a young lady to rest here alone, so I'll take her over. Upon hearing this, Pei paused. Indeed, their military tents were limited. Aside from the main and deputy generals who had their own tents, everyone else had to share. This medical tent was only provided for Luo Li temporarily because it was inconvenient for a man to stay there, as she was a young lady. However, the temperature difference between day and night was significant, and the nights were chilly, so she still needed the place. Therefore, her accommodation became a problem. Morongjean had considered this, which was why he wanted to take Luo Li back. Thinking about today's situation, and fearing that Luo Li might be embarrassed to let him touch her, he had specially brought a stretcher. Right now, she didn't seem to have any affection for him, but that didn't matter. He would take his time. Given his gentle treatment over time, she would surely fall in love with him sooner or later. But how could Pei not see through Morongjean's ulterior motives? Your Highness needn't go to such trouble. She'll stay at my place tonight, Pei said with his usual flamboyant and alluring smile. Hearing Pei Ye's words, Morongjean's face stiffened. Looking at Pei Ye's face, which could bewitch all beings, he felt a sense of crisis. How can this be appropriate? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Yi, don't ruin this young lady's reputation. He smiled again at the last sentence, as if he were joking. I've already ordered someone to prepare a separate residence for her. Morongjean added with a smile. It was clear he was determined to have her. Oh, then why don't we ask her own wishes first? We're both grown men, and it's not good to force her. It's best to respect the young lady's own decision. Considering the little one's obedience, he would help her one more time. If she hesitated, then he couldn't be blamed. However, he felt this little one was quite clever. Thinking about Luo Li's choice today, Morongjean wasn't entirely at ease. Sigh. He was about to say something when Pei turned away. Little thing, are you all right? He asked into the tent. Morongjean wanted to say something, but Pei, after speaking and hearing Luo Li's response, went straight in, not waiting for Morongjean to say anything more. His eyes darkened. Morongjean composed himself and instantly put on a smile before going in. As soon as they entered, they saw Luo Li clinging tightly to Pei Ye's sleeve, as if afraid he would abandon her. Without even asking, it was clear what Luo Li had chosen. Pei turned to him and smiled apologetically. Your Highness, she heard what we said earlier. Now, this is the only way. With that, he glanced at the soldiers who were preparing to carry things over, then lifted Luo Li up. He also picked up the small bundle Luo Li had packed, hooking it onto his arm, and carried her steadily away. A nearby soldier, seeing this, cleverly took the bedding along with something he had retrieved from the deputy commander's tent. Pei Yi. Morongjean clenched his fists, only cursing aloud as he watched Luo Li being carried into the tent by Pei Yi. His face was extremely grim. Those following him exchanged glances, heads bowed, not daring to look any longer. You sleep here first, I'll sleep outside. Pei Yi's tent had a bed and a recliner. He gave her the bed. After all, she was injured, and such a small child at that. It was only natural for him to give up his bed. Thank you, young general. She nestled obediently into her position, mimicking the soldier's address to him. Hearing this, Pei Yi paused, glanced at her, but said nothing and left. There are people outside the tent. If you need anything, just have them call me or ask them for help. I've already given the orders. But thinking about it, he turned back and added a reminder. Okay. Seeing her agree, he didn't linger. Although they were currently on their way back to the capital, setting up camp anywhere still couldn't guarantee complete safety. He arranged the evening patrol properly. However, even though it was the same address, and women had called him young general in a soft, delicate voice before, why did hers sound so ticklish? Her voice was pleasant to listen to, making one want to hear her shout a few more times, but he refrained from doing so. The night passed peacefully. However, an imperial decree arrived, ordering them to return to the capital immediately to report, with no time to lose. So, early the next morning, without much rest, they set off immediately. For 2 consecutive days, they traveled tirelessly. Luo Li leaned against the carriage Pei Yi had prepared for her, her gaze fixed on Pei Yi through the curtains. He clearly felt uncomfortable being stared at throughout the journey. Finally, he couldn't help but turn his head, only to meet Luo Li's smiling, slightly admiring gaze. Seeing him, she froze, her face instantly turning red as she hurriedly looked away, shrinking her head back into the carriage. But as soon as Pei Yi looked away, she would sneak back out. Clearly, she was a timid, budding young girl. Feeling the gaze behind him, Pei Yi shook his head and rubbed his temples. No one noticed that his ears were also burning red. This little thing, how can she be so unreserved? Feeling the burning sensation on his ears, and the gaze behind him that made him involuntarily stiffen, he muttered a quiet complaint, a secret smile playing on his lips. But to say she's unreserved, she's been exceptionally well-behaved these past 2 days. This is the only time she's gone a little out of line. Well, she's still a pretty well-behaved little thing. Just as he was thinking this, he looked up and saw Morongzhan looking back with a lovesick expression. He paused, then turned around, just in time to see Luo Li roll her eyes at Morongzhan with utter disgust, then slam the carriage window shut. Morongzhan's smile widened even more. Seeing Pei Yi looking over, he laughed out loud. "Little girl caught peeking at me, are you shy?" he said, looking at Luo Li's carriage. To him, Luo Li's disgust was nothing more than excessive shame and indignation. Pei Yi. Ha! He gave a forced smile, turned his head away, and ignored her. She's blind. She clearly saw. Seeing this, Morongzhan was somewhat displeased, but remembering Pei Yi's usual nonchalant attitude, he remained silent. Moreover, the Pei family still valued them, so he could only endure it for now. Luo Li, through Xiao Bite-Size retelling, also learned what had happened after she closed the window. Thinking of Morongzhan's disgusted gaze, she felt truly nauseous. Kai, let's kill him. She couldn't hold back any longer. Huh? But weren't you worried that something might happen to him on the way back to the capital, implicating Pei Yi and making him take the blame? Besides, the Emperor of 11 Kingdom is quite incompetent. He sent Morongzhan along this time precisely to make him undergo the Jin dynasty's ascension, and then to divide the Pei family's military power. If Morongzhan dies now, the Emperor's plan will fall through, and the Pei family might be in danger. After all, this kind of emperor is indeed capable of doing such things. As an emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for him to arrange any pretext to eliminate the Pei family. The fact that he's using this method of power division is only because the Pei family is still useful. What Xiaobeikai said was something they had analyzed together, so Luo Li naturally understood. Never mind. Let's go back to the capital first, and then find a way to kill that damned emperor too. By the way, Kai, When did those assassins appear? Judging from the current time, it should be in 10 days. It's still a month's journey from here to the capital. The road ahead is unsafe, located within the border region. There's a possibility of enemy ambush. After all, it's a matter of life and death, and cornered dogs often resort to desperate measures. Besides, Pei followed his grandfather to the battlefield from a young age, achieving numerous illustrious victories for the 11 Kingdom, thus incurring many enemies. The emperor is afraid that if he acts too soon, even without Pei, his son will be in trouble. Oh, well, there's no way around it. His son has to be in trouble, Luo Li said with a light laugh, her eyes icy cold. Murong, who was secretly pleased, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. But he didn't care, quickly immersing himself in his own fantasies. He thought to himself, with his face and noble status, if he genuinely cared for a girl, how could she not be moved? It seems his meticulous care these past 2 days hasn't been in vain. As for Luo Li's consistently obvious rejection and resistance, women, he knew, were often two-faced. Considering she was useful, he indulged her a little. As for the troublesome Pei, he didn't care. After all, the Pei family would be dealt with by his father sooner or later. He was just a dying man, why bother? Thinking this, at noon, during a break, he came over again with that smile he thought could charm countless girls. Luo Li ignored him, carefully sipping the meat porridge Pei had ordered for her. Phew. The porridge was still a little hot from being made, so she could only blow on it while sipping. She was delicate and soft, with a captivating charm. Those around her were stunned by her appearance, but noticing Pei's deliberate attempt to shield her, they quickly ran away, not daring to look any longer. Why did you give it away? Is this enough? Pei frowned, handing her a roasted pheasant leg. He had hunted it himself in the mountains. The team was full of rough soldiers, and he had never led a young woman around before. The medic said she needed something light and nourishing. So he hunted a pheasant and had someone make her a chicken and pork porridge. But even though there was a lot made, she only ate such a small bowl, giving the rest to other wounded soldiers. The bowl wasn't even half the size of his palm. Could it be full? Luo Li took the chicken leg, placed it beside her, and nodded with a smile. I rested a lot while traveling, so I didn't have much of an appetite. Hearing this, Pei didn't ask any further questions. Murong arrived at this time, carrying an exquisite food box. Little girl, why are you eating this? Luo Li currently has no memory, so naturally, she doesn't remember her own name. Seeing that Pei always calls her little thing, Murong also gave her a name, Little. The pheasant meat is tough and not tasty. You eat these. As he spoke, he ordered someone to open the food box, revealing the exquisite dishes inside. 5 dishes and a soup, almost all meat dishes. TSK, this guy really has no brains. Even the deputy commander, the true General Pei, whom the generals trust and love, eats the same food as everyone else. If he wants extra food, he hunts for it himself and prepares it himself, never asking for special treatment. But this Murong eats and drinks well every day, while the others eat dry rations and coarse bread while traveling, sometimes with a little porridge like they are now. He indulges in delicious food every day, constantly flaunting his special treatment. And he wants to share military power? How can anyone respect him? Are they expected to blindly say, I truly respect him? No need. I think the chicken is delicious. Luo Li didn't even want to give him a second glance, silently hiding behind Pei to avoid him. Pei's brow, furrowed by this brainless remark, relaxed slightly at Luo Li's reply. Your Highness, please enjoy it yourself, he said, turning to Murong with a standard, forced smile. Actually, Pei's attitude was evident from his form of address. Now that Murong had been appointed commander-in-chief by the emperor, as long as he hadn't returned to the capital, within the army, Murong was considered the commander-in-chief, and everyone should address him that way. But Pei consistently addressed him as Your Highness, a clear message to everyone. But Murong never noticed the problem, and sometimes even seemed quite pleased to hear it. Pei, the little girl allows you to take care of her, but you can't treat her like this. The military doctor said that her body needs to recuperate carefully. How can you be considered careful? In short, Morongjeon is accusing Pei Yi of treating her harshly. He was completely concerned about his own dirty thoughts, and his strategy didn't care at all about Pei Yi and the reaction of the soldiers who would hear his words. Luo Li felt that he was really poisonous. She was injured, but he was worried. But what about the soldiers who were born and died for his 11 kingdom and for his Morong royal family? How can I never see this highness for so long and care about them in the slightest? They didn't mean to blame Luo Li. She was a girl's family. And they are all big men, iron-boned men. How can they compare with other people's weak little girls? Moreover, this little girl is still an ordinary person in Shigua, and it is their duty to protect the people as soldiers of Shigua. They were just disappointed in Morongjeon and the Morong family. However, I have already seen through it. Little girl, you try it first. This is all specially ordered to be made for you. Seeing that Luo Li was unmoved, Morongjeon simply squatted down and did it himself. Raising his hand, he wanted to snatch the things from Luo Li's hand. Luo Li frowned and wanted to hide, but she didn't move again for some reason. Your Highness, I really don't need it. When Morongjeon took it, she reluctantly competed with him. Then the two went back and forth, and when he was exerting force, she let go directly, pretending to be successfully taken away by him. Deliberately let Kai secretly heat up a lot of hot porridge and sprinkled it on Morongjeon's hand, causing him to scream in pain and quickly throw the bowl aside. You damn woman! Covering his burned and painful hands, he looked at Luo Li with a hideous face, completely losing the gentle and considerate appearance just now. Seeing his appearance, it seemed that he wanted to do something to Luo Li. Pei Yi also reacted quickly, pulling Luo Li up and protecting him behind him. This scene was too fast, and everyone hadn't reacted yet, and when they turned their heads, they saw that Morongjeon's hands were already red, and the skin was turning white and blistering. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Luo Li's tears rolled down, full of panic, and shrank behind Pei Yi with red eyes and hurriedly shook his head to apologize. I didn't know you would snatch. This words with a strong, crying voice also took her out. She really didn't mean it. It was an accident caused by Morongjeon robbing her things himself. The people who saw the scene next to them looked at Morongjeon, and it was really hard to say. As a big man, he robbed other girls' things, accidentally injured himself, and became angry and wanted to get angry at other girls. Their Highness, this one is really people. It's hard to say. Your Highness, I also saw the scene just now. Your concern is indeed sudden. She really didn't mean to. Now you should go to the medicine first. Listening to Luo Li's words and looking at Morongjeon's angry appearance, Pei Yi leaned over to protect Luo Li tightly. He also spoke. His eyes glanced at Morongjeon's hand, meaning something. At this time, the military doctor and the accompanying imperial physician brought by Morongjeon also rushed over when they heard the movement and hurriedly helped him deal with it. Luo Li choked up and apologized in a timid whisper. After the military doctors dealt with the burns, Morongjeon gradually regained his senses. Looking at Luo Li, he suddenly remembered his plan, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled stiffly and smiled comfortingly at Luo Li. This temple knows that it is the hall that is not good, and it scares Xiao Xiao. Hearing his words, everyone was obviously stunned. Didn't react at all. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? But that's okay, the girl really didn't mean it. Pei Yi also paused, looking at Morongjeon's gaze more and more contemplatively. What is Morongjeon's purpose for small things? Let him be so able to back down and be patient. Thinking about it, he glanced at the top of Luo Li's hair. Luo Li also paused when she heard this, and then nodded obediently. No, I wasn't scared. Although she said this, her eyes were full of timidity when she looked at Morongjeon. Morongjeon frowned when he saw this, but looked at the situation of his hand and listened to the imperial doctor's words, and still did not stay outside. After he left, everyone dispersed and rested. Luo Li looked at the mess scattered all over the place. With the chicken leg that was unfortunately implicated and fell into the soil, he gently grabbed the corner of Pei Yi's clothes. It's all dirty. Her tone was sorry, as if she was blaming herself for wasting his heart. Well, how to say it, Pei inexplicably felt that this was much more sincere than her apology to Morongjeon just now. But looking at the appearance on her face, he also smiled softly. It's okay, just cook some more for you. Saying that, he turned around and prepared to walk towards the firewood. But Luo Li grabbed the corner of his clothes and waited for him to turn around. I'm with the general, she said softly. Hearing this, Pei raised his lips and smiled. Okay. There was a way from here, and he simply took her over to save trouble. Anyway, in the past 2 days, I haven't hugged less. If he hadn't seen it, she would have shrunk her head and her little face would be red if the tips of his ears hadn't secretly turned pink. His naturalness may be reflected a little more similarly. When everyone in the army saw this scene, they also looked at each other and smiled. It seems that their major general is going to stumble this time. In the tent, Morongjeon, who saw this scene, secretly clenched his uninjured hand. The severe pain of the burn made his forehead covered with cold sweat. Evil demon, sure enough, he is a monster and does not abide by the way of women. I was still watching him this morning, and now I can throw myself into Pei Ye's arms. He will give her one last chance, if she still shows so ignorance before returning to Beijing. Then don't blame him. If she is willing, it is naturally good. If not, he is not without a way to make her only willing. Sensing this cruelty, Luo Li paused and then returned to normal. Host, is he going to do bad things to you? His eyes are so vicious and vicious, so frightening. Xiao Cabbage had good eyesight, and he could clearly see Morongjeon's reaction, and when he saw this situation flying next to Luo Li, he was worried. It's okay, don't be afraid. Luo Li comforted her, and then looked up at Pei Yi meaningfully. We have him to protect us. And my counter-killing speed is fast. If he dares to do it, he will definitely be in front of me, and there will be no problem. And he should be worried and worry. Let's kill him. What's wrong? Before Xiao Cabbage could speak, noticing Luo Li's gaze, Pei Yi had already lowered his head first, with some doubts. Luo Li smiled. It's okay. At noon, they didn't rest for long. After everyone had eaten and rested for a while, they continued their journey. However, this time, Morongjeon couldn't show off as much. His hand was injured, and he couldn't ride a horse. He couldn't ride his magnificent Akeltech horse at the head of the group like before. However, he had originally wanted to take this opportunity to hitch a ride with Luo Li and cultivate their relationship. But Pei somehow produced an empty cart. The cart was very simple. It had been used to transport grain, and much of the grain had been consumed along the way, so it was now empty. As the pampered and privileged crown prince of 11 Kingdom, Morongjeon was naturally extremely unwilling and disgusted. But he wasn't allowed to complain or choose. It's inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone in a room. It would damage a young lady's reputation. I believe His Highness will understand. Furthermore, you are both injured and need care. Your Highness, your health is precious. This is even more inappropriate. His desire to get closer to Luo Li was thwarted by Pei Ye's words in front of everyone. In the end, he could only swallow his anger and go to the extremely simple carriage, which was far too shabby for him. Pei Yi, turning to look at Pei Yi, who had been obstructing him at every turn, Morongjeon was truly filled with resentment. Thank you, young general, for helping me. Luo Li's gaze towards Pei Yi was filled with gratitude, like a kitten, full of trust and dependence. A secret admiration lingered in her eyes. The girl's feelings were carefully concealed. Although she hid it well, Pei Yi still saw it. Noticing the emotion in her eyes, he faltered, his ears turning slightly red. Call me if you need anything. Without answering her, he left with a casual remark, then turned away, stretching to hide his slightly flushed cheeks. He felt strange. He'd experienced this kind of gaze before, but it had always disgusted him. But this little thing didn't evoke any disgust. He felt a little uncomfortable, but there was also a hint of happiness. Thinking this, he paused, remaining silent. Kai, how's the affection level? His reaction was noticed by Luo Li, who turned to Kai and asked. When they arrived in this world, They had turned off the system announcements to enjoy the immersive experience, intending to accumulate them before checking. Let me see. Ding. Favorability +5. Ding. Favorability +2.
Ding.
Ding. Favorability +10. Current favorability, 43%. A barrage of announcements popped up as soon as they opened the app. Seeing the final data, they were a little happy but also a little disappointed. The efforts over this period seem to have been effective, but he hasn't reached the point of being smitten yet. However, thankfully, he's not far off. The next few days passed peacefully and uneventfully. Because he needed to recover from his hand injury, Morongjeon also took a break. Luo Li, after a few days of rest, was able to start getting out of bed, but could only stand for short periods. Set up camp here. We'll rest here today. Upon reaching a suitable spot by the river to rest, Pei Yi gave the order. They had passed through towns on their way back, but their large group had forced them to rest outdoors. This place today had a river and nearby forests, so food wasn't a problem. However, there was a drawback. The resting places here were smaller than the previous ones. In other words, resting tonight might not be as spacious or comfortable. It's not good to pitch a tent here. You can rest in the carriage tonight. Is that all right? Pei explained to Luo Li. These past few days, she had been sleeping in his tent. Because the army was mostly men, it wasn't easy for them to take care of a young woman, so he had been personally looking after her. His tent wasn't very big either, just enough for 2 people to rest comfortably. Every day, he could see her sleeping peacefully, both when he opened and closed his eyes. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. Speaking of this, he felt a little uneasy. Realizing this, he was startled. Luo Li nodded obediently, but her gaze held a hint of worry. And what about you, General? They didn't seem to have any intention of setting up tents. Were they going to rest in the open? Winter was approaching, and the nights were truly chilly.
Don't worry about me.
I'm used to it. I'll just find a place to rest with them. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Pei Yi casually reassured her. I'll take them to get some food. You rest here for a while. Call Dongzi if you need anything. Glancing at the prepared troops behind him, Pei Yi handed her a water bottle and walked over. Then he led the troops into the woods. Marching was physically demanding, and eating only coarse rations wasn't a good idea. Now that they had the means, he wanted to bring back some meat to supplement their diet. Little girl, it's chilly at night.
Can you handle it?
No sooner had Pei Yi left than Morongjeon arrived. These past few days, he'd learned his lesson. Knowing Pei Yi was in the way, he came when Pei Yi wasn't around. Apart from Pei Yi, no one here could disobey him, so naturally, no one could stop him from coming to see Luo Li. Here are 2 new quilts. Would you like to use them? It's cold at night, and you're not well yet. Don't hurt yourself. Look at how thoughtful, gentle, and considerate he was. Luo Li. Thank you. Please put them here. After a long silence, Luo Li surprisingly didn't refuse, offering a slight smile of gratitude. She gestured for him to put them in front of the carriage.
Good, good.
Little girl, if you want anything else, just come and ask me. Morongjeon hadn't expected Luo Li to agree, and he was delighted at his successful approach. You're a young lady. It's normal for me to take care of you. Having said that, he seemed to realize he had been too hasty and pushy, too goal-oriented, and added with a smile. Luo Li didn't speak, only smiled at him, a smile that seemed perfunctory, but Morongjeon clearly didn't notice. Seeing Luo Li's good attitude towards him today, Morongjeon was secretly pleased and smug, but he felt he had figured out Luo Li's personality these past few days. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Little girl, if you need anything, just have someone inform me. After saying that, he left without lingering. This guy is really going to great lengths every day. If I didn't know he was after our lives, I might have believed him. Luo Li complained to Kai Kai with a stern face. Little Kai Kai nodded very seriously. Having read countless romance novels, it understood perfectly. Exactly. Romantic types always fall into this category. Rich, powerful, good-looking, and treating you like this. It's really difficult. Luo Li. Tisk, men are so scary, liking someone can be faked. He's nice to you only because he has an ulterior motive. Oh, women are the same. Oh no, Kai, my face hurts a little. It's different, isn't it? Host, you've put so much effort into the demon lord. Look at us. We traveled thousands of miles. Oh no, we traveled the world to come for him. Even giving ourselves to him, being bullied by him, and even having his baby before. Kai nodded carefully, her dedication moving Luo Li deeply. And, importantly, it could see that the host's favorability towards the demon lord was 80%, although that was currently her maximum favorability rating. Although, the host herself seemed unaware of it. Yes, Kai, you're right. I've been so good to him. Luo Li nodded in complete agreement. Besides Pei Yi, there was no one else Luo Li could talk to. The two soldiers Pei Yi had left for her, Dongzi and Shizi, only answered her questions verbally. They couldn't utter a single word more, and they even stuttered when speaking to her. So Luo Li could only chat with Xiaobai to pass the time. But had they been gone too long this time? More than an hour had passed. Why weren't they back yet? Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard movement coming from the woods. We're back. Ha ha ha. Pei Yi returned with his men, having reaped a considerable harvest, and everyone was very excited. They brought back 7 wild boars, 3 deer, and a bunch of pheasants, rabbits, and other animals. Another group had also caught a lot of fish and shrimp from the river. With so much food, enough for the team to eat well, how could they not be happy? Pei Yi had some boiled shrimp and a grilled fish prepared for Luo Li, along with 2 rabbits. He helped her down from the carriage, found a fire, and sat her down beside it. These shrimp are boiled with ginger and salt water. They don't use much seasoning outside, so if you still find them fishy, that's fine. I had someone cook some porridge for you. It'll be ready in a bit. Delicious, very fresh and sweet. General, don't you want some? He had only brought enough fish and shrimp for her. Hearing this, Pei Yi waved the 2 rabbits in his hand. I'll eat these. He had a large appetite, and 2 plump rabbits were just right. After he finished speaking, he made a cut on one of the rabbits. Having spent years outdoors, surviving in the mountains, this was something he was very familiar with. Seeing him deftly peel and roast the meat, Luo Li trembled with fright, her face instantly turning pale. No, she used to absolutely love spicy rabbit heads. But now, she couldn't resist the fact that she herself was a rabbit. Rabbits are incredibly timid. A single misstep could scare them to death. Seeing this scene, she felt as if she were being skinned alive. Her head itched, and she felt her rabbit ears were about to pop out.
No.
Pei Yi was about to act when that cold little hand grabbed him, her palm inexplicably sweaty. General, this fish is so delicious. Why don't you eat some? Yesterday's roast chicken was also very good. This was meant to be a treat for them. She had no right to tell them to release it. She'd eat as she pleased, pretending not to see. But he really couldn't bear to watch him skin, roast, and eat the rabbit. She'd be traumatized. For a rabbit, this was too terrifying. Didn't she see the other rabbits nearby, still alive, kicking and flailing their tails in fear? Pei Yi paused, stopping his hand. Feeling her slightly cold hands, her pale face, and her trembling body, he felt a pang of doubt. General, seeing him not move, Luo Li called out again, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. All right. He finally responded, giving the rabbit to someone else and taking 2 pheasants for himself. Seeing her visibly relieved expression, he was puzzled. But watching her eat obediently, he didn't ask any further questions. After finishing, Luo Li wiped her hands and, remembering something, pointed to the 2 extra quilts on the carriage. Oh, by the way, General, these are new bedding sent by His Highness.
It's
chilly at night, please take them. Aside from anything else, Morongzhan was quite right about one thing. It's cold outside, and even colder at night. Pei Yi's conditions weren't as good as Morongzhan's. He only had 1 blanket, which he had given to Luo Li. It was alright when they slept in a tent before. But tonight, sleeping in the open, without anything to keep warm, how could he endure it? Luo Li didn't refuse because she had thought of this. After all, it was new and wouldn't be dirty. He gave it to you? Hearing this, Pei raised an eyebrow, glancing at Morongjeon not far away. Yes. Luo Li nodded repeatedly. He sent it after you left. He immediately sold Morongjeon out. Ha. Looking at the little thing's expression, Pei finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thank you. She smiled and thanked Luo Li, her handsome face even more radiant now. He wondered what their crown prince's reaction would be when he found out the things he'd given him had ended up in his hands. Thinking this, he glanced at Luo Li before him. He hadn't realized this little thing was so mischievous. She looked completely innocent, flashing him a wide, beautiful smile, soft and alluring, utterly captivating. The young general quickly turned his head away, his slightly reddened ears catching his eye. Is everything ready? He asked, turning to check on the others. These discarded wild animals and the bloodstains all needed to be carefully removed, otherwise, they might attract unwanted creatures at night. After checking and confirming everything was in order, he had some things burned to dissipate the smell. After finishing his work, he took Luo Li back to the carriage, picked up the 2 quilts, and found a place to rest near the carriage.
Call me if you need anything.
Yes, young general. Her voice was so close to his ear, this time much softer, gentle and tender, carrying a captivating quality. His ear tingled slightly. Pei froze, quickening his pace to walk away, unusually, almost as if fleeing. Ha! Luo Li chuckled. Morongjeon was quite pleased with Luo Li's attitude today, and his mood was good. But all of this changed when he saw the blankets covering Pei. Where did you come from? Looking at the carriage with its windows and curtains closed, Morongjeon questioned. Pei raised an eyebrow and chuckled, unrestrained and arrogant. Your Highness, I am very grateful for your consideration. You're talking nonsense, I clearly... Morongjeon suddenly choked. He had noticed the subtle signals from his advisors and the surrounding soldiers. Yi, why be so polite? I am naturally considerate. Finally, he forced a smile and said to Pei. He quickly left the spot, returned to his private tent, and angrily smashed a tea set on the ground. Damn Pei, damn woman. At this point, if he still couldn't see through it, he would be a complete idiot. He couldn't believe Luo Li dared to toy with him like this. Damn it! The advisor, who entered a step later, was startled by the scene before him. Your Highness, calm down. Be careful. Walls have ears. Last time, Morongjeon, in his haste to win a woman's favor, had already lost much of the army's morale with his thoughtless words. Now, he couldn't afford to repeat that. His Majesty has made arrangements. You can rest assured. She's just a woman. Your status is noble. Once we return to the capital, what we do with her is entirely up to you. At this time, we absolutely cannot jeopardize His Majesty's plans. Seeing that Morongjeon's anger hadn't subsided, the advisor quickly added in a low voice. Although His Majesty intended to use this opportunity to delegate power to the Crown Prince, if the Crown Prince lost the army's support here, it would hinder the matter. The advisor's words were indeed reasonable, and Morongjeon himself understood this. But he couldn't bear the humiliation today. He clenched his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. I've taken note of what happened today. Since she's so ungrateful, he can't be blamed, huh? The advisor, one of the strategists in their group, watched the two enter the tent one after the other, and Pei's lips curled slightly. He casually distributed a blanket to the others, keeping one for himself, one hand behind his head, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, gazing at the sky. Inside the carriage. You've broken down, huh? You'll have to be more careful next time. Seeing the scene outside through the projected screen, Luo Li mumbled something, then drifted off into a sweet sleep. After she fell asleep, two fluffy rabbit ears suddenly appeared on her head, swayed, and disappeared. Little Cabbage rubbed her eyes. The sleeping Luo Li also unconsciously touched her head, then turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Little Cabbage. ? The next day. The weather was beautiful, sunny and breezy. Perfect for flirting. What's wrong? During a rest stop on their journey, Pei noticed Luo Li staring at him, seemingly hesitant to speak, and frowned as he asked, General, I just heard them say there's a warm spring in the mountains nearby. Every rest stop required careful exploration, and this time was no exception. Pei nodded. He had been there before and knew the place. You want to go? Seeing Luo Li's hesitant yet eager expression, he raised an eyebrow. Is it all right? She didn't answer directly, instead seeking his opinion first. Let's go. After a moment of silence, he glanced at the group, then nodded. The medic said you can touch water now? Remembering something, he turned back to ask, still somewhat worried. I'll be careful. Luo Li shook her head honestly, assuring him repeatedly. Pei frowned, about to go find the army doctor to ask, when she grabbed his hand. General, please take me there. It'll be over in a minute. I really will be careful. She looked at herself, her brow furrowed in discomfort, and gazed at him expectantly, gently tugging at his sleeve as she pleaded sweetly. In reality, this little bunny was anything but sloppy. Her skin was still as white and delicate as ever, looking both soft and alluring. Those around them, seeing this, tacitly averted their gazes. Pei stiffened, finally unable to resist, and agreed, his ears slightly reddening with a hint of arrogance. Luo Li, upon receiving the order, immediately pulled out a set of clothes, wrapped them in a small bundle, and let Pei carry her into the woods. Oh, someone saw this and secretly chuckled and teased. A cold glare from Pei instantly silenced them. Murongjong, seeing this, clenched his fist, clutching his other injured hand, and was about to step forward to stop them, but was held back by his advisor. A lone man and woman in the deep mountains, what were they doing? In Murongjong's eyes, he was already determined to have Luo Li. How could he allow anyone else to touch what was his? Especially not Pei. Your Highness, calm down. You know the young general's character. He won't touch that girl. Faced with this impulsive and reckless prince, the advisor was also at a loss, but he could only try to dissuade him. After several attempts at persuasion, Murongjong finally calmed down. The advisor was right. Although Pei always appeared cynical and roguish, he was actually genuinely upright at heart. The Pei family were all the same. Everyone firmly remembered and adhered to the family rules and precepts, and no matter what, they would always uphold their bottom line. Meanwhile, Luo Li had also arrived at her destination. Having found a small, rather large, hot spring halfway up the mountain, its temperature just right, emitting wisps of steam. I'll keep watch up ahead. Be careful, Pei said, placing her by the pool and turning his back. Okay. Hearing his own perfectly natural instruction, he was secretly stunned. Yeah, just as his father said, taking care of women is the most troublesome thing. Even he's almost turned into a mother hen. Standing not far away, hearing the rustling sounds behind him, his handsome face flushed slightly. He silently moved further away, but still maintained a distance where he could react in time.
Wow.
So comfortable. Seeing Pei with his back turned, Luo Li used her restored spiritual energy to soothe her wounds, then submerged herself in the water, letting out a comfortable sigh. Kai, do you want to take a dip? It feels really good. Okay. Little Cabbage replied, splashing into the water, and soon surfaced. Haha, floating happily on the surface, kicking and playing. He couldn't see what was happening here, but hearing the sounds of water behind him, Pei's ears turned even redder. Just as he was thinking that he might be standing too close, he suddenly heard a gasp. Without a second thought, he leaped forward and shielded the terrified Luo Li, who was fleeing towards the shore, in his arms. He used his long sword to lift a snake from the pond's edge and tossed it away. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, and by the time it hit the ground, the snake's head was severed in two. It's all right now, Pei said in a hoarse voice, glancing at the snake, his gaze never daring to look down. She was completely naked, trembling as she huddled tightly in his arms, her face pale and shaking, clearly terrified. Her long, wet hair soaked their clothes, and the excessively warm touch of her soft body was all too clear. Her warm, fragrant scent filled his nostrils. Reason and instinct told him that he should get away as quickly as possible. But faced with the delicate hand tightly gripping his clothes, He was at a loss for what to do, and could only stand there frozen. Fortunately, after she recovered, she realized what was happening. Her face flushed red as she hurriedly retreated. This retreat, however, landed squarely on his chest, giving him a full view of everything. His body stiffened abruptly, and he quickly looked away, unpacking the bundle beside him and wrapping the clothes around her. Then he turned his back, his handsome face excessively red. He frowned and glanced down, inwardly cursing himself for being such a coward. Luo Li, being very sensible, silently wrapped herself in the clothes, saying nothing. Only after she was dressed did she look at him timidly and call out, "General." Hearing this voice, he paused, his face finally managing to calm down, his ears burning again. "Let's go back," Luo Li said softly, grasping his clothes. He responded calmly, but his stiff, unsteady gait betrayed his inner turmoil. On the way back, he didn't dare glance at Luo Li even once. Naturally, he didn't notice that after they left, the snake's corpse vanished like white mist, turning into a speck of white light that returned to Luo Li's fingertip. Back at the camp, he tried his best to appear normal in front of everyone. Only after setting Luo Li down did he pause, hesitating before speaking. "I will explain everything to my grandfather when we return to the capital, and then we will prepare for our wedding." Luo Li was taken aback. "Just now, I will take responsibility." Pei Yi also seemed a little awkward, explaining again. His awkwardness, his handsome face slightly flushed, and his avoidance of Luo Li's gaze made him look so innocent. Luo Li's heart itched, but she didn't show it on her face, only revealing a look of joy mixed with disbelief. "Are you serious?"
Yes.
Seeing the girl's joyful expression, her eyes filled with him, Pei Yi's lips curled slightly, and he nodded. Luo Li was even more delighted, but then worry crept in, and she nodded her head. "But I haven't regained my memories yet, and I know that marriage requires mutual love for happiness." Having said that, she met Pei Yi's gaze directly. "But General, do you like me?" Meeting her clear gaze, Pei Yi paused, then turned his head and coughed twice. He lowered his head in silence, seemingly deep in thought. "If you don't like me, I don't care about what happened today. Just pretend nothing happened."
Okay.
Seeing his expression, Luo Li raised an eyebrow, intending to press him. "I like you." But before she could finish, he answered first. He knew his own personality well. If he didn't like her, he wouldn't have been so patient, and he wouldn't have helped her every time. His heart wouldn't be pounding so fast right now. He wouldn't have been in such a hurry to speak, afraid she would misunderstand. Hearing his answer, the girl blushed instantly and shyly shrank back. "Then I'll do as the general says." She smiled shyly and playfully. Pei Yi's throat bobbed slightly. Ding. Favorability +10 +5. +5. Current favorability 65%. Afterwards, everyone clearly noticed that the relationship between the two seemed much closer, and Luo Li became more dependent on him. The young general's unexpected blossoming was something Pei Yi's subordinates were happy for. However, Murong gritted his teeth. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Luo Li could walk slowly on her own. She had also recovered a little bit of her memory, remembering her own name. Sitting in the carriage, watching the procession enter a mountain forest, Luo Li frowned. She felt very uncomfortable here, as if something was lurking in the shadows, sending chills down her spine. Pei Yi also sensed something, narrowing his eyes and quietly gripping the hilt of his sword. Whoosh, a long arrow suddenly shot out from the forest, heading straight for Pei Yi's face. Clang. Pei Yi deflected it with his sword. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky, with Luo Li narrowly dodging them from inside the carriage. Arrows also fell on Murongjan's carriage behind them, but they were scattered around, seemingly intentionally avoiding Murongjan's position. Prepare for battle. Pei Yi dismounted and joined the others in preparing for battle. Defending against the rain of arrows, he retreated to her carriage, raising his hand to pull her to safety, when suddenly a figure appeared behind Luo Li General. She only had time to cry out before she was swiftly abducted and quickly disappeared into the forest. Pei Yi flew after him, but was stopped by a black-clad figure who suddenly appeared. A golden light subtly shone from the amulet on his chest. Seeing that golden light, the panic in Luo Li's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling coldness. As she landed, Morongjeon, who had been waiting there, impatiently grabbed her face, pulled her into his arms, and laughed wildly. "Little. Oh no, Miss Luo Li, your young general couldn't protect you."
Heh.
Despite being threatened like this, Luo Li showed no panic. Instead, a smile curved her lips. Such a beautiful face was mesmerizing. Morongjeon felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, and his previous plans now became even more urgent. "Is that so?" She smiled, her alluring eyes drawing him in with a single glance, capable of captivating one's soul. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh. Bright red blood splattered on her face. Luo Li's eyelashes trembled, making her exquisite face even more alluring. Morongjeon stared blankly down, his eyes wide as he looked at the blade in his chest. And for some reason, everyone around him seemed frozen in place, unable to move. The air around them seemed to have suddenly stopped. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. The only clear sound was the terrifying sound of the blade before his eyes. And he himself, except for his head, was completely unable to move. Thud. Another sound, and the knife was pulled out and pressed against his face, just as he had just pinched it in the same spot. With a slight slash of her fingertip, a bloody gash appeared. But the blade was too sharp, instantly revealing bone. Slash after slash, and soon her face was unrecognizable. She frowned slightly, seemingly displeased, looking at Morongjeon. "So ugly." Then, a smile curved her lips, the tip of the knife sliding down her body. Realizing Morongjeon's purpose in bringing her here, disgust flashed in her eyes. "How disgusting. You cut it yourself, okay?" As she spoke, she shoved the knife into Morongjeon's hand, and his hand, as if beyond his control, began to move downwards. Ah, ah, ah. Finally, the sound that had been stuck in his throat burst forth. With a sharp pain, something fell, and his lower abdomen felt empty. A wave of intense pain washed over him. Luo Li then pointed to several other places. "And these few spots, they're so filthy, you might as well ruin them all." As she finished speaking, Morongjeon, out of control, raised the blade and began slashing at himself. Your Highness! Your Highness! Stop! Stop, stop!" Luo Li left with a smile, and the scene vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Morongjeon sat in his carriage, frantically torturing himself. His advisors, seeing the filthy object on the ground, panicked and rushed forward to stop him. They paid no heed to the chaos and confusion surrounding the scene. Luo Li also withdrew her gaze, obediently nestled in Pei Yi's arms, not wanting to cause him any trouble. Yes, from the moment Pei Yi tried to take her from the carriage, Morongjeon, who emerged from the carriage behind and met Luo Li's gaze, was under the influence of a bewitching spell. Everything he had just seen was merely an illusion. In reality, Luo Li was already protected in Pei Yi's arms, while Morongjeon was controlled by the spell, imagining everything he wanted to do, and then being manipulated into a frenzied self-harm. As expected, under Pei Yi's leadership, the Emperor's troops were no match for them. They were quickly defeated and fled in disarray. "Are you all right?" Seeing this, Pei Yi stopped what he was doing and turned to carefully examine her with concern. Luo Li shook her head. "I'm fine, but it seems something happened to that prince." She looked behind her, speaking to Pei Yi with an extremely innocent expression. Pei Yi frowned and glanced in that direction, then turned back, pausing for a moment at the glint in her eyes. Why did he feel that this little thing seemed a bit mischievous, even gloating? But quickly, the look in her eyes vanished, replaced by fear and worry. Seeing the scene over there, she shrank back in fear. Seeing this, the strange feeling Pei Yi had since disappeared as well. "It's all right, I'll handle it," he reassured her. Then he took out a cloak and draped it over her, pulling her towards the back. The group had now subdued Morongzhan, drugged him into unconsciousness, and bandaged and treated his wounds. However, his injuries were severe. Although the wound in his chest was slightly off-center and hadn't pierced his heart, it was still very deep. His genitals had been cut off and mangled by himself, completely gone. A group of military and imperial physicians barely managed to stop the bleeding with medicine. The other scattered wounds were also deep, exposing the flesh. His face was truly beyond saving. There were too many wounds, and no amount of medicine would leave scars. He was lucky to be alive. "How is your highness now? What happened?" Seeing Pei Yi approach, the military and imperial physicians quickly explained their diagnosis. Reporting to the deputy commander, His Highness's injuries have temporarily stopped. After our examination, we believe His Highness suffered from excessive fright, leading to hallucinations. After much thought, this was the only explanation they could come up with. Everyone witnessed what had just happened. Indeed, after seeing the assassin's attack, Morongzhan suddenly went mad, pulling out a dagger from somewhere and starting to stab himself. Moreover, his pulse was normal. He was simply overwhelmed by fright, without any medication being administered. Hearing the words of the military doctor and Morongzhan's accompanying physician, everyone's expressions were somewhat complicated. They had all been on military campaigns with them, seen everything on the battlefield, yet their highness was still so frightened by an assassin? Oh, well, he had never actually been to a battlefield, always avoiding it. This was understandable. His Highness has been recuperating from his injuries recently, and the long journey has taken its toll. He was resting in the carriage just now. If an ordinary person is suddenly startled awake while asleep, the shock will indeed be much more severe than usual. The accompanying imperial physician felt embarrassed for Morongzhan and could only quickly make up an excuse for him. But no matter what, a cripple is a cripple. A weakling is a weakling. Everyone understands that. However, anyway, this matter has nothing to do with Luo Li. After all, everyone present saw that it was Morongzhan who went mad. From beginning to end, only the advisor remained silent. He glanced discreetly at Pei Yi and Luo Li, as well as the corpses of the assassins on the ground. All of this was completely unexpected. They hadn't anticipated Pei Yi's formidable strength, managing to withstand even so many elite soldiers. Even more unexpected was Morongzhan's sudden turn of events. They had originally planned to take this opportunity to eliminate Pei Yi. Pei Yi's parents had long since perished on the battlefield. Now only Old Master Pei and Pei Yi remained. Old Master Pei was too old to lead troops. Without Pei Yi, wouldn't everything fall into His Majesty's hands? As for Luo Li, Morongzhan had intended to humiliate and enjoy her after Pei Yi's death as a way to vent his recent frustrations. But unexpectedly, in silence, the advisor frowned deeply. His Highness's injuries are so severe and our camp lacks supplies. It's unlikely he can recover properly. Perhaps military advisor Lin, you, and Imperial Physician Li should take His Highness back for treatment as soon as possible? He didn't speak, but Pei Yi seemed to have made a deep decision. That group of people just now seemed to be after me. The Pei family has accumulated much hatred over the years of fighting on the battlefield. They haven't left the border area yet. If His Highness remains here, it might implicate him. What could they say after hearing Pei Yi's words? I will write a letter to inform His Highness and His Majesty of the situation. In addition, I will send 500 elite generals to escort you. Pei Yi added very thoughtfully. All right, then we will arrange it as the general says. With Pei Yi being so considerate, what else could they say? But when they set off, they discovered that the escort team assigned to them consisted almost entirely of their own spies, whom they had painstakingly placed within the army. His Highness's injuries cannot be delayed. There's no time to lose. You must depart immediately. Pei Yi waved his hand with a sly smile, urging them on, as cunning as a fox. This truly was a case of swallowing a bitter pill, unable to express their grievances. In the end, they had no choice but to leave with Morongzhan as quickly as possible. From then on, they could no longer coordinate with the Emperor to relay marching information. As for the rest, they were all Pei Ye's own men. How would they plan their journey? Would he report it? How would he report it? Wasn't it all up to him to decide? Thus, no matter how powerful the emperor was, he couldn't interfere. However, it must be said, being a subject of a tyrannical ruler is truly exhausting. You give your all on the battlefield, only to have to guard against being eliminated by the emperor in the end. It's truly a case of when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the high-flying bird is gone, the good bough is put away. Heh. Thinking of this, Pei Yi smiled sarcastically. Noticing Pei Ye's strange expression, Luo Li grasped his fingers. General, what's wrong? Turning around and seeing her worried gaze, Pei Yi composed himself and smiled at her. Nothing. Are we still grilling fish later?
Yes.
Seeing that he didn't want to elaborate, Luo Li didn't press the matter. However, without those eyesores, their group was noticeably more relaxed. The soldiers also showed more genuine and hearty laughter. They were even bolder enough to joke and play around with Pei Yi normally. This way of getting along really felt like a group of brothers. While eating the fish, Luo Li felt a slight itch on her head again, like rabbit ears trying to pop out. Kai, is there a time limit to my human form? She was a little worried about this. Thinking back to TV dramas and novels, it seemed that lesser demons were prone to running out of demonic power and couldn't maintain their human form for long. Little Cabbage carefully examined her. It shouldn't be. It feels like you're about to enter your rabbit's heat cycle, host. I've heard that lesser demons with low demonic power easily lose control of their true form during their heat cycle, and it seems they are indeed prone to reverting to their original form.
Huh.
Luo Li exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, the itchy feeling on her head didn't last long. It subsided quickly and returned to normal. But Luo Li was still a little worried and covered her head with the hood of her cloak. The weather was cool, so wearing the hood like that wouldn't cause any problems. But for the next few days, it was the same. Nothing seemed amiss. Luo Li had Xiao Baikai check on her, and after testing, Xiao Baikai said everything was normal, perhaps her heat had passed. Gradually, they let it go, but they still wore the hood. After several days of travel, they finally left the border area. They finally saw a post station. They could sleep in a house tonight. The post station happened to be not far from the town, so the group rested there for a day, preparing to go to the city to gather supplies. General, can we go too? Pei had someone arrange a room for Luo Li, right next to his. Hearing him order someone to go to the city to buy supplies, Luo Li eagerly moved closer. Seeing her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on him, her charming and lively expression making Pei Ye's heart skip a beat. Yes, we'll set off in a bit. Of course, he couldn't refuse.
Wow.
That's great. I'm going to buy lots of delicious food to eat on the way. Okay. Looking at her cheerful expression, Pei Yi nodded with a smile. The town near the post station wasn't small, and it had everything imaginable. The delicious food was countless, and she was like a little squirrel, wanting to collect everything she saw. Before long, Pei Yi's hands were full of things, mostly snacks. The peach shortbread sold by the roadside smelled wonderful. Luo Li tasted one, her eyes brightening slightly. She turned and naturally reached out to Pei Yi with another. Pei Yi was clearly taken aback, his ears turning slightly red. He hurriedly glanced around, but then quickly lowered his head and ate the peach shortbread she fed him in one bite. Is it delicious? Luo Li's eyes were filled with anticipation. He nodded casually, but his ears were already flushed. For some reason, this scene felt familiar, as if it had appeared many times in his dreams. Thinking to himself, he gazed at the radiant young girl smiling brightly ahead, his expression momentarily dazed. Yi, let's go. Luo Li waved to him, calling his name, which snapped him out of his reverie. They were dressed in ordinary clothes now, and it wasn't good to reveal their identities to the common people, so she called him by his name. Unlike the royal family, who deliberately used more intimate terms of address. Her way of calling him, Yi, always sounded exceptionally pleasant and warm. Without lingering, they returned to the inn before dinner. After eating grilled fish, grilled chicken, and dried bread for over 10 days, today was finally a chance to change things up. Pei Yi let Luo Li order, and she picked several vegetarian dishes, for no particular reason. Rabbits like vegetables. Don't be stingy. You still need to take good care of your health. Pei Yi assumed she was trying to save money. Earlier on the street, she seemed to have bought a lot, but she only picked small items from street vendors. After all that, it cost less than an ounce. Even though this was an official post station, everything still cost money. Of course, the accommodations would be much cheaper than other inns for them, but the food was just as good. No, she genuinely liked it. This spring, all of these. Before Luo Li could explain further, Pei had already placed the order, all meat dishes, but he had carefully arranged chicken and fish. The inn served food quickly, and soon Luo Li's stir-fried radish salad, stir-fried bok choy, cucumber salad, and stir-fried cucumber were all served. Her eyes lit up when she saw the vegetarian dishes. Then came the sweet and sour pork ribs, corn and pork rib soup, spicy drunken duck, and honey-glazed roast goose that Pei Yi had ordered. This was more than enough for 2 people. Since I promised to take care of you, you can rest assured. This general can easily support you. Eat first and order more if you need more. Afterwards, he reached out and ruffled her hair. This affectionate, smiling head pat left Luo Li completely bewildered. Her face flushed slightly, and she shrank back, remaining silent. Actually, she suddenly felt an itch on her head and a slight fever after his touch, leaving her feeling a little dizzy. However, this feeling quickly subsided, just like before. After regaining her senses, she blinked blankly a couple of times, her face still slightly red, and looked up at him, unconsciously smacking her lips. She picked up her chopsticks and obediently began to eat. For some reason, the delicious food that had just looked so appealing suddenly lost its taste. On the contrary, Pei Yi in front of her seemed incredibly tempting. The more she thought about it, the hotter her face became, and she felt uncomfortable all over, her head spinning. "General," she suddenly called out blankly, looking at Pei Yi. Pei Yi looked up and froze, staring blankly at the girl before him. The sudden soft touch on his lips made him stiffen. He was indeed too tempting. Luo Li complied and took a taste, but it didn't feel quite enough. She let out a soft moan, her small hands draped around his neck, lightly sucking on his cool lips, then repeating the process to savor them again. Pei froze, his mind blank. "I want some too." Without realizing it, she was completely clinging to him. Seemingly receiving no response, she looked up at him with her wet eyes, a hint of resentment in her voice, and muttered softly. Her hands moved uncontrollably, teasing his chest, only to be held firmly by him. She looked at him, puzzled, when suddenly 2 fluffy, white hairs sprouted from her hair. "Do you know what you're doing?" Pei's throat bobbed, his gaze darkening, his voice hoarse. Luo Li nodded, her face still dazed, and then lowered her head to taste again. "Eat, General." She took a serious bite, and seeing he didn't move, her little tongue mischievously licked it lightly. Pei's pupils contracted, a tingling sensation rising down his spine. He couldn't resist any longer, and pulled her neck back to kiss her. She hummed softly in pleasure. This sound made him tremble even more. It was almost unbearable. His large hand gripped the little thing's wriggling waist tightly before him. If this continued, he feared he would truly lose control. Hiss! But to his surprise, she became even more restless. But gradually, he noticed something was wrong with her. The temperature of his palm was unusually high. He seemed to touch something furry on her lower back. With his gentle touch, she groaned, her body going even weaker, and something seemed to be swaying above her head. Pei seemed to realize something, released her, and looked up. The girl before him had sprouted a pair of snow-white, fluffy rabbit ears on her head, her wet eyes staring intently at him, her face flushed an unnatural red. The thing he was touching moved slightly, looking strangely familiar, like a fluffy rabbit tail. "It hurts." Seeing him stop, she sounded aggrieved, her sweet, soft voice tinged with a hint of a sob, making him feel hot. As she lowered her head and nestled closer, the rabbit ears rubbed against his neck, soft and warm, just as hot as she was. It wasn't his imagination. Realizing this, Pei's first instinct was to turn and check if the doors and windows were securely closed. Seeing they were, he breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at her current state, he felt helpless and worried. Something was very wrong with her. "Don't touch." Suddenly, she reached out and grasped his hand, which was resting on his fluffy tail. Her eyes were moist, and she seemed uncomfortable. "I want more," she whimpered, pressing her face against his and gently biting his lips before looking up at him. Seemingly in too much pain, her little hands unconsciously tugged at her clothes. Pei quickly got up and picked her up, settling her on the couch in the inner room. Seeing her condition, he wanted to find a doctor, but looking at her ears, he stopped. He hesitated for only a moment before she pulled him down. "Are you going to run away?" "You can't run away." The little girl straddled him, speaking earnestly, her face still flushed. Pei struggled, but she seemed to have a strength that made him unable to move. "Little thing, you're sick, let go."
Sick?
Hearing his husky voice, Luo Li stopped and tilted her head, seemingly thinking. "No, I'm just hungry. I want to eat, General," she mumbled, before her soft, cherry-red lips covered his. Here, she seemed to be able to perform even better. Before long, Pei's eyes reddened, and a thin layer of sweat covered his forehead. His low, unbearable breaths were husky and alluring. Fortunately, he retained a sliver of reason and restrained himself. After an unknown amount of time, she finally calmed down and fell into a deep sleep, her rabbit ears disappearing. She nestled sweetly in the blankets, fast asleep. Phew. Recalling the scene just now, Pei soaked in cold water, rubbing his forehead and sighing. Finally, she calmed down. Knowing she was in bad shape and not fully conscious, he maintained a sliver of reason and didn't take advantage of her. But he was still tormented by her, almost losing half his life. Thankfully, she finally calmed him down. He was exhausted, but that heartless little thing was thoroughly enjoying herself. Afterwards, he fell asleep immediately. Hungry. The next day, Pei had just woken up when he heard the little girl beside him mutter. He stiffened abruptly, then turned to see Luo Li touching her stomach, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Last night, I didn't have dinner?" Seemingly remembering the previous night, she shrank back shyly when he looked at her, speaking softly. This amused Pei, who shook his head with amusement. "Okay, I'll make it up to you later," he said with a helpless smile. Hearing his reply, her eyes lit up and she nodded. Then Pei stood up, picked her up, and helped her put on the new clothes beside him. "Next time, if you feel unwell, remember to tell me earlier." Luckily, no one was around last night otherwise. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly, somewhat worried. Luo Li nodded after a moment of surprise, then looked up at him blankly, as if wondering why he didn't ask more questions. He then put the hood on her cloak. "If you can't control your ears, don't take off the hood, and don't stray too far from me." Last night, he could tell that under those circumstances, she couldn't control her ears and tail. Several times when he touched her tail, she tried to secretly pull it back, but failed each time. She could only look at him with a tearful, aggrieved expression before he finally stopped. Thinking of this, he guiltily touched his nose. "But, General, aren't you afraid of me?" She smiled and nodded, then leaned closer, looking at him earnestly as she asked. "You won't harm me." He didn't answer directly, but phrased it differently. If she were here to harm him, he would have died countless times over these past few days, given so many opportunities. For example, right now, she only needed to use a little force, just like last night, to snap his neck instantly. "My General, you truly understand me." Luo Li smiled, gently nuzzling her head against his neck, as dependent as a kitten. "But I really do have someone I want to harm. Will you help me, General?" Her captivating peach blossom eyes stared directly at him, a faint smile playing on her lips, her beauty utterly alluring.
Who?
"The Morong royal family. They killed my people." The original owner's affairs couldn't be mentioned, but this wasn't exactly a lie. Morong Zhan's demon mother was indeed a member of their demon race. Hearing this, Pei paused, stunned. Unfortunately, he was one of the few who knew about that royal secret. He even knew Morongzhan's identity. Thinking this through, he finally understood why Morongzhan's attitude towards Luo Li was so fervent, so eager to possess her. "All right," he replied softly after thinking it over. It was a coincidence. He was also someone the Morong family coveted and wanted to eliminate. If they didn't fight back, the Pei family would only face a wrongful death. He wasn't stupid. He couldn't possibly be blind to the royal family's unique assassins, nor could he be unaware of the unusual behavior between Morongzhan and the strategist Li. He was simply giving them a chance, giving them one last chance to wake up. But clearly they disappointed him. "General, that's good." Hearing his reply, Luo Li smiled and tilted her head back to kiss his chin, her fingertips lightly tracing his Adam's apple. This caused his eyes to darken, and he lowered his head to kiss her back. Soon after, her lips were swollen and red. "Be good. My stamina isn't always good. If you're too naughty, you'll suffer." Looking at her expression, he warned in a hoarse voice. He didn't want her to suffer. Luo Li snorted softly, but obediently didn't provoke him any further. Actually, in her previous life, the Morong royal family was almost destroyed by Pei Yi, who had driven them to desperation. The current emperor died at Pei Ye's hands. But the original owner of this body asked her clansmen to help Morongzhan. In the end, Pei Yi and his grandfather, along with the Pei family army, retreated to the border, established their own kingdom, and lived a life of peace with the Morong family. But in this life, things that should be destroyed long ago should still be destroyed. After all, a beast doesn't deserve it. "What would you like to eat?" "The same things as last night? More vegetarian food?" Seeing her ears, he understood that she probably really liked vegetarian food. Luo Li nodded repeatedly. "Yes, more vegetarian food." They didn't linger long. After finishing their meal, they continued their journey. Back with the group, Luo Li noticed they had a large surplus of food, all purchased the previous day. Replenishing supplies? It didn't seem like it. There was far too much. Based on their food consumption along the way, this was clearly a significant amount. However, her doubts were quickly answered. 5 days later, traveling west from this point, she saw groups of refugees huddled beneath the city walls, constantly kowtowing and praying. They were all emaciated, skin and bones, their lips pale. The city gates were tightly shut, and there wasn't a single soldier guarding the walls. She glanced at the city gate. There were 2 large characters written there. Liangqing. Little White Cabbage looked up some information and frowned. 3 months ago, a locust plague struck this area, leaving the people with no harvest. Yet, the imperial tax revenue remained unchanged. After using stored grain to pay taxes, the people had nothing left to eat. The local officials were corrupt. After obtaining a 6-month tax exemption, they kept it a secret, resold the collected tax grain, and then indulged in a life of luxury within the city gates. The emperor, too, has not intervened here in the slightest. In other words, aside from granting a 6-month tax exemption this year, the emperor had no intention of sending any grain aid after learning of the devastation and the people's plight. This contrasts sharply with the peaceful and prosperous scene of the people 5 days ago. This place is now a scene of utter devastation. The reason the emperor hasn't sent reinforcements is because he listened to the words of treacherous officials at court who claimed that there was a natural disaster in the country that shouldn't be publicized, lest it affect the nation's fortunes. They also said that the land here is fertile and the people can grow their own grain to survive. But what grain can grow? It takes several months to grow. Moreover, the seeds have been forcibly paid for. Without seeds, how can they grow grain? Actually, it was that treacherous official who embezzled taxes from this place for years. He was afraid the emperor would send people to investigate. And the emperor believed him. Not only did he not do anything, he also had the areas sealed off to prevent the people from spreading the news. Xiao Baikai said, then fell silent. If Pei Yi and his men hadn't encountered some refugees who had managed to escape from here and rushed to their aid, the people here would likely have starved to death. Unload the grain. Pei Yi waved back, and the soldiers immediately unloaded the prepared grain. Some people turned around at the sound, recognized their banners, and instantly became excited. It's the Pei family army. It's General Pei. The general has come to help us. They shouted excitedly, their eyes reddening as they shouted. They knew that General Pei had been appointed to lead troops into battle and had recently led his army to defeat the enemy. They also knew that this was not the route back to the capital from the border. After 2 long months of agonizing waiting, they knew all too well that the emperor had truly abandoned them. For 2 months, they had tried countless times to send messages outward, but received no response whatsoever. The court ignored them completely. Now, it was the general and soldiers who had just fought to the death on the battlefield to protect their homeland who had extended a helping hand to them. General, thank you. Seeing that the soldiers said nothing, they immediately began distributing grain to the people. The people spontaneously kowtowed to Pei Yi, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. I have already reported the situation to the higher authorities, and I believe aid grain will arrive soon. His words implied his involvement. The court's feigned ignorance was now futile. Hearing this, the people finally felt a glimmer of hope, embracing each other and weeping. They repeatedly thanked Pei Yi. Pei Yi, however, said nothing more and led his men into the city. General Pei. The local officials, having received the news, were terrified. Seeing Pei Yi appear, they hastily knelt and begged for mercy. General, I was only following orders. I had no choice. Before he could finish speaking, 2 warm heads fell to the ground. They were all notorious, corrupt officials in the area, responsible for countless innocent deaths over the years. Their deaths were not unjust. Picking up the severed head from the ground and grasping the blood-written petition from thousands of people outside the city gate, Pei Yi's eyes turned cold as he looked towards the capital. He wasn't afraid the emperor would use this incident against him. As long as he was alive, had military merit in this battle, and possessed the undeniable blood-written petition, the emperor couldn't do anything to him. However, witnessing all this still chilled him to the bone. He wanted to know how far his family, the Pei family, had been generals for 4 generations, sacrificing countless lives to protect the 11 kingdom. How utterly defeated was his Morong family. As the troops began their retreat, watching the people regain their smiles, Luo Li fell silent. I knew this emperor was stupid, but I never imagined he'd become this stupid. Those were tens of thousands of disaster victims, tens of thousands of lives. This was no child's play. Yet, based solely on his words, they had endured so much suffering, facing death several times. If he truly abandoned them, leaving the people to fend for themselves, that would be one thing, but he feared that word of what had happened here would spread, and the place would be sealed off. Host, you swore, Little Cabbage reminded him, her little face showing shock. I couldn't help it. On the way back, the group was noticeably quieter than before, a heavy feeling settling over them. Yes, they weren't blind or deaf. They could see what their lord, whom they served, had done. Today, this lord could abandon a people for fame, for some needless national fortune. Would he so easily abandon them, his soldiers, in the future? Just like before, when their food supply was suddenly and accidentally cut off. If it weren't for the young general's decisive order to attack the enemy under cover of night and seize their supplies, they might already be dead on the battlefield. Suddenly, it dawned on them. Was it really an unexpected flood that cut off their food supply route, leading to the food shortage? But military rations were always sent out in advance, as a precaution. The thought was chilling. Coming to their senses, their steps grew heavier. Enough! What kind of appearance are you all making? Where's the bearing of soldiers? Hunchbacks, are you all street thugs? This state continued for 2 days, until Pei Yi couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. I told you, with me here, I'll be the first to die. What are you afraid of? This was a phrase he often uttered on the battlefield. He always charged to the front, cutting down everything in their path. Their young General Pei was handsome and refined, but his speech was both roguish and rough. But that was more like the image of a barbarian general, more in line with his nickname. Stand up straight. Don't you feel ashamed if the people see you like this? Yes. The generals responded in unison, straightening their postures and marching in perfect unison. Yes, they still had their general. The general protected them from the front, and they protected him from behind. With Pei Yi around, they felt safe. But Luo Li wasn't pleased with Pei Yi's words. As he approached, she peeked out of the carriage window, frowning. General, you can't die. I can't live a life of widowhood. She looked at Pei Yi, her tone extremely serious. Haha. Hearing her words, everyone instantly burst into laughter through their tears. Their future sister-in-law was truly eccentric, daring to say anything. Pei Yi froze, almost stumbling, and with a dark face, shoved Luo Li's head back into the carriage. Yes, don't let her get sunburned.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Compared to their future sister-in-law's words, their general's fear of his wife was even more hilarious. But then, a single glance from Pei Yi silenced them. They all quieted down, still suppressing their laughter. This instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere. Several days later, sent back to the capital overnight, Morongjeon, who had been unconscious for days, finally awoke. Seeing that he was lying naked beneath himself, he instantly went mad. Guards. Summoned the imperial physician. Hearing his frantic cries, chaos erupted outside. A few moments later, all the summoned doctors and imperial physicians knelt on the ground. What did you say? Morongjeon's eyes were bloodshot, his face cold, as if he were about to kill someone. Your Highness, please forgive us, but we are utterly helpless. Seeing his appearance, everyone shrank back. The wound had already been mangled, almost scabbed over. How could it be reattached? Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he couldn't do anything about it. Get out. All of you, get out. Get out. Hearing this pronouncement, Morongjeon lost control. He grabbed a long sword from the side and swung it wildly. Seeing this, everyone scattered, and in an instant, only Morongjeon remained. Looking down at himself, Morongjeon's face was contorted with rage. How could this be? How could this happen? He cried out in a daze, finally remembering something. Recalling the moment he met Luo Li's gaze, that sudden, soul-stirring feeling, he shuddered. That bitch.
Guards.
Issue the order. Pei Yi is harboring a demon. He must be arrested and executed immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, he collapsed. No one heard what he said. Those outside had already fled in terror, fearing they would be caught in his rage and lose their lives. Pei Yi, who had been hiding in the corner, revealed himself. The snow-white rabbit in his arms jumped down and, in a few steps, transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman. She had only taken 2 steps towards Morongjeon on the ground when, as if remembering something, she turned and grabbed the arm of the person behind her. General, take his hair. She didn't want to move. It was too dirty. Pei sensed her disgust, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face, but he still obediently pulled out a black cloth and, through the cloth, plucked a handful of hair from Morongjeon's head. Yes, that's right, he was disgusted too. Luo Li, using the hair lying on the ground, took out a small paper doll from her bosom, chanted a spell, and the paper doll, along with the hair, turned to ashes. Then, a point of white light leaped from her hand, landed on the ashes, and gradually transformed into a person exactly like Morongjeon. Luo Li looked at her puppet, poked it, and felt it was quite good. System product, guaranteed. Originally 100 points, now only 50. 50% off. Buy more, save more. The little cabbage advertisement was everywhere. Pei Yi's eyes also widened in surprise as he examined the puppet, finding it indeed indistinguishable from Morongjeon. His little thing was indeed amazing. Let's go. Just then, he heard a noise outside. Someone had returned. With that, he scooped up Morongjeon from the ground, and the little rabbit that hopped back into his arms vanished instantly. Soon afterward, the two returned to the resting place of the teams outside the capital. They moved freely, unnoticed by anyone. Back in the tent, Pei Yi tossed Morongjeon into the newly dug trap his little rabbit had made and clapped his hands. Let's go, he chuckled, ruffling Luo Li's hair. His message was that they had arrived in the capital today, and he had instructed everyone to rest where they were while he and Luo Li secretly brought Morongzhan back. Now, he had to lead the generals into the city to report to the palace. Yes, the general returned victorious, and the people rushed to the city gates to welcome him. General Pei is back. General is mighty. General is mighty. Soldiers are mighty. Hearing the cheers of the surrounding people, the generals felt honored, grinning from ear to ear. Some, seeing their loved ones among the crowd, were even more excited and joyful. Pei smiled at the people as always, his youthful smile as fiery as the sun, but his eyes, fixed on the direction of the palace, were cold. Luo Li's carriage followed behind him, the curtains fluttering in the wind, revealing her face to many. What a beautiful girl! This elicited gasps of surprise. However, most of the exclamations stemmed from curiosity about her identity. After settling the soldiers back into camp, Pei took Luo Li back to his residence. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw him return with a pretty young woman. You brat, you. This is my grandfather, and this is Lear, the girl I love. Pei introduced them to each other. He rarely showed such childlike innocence in front of the old man, but his eyes shone with undisguised pride when Luo Li was mentioned. Grandpa Pei. Luo Li greeted him obediently. Yes, yes, yes. General Pei responded repeatedly. He had always been a rough and tough man, and his wife and daughter-in-law were both strong-willed men. He had never encountered such a delicate young girl before. He felt a little awkward and uncomfortable. However, just looking at Luo Li's obedient appearance, he felt a sense of wonder. This rough-looking lad, where did he get the good fortune to win over such a beautiful girl? Thinking this, he didn't ask any further questions, but instead tried to give Luo Li a kind smile, afraid that his fierce aura might frighten her. I'll take you to rest first. I've had a courtyard prepared for you at home. Let's go see it. Pei knew the old man probably had something to say to him, so he turned to Luo Li and said the same. Okay. Then, Grandpa Pei will go ahead. Oh, good, good, good. General Pei nodded, practically beaming. Watching the two of them from behind, they really did look quite well matched, like a golden couple. But thinking of the secret letter Pei had given him, a look of worry appeared in his eyes. The Pei family hadn't had any female relatives for many years, and the house no longer had a proper front and back layout. Luo Li's courtyard was arranged not far from Pei's. It was a very exquisite little courtyard, filled with many things a young lady would love, and a 3-story pavilion offering a view of the capital's nightscape. It was clear that great care had been put into it. How is it? Do you like it? If there's anything you don't like, I'll have it renovated. Seeing Luo Li looking around the courtyard, Pei asked, No, I like it very much. Do you have something to discuss with Grandpa Pei? Go on, don't delay. Remember to pick me up later. The emperor was watching him closely. She naturally didn't want to let him go to the palace alone. Okay. When Pei arrived at the study, the old General Pei was already waiting. A letter Pei had sent laid out on the table. Are you sure those men are truly assassins? Seeing Pei enter, the old general eagerly sought confirmation. Yes. Pei replied decisively. It was common knowledge that assassins were exclusively for the royal family. Ordinary people might never have seen them and therefore wouldn't recognize them, simply assuming they were ordinary assassins. But the Pei family, starting with the old General Pei's father, had fought for the Tide Kingdom and had been highly valued by the late emperor. Naturally, they had had the opportunity to see such people and thus recognize them. Besides that, the initial supply shortage was also intentional. I investigated. That batch of military rations was supposed to be sent out 10 days before the flood. But they deliberately delayed sending it. What was their intention? Perhaps they didn't expect that we would be able to launch a night raid and seize the enemy's supplies, ultimately leading to victory. Afterwards, the grain official and his family died a violent death, perishing in a fire. The flood happened just in time, providing him with a plausible excuse, which he used to deceive everyone. Hearing Pei's words, the old general was shocked again, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. His father was a man who fought alongside the late emperor to conquer the land. His father served the royal family his entire life. And from a young age, his father taught him to be loyal to the royal family and to protect the Morong family's rule. He remembered this deeply. He taught his children the same way, and he himself dedicated most of his life to the peace of the world. His father, wife, son, and daughter-in-law all died on the battlefield, a family of unwavering loyalty. Even his only grandson is now a pillar of the 11 Kingdom, having rendered countless meritorious services. But in the end, he discovers that those he has always been so loyal to have plotted against them, discarding them like used tools. How could he possibly accept this? Pei Yi knew that what he said would be unacceptable to the old General Pei. But the matter was now irreversible. The facts were undeniable, and what could he do to defend them? He clenched his fist and finally placed the petition written in blood by the people of Liangcheng on the table. Grandpa, the Morong royal family today is no longer the same as the late emperor. They blindly trusted treacherous officials, persecuted loyal generals, exploited the people, indulged in pleasure, and disregarded the lives of their citizens. The Morong royal family today had changed beyond recognition, utterly corrupt. This had long since betrayed their initial vow to protect the Morong family to the death. Sigh. Looking at the blood-written petition, the old General Pei finally let out a long sigh. Things have not gone as planned. Since that is the case, then do as you wish. Though I am old, I am not senile, and I will not hold you back. The Pei family had no regrets. They had protected the peace of the land, and they were at peace with themselves. Their initial intention was to assist the royal family and protect the peace of the people. The royal family is corrupt, but the people remain. No regrets, no shame. After leaving the study, Pei Yi went straight to Luo Li's courtyard. When he emerged again, he had a much smaller rabbit hidden in his chest. Looking down into the rabbit's round, adorable eyes, he smiled slightly and gently tapped its head with his fingertip. The news had already reached the palace, and an attendant led Pei Yi to the emperor's bedchamber. Your Majesty, you're so naughty. Even before approaching, the sounds of zither and harps from the main hall, along with the complex and varied scents of women's perfume, greeted him. From afar, the hall was filled with singing and dancing, with beauties of all kinds in his arms, truly a beautiful sight. Pei Yi paused, a barely perceptible hint of disgust flashing between his brows, but he calmly picked up the box in his hand and continued forward. Your Majesty, come. Noticing his movement, the emperor raised an eyelid, then smiled and drank the wine from the hand of the beauty in his arms. The crowd in the hall fell silent for a moment, then, seeing the emperor's expression, instantly returned to normal, laughing and joking. This humble subject has not failed in his mission. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Only when Pei Yi bowed his head indifferently did everyone stop and look at him. The emperor turned to look at the wooden box on the ground, his face plastered with a smile. Minister Pei, no need for formalities. No need for formalities. Minister Pei, you have once again rendered a great service to our dynasty. Truly a great fortune for our dynasty. He rose and pretended to be friendly as he pulled Pei Yi up, laughing heartily, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes where no one could see. Your Majesty flatters me. Pei Yi rose as well, pretending not to understand, and shamelessly replied. In the past, fearing the emperor might become suspicious, he might have at least offered a perfunctory reply to such obviously flattering but subtly probing remarks. But now, forget it, too tiring. Sure enough, the emperor's expression instantly stiffened upon hearing his answer. The emperor had only praised Pei Yi to subtly hint at something, hoping Pei Yi would bring up Morongzhan, and incidentally, give the Pei family a warning. After all, Morongzhan was the commander-in-chief appointed this time, so he couldn't completely ignore him. But he hadn't expected Pei Yi to be so tactless. If nothing unexpected had happened, Morongzhan should have been among those present today to reward those who had rendered meritorious service. The old emperor would then have had the opportunity, based on the achievements Morongzhan had made, to find a reason to distribute the Pei family's military power to Morongzhan. But who could have foreseen that Morongzhan would be so incompetent? Even after that incident, he had just woken up today and had fallen into a deep sleep again, unable to enter the palace and missing the opportunity for the people to welcome the city. This completely ruined the emperor's plans. But what kind of person is the emperor? There's nothing he can't do if he sets his mind to it. Even without Morongjian, he can continue the charade alone. But he truly hadn't expected Pei Yi to refuse to respond. Your Majesty, please speak. But Pei Yi not only refused to respond, but also didn't want to give the emperor a chance to bring it up again. With that, Pei Yi yanked open the wooden box beside him, and two heads, their eyes still open, rolled out. A gasp rippled through the hall. The beauties huddled together, hiding behind the emperor. The old emperor, too, stumbled back several steps. Pei Yi remained calm, his expression unchanged, and began his confession with measured precision. These two are local officials from Liangzhou. On my return journey, I happened upon the people of Liangzhou fleeing the disaster. Your Majesty, these two are corrupt and lawless, knowingly concealing the disaster, maliciously covering it up, disregarding the lives of the people, leaving thousands to suffer. Their crimes are unforgivable. Hearing this, the emperor frowned. For some reason, Pei Yi hadn't mentioned him at all. Yet, he inexplicably felt that every word seemed to be directed at him. The matter was urgent, and I failed to report to your Majesty in time, resulting in the execution of these two men in Liangcheng. I beg your Majesty's punishment. Pei Yi held aloft the petition written in blood by the people, his attitude of confession sincere and earnest. But the blood-written petition clearly choked the emperor. After a moment of stunned silence, the emperor still reached out to help him up. Minister Pei, you are overthinking it. These two men were so vicious. They truly deserved to die. Your actions were meritorious. How could there be any crime? Minister, you have relieved my worries and removed treacherous officials. You should be rewarded. Speaking of which, you and the emperor, your Majesty is wise. Pei Yi's sudden praise once again thwarted the emperor's attempt to divide military power. In the end, after several rounds of debate, the old emperor still failed to wrest military power from Pei Yi. Instead, Pei Yi managed to obtain an imperial edict and a large reward, even promoting his trusted lieutenant. Bang! Only after Pei Yi left did the emperor slam the items in his hand to the ground, utterly furious. I never knew this Pei family brat was so stubborn. After several rounds, he couldn't intervene at all. Pei Yi had seized the initiative and taken the spoils. The other party had a clear reason and evidence, and his achievements were undeniable. The emperor simply couldn't refuse. His previous plan to kill Pei Yi had failed, and now his power grab had also failed. Thus, he felt even more wary of the Pei family. The Pei family's achievements over the years had already led the people to proclaim that the Pei family surpassed even the imperial family. In the borderlands, many only recognized the generals of the Pei family, not the Morong royal family. He could not allow this to continue. He had to let the world know who truly ruled. The Pei family? If that's how it is, then he couldn't be blamed. But he had long forgotten that if it weren't for 4 generations of the Pei family risking their lives to protect his country on the battlefield, dying far from home, where would his Morong royal family's empire be now? The old emperor, accustomed to absolute power, had princes who were all of age, yet none had been granted titles or ranks. However, princes of age could no longer remain in the palace, so they were all given fiefdoms outside the palace. The old emperor did this because he feared that granting them titles would cause his courtiers to take sides, losing their current loyalty. This shows just how petty he was. He was even wary of his own sons, let alone the Pei family. Even though he had gone to great lengths to transfer military power to Morongjian, he only intended to use Morongjian as a puppet. The actual power lay with the emperor. After leaving the palace, he returned to the Pei residence. Once everyone was alone, Pei Yi carefully took the little rabbit from his arms. Luo Li instantly transformed back into human form, caught him in his arms, and gave a playful smile. Pei Yi, utterly helpless, turned to look at the imperial edict on the table. Following his gaze, Luo Li looked up as well. The Morongjeon in the first prince's residence will remain unconscious for now. If needed, I can arrange it at any time. As Luo Li spoke, she reached for the imperial edict beside her. With a flick of her wrist, all the writing vanished, leaving only the emperor's seal. Here. She then casually handed it to Pei Yi. They hadn't asked for the imperial decree for military merit today. This was an imperial edict of posthumous honor bestowed upon Pei Ye's father, granting him the title of first-rank general who guards the nation, which Pei Yi had obtained in exchange for his military achievements in the palace. Furthermore, Pei Yi requested that the emperor not publicize the matter, citing his father's dislike of ostentation. He could simply take it home and place it before his father's memorial tablet. The old emperor was pleased with this. He couldn't bear to see the Pei family gain any further recognition. Upon hearing this, he agreed without even thinking about it or hesitating. Therefore, all the outside world knew was that the emperor had bestowed an imperial edict upon the Pei family today, but no one knew the contents of the edict. This was exactly what Luo Li and the others wanted. The ink used in the edict was made with special materials and was water-resistant, ensuring its permanence for centuries. Anyone else would have no way to alter the edict once they received it. But Luo Li wasn't human. She was a little demon. With a simple wave of her hand, the edict became one that could be altered at will. Moreover, it was as real as could be. After all, it was personally bestowed by the emperor and bore his seal. How could it be fake, right? Lear, truly amazing. Seeing Luo Li's slightly proud expression, Pei Yi chuckled and praised her, carefully putting the edict away. Thank you for the compliment. Pei Yi chuckled again, then, remembering something, turned to look at Luo Li. Should we still go out of the city to check? She'd almost forgotten. There was still the real prince, Morongjeon, outside the city. Luo Li shook her head. No, let's starve him for 2 days first. The original owner's wish for Morongjeon to die a painful and miserable death wasn't quite met yet. The progress wasn't very clear. Indeed, what Morongjeon was suffering now, compared to the original owner's unrequited love, having her demon core extracted, being refined into pills, and her bones turned into a leather drum and a bone staff, this was indeed too lenient. Hearing this, Pei Yi looked up at her and nodded. All right. For some reason, he always felt that her hatred for the Morong royal family was far deeper than she had expressed. Even deeper for Morongjeon. From then on, the entire capital fell silent. But beneath the calm surface, turbulent waves often lurked. Half a month later, on the outskirts of the capital.
Bitch. Bitch.
You'll die a horrible death. Bitch. After another string of angry curses directed at Luo Li's retreating figure, Morongjeon suddenly fell silent. Then his gaze shifted, as if he were a different person, blankly surveying his current situation. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his forehead, seemingly painfully accepting his current memories.
Why?
Lear, why did you do this to me? Watching the departing figure in red, he suddenly spoke. At this moment, Morongjeon's voice was extremely gentle, just like the original owner's in his previous life, when he was repeatedly seduced. He woke up the very day Morongjeon was thrown into the cage. For 2 days, he was terrified and starving in this dark, cramped environment where he could only cry out to heaven and earth in vain. On the 3rd day, he finally saw a glimmer of light and received half a bowl of water and half a steamed bun. But even this couldn't fill his stomach. His legs were also broken. Now, half a month has passed, and he has long been driven mad by the torment, becoming emaciated in a short time. His unhealed injuries torment him at night, keeping him tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He has truly gone mad. So every time he sees Luo Li, he can't help but curse her, venting his frustration helplessly. But now, having suddenly regained his memories, Morongjeon doesn't understand why Luo Li treated him this way. In her past life, she had only ever loved him, unable to bear seeing him suffer even the slightest bit.
Why?
Your Highness, don't you know best? Hearing his words, Luo Li abruptly stopped, then let out a cold laugh, lowering her head to meet his gaze through the cage. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes, now devoid of any of the original owner's affection, held only a chilling, indifferent killing intent. Debts from the past life must be repaid in this one. Don't you remember now, Zhanling? Your Majesty? Dressed in a red silk dress, she slightly curled her lips, her face exquisitely beautiful, like a seductive enchantress, seemingly harmless yet cruel and bloodthirsty. You. Hearing her words, Morongzhan's pupils contracted. But Luo Li had already turned and left, her robes fluttering gently at her side, and he was once again enveloped in darkness. The terrified voice was silenced beneath the earth, unheard by anyone. Upon hearing that familiar tone from the original owner's memories, Luo Li immediately realized what was happening. Recovering his past life's memories? He really was lucky, but perhaps it was for the best. Compared to the wealth and glory of his past life, his current powerlessness and incompetence only amplified his suffering, didn't they? Are you all right? Pei Yi, who had been left waiting nearby by Luo Li, had also heard Morongzhan's roar and curses. He was about to step forward when Luo Li stopped him with a gesture. Now, seeing her approach, his eyes still held worry. I'm fine, just a few barks, nothing serious. Luo Li smiled, her bright and charming demeanor returning to normal when she looked at Pei Yi. Are you going to the 7th prince's residence later? She asked, turning her head. Yes. Pei Yi gently wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face in her neck, and responded in a muffled voice. Luo Li raised her hand to comfort him, but then she heard his next words. He's made his move. A large amount of evidence of treason has suddenly appeared in Grandpa's study and my bedroom. Although things had been calm lately, they were both well aware of the situation. They were both secretly planning and on guard. During this time, he had been on guard and had apprehended many suspicious individuals, all of whom he had quietly dealt with. But the fact that these items could still appear in the Pei residence today was enough to demonstrate the Emperor's profound cunning. Who is it? Sensing something amiss in Pei's tone, Luo Li frowned slightly. Uncle Ming. They had considered anyone, but never imagined that it would be their closest and most trusted person who would ultimately harm them. Uncle Ming was the Pei family steward and someone who had grown up alongside General Pei. Although they were master and servant, their years of friendship had forged a bond akin to brothers. He had witnessed the growth of 3 generations of the Pei family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was family. With the Pei family's help, Uncle Ming had long since been freed from slavery. While his family wasn't comparable to royalty, they were already better off than many minor officials and wealthy families. Now, Uncle Ming remained in the residence only in name, as a token of goodwill. He spent his days simply accompanying the old general for tea and martial arts practice. They had guarded against everyone, but they hadn't considered guarding against him. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was him. Hearing this name, Luo Li was startled, clearly aware of the importance of Uncle Ming to the Pei family grandfather and grandson. The Pei family now had few servants, besides the grandfather and grandson. Uncle Ming, who had lived with them for decades, was their only other relative, their only 3. This betrayal was certainly painful, but she knew that saying anything now was pointless, so she sat quietly, offering silent comfort. After a while, Pei Yi raised his head, reverting to his usual flamboyant youthful demeanor, and pinched her cheek. It won't be long before things change. Come with me. The supplies had already been arranged in the manor. The Emperor was certainly impatient, and tonight the capital was destined to be in chaos. Uncle Ming had already committed suicide out of guilt. Everything had been arranged with General Pei. She remained reassured. Okay. Luo Li obediently transformed into a little rabbit, nestling against his chest. Her pink and white paws scratched at his clothes, causing him to frequently look down. Stop looking, business is important. Suddenly, he heard her soft, childlike voice, now that she was a rabbit. Pei looked away, a smile playing on his lips. The young man on the red horse galloped wildly along this thorny path, determined to break through the encirclement, reclaim his life, and take control of his destiny. The 7th prince's residence. The residence of the Emperor's least favorite son.
Why?
Perhaps because this son was the least like him? In the Liangqing affair, only he stood up to refute the treacherous officials, attempting to persuade the emperor to rescind his decree and distribute grain to relieve the people. But ultimately, it was to no avail. Instead, the seventh prince was confined to his residence. The treacherous officials were disrupting the court, and the emperor, indulging in pleasure, often neglected state affairs. Only he stood up to point this out. His integrity earned him nothing but deeper imperial disgust, harsher punishment, the contempt of the princes, and the disdain of the court officials. But it didn't matter, since he wasn't the emperor's biological son. This secret, perhaps even the emperor himself didn't know. The seventh prince's mother was an unparalleled beauty, but she was already married. The emperor, lusting after her beauty, forcibly took her, killed her husband, and brought her into the palace, ultimately forcing her to give birth to a child in resentment and die in despair. The emperor always believed the seventh prince was his child, but that was not the case. Even more surprisingly, the seventh prince knew the whole truth. Half a month ago, on the night he returned from the palace, Pei Yi came to the seventh prince's residence. The two reached an agreement to cooperate. "Is everything arranged?" Seeing Pei Yi appear, the seventh prince looked up and smiled, his white robes exuding a gentle and refined air. "Yes, tonight's main event depends on you." Pei Yi nodded and returned the smile. The black-clad youth was flamboyant and handsome, while the white-clad gentleman stood gracefully. The two stood together on the pavilion, overlooking the chaos in the capital tonight. The palace. "How is it?" Seeing the eunuch rushing over, the emperor's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. "Your Majesty, it's done. News has come that the items have been put inside." The eunuch smiled and nodded repeatedly, speaking quickly. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Clap, clap, clap. Good, good." The emperor laughed loudly, clapping his hands excitedly several times. "Guards, issue the order for the third prince to lead troops to the general's mansion immediately. The Pei family has colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country, harboring evidence of their crimes. Arrest and execute them immediately." His laughter was arrogant and confident, as if he could already see the Pei family's downfall. "Yes." The eunuch received the message and immediately went to relay the order. Shortly afterward, the third prince led a large army out of the palace gates, heading straight for the center of the capital. This scene was witnessed by an inconspicuous servant in a corner, who immediately ran back to the alley and spurred his horse back to the second prince's residence. "How is it?" Upon seeing the servant, the second prince immediately asked, but his tone was filled with panic. "The third prince is leading his troops this way. I overheard His Majesty ordering his immediate execution." Hearing the servant's words, the second prince was startled, clenching his fists. It seems the news was indeed true. Father has indeed learned of my unauthorized manufacture of weapons. Not only that, but father actually intends to execute him outright, not even giving him a chance to repent. Since that's the case, then he can't be blamed. Pass down the order. Let them act immediately. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and immediately gave the order. "I'm sorry, father. Since you disregard our father-son relationship, don't blame me for striking first to save my life." "Yes." At the command, a plume of smoke shot into the sky, and the imperial guards in the palace quietly moved. Unfortunately, the second prince's wife's own brother is currently the commander of the imperial guards. The emperor's grip on power is like holding sand in his hand. The more he holds, the less there is. The princes, having reached a certain age, already harbor ambitions for power, and the court officials have long since secretly positioned themselves. Only the emperor remains naively convinced that everything is under his control. The seeds of evil he sowed back then have now come back to bite him. Seeing the fireworks explode in the sky, commotion erupted in the residences of all the princes. Tonight, many were plotting to become the snake in the shadows. But in reality, they were all merely pawns in a game, turtles in a jar. The second prince and his accomplice, his sixth brother, rebelled. Under cover of night, they led the imperial guards to surround the emperor, murdering their father and plotting rebellion. The third prince's troops ultimately did not enter the general's residence. Instead, they circled back to the palace, joining the fourth prince to suppress the second prince's faction. The puppet Morongjian, also under Luo Li's control, led his trusted followers to the front lines. The three-way battle was extremely fierce. The emperor was already dead on his throne. The fifth prince, however, sat quietly outside the palace gates, waiting for the two sides to fight so he could reap the benefits. How lively! Looking at the chaos in the city, Pei Yi slightly raised his lips, his voice extremely cold and indifferent. Indeed, the seventh prince responded softly, his gaze towards the palace filled with intense hatred. Luo Li couldn't resist shifting in Pei Yi's arms, wanting to peek and witness the spectacle. Pei Yi subtly turned away, blocking the view of others, allowing her small head to peek out and see the scene before her. In the distance, the palace was ablaze with flames. The prince's residences throughout the capital were equally brightly lit. The emperor was no good, and his bloodline was naturally no better. Influenced by the emperor, his 6 sons all yearned for his throne and for the power of the empire. The more the emperor protected his spoils, the more they wanted a share. The princes had long coveted the throne, secretly plotting for a long time. Now Pei Yi had given them that opportunity. First, they spread false information, making the second prince believe that his unauthorized manufacture of weapons with the intention of rebellion had been discovered by the emperor. This forced the second prince to rush into the palace and kill his father to save his life. Then they deliberately told the third prince and others that the second prince intended to rebel, allowing him to use the emperor's plot against the Pei family as an opportunity to lead troops back to suppress them, becoming the unwitting victim. Finally, they inadvertently leaked all this information to the most cunning fifth prince, letting him ultimately become the beneficiary. Seeing this scene, Pei Yi finally chuckled. Even the other princes could see that the Pei family had rendered meritorious service and were unwilling to attack them, using this opportunity to vie for the throne. But why couldn't the emperor see this? It's fate, it's destiny. The seventh prince, also filled with hatred, sneered and softly uttered the words the emperor had left for his father when he took his mother. The emperor, coincidentally, encountered his mother at that time and declared that this was their family's fate, one they were powerless to resist. Now it remains the same. The emperor's absolute power created this opportunity. To this point, it too is the emperor's fate. The wind tonight is inexplicably strong. It whips up raging fires, burning away the evil spirits that filled the city. After a fierce struggle, the imperial city was littered with corpses. Ha. As dawn broke, only the fifth prince remained in the palace, his figure smug and arrogant. He sat on the dragon throne stained with the blood of several people with the surname Morong, his hand gently stroking the chair, laughing uncontrollably. Finally, this position is mine. Not far from him lay the corpses of the emperor and the 6 princes. Besides them, only the useless 7th prince remained. That useless prince had no chance against him. This world truly belonged to him. Is that so? Brother, you laughed too soon. At that moment, a pair of thin hands suddenly reached out from behind him. A flash of silver light from a long sword, and the 5th prince, before his laughter could fade, clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground. His eyes, wide open in death, stared at the 7th prince and Pei Yi before him. Glancing at the dead 5th prince, Pei Yi gripped the revised imperial edict they had drafted, then turned to look at the now fully bright sky outside the palace. The world had changed. By the mandate of heaven, the late emperor decreed that my 7th son is of pure and virtuous character. With the emperor's death, the princes and the official families behind them suffered heavy losses, last many dead and many wounded. With this imperial edict of succession, which was subject to dispute but could not be found to be flawed, and the strong support of the Pei family, the 7th prince firmly ascended the throne. Pei Yi was appointed regent, wielding great power and assisting the rulers of 11 kingdoms. Outside the hall, officials listened to the decree. Luo Li stood in a corner of the hall, holding an iron chain beside her. Murongzhan was bound hand and foot, with a noose around his neck, forced to watch helplessly like a dog. He opened his mouth. His tongue was intact, but he couldn't utter a sound. Excited? However, Luo Li still saw excitement in his eyes. Seeing the princes and emperor lying dead and the throne seemingly within his grasp, Murongzhan's eyes gleamed once more. But unfortunately, this throne isn't yours. Did you hear the sounds outside? How does it feel to be so close, yet unable to touch? You'll never deserve it. Luo Li smirked, watching Murongzhan's face contort into a grotesque expression. He struggled to scream and lunge at her, but an invisible barrier held him firmly. She watched helplessly as a strange fire suddenly ignited within her, slowly and relentlessly engulfing and burning him. It was incredibly slow. He could even see his flesh cook, then char and turn to ash. But he couldn't extinguish the fire, suffering endless terror and agony before dying a miserable death. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the throne so close to him, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Luo Li, his face contorted in pain and utterly unwilling, dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He was ultimately consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Ding! Murongzhan died in agony. The Murong royal family is destroyed. Congratulations on fulfilling the original owner's wish. Hearing the system's announcement, Luo Li turned around and a pair of hands appeared before her. She smiled, took Pei Ye's hand, and the two left the hall together. 3 days later, the new emperor ascended the throne, granting a general amnesty. Soon after, the regent married his queen. On their wedding day, the stunningly beautiful couple captivated everyone, becoming a legendary tale. For the next 3 years, the regent used ruthless methods to purge corrupt officials in many places, restoring order and earning the praise of the people. In the 4th year, the new emperor abdicated due to illness. The regent prince, with the support of the people and the court officials, ascended the throne. On the day of his coronation, the regent prince immediately made his regent princess empress, ordered the establishment of a new harem, and bestowed his exclusive favor upon the empress. This tale of imperial love and virtue has been passed down through the ages. Mother said she wants to go out of the palace to play. When will you take us out with her? Yes, father. Mother said there are lots of delicious things to eat outside. Yes, father. Mother also said you can make lots of delicious roast meat. When will you take us? Father. A group of children chattered incessantly around Pei Yi, giving him a headache. Luo Li, standing beside him, smiled apologetically, holding a bowl of grapes, swinging her legs comfortably. On their wedding night, his favorability rating reached 100%. 9 years into their marriage, they had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The 2 older ones are now 7 years old, and the remaining 3 are 5. They hadn't originally planned for so many, but rabbits usually give birth in litters. She had 2 pregnancies, and with only so many offspring in 2 litters, it was considered few in the rabbit world. Want to leave the palace? Having finally calmed the little ones down, Pei Yi walked over, took the grapes from her hand, and looked down at her.
Yes.
I'm so bored. Looking at the little ones beside her, Luo Li nodded honestly. Pei Yi smiled helplessly and tapped her forehead. Then let's get ready. Leaving tomorrow? Okay. Hearing Pei Ye's words, the little one eavesdropping beside her cheered before Luo Li could answer. Okay. Luo Li also smiled happily. What are you discussing? Why are you so happy? General Pei had just stepped into the palace when he saw this happy family and couldn't help but smile as well, asking with a smile.
Grandpa.
Great-grandpa. Great-grandpa. Pei Yi and his wife greeted the old general with a smile, and a group of little ones rushed over. They all loved their loving great-grandfather.
Oh
Dear. Our Sanbao is so beautiful. Come, great-grandpa, give her a hug. General Pei adored them, especially Sanbao, his precious great-granddaughter. She was the only girl in 5 generations of the Pei family. Moreover, Sanbao looked just like Luo Li, perfectly inheriting her parents' excellent genes. She was as beautiful as a snow-white doll. Of course, he doted on her. Great-grandpa, we want a hug too, the other mischievous children chimed in. All right, hug them all. Looking at the happy and heartwarming scene before them, Luo Li and her husband exchanged a smile. Grandpa, we've been planning a trip together tomorrow. Take me. Before Pei could finish speaking, General Pei interrupted, afraid of being left behind. He cherished these children and wanted to spend more time with them. Okay, Pei replied with a smile. Yay? Great-grandpa, can you take me horseback riding then? Remembering what his great-grandfather had said earlier, Erbao asked expectantly, his eyes, just like his father's, shining brightly. Of course. General Pei nodded with a smile. The next day, the whole family went out for a trip, visiting the imperial palace and the royal hunting grounds. However, no matter where they went, Pei always carried a stack of memorials with him. Father, do you think this is a proper way to handle it? Debao asked Pei earnestly in his childish voice. The children were allowed to play when it was time, but their studies were not neglected either. Debao and Erbao were twin brothers, one slightly more mature, the other mischievous and playful. Pei summoned them both to review the memorials together. Listening to Debao's words, Pei nodded with a smile. Not bad, but do you think this place could be? While processing the memorials, Debao listened patiently, while Erbao dozed off beside him. But when it came time to choose weapons and practice martial arts at the training ground, things changed. Erbao was enthusiastic, while Debao remained somewhat silent. Observing the behavior of these two children, Pei had a better understanding of the situation. The remaining younger children were carefree and focused solely on playing. Years later, Debao inherited Pei's throne, and Erbao inherited the mantle of general of the Pei family, guarding the empire. Si Bao and Wu Bao, one chose his preferred path of commerce, amassing wealth and achieving great success. The other chose his beloved medical skills, becoming renowned throughout the land as a peerless healer. San Bao, the only child to inherit Luo Li's demon clan identity, secretly practiced magic with Luo Li and led her own unique life. General Pei enjoyed his twilight years, watching his great-grandchildren grow and settle down before peacefully passing away one quiet night. Luo Li and her husband, with everything settled, finally had the opportunity to spend several decades together as husband and wife. A long time later, one day, Pei suddenly grasped Luo Li's hand and smiled at her. It's good that we had San Bao. After I'm gone, you won't be lonely. Luo Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled and buried her head in his chest. Yes, she understood his meaning. He wanted her to live well even after he was gone. The demon race has long lifespans, and with the 3 treasures by his side, he could rest assured. But after he left, she still resolutely followed him in death. Born to share the same bed, died to share the same grave. Unwavering in life and death. World 3. The End. Back in the system space, Little Cabbage was already waiting. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received 1,000 points, 50 luck points, and 30 merit points. Because the Demon Lord and your baby are both ancient emperors. And your other babies have also done many meaningful deeds, so your luck points are quite high. At the same time, the data panel updated. Points: 5,500 plus 1,000, 6,500 points, minus the 150 spent on the puppet talisman, that's 6,350 points. Luck points, 90 points. Merit points, 90. Possessing items: 1 piece talisman, 9 hemostatic pills, 9 pain-relieving pills, 10 universal antidote pills, 2 puppet talismans. Previously, the values were too low to notice anything. Now that her luck and merit points have increased, Luo Li clearly feels a sense of fullness in her soul. Her soul body is surrounded by a faint golden white light. This is the light of luck and merit. It's really good for the host. Okay, by the way, Kai, why don't you talk to me much in this world anymore? It seems like this world is particularly quiet. At this, Little Cabbage shrank its neck. Because the host is a rabbit. Although rabbits prefer carrots, cabbage is also a rabbit's favorite food. Its body language is quite honest. Luo Li. Okay. She understood. It was timid Kai Kai. As usual, after removing the emotional threads, Little Cabbage began preparing for the next world. Host, the next world is a modern world, it reminded her after checking the information. Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Okay.
Bang!
Oh my god. Luo Li's eyes widened as she watched the flower pot suddenly fall and smash at her feet. Little Cabbage released her grip on the back of her clothes, her brows furrowed, and said earnestly, Host, you have to be careful. The original owner was really unlucky. Okay. Luo Li silently put on the original owner's personal helmet and nodded seriously. That's right, it was always on her person, which meant the original owner was used to similar situations. After a careful yet bumpy journey, Luo Li finally returned home, looking disheveled. She managed to avoid several falling objects, but couldn't avoid the housekeeper splashing her with vegetable washing water, getting a free dirty water bath. Luo Li returned home dejectedly, found some clothes, and went to the bathroom. A moment later, a gas sprang out.
Ah!
The water's cold. It's on? The water heater's broken? After much pleading and boiling several kettles of water, she finally managed to take a shower. Sitting dejectedly on the sofa, Luo Li felt life was utterly unbearable for the first time. Actually, it's not so bad. Host, you have luck points, so we're already much luckier than the original owner. Look, you didn't get hurt today. The original owner usually gets at least 3 minor injuries a day. Ha! Hearing Xiao bite-sized words, Luo Li forced a smile. So, what about the hair in her food, the cockroach in her milk tea, the inability to hail a taxi in the middle of the street, the lost shoes on the subway? She might not be physically injured, but her heart was already 100 wounds. Kai Kai, maybe we should just forget about this. I can't take it. If she hadn't experienced it firsthand for a day, she wouldn't have imagined that someone could be this unlucky. Anyway, this world has supernatural phenomena. How about I become a ghost and try to win it over? She'd rather be a ghost than a human now. No, once I enter this world, I can't change it anymore. Little Cabbage felt a pang of sympathy for its host, seeing her so dejected for the first time, but there was nothing it could do. Hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li slumped onto the sofa, speechless. Bang! The sofa legs suddenly buckled, and she fell to the floor. Little Cabbage covered its face in fright, then quickly pulled her up. Luo Li looked utterly hopeless. Destroy it! Where is the person who stole the original owner's luck? Let's go. Let's get our luck back. She couldn't hold back any longer. The world they were in was a novel world, and the original owner was even the protagonist of the original story. This was originally the story of an ordinary little girl who accidentally entered a strange live streaming platform and became a supernatural streamer. The story follows her as she gains a cheat ability through each live stream, slowly becoming powerful and wonderful. However, all of this was destroyed by the arrival of a transmigrator. The transmigrator possessed a system called the Conquest System, which allowed her to suppress the original owner of the body by doing the same thing repeatedly and deliberately using tools and other means. She instilled negative emotions in the original owner, such as sadness and anger, thereby gaining the original owner's luck. In essence, it was more like exchanging lives. Each time she defeated the original owner, her luck improved. Meanwhile, the original owner followed the fate that Transmigrator was destined for, becoming increasingly unlucky until finally dying a tragic death. Yes, that's right, the original owner died in the end. Because of the Transmigrating scheme, she was captured by criminals, tortured, humiliated, and had her internal organs removed and sold, dying a miserable death. A promising female protagonist's life was taken away, ending in such a tragic way. Original owner's wish, to kill the Transmigrator with my own hands and reclaim her own life. This world has limitations. The system can't conduct large-scale searches and location searches. I can't find her. However, she has already stolen all of the original owner's opportunities and luck. According to the original owner's original destiny, she should be doing live streaming now, right? Hearing Luo Li's words, Xiao Baikai fiddled with the screen for a while before honestly shaking her head, but she also offered her thoughts. But the original owner has lost her opportunities. We can't get into that strange platform. Xiao Baikai put her hands behind her back, looking at Luo Li. Luo Li also lowered her head to ponder for a while, then her eyes lit up. What about your demon lord?
Can you check?
I remember in the original owner's storyline, it was mentioned that he was repeatedly recommended to that live stream room due to encountering supernatural events. Find him first, then find the transmigrator. Oh, right. Little Cabbage's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and then she started fiddling with something. He's doing game live streams on a certain platform to earn a living. Host, you can play too. I can match you up. Everyone's just data. For this all-powerful entity, arranging the game software's matchmaking mechanism is a piece of cake. As soon as Little Cabbage finished speaking, a live stream link popped up on Luo Li's phone, showing a game live stream. Oh, I know how to do this. Seeing the game screen, Luo Li's eyes brightened slightly. Although the names were different, the other hero skills seemed the same. But after looking at his game rank, she fell silent. But to be matched with him at that rank, I'll have to play for a few more days, she said quietly. Although she knew how, there was no denying that his skill level was something she hadn't reached even before in the modern world. Her highest level before was only 25 stars, while he was almost 100 stars. It's okay, host, I'm here, I guarantee you a winning streak. Little Cabbage patted its chest. It couldn't help the host with the external forces of reality, but system data was a piece of cake. Good Cabbage. Luo Li patted its head. Smiling, she downloaded the same game software and then watched his live stream on her computer. At the beginning, for those with lower ranks, Luo Li could carry them without Little Cabbage's help. However, why isn't he saying anything? She had been playing for a while and hadn't heard him speak. But his skills were really good. Even though he didn't speak or show his face, there were still quite a few viewers. Everyone was excitedly discussing the details of his movements and so on. Alright, that's all for today's live stream. Thank you everyone, good night. Just as she finished speaking, the live stream page showed that she had won the game. The boy's voice was slightly hoarse with fatigue, but still clear and pleasant, like a mountain spring. The next moment, as if hearing him get up, a long, slender hand with distinct knuckles covered the screen. Spicy hot pot. 666. With Brother Nan around, even a losing game can be turned around. Another game where the details made all the difference. User 586-5355. Ah, this is absolutely divine for hand fetishists. User 65488888. That voice is amazing too. User. Looking at everyone's comments, Luo Li silently lowered her head and typed, subtly adding an emoticon. It's Li, not Pear. Good night. Streamer. When Yunnan looked down and saw this comment through his fingers, a slight smile playing on his lips. Good night. The screen went black and the streamer ended the broadcast. Looking at the black computer screen, Luo Li sighed, put down her phone, and was about to stretch. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in from nowhere, and a half-full glass of water next to her was about to tip over towards the computer.
Oops.
Luo Li reacted quickly, grabbing the computer and pulling it away. The glass crashed onto the table with a thud. Bang. Another sound followed, and a vase next to her shattered. Luo Li put down the computer, her face contorted with pain as she looked at the mess in the room, resigned to her fate, and started cleaning up. Because of the unfortunate experience of eating out, she was still hungry. After finishing cleaning up, she rummaged through the refrigerator for some food, preparing to cook. She was still uneasy about ordering takeout or dining in. She decided to rely on herself. While cooking, either the salt shaker cap suddenly came loose, spilling a handful of salt, or the spatula handle fell off. Having finally managed to get a hot meal, Luo Li's face was already contorted with pain. She channeled all her resentment into the game, unleashing it all and crushing the enemy team, forcing them to surrender several times mid-game. The next day, in the afternoon, after receiving a message from Xiao Baikai, she immediately became the first viewer to watch when Yunnan's live stream, frequently popping up to make her presence felt. Surely be you, surely. That positioning is amazing. Mala Xianghua. Absolutely. My brother Nan, no doubt about it. Surely be you, surely. Indeed, indeed. Surely be you, surely. This game's Li Bai was the most impressive. Strawberry ice cream. The sister upstairs has good taste. Surely be you, surely. 2 pentakills today. Streamer Lawn is too good. Surely be you, surely. Wow. Hanexian? Monkey King? Streamer, tell me, what Jungle King can't you play? Surely be you, surely. Wow. The streamer is so skilled at mid lane. Zhuge Liang's play was incredibly detailed. Surely be you, surely. Surely be you, surely. Surely be you, surely. Marksman and support? Wow, the streamer is so versatile. But the streamer is coolest when he's playing jungle. Surely be you, surely. The versatile streamer is so awesome. Surely be you, surely. The comments were mostly her silliness and spamming, with various small gifs being sent. She pops up every now and then. It's hard not to notice her. Mala Xianghua. As expected, my brother Nan's charm is unmatched. He's gained another little fangirl. Hot and sour cabbage. Of course. Streamer, I want a sticker too. Strawberry ice cream. Me too. Me too. Streamer, stick a sticker on me. It's Li, not Pear. Everyone upstairs, get out of here. I want the streamer all to myself. Take him away. As this new fan kept popping up to praise and joke, the streamer suddenly chuckled, his voice as pleasant as ever. The live stream chat erupted in surprise. Spicy hot pot. My brother Nan laughed. Hot and sour cabbage, yeah right? However, not long after, the game ended, and when Yunnan went offline, this time, he just hurriedly said he had to go out and would stream again tomorrow before closing the stream. Luo Li stretched helplessly, but felt that she had achieved her goal of making her presence known. Thinking it over, she went back to the game and fought hard. After nearly 2 days of effort, by evening, she finally reached the diamond rank. Originally, the speed should have been even faster. But while Kai could control the game data, she couldn't control her phone suddenly losing all battery and going black. Due to the phone malfunction, her path to victory and defeat was quite bumpy, and she was even reported several times. However, at least she had achieved something. The little cabbage system, watching its host series of unfortunate events, was completely dumbfounded. Then, as if seeing something, its eyes lit up. Host, when Yunnan is online, playing on a Smith account. Your current rank is just right for matching with him. Hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li's face lit up with joy. She quickly grabbed her phone and went back to her room, finding the best position on her bed to ensure optimal performance. Kai, arrange it quickly. Okay. Meanwhile, at Nanjing University in City C. Phew. After returning to the dorm from outside, when Yunnan rubbed his tired brows, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. What's wrong, Yunnan? Feeling down? Want to play a couple of games? His roommate, Lu Chuan, raised an eyebrow and suggested, seeing him like this. Okay. Indeed, feeling frustrated and wanting to unwind, when Yunnan nodded in agreement.
All right.
Let's go. But I've been on a losing streak this week, dropping to Diamond 3, so I'm afraid I can't queue with you. It's okay, I have another account.
Great.
Brother Nan, carry me. Lu Chuan chuckled. He was hoping that Brother Nan would save him from his losing streak, so he could continue his dance and revelry. Hearing Lu Chuan's words, when Yunnan smiled. Hey, is it Li or Li? This nickname, it's not one of your little Xian fans, Brother Nan, is it? Entering the hero selection screen, seeing his teammate's nickname, Lu Chuan turned to Yunnan and said with a smile. When Yunnan also saw Luo Li's nickname on the 3rd floor. A coincidence, right? Yeah, it shouldn't be that coincidental. Lu Chuan nodded, also thinking it was probably just a shared nickname. It couldn't possibly be that the same little fan. On Luo Li's side, she learned from Kai that when Yunnan was duo queuing with his roommate. Seeing that when Yunnan had chosen Jungler Lan, his roommate also chose Marksman, and another couple had chosen Magic Resistance. Luo Li happily accepted the support role. Since the team needed a tank, she chose Brave Bull. Support is great. She's all about protection. At the start, she helped the mid laner secure some lane, briefly controlling the enemy jungler's vision, then went to help the bottom lane. 2 minutes later, she helped the marksman secure a triple kill, and with a sliver of health, she managed to buy an active item to heal, saving the marksman from near death. Nyo is amazing. So brave. Lu Chuan was quite impressed by Nyo's performance. His attention to detail was comparable to his brother Nan. Seeing that Luo Li was also on mic, he praised her. Hearing his words, when Yunnan tilted his head. Brother Nan, let me tell you, this Nyo's positioning is top-notch. His skills are perfectly timed, just like yours. After praising her and turning off his mic, Lu Chuan shared the news on his phone with Wen Yunnan. To be honest, the best player he'd ever seen in all his gaming experience was his brother Nan. This Nyo was truly exceptional. He deserved praise. Wow, awesome. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw the Nyo he'd mentioned tap his ultimate skill, then launch an attack. She was hiding in the bushes, and her ultimate knocked up the enemy marksman, support, and the mid laner who came to support. His Marco Polo was just in time to unleash his ultimate and stun, securing another triple kill. He'd already got 6 kills in such a short time. Brother Nan, I feel like I can carry this game too. You can just relax, he said with a grin, sitting up straight, his joy evident in his eyes. When Yunnan glanced at their vision range and smiled. Okay, however, things didn't go so smoothly afterward. The marksman was the damage dealer, and the enemy team obviously didn't want him to get ahead. From then on, the enemy team started targeting them. They would often disappear from vision, leaving only the marksman as bait, while the rest hid in the bushes trying to ambush them. Initially, Luo Li and her team were indeed ambushed once. Nyo was killed, but the marksman escaped with a sliver of health. The jungler arrived to clean up, securing a double kill. This time, Luo Li and her team noticed the enemy disappearing from the minimap and sensed something was wrong. They cleared the wave under the tower, playing cautiously. The enemy team, seeing they had 2 crowd control abilities and being in the early game, didn't dare to dive the tower recklessly. Nanji were being pressured. Although they hadn't died, they were still very frustrated, and Lu Chuan quickly called for reinforcements. Coming, when Yunnan replied, heading straight for the bottom lane. At that moment, a soft female voice suddenly rang in their ears. Marksman, left bush, wait for my ultimate. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment before realizing it was Nyo using her mic. Okay, he quickly replied. Wow, Brother Nan, she's a girl. Her voice is so sweet. While turning off his mic in surprise, he also saw Nyo's actions. Seeing Nyo flash and use her ultimate, he immediately followed with his own dash and ultimate, leaving all 4 with low health. But the enemy support, Yu, reacted in time and used his ultimate, failing to secure the kill. It's over. Lu Chuan cried out in despair, frozen by the enemy mage. Although the 4 enemies were low on health, they still had their skills active. They couldn't escape. Just then, a shark leaped out of the river, saving them and securing a quadra kill. Wow. Before Lu Chuan could even feel happy and grateful to his brother Nan, he heard a girl's sweet exclamation from the phone. Lu Chuan, who was hiding in the bush recalling, suddenly laughed upon hearing this voice and turned to look at Wen Yunnan. Brother Nan, you know what, you really have to admit that tone really does sound like your little fan. I like them both, wow wow wow. Wen Yunnan, hearing this, also glanced at the brave Nyo. Wow, amazing. A moment later, when Nyo saw Lan get a double kill again, she exclaimed again. Even more like her now. Lu Chuan turned and silently glanced at Wen Yunnan, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Brother Nan, do you think it's just a coincidence? She really is your little fan? Wen Yunnan remained non-committal, but then clearly paid more attention to Nyo. Thanks for saving my life. You Jungle King, you're so amazing. She unexpectedly blocked the enemy marksman's ultimate, saving Nyo once, and received a sweet thank you in return. When Yunnan raised an eyebrow slightly. Both the marksman and jungler were doing very well this game. basically having a smooth run and dominating the game. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, victory was imminent. Nanji, this Nyo is playing really well. Should we invite her to play later? She seems to be solo queuing, looking rather lonely. Having been protected by Nyo throughout the entire game, Lu Chuan was extremely touched and turned to Yunan to suggest it. When Yunan replied, glancing down at Nyo, Jungle King Marksman, are you duo queuing? Could you bring brave Nyo next game? I'll protect you. They were just thinking this when Nyo spoke up at the same time. Okay, but just wait for us to protect
You.
Your Jungle King brother will definitely carry you to victory. Before when Yunan could speak, Lu Chuan readily agreed, turning on his mic. The next instant, the enemy's crystal was breached, and victory was secured. Lu Chuan, as promised, pulled Luo Li into their room. Seeing the host's profile picture, a cool black and white anime boy wearing a mask, Luo Li smiled. It wasn't for nothing that she'd worked so hard for the past 2 days, painstakingly climbing the ranks. She'd finally found a match. Of course, Lu Chuan's matchmaking was also quite good. A thumbs up to him. It's Li, not Pear, a cute orange cat anime avatar. When Yunan also subconsciously glanced at it, then listened to Lu Chuan's urging to start the game. On the hero selection screen, Lu Chuan. Nyo, what do you want to play? Anything's fine. Luo Li replied casually, her mic on. Feeling a bit hungry, she asked Kai for some grapes and ate them. Her already pleasant voice became even softer and more gentle as she ate. However, in this game, their match teammates were a couple and they chose marksman and support first. The others didn't mind. They were all the type who could play any position. Lu Chuan. Then you play mage, I'll tank, and Nanji will jungle. Okay. Luo Li replied, eating a few more grapes. Her eyes were fixed on Yunan's position, trying to figure out how to get him to talk to her more. How can you build rapport without talking? Looking at the enemy lineup, all squishy heroes. Luo Li chose Ari. This hero is simple, deals high damage, and most importantly, it's fun to ambush from bushes. When Yunan still chose Lan, and Lu Chuan immediately picked a big knife. Jungle King, come quick, the enemy jungler was Zhuge. Lan was ambushed in the river, low on health, and targeted by the enemy's ultimate, her life hanging by a thread. The little fox flashed and sped over, tail wagging. She blocked the ultimate and unleashed a combo, killing the enemy Zhuge. Finally, my savior saved me. In the last game, she hadn't even had a chance to repay the favor before winning. Now she was getting her chance. Hearing her muttered words, when Yunan smiled slightly, Lu Chuan, watching from the side, widened his eyes and inwardly hissed.
How rare.
Their Nanjing University's aloof campus heartthrob was actually amused by a girl? Oh, it's not the first time, really. If this Shirley is that little fan, this is probably the second time. Huh? Just then, Lu Chuan heard Nyo's voice coming from the other end of the microphone again, sounding somewhat surprised. The little fox blocked a powerful attack to save Lan, then counter-killed Zhuge, but was left with low health and no skills, and was controlled by the enemy mage. Then Lan turned around, counter-killed the enemy mage again, and saved the little fox. Nan. Repaying a debt of gratitude. Well, that's bad. I'm indebted to you again. Luo Li smiled and said with a laugh. Finally, she spoke, which was rare. From then on, besides her normal operations, the little fox kept a close eye on Lan's condition, saving Lan twice in time. Praise me. The little fox's tone seemed to carry a hint of pride. When Yunan's smile deepened, and the worry between his brows eased slightly. Very impressive. His voice was flat and even, yet it possessed a captivating quality. Luo Li's eyes crinkled with delight. Good girl, she blurted out, her pride getting the better of her. Ha ha ha. Hearing her words, the two on the other end paused for a moment, then Lu Chuan burst into laughter. Brother Nan, her tone sounds like she's coaxing a child. When Yunan's ears burned slightly at Lu Chuan's laughter, then he fell silent again. Seeing his silence, Luo Li assumed he was unhappy and was about to say something. Ding, favorability +3, current favorability value 13. The system announcement suddenly rang in her ears, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. His favorability had increased since she commented on the live stream, and now it had improved further. Not bad. Knowing he wasn't opposed, Luo Li continued to maintain a serious demeanor during the rest of the game, occasionally teasing him intentionally or unintentionally. As it turned out, the results were quite good. He genuinely fell for it. After a night of playing games together, the group became increasingly familiar with each other. Lu Chuan deliberately probed, and Luo Li intentionally let slip. They finally confirmed that Luo Li was indeed the playful little fan. They even discovered that Luo Li, like them, lived in City C. What a coincidence. Thinking this, Lu Chuan glanced at Wen Yunan beside him. He felt that his buddy's luck with women might be about to change. So, after a moment's thought, he spoke up. Nyo, we really relied on you a lot in that last team fight. Let's all add each other as friends and exchange contact information. I'll chat with you next time, Ninji, and I log in.
Sure.
Luo Li replied, more than happy to oblige. Hearing Luo Li's quick reply, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow at Wen Yunan. Hurry up and add her. This is definitely your lucky day. Judging from her voice, she must be pretty. You have to seize the opportunity. Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Wen Yunan chuckled and shook his head helplessly, but still, almost against his will, left his contact information in their group chat. Not long after, a little girl with an anime avatar of a big orange cat added them. It's Li, not Pear. I'm brave, Nyo. Both of them received this verification message, which made them laugh again. However, judging from her performance in the game, she was indeed quite brave. As soon as Wen Yunan clicked accept, a message popped up in the chat window. It's Li, not Pear. Wild King, my name is Luo Li. Nan, Wen Yunan. It's Li, not Pear. What a nice name.
Get some rest.
Seeing this message, Wen Yunan checked the time. It was almost midnight. Seeing this time, he took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Nan. Host, it seems he's been possessed by something evil. Seeing the reply, Luo Li was about to say something when she heard Xiao Baicai's voice. There's something evil in our house too. Xiao Baicai shrank her neck, nestled against Luo Li's shoulder, as if she had seen something terrifying. Luo Li felt a chill run down her spine. Wait, Kai, has the system shop updated? Since she couldn't reclaim the original owner's luck for the time being, Luo Li couldn't deal with this kind of supernatural event. Fortunately, their system shop had such items, but they couldn't be purchased under normal circumstances. They could only buy them after the system shop updated its inventory based on the small world each time they entered it. It's updated. Xiao Baicai looked at the ghost clinging to her head, shrank her head to look at the shop, and then nodded hurriedly. Hearing this, Luo Li decisively opened the shop. Physiognomy, 50 points. Discounted price, but only valid in this world. Talisman drawing, 30 points. Ghost catching/exorcising, 30 points. Ghost control, 30 points. The applicable items are all quite cheap, but they are only valid in this world. Luo Li didn't hesitate and bought them immediately. Feeling the eerie wind in the house, she shrank back and hugged the frightened little cabbage on her shoulder. Where's that heavenly eye that can see ghosts? I can't see it. And there are some talismans that can be used right now. Kai, find them, I'll protect you. Although she had been a ghost before, she was now a human, and the fear of the unseen and unknown still made her a little panicked. Upon hearing this, little cabbage quickly helped search, and soon found it at the very bottom. Yin-yang eyes, 50 points, freely controllable. Many types of talismans, 2 points each. Host you choose. Luo Li bought the yin-yang eyes, but didn't rush to open them. Instead, she spent 100 points to buy a bunch of various talismans. Cabbage, do we have a lot of things in our house? Taking a sip of water, Luo Li asked calmly. Little Cabbage looked at the bluish-white ghostly figures filling the room and clung tightly to Luo Li's chest. A lot. Then, let's not look anymore. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. Perhaps because she now possessed yin-yang eyes, Luo Li could also see the crowded things in the room. Although not clearly visible, she could see many gray, misty shadows. The small apartment, already not large, was now even more crowded. Luo Li feigned composure, clutching the expensive amulet she had bought earlier, and carried Xiao Baikai back to her room, pulling the covers over her head. "Host, are you scared too?" Xiao Baikai finally poked her head out, looking up at her. Luo Li. "Nonsense, I just wasn't ready. But it's strange. Why are so many ghosts suddenly appearing?" Besides the ghosts filling the room, Luo Li also saw many dark figures drifting in from outside. She could sense that there were far more things outside than inside, which was why she hadn't chosen to leave the apartment. Today seems to be the 15th, an extremely een day, when ghosts roam at night. The original owner actually experienced this every month on this day. Ever since the original owner's fate was switched, it's been like this. However, the original owner can't see them, and those things haven't harmed her, so she's remained calm. Although the original owner's fate was switched, she's always been able to make these ghosts feel close to her since childhood. That's why the transmigrator couldn't use her current expertise with ghosts to harm the original owner, and instead chose to commit crimes. "It won't hurt me." From Kai Kai's words, Luo Li grasped the key point, threw off the blanket, and lay comfortably, ignoring the surrounding shadows. "You should have said so earlier, I almost choked." She reached out and patted Xiao Baitai's head. "Don't worry, it's nothing." "Wait, what happened over there?" Realizing she wasn't in danger, Luo Li remembered Wen Yunan's situation. He seems to have encountered a vengeful ghost. Seeing its host's comfortable state, Little Cabbage seemed to relax a bit as well. But the ghostly faces around it still made it a little uncomfortable to look directly at them. What Luo Li's tone was even more excited than when she first found out her house was haunted. Having just learned various spells, no one knew better than her how annoying vengeful ghosts were. Seeing its host's reaction, Little Cabbage weakly reached out. Three still. Get lost. Trying to steal her man. But don't worry, host, he should be fine. He still has that amulet on him. Those ghosts can't get close." Seeing its host's expression, Little Cabbage quickly spoke up. In the world before that, the host had given the demon Lord Mo Nian amulet, but its life-saving effect hadn't been used even after 3 attempts. So, when leaving that world, the host took it with them after all. It was bought with points. But for some reason, as soon as they arrived in the new small world, it went to the demon lord on its own. The same thing happened in the last world. It went to Pei Yi on its own, and no one else could see it, including Pei Yi. Only the two of them could see it. They didn't understand why, but at least they knew that this thing was protecting the demon lord, so they could feel more at ease. So, they didn't bother with it. Hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li's brows relaxed slightly. However, she was still not completely relieved. Being unable to get close didn't mean they wouldn't be bothered. After thinking for a moment, Luo Li opened her yin-yang eyes. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still startled the moment she opened her eyes. They were truly densely packed. Except for a 30-centimeter radius around her, her room was filled with ghostly stickers. The rest of the room was crammed together, like a pancake, you can imagine. And they were all different kinds, a truly horrific sight. As if realizing she could see her, the ghosts became a little more subdued, retreating a few steps. A few of the closer ghosts even smiled at her in a friendly manner. Luo Li. Kai Kai was right. The original owner of this body was born with an affinity for ghosts. The ghosts all liked her and never caused her any discomfort or trouble. With this innate advantage, the original owner should have had an incredibly smooth journey in the supernatural world. But unfortunately, an outsider stole all her luck and opportunities.
Sigh.
Thinking this, Luo Li sighed, looking pitifully at the ghosts. "Can you do me a favor?" Little Cabbage was stunned.
What was its host doing?
She actually asked the ghosts for help. Hearing her words, the ghosts exchanged bewildered glances, then a little girl with pigtails squeezed out from among them. "Sister, what do you need us to help you with?" This little girl looked the most normal one among them, about 5 or 6 years old, with an adorable, innocent face. "Well, Let's ignore the huge hole in the back of her head for now. I need you to help me find someone. She stole my things. Also, I need you to help me get rid of some bad guys who are bothering my future boyfriend. Luo Li reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek, speaking gently. This is the reward for success. She pointed to a large box of incense and paper money she had just redeemed from the shop. This stuff isn't expensive, 1 point per box, just ordinary paper money. After she finished speaking, the eyes of the ghosts around her clearly lit up. They were ghosts, and too lazy to ponder how something could appear out of thin air like humans. After all, they'd seen ghosts before. What was impossible? But they were genuinely tempted by this box of things. Because normal people are reincarnated after death, those who remain are wandering ghosts. Wandering ghosts, forgotten and without incense or paper money, eventually forget everything and their souls dissipate. If someone offers them incense, their ghostly energy increases, which is equivalent to prolonging their lives. For them, this is naturally ideal. The little girl, hearing this, turned her head and looked back, as if asking for everyone's opinion. Suddenly seeing the large hole at the back of her head, Luo Li froze and silently looked away. Okay, who does sister want to find? Seeing the ghosts nod in unison, the little girl also turned back. Luo Li had Xiao Baikai get the photo of the transmigrator and then spent a long time scrolling through her WeChat moments to find Wen Yunan's photo. Find this girl and give me her location. Her name is Su Tinglan. Be careful when you look for her. Don't notice anything unusual. She's an on my OG now. The ghosts craned their necks to examine the photo, recognizing the girl. Hearing Luo Li's words, they nodded seriously. Luo Li lowered her head, avoiding the crowd of ghosts pushing her way in, and pointed to Wen Yunan's photo. He has 3 alluring ghosts with him. They're very annoying. Find one of your fiercer companions to go, and drive them away. Okay, I'll go then. Hearing Luo Li's words, the little girl nodded and patted her chest. All right. Hearing this, Luo Li glanced at her, then nodded without saying anything more. Don't underestimate this little girl. She possessed the most malevolent aura and the strongest ghostly presence among this group of wandering ghosts. After she finished speaking, the group of ghosts fell silent, and no one moved. Sister, after we finish our business, can we come to your house often? You smell so good. Just as Luo Li was thinking of something to say, the little girl spoke first. The other ghosts were also greedily inhaling the scent. Being here made them feel very comfortable, and they liked it very much. Looking at Luo Li, they actually wanted to get closer, but they all restrained themselves and kept their distance. Hearing this, Luo Li was silent for a moment. You can stay in the living room. I need to rest in my room. Sorry. Facing a crowd of ghosts, she really couldn't sleep. Sleeping was one of life's greatest pleasures, and if it affected her sleep quality, she would be very unhappy. The ghosts seemed to sense a slight danger from her, and they all stiffened for a moment before obediently nodding. Even so, they were very satisfied. She smelled wonderful, and even just staying in the living room made the ghosts comfortable. Okay, thank you, sister. The little girl smiled sweetly at Luo Li. Then, a group of ghosts instantly turned into wisps of bluish-gray mist, drifting out the window and leaving the room. Only after all the ghosts had disappeared did Little Cabbage breathe a sigh of relief.
Wow. Host. Host. Host.
You actually dared to cooperate with ghosts. Impressive. This was something it had just learned from its host, putting it to use immediately. That makes things simpler. Luo Li smiled, pulled the covers over her head, and snuggled into the blankets, comfortably sprawling out. Initially, she hadn't known the original owner possessed this innate cheat ability, so she could only resort to other methods to find people. But now that she knew, of course, she might as well use it. After all, she still had a problem figuring out how to connect with Wen Yunan in real life, let alone use him to find someone. Su Tinglan disappeared without a trace after getting everything she wanted. Even when she caused the original owner's death not long after, she remained hidden behind the scenes, never showing her face. Moreover, with her so-called system. helping her, it was difficult for Luo Li and the others to find her and reclaim their luck. But now, with the help of the ghosts, it was much simpler. The system could block other systems, it could block data, but it couldn't block these ghosts that science couldn't explain. Meanwhile, at Nanjing University in City C, listening to the steady breathing of his roommates, when Yunnan kept his eyes tightly shut, but soon he seemed to feel that strange sensation again. It was as if someone was staring directly at him. The cold gaze sent chills down his spine, making it difficult to fall asleep. Whoosh! The next instant, a cool breeze brushed his face. It felt like someone was gently breathing beside him. When Yunnan quietly clenched his fingers and turned around. But then he suddenly felt stiffen because after he turned around, the blanket beside him suddenly bunched up. It was as if someone had crawled under the covers, and a wave of cold air enveloped him. In the darkness, when Yunnan frowned, but remained motionless, pretending not to notice anything. Clearly, this wasn't the first time. For the past 2 weeks, he had been troubled by similar things every day. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but after repeatedly dreaming of the same person and experiencing strange occurrences in reality, he realized he was encountering something inexplicable by science. He had tried various methods, seeking help from others, but he was always scammed, charged exorbitant prices, and rendered useless. Moreover, he was already short of money, and now even more so, unable to afford further assistance. Although he had earned some money from live streaming, after paying off his parents' debts, he had very little left. Thoughts ran through him when he suddenly heard several laughs. They seemed to be in front of him, behind him, and above him. Don't be afraid. Open your eyes and look at me. A series of extremely soft, yet sharp and eerie laughs surrounded him. Unseen by him, several scantily clad female ghosts were teasing him from all sides. They were incredibly close, almost as if they wanted to cling to each other, yet they maintained a slight distance, mindful of something.
Sister?
Just then, a small figure appeared on the dormitory balcony. Beside her was another figure wearing bare pajamas. The little girl turned to look at Luo Li, her eyes filled with surprise. Her gaze seemed to say, "Sister, aren't you human? How can you do this?" Luo Li put her hand to her lips. Sigh, after much deliberation, she still couldn't trust her, so she finally bought an invisibility item and came looking for her. As for Faye, oh, Kai's doing. Yeah, behind every cool host is exhausted, panting leader.
Get lost.
Sensing the commotion on the balcony, the female ghosts clinging to an Yunnan turned to look. Seeing it was just a little kid and an ordinary woman with barely any ghostly aura, they paid it no heed. A sharp voice snapped at them, giving Luo Li and the others a warning glance before continuing to tease them. Looking at their bikinis and red lingerie, Luo Li's face darkened. The little girl was also unhappy with their disdain, a thick ghostly aura emanating from her. Upon seeing this, the female ghosts revealed their true forms, pale faces, red lips, and zhengning, ferocious/hideous, expressions. Each was a red-clad, vengeful spirit, exuding immense malevolence. This was why they hadn't taken the little girl seriously at all. Vengeful spirits were already high-level ghosts, and red-clad vengeful spirits were even more so, especially those like them who had already taken lives. The moment he heard the female ghost screams, when Yunnan sensed something was wrong, he quietly opened his eyes and looked towards the windowsill, following the sound of the screams. Then he saw a tiny black shadow suddenly rush over, grab a red figure, and violently throw it to the ground. Behind it stood a girl wearing bare pajamas.
Ah!
A series of shrill screams seemed to pierce his eardrums. Then he saw 2 more red shadows appear beside him, rushing towards the small black figure on the ground. But the girl blocked his way. In the darkness, he could only vaguely make out her figure, unable to discern her features. However, he inexplicably sensed that she was very angry. He saw one of the red figures reach out, trying to grab the girl and throw her away, but something blocked it. Snap! A crisp sound startled everyone in the dormitory, who then drifted back to sleep. Luo Li stared at the female ghost on the ground, seemingly incredulous. She rubbed her hands, frowned, and muttered, "Your face is really hard." Little Cabbage stared wide-eyed. Its host could encounter ghosts? Oh, right, she could. Its host was practically an onmyoji now. "This is none of your business. Mind your own business." The other female ghost, who hadn't made a move, seemed to have recognized Luo Li and spoke coldly. Luo Li almost laughed. "None of her business? You want to kill my future boyfriend, and you say it has nothing to do with me?" Ordinary alluring ghosts drain people's young energy, shortening their lifespan, but these kinds not only want lifespan, but also lives. They take lives to increase their ghostly power. With that, she slapped him again. A fire talisman was stuck to her hand. With one slap, a large hole was burned into the ghost. The alluring female ghost's face instantly crumbled, reverting to its original form, still a burned ghost, its face still riddled with holes. Utterly hideous. After seeing Wen Yunan's lifeline on the bed using her physiognomy skills, Luo Li's anger intensified. Before the female ghost could react, she had already pinned it down, slapping it several times in quick succession. Now, all three female ghosts were enraged. A chilling wind swept through the entire dormitory, and a small black shadow and 3 red shadows flashed across the room. The girl in the bear-patterned pajamas stood still, then grabbed a red figure and slapped it across the face.
Gulp.
Lu Chuan, sleeping in the bed next to Wen Yunan, was startled awake by the noise. Seeing this, he swallowed hard several times in fright. Smack. The next instant, he saw the girl in the bear-patterned pajamas look over, and a yellow talisman was slapped onto his forehead. Lu Chuan immediately fell back asleep. Wen Yunan had witnessed everything. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the girl turned and looked at him. A yellow talisman was also placed on him, but the action seemed very gentle.
Sleep.
Before he fell into a deep sleep, he felt a gentle touch on his forehead and could hear a girl's soft, soothing voice, which gave him a strange sense of peace. Once he was sure Wen Yunan was asleep, Luo Li rolled up her sleeves and became even more ruthless. What about his lifespan? Although the amulet could protect him, it couldn't stop the slow, relentless erosion of his life by these alluring ghosts day after day. Therefore, his lifespan and vital energy were still affected. Who ate it? Spit it out. Won't spit it out? Fine, then I'll fan it out for you. In the end, the female ghosts were in a sorry state, their ghostly energy dissipating, and the little girl ruthlessly absorbed it all. Seeing that the vital energy and lifespan that had been drained from Wen Yunan during this time had all returned to him, Luo Li decisively slapped on several ghost-slaying talismans. After an instant absorption, the several vengeful ghosts completely vanished. At the same time, Luo Li inexplicably felt warmer, as if something had returned. Let's go. Finally, she turned to look at Wen Yunan's bed, then took the little girl's hand, and they returned to her apartment. After returning to the apartment, Luo Li gave the little girl a relative reward according to the agreement. The little girl was very happy. She ate a lot today, and she smelled the incense.
Thank you, sister.
After thanking Luo Li sweetly, she obediently ran to the outside of the living room to find a place to nest, and was very obedient and did not stay in the room to disturb Luo Li's rest. However, looking at her like this, she wants to live permanently? Forget it, it's just right. Luo Li was silent for a moment, and then accepted it indifferently. Anyway, she still needed the help of the ghosts later, so it was convenient to be on call, which was good. Others, the ghost who went to find Su Tinglan has not yet returned. After finishing the work, she took a shower again, focused on washing her hands, and Luo Li climbed back into bed and prepared to sleep. It's early in the morning. Staying up late is easy to get acne. She wants to be beautiful. Host, your luck has come back. At this moment, the little cabbage also bubbled happily. Luo Li was stunned for a moment, and then there was a joy. What was that warm feeling just now? Hearing Luo Li's words, Xiao Cabbage nodded. Yes, I just saw that Su Tinglan was doing the same thing, using means to suppress the original owner and take away his luck. Therefore, if we do the same thing again, we can also get back our luck. And we are not like Su Tinglan, we need to limit ourselves to 2 parties at the same time. In other words, didn't she take the opportunity of the original owner now to catch ghosts in the live broadcast? We can also get our luck back by doing live broadcasts. And just now, the host, you destroyed those ghosts and you did the same thing to catch ghosts, so your luck came back a little. After listening to Xiao Cabbage's words, Luo Li's eyes lit up. Yes, it's more troublesome. Thinking that she simply registered a live broadcast account on Wen Yunan's live broadcast platform. What kind of weird platform? She can't get it now, but anyway, it's all live broadcasting. It's the same everywhere. After registering, she threw her phone aside and fell asleep. I was so tired that I panicked. The next day, it was another sunny day. Why do I feel a little pain in my head? It's like I've been beaten. Lu Chuan touched his head, always feeling a little painful, and felt as if he had dreamed of something in the middle of the night, but he couldn't remember it at all. The others in the dormitory also yawned, covering the quilt and rubbing their messy hair. Last night, why did it suddenly cool down in the middle of the night? I almost froze to death. Although they didn't wake up, they also felt cold and panicked. Looking at Lu Chuan, who seemed to have forgotten what happened last night, there were 2 other roommates. Wen Yunan, who still remembers everything clearly, remained silent. Thinking of the girl last night, he turned his head to look at the windowsill, a little distracted. What's wrong? Brother Nan, did you have a nightmare again last night? Otherwise, let's go out and look for it tomorrow. Can we ask someone to help? Seeing that he was stunned, Lu Chuan next to him also looked over, and there was nothing on the balcony. Thinking of Wen Yunan's situation during this time, he couldn't help but ask worriedly. He played with Wen Yunan every day, and he was one of the few people who knew Wen Yunan's situation, and he also knew that Wen Yunan had found a master. It's okay, no need. Wen Yunan shook his head. He could feel that his body had returned to normal, and there was no longer that cold feeling next to him. Although Lu Chuan was still a little confused when he heard this, he didn't say much in the end. And on the other side, after Luo Li got up early, she freshened up briefly and went out. In order to prevent triggering the original owner's passive and unlucky physique, she is fully armed. After going out, she first went to the antique street to buy some talisman paper cinnabar or something special for on my OG. The balance is cleared. These things are not available in the system mall, and it is not cheap to buy them outside. As soon as he bought it, the original owner's family background, which was not rich, was instantly empty. But fortunately, I still have gold. Looking at the gold they have saved in several worlds in the system space, she feels very secure. Asked Kai to help find a place and exchanged a small piece of gold, and her balance became rich again. Thinking about the community she lives in now, she always felt inexplicably unsafe, so she turned her head and went to find a housing agent. After a long time, I finally found a house near NTU. 2 bedrooms, signed a lease contract immediately and moved on the same day. Well, even the little girl Luo Li packed it together and moved away. After everything was settled, the live broadcast tools were ready and the live broadcast location was planned. It was already the next day. Because of the move, she also missed a live broadcast of Wen Yunan yesterday. But it doesn't matter. She will report on time today. That afternoon, 3 o'clock. Wen Yunan started broadcasting on time, and Luo Li was the first to pour into the live broadcast room. Yes, Li is not a pair. The anchor is big. I'm here again. Seeing the familiar name, Wen Yunan's eyes moved, and the hero in the game also paused. Spicy Xianghua, little new fan? Well, I haven't seen you for a day. Why did I miss the appointment yesterday? What are you busy with? That's right, this spicy pot is Lu Chuan, a brother, a friend, a roommate, and a loyal fan of Wen Yunan. In the last game, they all confirmed that the nickname Brave Nyo Nyo was this little fan. Yesterday started broadcasting, Lu Chuan originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk and then give his brother a red line or something. Who knew that from the start of the broadcast to the end, Luo Li was not seen. Yes, Li, not pair. Sorry, the anchor is big. I couldn't support it yesterday. Luo Li first said to Wen Yunan before I replied to Lu Chuan. Yes, not Liat. I moved because I was busy. Spicy fragrant pot moving. Is it not in City C? The latter sentence, Lu Chuan almost sent it out, but he held back. When Yunan's eyes were also locked on Luo Li's words, obviously curious. Yes, it is Li is not a pair. Yes, moving to the vicinity of NTU on our side, there are many good-looking, handsome brothers in the school, and there are many beautiful women, and there is also a food street which is fragrant. As if knowing what they were thinking, Luo Li explained. Seeing this reply, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he turned his head to look at Wen Yunan. He also keenly found the news he wanted to know from Luo Li's words. Spicy, fragrant pot. Haha, still handsome brother? Aren't you afraid that the object will be jealous? Ahem, cough, cough. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a choking cough suddenly sounded in the live broadcast room. When Yunnan choked on drinking water. Is Li not a pair, object? I think he's jealous, but unfortunately, he hasn't been seen yet. Afraid that when Yunnan would misunderstand, Luo Li also followed suit. Yes, Li is not a pair. Is the anchor okay? Is it cold? At the same time, I also cared about it. Brother Nan, do you see it? It's single. Seeing Luo Li's answer, Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Wen Yunan and whispered. His tone was meaningful. It's okay. Wen Yunan ignored Lu Chuan's wink, but responded to Luo Li in a low voice. Lu Chuan was not annoyed, and continued to talk to Luo Li with great interest. Spicy Xianghua. Oh, then why is it a handsome brother, not an older brother? Yes, Li is not a pair. Because I am their former senior sister, haha. The original owner also graduated from NTU and has just graduated. She started studying early, and she is only 21 years old now. And Wen Yunan, and the two of them are freshmen, both of whom are 18 or 19 big boys. Anyway, just become an adult. After watching Wen Yunan play a few games and chat for a while, Luo Li, seeing that it was almost time, stood up and slung her backpack over her shoulder. It's Li, not pair. I have to go out. See you tomorrow, streamer. After saying this, she logged off. Then she went out and, following the map, arrived at an abandoned construction site near Nanjing University, finding an empty villa in the very center. After checking inside and confirming there was ghostly energy, Luo Li nodded in satisfaction. Live stream ghost hunting. What unexpected things will be found in this long-abandoned villa? She typed this on her profile, and Luo Li's live stream officially began. Comfortable. As soon as she started the live stream, she felt a warm, comforting sensation wash over her. Her luck had returned. To be honest, it felt really good. The invisible weight on her shoulders seemed to have lessened. Several people flooded into the live stream room as soon as she opened it. Luo Li ignored it and turned to look at Kai Kai. Kai Kai, with this high-tech camera, will it really allow the live stream viewers to see the ghosts too? The original owner's opportunity was to do paranormal live streams, encountering and catching ghosts. Now that Su Tinglan had taken it, she followed that path. Therefore, Luo Li naturally had to follow the same live stream path to reclaim her luck. Kai Kai nodded repeatedly, system made, guaranteed no problems. Hearing Kai Kai's words, Luo Li felt relieved. Live stream ghost catching? What is this? A script? But putting everything else aside, this place does look pretty eerie. I checked the time. It was only a little past 5 p.m., but it was as dark as 8 or 9 p.m. here, requiring a light to see where I was going. When the live stream first started, they could see bright light outside. Just as the comments were popping up, several more groups of people flooded in, all curious about the scene in the live stream. It's pretty eerie, could it be real? But luckily, one of these people was knowledgeable. Seeing the scene, he excitedly spoke up. I'm also in City C. I know this place. It's a famous unfinished building in the city center. I've heard people say that many people bought houses with loans, then lost everything due to the unfinished project, ending up heavily in debt and unable to bear the pressure, eventually jumping off the building. Later, rumors of it being haunted spread. Besides, because the buildings here are tall, making it a suitable place for suicide, many people with suicidal thoughts come here to end their lives. I recently heard that a pregnant girl jumped here. The death toll here is at least 10, and you can find news reports about it online. Streamer, you're really brave to dare to stream here. Looking at the comments section, with the knowledgeable guy trying to help her, Luo Li waved her hand dismissively. That's just how brave I am. Welcome everyone to my live stream. Today I'm going on an adventure, catching ghosts. However, it wouldn't be right to be silent for so long during a live stream, so she gave a formal greeting. Still a girl? Because Luo Li's live stream always focused on the house, without showing her face or uttering a sound, everyone assumed she was a man. Her sudden outburst completely shocked everyone. Is it fake? A voice changer? Don't believe me? Streamer, turn around and see. Some people seemed unconvinced, or perhaps they were trying to provoke Luo Li into showing her face. Luo Li didn't seem to care. Hearing this, she simply turned the camera to herself and smiled at everyone. It's the real deal. Then, she even turned the camera around to show how brave she was. There was no one around. She was truly alone.
Wow.
So beautiful. Such a sweet voice. Looking at Luo Li's face, everyone exclaimed. The girl was wearing a bear-patterned pajama set, her hair tied up high in a ponytail, simple yet stylish. Her alluring, peach blossom eyes curved slightly, a hint of a smile, playing on her lips of beauty with a dangerous edge. This mature, sophisticated aura clashed somewhat with her teddy bear pajamas. The contrast was stark. As soon as the camera focused on her face, a flood of viewers poured into the live stream. They were all drawn in by her beauty. What kind of live stream is this? Why is it so dark? Is the streamer going to perform an outdoor light dance? It's no wonder people are curious. The live streaming industry is fiercely competitive, with all sorts of attention-grabbing tactics constantly emerging. Dancing outdoors isn't unheard of. See the title. The viewers who joined earlier didn't offer much explanation, engrossed in admiring her beauty, only casually replying. Luo Li was walking away at this moment. Everyone saw her look up several times, then walk a little further away, before turning the camera away. She pointed to a tall building that inexplicably made people feel uneasy. Is that person still there? Which building were you talking about? Actually, in this unfinished area, there are only a few high-rise buildings. The villas are far more numerous and abandoned. Villas in the city center abandoned? Sounds unbelievable, right? But there's nothing they can do. The real estate developer was heartless and declared bankruptcy halfway through, resulting in a lack of funding. Construction couldn't continue, leaving it unfinished. Most of those villas are just frames.
Yes.
Yes. The knowledgeable guy in the live stream, after hearing Luo Li's words, finally came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Then, remembering Luo Li couldn't see him, he quickly typed, "Streamer, you should leave quickly. I heard it's really eerie over there." Thinking, he quickly added, "It's okay. That's what I wanted." Luo Li smiled, and instead of leaving, strode towards that area. Meanwhile, when Yunnan on the other side also ended his live stream. That Nyo, she's been really busy these past few days. Before, she always stayed until your live stream ended. Lu Chuan, standing beside him, was still muttering about Luo Li when Yunnan didn't say anything, casually scrolling through videos on the platform. Then his finger paused. It stopped on a live stream page, looking at the figure in bare pajamas and that familiar nickname. He paused for a moment, then quickly clicked on it. "What are you watching?" Lu Chuan, hearing the commotion, came over to take a look. Seeing the nickname and familiar profile picture, he was surprised and also took out his phone to search and enter the live stream. As soon as the two entered, they saw Dong Ji's words of advice to Luo Li. What's so strange? When Yunnan, unaware of what had happened before, asked first. Huh? What's so eerie about it? As when Yunnan asked, many viewers who had joined in chimed in with curiosity. It's in downtown Sea City, the infamous XXX unfinished building. You can look it up online. You'll easily find tons of strange cases. The expert explained. Luo Li casually glanced down at the comments asking about it and added her exploration location to the screen. Famous place of multiple deaths in Sea City, XXX unfinished building, ghost hunting adventure. The text appeared on the screen. That should be obvious enough. Casually looking down, she saw a familiar ID below. She paused, then clicked on the profile to confirm it was indeed Yunan. "Hello, streamer, you're here too," she said, smiling brightly at the screen, her eyes filled with joy. She didn't name him, but Yunan and Lu Chuan both knew she was referring to him. Through the screen, Yunan met her smiling gaze. She paused for a moment, then her face inexplicably flushed. Lu Chuan, standing beside her, glanced at Luo Li on the screen, then at Yunan, laughing heartily. "I told you so. I knew she'd be gorgeous. She's way prettier than our school's beauty queen. Oh dear. Why don't I do live streams? I want such pretty fans too." Lu Chuan muttered to himself. "But Brother Nan, you and her are really destined for each other. You managed to see her here. What streamer? Streamer, who are you talking to?" Unlike Lu Chuan's teasing and delighted reaction, the viewers in the live stream were full of confusion. I know. One of the people asking questions was a game streamer, and she's our beautiful streamer's only follower. Someone followed the trail, found the clues, and even tagged Yunan. Oh, seeing this single follower, everyone seemed to have stumbled upon something special. Yunan's ears burned a little. Hehehe. Lu Chuan, who had secretly tagged Yunan, grinned lewdly. Because she had important business to attend to, Luo Li briefly greeted Yunan and continued walking forward, not paying much attention to the comments. As she got closer, Luo Li noticed that the ghostly aura here seemed much stronger than before. She was even more satisfied. But unbeknownst to her, a dark shadow suddenly flashed behind her. She couldn't see it, but the live stream camera angle captured it perfectly. Holy crap. What was that just now? Did you guys see it? Everyone in the live stream was startled. They quickly typed to confirm if they were seeing things. I think I captured it. Someone stammered, startled. When they saw the image, they had double-clicked their phone as if they had captured it. Really? Post it quickly. People in the comment section saw it and urged him to post the picture. Brother Nan? That just now?
Did you see it?
Lu Chuan was also startled, almost dropping his phone. When Yunan frowned, almost the instant he saw her figure, he immediately confirmed that she was the person who came to help him that night. What a coincidence. It really was a coincidence. Recalling what happened that night, seeing her live stream wasn't too surprising. But looking at the familiar scene, the familiar place, and that fleeting image from just moments ago, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Others might not believe it, but he knew that what he'd just witnessed was definitely something sinister. Isn't this place near our school that? Lu Chuan was interrupted by Yunan before he could finish speaking. I'm going out for a bit. He grabbed a coat and headed outside. You're going over there? Lu Chuan was momentarily stunned by his reaction, then quickly recovered. Wait for me. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and followed.
That
Netizen was right. That unfinished building really was eerie. Their school was very close to there, and there were many more detailed rumors circulating. This brave cow, she really is a brave cow. They were gaming buddies, so they had some connection. They also knew the area, and seeing a young girl there was really worrying them. While they might not be able to help with the supernatural, calling the police was definitely an option. On the other side, Luo Li, focused on scouting, was unaware that Yunan and his group were on their way. Looking at the comment section, she looked at the little girl beside her, quite helplessly. Sweetie, you scared them. Luo Li pinched the little girl's cheek, feeling exasperated. The little girl smiled sweetly again, completely unconcerned about whether she had frightened anyone. She simply recounted the information she had gathered to Luo Li. They said they found her, but that woman seems to be looking for you too. From the little girl, Luo Li learned that just today, someone had secretly broken into Luo Li's rented apartment and turned on the gas in the kitchen. Furthermore, the entire building, along with the surrounding surveillance cameras, had been damaged. If Luo Li were still living there, returning would likely result in an unavoidable explosion. And afterwards, it would be classified as an accident. But don't worry, sister. Eve taken care of it. The little girl said sweetly. They hadn't even had enough of the lingering smell of that house yet. How could they let humans destroy it? But that woman, she seems to know you don't live there anymore. I heard them say that someone asked them to help find you, and I feel it's her." Hearing the little girl's words, Luo Li nodded, drew a protective circle, and burned some of her reward money for them to share. "Have your subordinates help me keep it a secret." "And where is she?" She had always known that Su Tinglan was eager to kill her. When she first transmigrated, Luo Li received many scam calls, using all sorts of tricks to lure her into being sold. Later, finding it annoying, she simply canceled her number and changed her phone and number. It's only been these last 2 days that things have calmed down. Now that Su Tinglan has obtained all her luck and opportunities, all that's left is to kill Luo Li to completely eliminate any future troubles. If that scam fails, she certainly won't let it go easily. The gas explosion was undoubtedly her doing. I have to say, this woman is ruthless. Don't worry, sister. I can handle all the ghosts in City C. I've already instructed them not to let any of them know. That woman is in City A, far from here. The little girl nodded repeatedly, speaking obediently and earnestly in response to Luo Li's words. They had contacted many ghosts before finally finding her. Hearing this, Luo Li chuckled. She's hiding quite far away, isn't she? City A is separated from here by 3 or 5 provinces. Why is she so cowardly? What is she afraid of? Is she afraid the original owner will find a chance to reclaim her luck? Could it be that the original owner could also reclaim her luck using the same suppression method as her? Otherwise, why is she so afraid? She just robbed something and then hid so far away. Okay, thank you, baby. You should go now. Sister wants to catch ghosts to play with. They won't dare come out if you stay here. Thinking this, Luo Li smiled and pinched the little girl's cheek. For some reason, the little girl's ghostly aura wasn't strong, but it inexplicably gave off a dangerous feeling. She could also clearly sense that the ghosts were all afraid of her. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently, greedily inhaling Luo Li's scent before disappearing from the spot.
Ouch.
As soon as the little girl left, Luo Li got up and tripped over something and almost ran into the street.
TSK.
This damn bad luck. Kai, can the original owner also use the same method to get her luck back? Thinking about it, she also asked Xiao Kai about her thoughts just now. Xiao Cabbage touched his chin. It doesn't seem impossible. After all, we can all be like this, and the original owner is still the original protagonist, the original darling of heaven. It is not surprising that this kind of outsider suddenly appeared, and the way of heaven helped give the original owner a chance to turn around. It's a pity that the original owner didn't know anything at all, so he was killed and died tragically. Listening to Tsaitsai's words, everyone sighed and sighed. Anchor, look at us. Anchor, go quickly. There is really something dirty here. Although Luo Li was mixed on the screen, she still had a calm face, and when others couldn't see it, she chatted with Kai with a blank face. But in the live broadcast room, everyone was not calm after seeing the screenshot that accidentally happened to be cut off with a grimace. Shouted one after another, kindly wanting Luo Li to run away. They didn't want to believe it, but the picture was so well taken that they could not only clearly see the grimace, but also clearly see that the thing was really a transparent thing. However, before they finished shouting, a figure wearing a white dress, stroking his stomach with his hands, and disheveled hair appeared on the screen. I'm going. My grass.
Mom.
Scared me to death. Luo Li also came back to her senses from the chatter with Kai and glanced over there faintly. It's her. Look at this news picture. Brother Ji suddenly appeared and hurriedly spoke. It was also accompanied by a screenshot of the news that a pregnant girl jumped to her death. Although the picture is coded, it can still be vaguely seen that it is very similar to the thing they are currently seeing. Anchor. Seeing that Luo Li had not read the comments, everyone in the live broadcast room was anxious. Fake, right? Haven't you seen this kind of script live broadcast before? However, this makeup artist is good, and he looks quite similar. There are also people who don't believe it, and they feel that they are all acting. Boom, but as soon as he finished speaking, a strange female laughter sounded on the screen. The figure also suddenly flashed directly in front of the camera, almost close to Luo Li's face. That white and terrifying face was completely exposed to everyone's sight. Pale, bloodless, almost all of his eyes were whites, only a small little black pupil, staring at Luo Li. The corners of his mouth were raised strangely, extremely seeping out. Exclamation point. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, and the comment barrage seemed to be stuck, and they didn't dare to move. Everyone in the audience stared at what was in front of them, watching it get closer and closer to Luo Li's snap. Luo Li frowned suddenly and slapped her. Why are you so close? You're not as good-looking as my little baby. Knocking. The female ghost was stunned for an instant, staring at Luo Li. There was disbelief in her eyes, and there was inexplicable resentment and jealousy. His eyes stared at Luo Li's face, his eyes filled with resentment. What is this operation? Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned, and they didn't expect Luo Li's reaction to be like this at all. This is too brave, too strong, right? This thing dares to say that it will be beaten? People who didn't believe it were even more scoffed when they saw this. What I said must be false. They are all actors, just for you to see. She definitely knows that she is an actor. Of course, there is no need to be afraid of. Before the man finished speaking, he was slapped in the face again. I saw the female ghost suddenly float up, her body hanging in the air, and her fingertips suddenly became long, red as blood. They can also clearly see that there is no rope hanging next to it, let alone Weiya. They even saw that her head had fallen off. Really, he fell to Luo Li's feet with a grunt. The audience was silent, only the sound of the head falling and rolling. My grass, my grass, my grass. Is this true or false? So infiltrating. I'm already wrapped in the quilt. Mom asked me why I had to squeeze over and sleep with her when I was so old. But do you still remember the screenshot of the brother just now? The news content in it reads that the girl who jumped off the building scraped the steel bar that was horizontal on the floor when she fell, and the person broke. It's broken seeing this comment, and then seeing the live broadcast scene. Everyone only felt a chill in their backs and a numbness in their scalps. Luo Li's expression was a little disgusted, and she raised her foot and kicked, just like playing with a ball. It's gone? She was expressionless, and looked at the female ghost. Scary trick, that's it? The little cabbage shrunk its neck. If it hadn't seen the host get goosebumps all over his body for a moment, it would have believed that the host was not afraid. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt that the temperature around him had become much cooler. In the camera in the live broadcast room, everyone also watched as many black shadows suddenly appeared around Luo Li. Those terrible grimaces loomed. Brother Nan, look. Lu Chuan, who had already arrived at the unfinished building, turned on their mobile phones and saw the scene in the live broadcast room and suddenly panicked. When Yunnan glanced at Luo Li's location, looked up, confirmed the direction, and immediately rushed over. Boom! Ha ha ha! All kinds of ghost howls, strange and sharp and strange laughter, surrounded Luo Li, and the cold breath wrapped her tightly. Many grimaces flashed in front of the camera, and in the next moment, they attacked Luo Li. At this moment, the screen went black, and the system showed this live broadcast room has been reported as feudal superstition and has been sealed and controlled. Damn. Seeing this, everyone sat up and scolded their mother. This anchor will be fine, right? Until the system forced to withdraw from the live broadcast room, some people were worried about speaking up. Seeing this, Xia Beikai, who was watching the battle, flicked her wrist twice, and the live stream instantly returned to normal. Even the platform's backend staff, noticing the anomaly, couldn't shut it down again. Looking at the content of the live stream, the platform staff were even more astonished, a cold sweat breaking out, feeling as if they had encountered a paranormal event.
Huh.
Those in the live stream, seeing the scene suddenly return to normal, were also somewhat surprised. But when they saw the battle unfold, they were even more stunned. This streamer is really straightforward and brutal. Smack, bang. Luo Li, holding an unknown wooden stick, knocked away each ghost that approached. She had the air of one man against 10,000, especially the most resentful female ghost, who kept staring at Luo Li's face, wanting to disfigure her. Like playing with a ball, the female ghosts had flew east and west, kicked around, and bounced back. The little brat who crawled out of the female ghost's stomach was smacked on the bottom by Luo Li with a stick. Watching it, it was actually kind of funny. As for why the female ghost hated Luo Li so much, Luo Li now roughly understood. The female ghost jumped off the building because her scumbag boyfriend cheated on her with other pretty girls. Now, she felt equal disgust and hatred for any beautiful girl she saw. But Luo Li wouldn't tolerate it, especially since that scumbag boyfriend and bitch had already been killed by this female ghost. Her revenge was complete, and she still wanted to harm other girls. How dare she? Why do I spoil you like this? Having finished her business, Luo Li drew 2 lines on the ground with runes, then pointed among the ghosts. You few go this way. The rest of you go that way. Behave yourselves or else. Luo Li chuckled and waved her fist. The ghosts, bruised and battered, their souls scattered, obediently went to their designated places. But only a few who hadn't killed anyone and weren't involved in any karma that could be exorcised obeyed. The rest still glared at Luo Li with resentment. Luo Li ignored them. Seeing the obedient ghosts, she readily used exorcism talismans to send them all to their proper places. I'll give you one more chance. Entering the circle is forgivable. If you don't blame me. She sneered at the remaining few vengeful ghosts, their malevolence growing ever stronger. These ghosts all had lives on their hands, some even entangled in karmic debts, the kind where 1 harms 2, 2 harm 3, 3 harm 4. We did nothing wrong. What right do you have to punish us? One of the ghosts argued defiantly, glaring at Luo Li. This made Luo Li laugh. You use illusions that ghosts can create to lure people to the top floor, then cause them to fall and die. And after being turned into ghosts, instead of seeking revenge, you choose to collude and continue harming others. Because you each have your own reasons for hating the world and resenting social injustice. You call it saving those still suffering and bringing them relief. Is that so? Luo Li said with a cold laugh. That's right. Since you already know, why bother with us? Look at them. Aren't they all happy now? We haven't done anything wrong. The speaking ghost, number 1, pointed at numbers 2, 3, and 4, clearly unconvinced. Little Cabbage rolled her eyes. Luo Li's face was even colder. That sounds nice, but how dare you be so arrogant? Are you the king of hell? How dare you interfere with people's lives and deaths? What right do I have to interfere with you? Ghosts who have caused innocent deaths can be killed by any yin-yang master. That rule? Don't you know it? Do I need to teach you? I'll give you one last chance. Enter the circle yourselves, and you'll have a chance to be reincarnated. If you don't, then don't blame me. Anyway, it was their own choice. Even if they can only be reborn as animals for the next dozen or so lifetimes, they can still be reincarnated. If they don't reincarnate, then they can only experience the feeling of their souls being scattered. Seeing Luo Li's expression, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ghosts hesitated for a moment before stepping into the circle. Only the number 1 ghost and the female ghost and her child remained standing outside. Luo Li glanced at them, said nothing, and first sent the 3 ghosts away. With each ghost she sent away, she felt her body grow warmer. Just as she finished sending them away, the remaining ghosts suddenly attacked. Watch out. This was the scene that Wen Yunan and the others witnessed when they arrived. For some reason, he felt a tightness in his chest, and without thinking, he instinctively stepped forward to shield them. Seeing them appear, Luo Li was startled for a moment, then quickly pulled them behind her. Holding the sand-slaying brush, she directly drew talismans to annihilate the ghosts. When Yunan and the others only saw golden patterns appear, and then the evil ghosts instantly turned to ashes and disappeared. The audience in the live stream also witnessed this scene. Without daring to utter a word, they silently sent gifts. This is truly amazing. By now, no one doubted the authenticity of the stream. It can only be said that with their current domestic technology, they couldn't fake it to this extent. Moreover, during the live stream, Luo Li kept changing the camera angle. They could clearly see that there was no one around, only Luo Li. This was impossible to fake. Why are you all here? Luo Li put down her pen, turned off the live stream, and turned to Yunan, asking in surprise. Ding! Defeated 9 ghosts, regained 17 out of 100 luck points. The 3 alluring ghosts had restored 3 points for Luo Li, and the live stream restored 5 more, bringing the total to this. You know us? Lu Chuan, standing beside her, hadn't even had a chance to speak when he heard Luo Li's question and immediately became puzzled. Hearing this, Luo Li turned to look at Yunan, then smiled. We know each other. It seemed Yunan still remembered what happened that night, so of course they knew each other. Lu Chuan looked puzzled, turning to see Yunan's strange reaction after meeting Luo Li's smiling gaze, which made him even more confused. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go outside and talk, Luo Li suggested with a helpless smile. The group found a milk tea shop in the food street near the school and sat down. Sorry, I almost caused you trouble just now. He didn't know what had gotten into him. Seeing that scene suddenly made him panic, and before he could react, he had already rushed over. Although he knew he possessed a strange power that could help him defend against anything that wanted to harm him, thinking back on it now, his impulsiveness had still almost caused her trouble. It's okay. Looking at the boy who seemed a little annoyed with his head down, Luo Li smiled. Actually, she felt a warm glow inside. He was worried about her. This was progress, a clear sign of growing affection. Of course it felt warm. Under her direct, frank, and eager gaze, when Yunan nodded slightly, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. Lu Chuan, standing beside them, looked at Luo Li with a puzzled expression, then at Yunan. So, when did you two meet behind my back? Hearing this, Yunan turned to look at Luo Li, as if asking if he could tell her. I didn't hide it from you. Actually, you've seen me before. Meeting Yunan's gaze, Luo Li's smile deepened. She then proactively recounted the night she went to catch the ghost. You can probably tell what I do from the live stream. I just happened to be passing by that night and noticed your situation, so I intervened. She considered herself a professional onmyoji, also known as a xianshu master, so catching ghosts at night was normal for her profession. However, saying she went specifically seemed too deliberate and purposeful, so she said it was on the way. I only recognized it as his live stream room because of the decorations at your place. After hearing Luo Li's words, when Yunan nodded, I only recognized you just now when I saw your clothes during the live stream. She seemed to have a bit of a fondness for those bear pajamas. Lu Chuan slapped his forehead, as if remembering something, his face full of surprise. So, I wasn't dreaming that night. Sister Li, you went a little too far. He covered his forehead, as if recalling the pain of that moment. Luo Li could only offer an awkward smile in response. Thank you. Looking at Luo Li, when Yunan thanked her again. You're welcome. Next time you rank up, just carry my brave Nyo more often. Hearing this, the two boys were stunned. They hadn't expected her to even know that. Those were their alternate accounts. Luo Li smiled and pulled out her little sign from her backpack, a small banner that read, Fortune-telling, divination, exorcism. Oh, it's divined. Okay. When Yunan replied earnestly. 6. Lu Chuan silently gave a thumbs up. After all this trouble, it was getting late. They needed to get back to their dorms as soon as possible, and Luo Li also needed to go back, so they didn't linger outside. However, they did agree to log in together after they got back. After getting back, Luo Li took a shower and casually dried her hair. Kai, what's your affection level? Ding, current affection level 40%. We've improved, little Kai said, eating grapes. Oh, right. While you were showering, he sent you a message. Hearing this, Luo Li opened her phone and saw it was an invitation to join a team. However, after checking online, she saw that they hadn't started playing yet. Sorry, I just took a shower. Thinking about it, she replied to Yunan. Nand, it's okay. Want to play now? He replied almost instantly. Okay. Luo Li tossed aside the towel, nestled on the sofa, and logged in to team up with them for ranked matches. However, perhaps because they had already met before, after the two of them saved each other from near death in the game, there was a more subtle feeling than before. The other person, acting as a matchmaker, was also very considerate, playing in the top lane and not disturbing them. After a few games, they became much more familiar and natural with each other. Luo Li felt the time was right and began to push her luck. Thank you. In a team fight, it was 2v4 and her team was in the minority. They only lost one tank, Xiaoho, and when Yunnan secured a triple kill and escaped with a sliver of health. The remaining support on the opposing team was furious and relentlessly pursued him, trying to take him down. Xiao Mei, fresh from respawning, saw the situation on the mini-map, switched to her Wolf's Breath buff, and charged straight at the enemy support, reviving her teammate. This feeling of her rushing straight towards him stirred a slight flutter in Wen Yunan's heart. He let out a soft breath and whispered his thanks, his ears turning slightly red. Just thank you? Considering how many times I've saved you, calling me sister isn't too much to ask, is it? She said with a smile, her tone playful. But strangely, it felt like she was deliberately flirting. Xiaoho, silently counting down the respawn countdown, raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up without saying a word, cautiously observing the reaction of the person beside him. Luo Li, also on the other end of the screen, pricked up her ears, somewhat expectant. Hearing her words, when Yunnan visibly froze, his ears suddenly turning bright red. After a long silence, just when Luo Li thought he wouldn't call out, "Thank you, sister," a soft, pleasant voice came through the earphones. Luo Li's face flushed inexplicably, her ears feeling like they were melting. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed a few times, seemingly excited, then responded calmly. Hearing her reaction, someone's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile. Ding, favorability +5. Hearing that pleasant voice, Luo Li's lips also curved into a smile. On this side, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyful, while on the other side, in City A, it was completely different. What's going on? Why is my luck decreasing? Upon receiving the system's notification that she had lost so much luck in just one day, Su Tinglan was filled with astonishment. Bang! When the thing in her hand, clearly placed on the table, still thudded to the ground, this feeling of astonishment reached its peak. Because she felt a familiar sensation, the kind of bad luck that had accompanied her since childhood. However, this bad luck had already begun to disappear when she seized a small portion of Luo Li's protagonist's destiny. Did she find out? She wanted to steal my destiny. I told you long ago, we should have killed her sooner. Why did you have to stop me? Su Tinglan was very agitated. She strongly resisted becoming the unlucky version of herself again. Host, I've already told you, she's a chosen one, the protagonist. We shouldn't choose her destiny. Moreover, she's the child of heaven. If you directly attack her, heaven will retaliate, and I won't be able to save you then. Those who harmed the original owner all met with bad ends. Those are clear examples. But why? Why was she born the protagonist, while I have to be an ugly, unlucky clown? Su Tinglan was unwilling. Why, when we're both meant to be human, is someone else born different? And why was she born to have such an unlucky life? The system fell silent because it was difficult to judge. While we are both indeed human, her becoming the protagonist is the result of merit accumulated over countless lifetimes. And your misfortune is the same. It's the consequence of actions done in previous lifetimes. It felt that the host was already very fortunate to have received genuine kindness from a kind person in her past life, and to have used that kindness to gain the opportunity to change her fate now. But she was ultimately too greedy. She wanted everything. Host, the system's suggestion is that you voluntarily return your luck. The system can take you to other worlds to do good deeds, accumulate merit, and reverse your fate. After a long silence, it finally spoke these words. But soon, a wave of pain surged up, almost shattering it. Are you teaching me how to do things? Do good deeds? How long do I have to wait? Did you deliberately not tell me the method to steal luck just to make me suffer more? Don't forget, he personally arranged for you to be given to me. He traded his life for you. Are you going to betray him? The system, finally able to catch its breath after the excruciating pain, listened to her words, its small child form's eyes reddening. However, in the end, it didn't utter another sound, falling silent. The system space once again plunged into darkness. Looking at the scene, Su Tinglan snorted coldly and began rummaging through her items. Trying to steal my luck.
Huh.
Impossible. In the darkness, a small figure huddled in a corner, trembling cautiously. Suddenly, it looked up in a direction with a hint of surprise, but ultimately lowered its head and said nothing. Following the information given by the ghosts, Little Cabbage, who had arrived here, quickly brought back the information it had gathered to tell Luo Li. So, Cabbage, you mean she has a disagreement with her system? Luo Li asked, puzzled. Yeah, she seems to be able to suppress the system. I saw her find a lot of props. Little Cabbage said somewhat fearfully. It had seen the system's painful appearance. It was terrifying. Fortunately, everything in their bureau was bound to its host under an equal agreement. Hearing Cabbage's words, Luo Li stroked her chin. It's all right, then let's just wait for her. Although it said wait, Luo Li wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for death. Knowing that she could restore 1 point of luck for each ghost she dealt with, Luo Li had been busy with this for several days. In her spare time, she also tried to cultivate a relationship with her younger brother. However, they really were destined to meet. She had bumped into them several times in the food street downstairs. See you next time. Upon meeting them again, Luo Li, rushing off to catch ghosts for her live stream, gave them a sweet smile and greeted them before quickly walking away. Lu Chuan reached out and patted Wen Yunan, who was standing beside him, staring at Luo Li's retreating figure, lost in thought. Brother Nan, what are we eating today? Spicy hot pot again? Or should we just go back to the cafeteria? These past few days, for some reason, Wen Yunan had been coming here to eat every day, always choosing this particular spicy hot pot restaurant. Although it was indeed delicious, he was getting tired of it. Okay. Wen Yunan had just come to his senses and nodded in agreement when his phone suddenly dinged. He glanced down, a look of delight on his face. I passed the audition. They said they could let me sing there. Hearing Wen Yunan's joyful voice, Lu Chuan was happy for him too. That's great. That'll ease your pressure a bit. But I heard that place is very chaotic. Are you sure you want to go? But along with his happiness, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lu Chuan was Wen Yunan's childhood friend. They had known each other since elementary school and grew up together. He knew about the Wen family situation. Wen's father was a businessman, and the family business was quite successful. Wen Yunan had grown up carefree, like a wealthy young master. But tragedy struck last year. The Wen family business ran into trouble, leaving them with a huge debt. Wen's parents were killed in a car accident on their way to borrow money from relatives to pay off the debt. Overnight, everything changed. Wen Yunan, who had just graduated and entered university, not only lost his parents, but also inherited a massive debt from the Wen family. To pay off the debt, he took on many jobs, including tutoring and working as a waiter. Later, he learned about live streaming and tried his hand at being a game streamer, which provided some stability for a while. However, the interest on the debt was too high, and his live streaming earnings were far from enough to pay off the debt. So he tried his hand at singing at bars, hearing that the pay was high and that with a bit of luck, he could earn a considerable amount in tips in one night. In any case, it was at least another way to earn money. I can do live streams during the day and sing at night. That way I can earn more.
Go.
Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Wen Yunan paused for a moment, but still nodded with a cheerful smile, because he had no other choice.
Phew.
Having eliminated the last evil spirit present, Luo Li put away her wooden stick and let out a long sigh. She casually found a rock to sit on and rest. Ding! 10 evil spirits eliminated, luck plus 10, currently restored luck 46. Hearing the system notification, Luo Li raised her eyebrows happily. In just a few days, she had restored so much luck. That feeling of bad luck was finally gone. Sister. Just then, she suddenly heard a scream. Turning around, she saw a little girl being held in the hand of someone dressed in black, completely covered up, her expression extremely painful. Finally found you. Su Tinglan smiled lightly, her gaze towards Luo Li as dangerous as a venomous snake. Release her. Luo Li's face darkened as she stared intently at the little girl held in her hand. This little demon king, usually so unrestrained and wild, even many on Myoji avoided her, afraid to touch her. But now she was firmly controlled, unable to move an inch. This was enough to show how terrifying her current strength was.
Ha!
Su Tinglan sneered, her fingertips subtly increasing the pressure. As her strength increased, the little girl struggled in pain, and Luo Li could feel her recently recovered luck rapidly draining away. It was the same arena, suppressing and stripping away power. The little girl was the strongest being here, a demon king at such a young age, a 1 against 100 existence compared to the ordinary evil spirits from before. As long as Su Tinglan killed the little girl in front of Luo Li's hard-won recovery of fortune would all go to Su Tinglan again. Bang. Can't you understand human language? Su Tinglan only felt a blur before her eyes, and the next instant she was choked and slammed to the ground. Luo Li kicked her arm hard, and her hand instantly bent limply. The little girl took the opportunity to escape and hide behind Luo Li. How is this possible? Su Tinglan was astonished to see her protective shield so easily broken by Luo Li. Why not? I've been waiting for you for ages. Luo Li chuckled, her eyes cold and menacing. Little Cabbage popped up at the opportune moment, perching on Luo Li's shoulder. Su Tinglan, who also possessed a system, naturally saw this scene as well. You have a system too? How is that possible? She had confirmed before coming that no other system could exist in this world. Why are you making such a fuss? Your perspective is too narrow. Luo Li replied impatiently. Cabbage, do it. Hearing this, Little Cabbage obediently stretched out its little hand towards Su Tinglan's head, and soon, a delicate little figure was drawn out. Seeing this, Su Tinglan's eyes widened even more. Little Cabbage patted the little person's head and took its paw, saying, Don't be afraid, my host will protect us. Luo Li remained silent. This heartwarming scene slightly affected her current cool demeanor. However, the little cutie holding the little cutie's hand looked incredibly adorable, making her heart flutter. System, what are you doing? Come back. Su Tinglan knew that unless the system willingly separated itself, no one could easily detach it from her. However, the little figure, upon hearing her words, simply lowered its head and remained silent. Tisk, where do you get the nerve to yell? The little guy is so cute, and you're still bullying and exploiting him. Luo Li, chin in hand, added insult to injury. It was protecting you so well, it was hard to find you, but you insisted on coming here to deliver food. Although they had found Su Tinglan's location that time, with the vegetables. But soon after, Su Tinglan was protected by her system again. Luo Li and the others couldn't find her and could only wait silently for someone to come. She knew that Su Tinglan had prepared so many props and watched her luck drain away every day. She definitely couldn't resist. As it turned out, her plan was sound. System, have you forgotten what he told you? You betrayed him. Now that things had come to this, Su Tinglan realized she'd fallen for a trap. She could only frantically try to reason with the system. Hearing this, the little figure finally raised its head. But I warned you. I advised you many times to leave. Just half an hour ago, it was still trying to persuade you. But she almost killed it. It didn't want to listen anymore. Then let's go now, okay? Take me away. She felt pressure from Luo Li, a powerless sense of oppression. Suddenly, she was afraid. Hearing her words, the little figure's expression shifted. But Luo Li laughed. No, I don't agree. With that, Su Tinglan's other arm was broken, and she was thrown to the ground like a dead fish. Little brother, if you behave, Kai Kai will take you back to find your dad. If you don't, Kai Kai will have to eat you. Little Cabbage grabbed the little system and spoke to it very seriously. To be honest, Kai Kai was currently swallowing hard. Seeing Kai Kai's expression, the little system obediently fell silent, turning its head away from Su Tinglan. Yeah, it's up to you now. Seeing this, Luo Li waved behind her. The little girl had somehow summoned a large group of ghosts, who immediately swarmed forward with her. Su Tinglan had to die, but this was a society governed by law, so Luo Li had no choice but to leave it to the ghosts. Sister, remember to offer lots of incense later, and also put on some paper offerings. Okay. Luo Li readily agreed to the little girl's words.
Ah!
A pitiful scream rang out from behind, initially a human voice, then a terrified cry from the depths of a soul. Finally, the soul was completely devoured by the ghosts, and the corpse vanished without a trace. As a powerful ghost king, how could she be captured so easily? It was all an act. They had been waiting for Su Tinglan to walk right into their trap. But Luo Li hadn't expected Su Tinglan to be so weak. Her power all comes from the system. She's too dependent on the system, so without it, she's useless. As if knowing Luo Li's thoughts, Kai replied. Luo Li seemed to understand, turning back to look at Su Tinglan, whose soul had been scattered and who had completely disappeared from the world. Okay, I understand. Next time I'll try to rely on myself. Then it obediently responded. Kai was taken aback, then quickly grabbed her arm. No, host, please use Kai more. Kai is super useful. Super reliable. No, a woman should be strong. Luo Li made up her mind. The little figure looked at the way the two interacted, a look of envy in its eyes. Then, it seemed that Xiao Bai Kai had received some message and tossed it into the air. God, this little brother is now in your hands. Luo Li looked up upon hearing this, only vaguely seeing the figure of a carrot pulling the little figure away into the air. Later, Luo Li learned from Kai that the little system was actually a wild little system. However, its creator, its father, was quite a capable person, suffering from a serious illness, yet still managing to research and create the little system. Unfortunately, he was a love-struck fool. He poured his life's blood into creating the little system, originally intending it to prolong his own life. But he fell in love with Su Tinglan, and in the end, to help Su Tinglan change her fate, he willingly gave up the little system and accepted death himself. The main god thought that little system was alright, so he recruited it. From now on, I'll be its colleague. Hearing Xiao Bai Kai's words, Luo Li nodded. After feeling all her luck return to her body, Luo Li went home. As soon as she turned on her phone, the strange platform the original owner had encountered immediately popped up. After clicking to register and log in, she actually saw Su Tinglan's account. However, it seemed to be poorly managed. She had very few fans, almost none. That little system brother said that Su Tinglan is lazy. She didn't cherish it after getting it and doesn't care about this platform. She almost never does a proper live stream. She's perfectly comfortable just living off the system. Xiao Bai Kai said quietly, seeing this. Luo Li didn't care. It's okay, I'll cherish it. This strange platform connected the human and ghost realms, and the rewards were all real RMB. Even the number of viewers could be converted into money. Occasionally, she might receive valuable cultural relics or treasures as rewards, or top-tier items used by top-level onmyoji cultivators. There were even skin-beautifying pills, body-shaping pills, and all sorts of other amazing things. She really loved it. It was all money, and it could make her more beautiful. This was her true love. She cherished it. Host. It seems the demon lord is in trouble. Xiao Bite-Size's sudden anxious words startled Luo Li. It seems. It's not a big deal, he's just drunk. Kai stroked her chin. Let's reserve a spot. Luo Li glanced at the time. It was almost 1 a.m. Why was he still out drunk? A dozen minutes later, Luo Li arrived at the bar. As soon as I entered, I saw the tall young man in the white shirt slumped drunk on the bar, completely unconscious. Several women were eyeing him menacingly, but with bar staff watching, no one dared to approach him. Who are you? Seeing Luo Li approach and prepare to take Wen Yunan away, one of the men stepped forward and stopped her. He was from the bar. His friend, Luo Li explained, seeing that the man was worried about Wen Yunan. Seemingly hearing a familiar voice, the drunkards had moved, and he looked up at her, a glint of light flashing in his hazy eyes. Sister? Why are you here? He called softly, his voice tickling Luo Li's ears. After speaking, he slumped down again, leaning on her shoulder. His payment. Seeing that when Yunnan actually recognized her, the man didn't say much more. He simply asked Luo Li to wait a moment, then turned and took out a wad of bills, handing them to her. It was a full 3,000 yuan, the money when Yunnan had earned that night from singing and drinking heavily. Thank you. Hearing the man's words, Luo Li remained silent for a moment before taking the money and thanking him. The man, a towering 1.89 meters tall, was quite a handful on Luo Li's petite 165 centimeters frame. After finally getting him home, she was about to help him onto the sofa to rest. Ugh. She tripped and fell flat on her face. Luo Li pinned down, letting out a soft cry of pain. Yunnan, wake up. She struggled, but couldn't move, so she tried calling out to him. Sister?
Sister.
After a long while, he finally responded, staring blankly at Luo Li with wet eyes, looking like a big puppy. Get up first. Luo Li couldn't withstand his piercing gaze, and the strong smell of alcohol seemed to have made her slightly drunk. Her face flushed, and she awkwardly turned her head, revealing her long, beautiful neck. Hearing her words, he looked down and realized he was currently holding her tightly in a hug. His handsome face, already flushed from drunkenness, turned even redder. He hurriedly propped himself up and obediently sat up. But due to his intoxication, his body still swayed slightly, unsteady on his feet. However, his gaze towards Luo Li was undeniably docile. Luo Li couldn't bear it any longer. She turned and made him a glass of honey water to help him sober up. After a while, she prepared to help him back to his room. Can you walk by yourself? Luo Li asked, a thin layer of sweat already on her brow from helping him back as he obediently drank the water. Hearing her question, he nodded sluggishly, then staggered to his feet, trying to walk towards the door. Luo Li quickly supported him and turned him around. I'm not telling you to go back. I'm telling you to go back to your room and rest. But he stood still, seemingly processing this for a moment before shaking his head, trying to organize his thoughts. No, it's inconvenient. Although he was drunk, his mind was still clear. His behavior while drunk was still acceptable. There are 2 rooms, it's fine. Hearing Luo Li's words, he thought for a moment before finally falling silent. Staggering, he leaned on Luo Li and went to the guest room, his eyes blurry, almost unable to open. One after another, as he collapsed, he pulled Luo Li down with him. The moment their soft lips touched, both of them froze. Luo Li was the first to regain her senses. Seeing his stunned expression, she didn't know what came to mind, but before he could react, she gently pressed her lips to his again.
Gulp.
This time, Luo Li clearly saw his Adam's apple bob, his gaze fixed intently on her. The boy's thunderous heartbeat was exceptionally clear in the silence. Staring at her flushed cheeks, he didn't hesitate any longer and lowered his head to cover those alluring red lips. The boy, carrying the scent of wine, invaded her territory. Their touches were light and hesitant, like savoring a precious object. The more they savored it, the more immersed they became. It hurts. By the time he heard her soft cry, his intoxication had completely cleared. He was covered in sweat, suppressing his emotions. But in the end, she fell asleep, tears streaming down her face. The next day, when Luo Li woke up, it was already afternoon. The bedside table was still warm. He had clearly only recently gotten up. Luo Li, her legs trembling slightly, went outside and found him hand-washing the blood-stained sheets from the previous night. Seeing the young man diligently washing the sheets, memories of the previous night flooded Luo Li's mind, and her face flushed crimson. She tried to pull away, but he noticed her. Sister, you're awake. A warm smile appeared in the boy's eyes as he saw Luo Li awake. Noticing her slightly unsteady gait, his ears turned bright red, but he still wiped his hands, turned, and picked her up. There was noise from the kitchen. He was cooking. Rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. He settled her on the sofa, speaking to her like a child, even though she was the older sister. But Luo Li was happy to enjoy it. I want to take a bath. He had already washed her afterwards, but with her body aching all over, Luo Li still wanted a bath. There was a bathtub in her bathroom. Okay. After hanging the sheets to dry and filling the tub with water, he carried her over. Remember to call me if you feel unwell. At this moment, he had already implicitly assumed the role of her boyfriend. After Luo Li enjoyed a comfortable bath, Little Cabbage finally surfaced. Host, it's so dark in the little dark room. As soon as it poked its head out, it eagerly jumped into Luo Li's arms. Ding, affection plus 20. Ding, current affection 85%. With Little Cabbage's arrival, the system's announcement also followed. In the past few days, Luo Li had worked hard in the game daily and through chance encounters, which had already raised the affection level to over 65%. Okay, I'll try to get you out earlier next time. Luo Li smiled and patted its head reassuringly as she listened to the announcement. Sister, are you ready? Just as she had calmed Cabbage down, his voice sounded from outside the door. He seemed worried, as if he'd noticed she hadn't come out for a while. All right, Luo Li quickly replied. Shall I come in? His voice softened noticeably upon hearing her response. The words had barely left his lips when both of them froze, then blushed deeply. Little Cabbage looked completely innocent. Hey, host, I think I heard you say something similar in the little dark room last night, but last night he seemed to ask, may I? Hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li promptly muted her microphone and responded to the outside. Good. Kai fell silent. When Yunnan came in and carried her out, after placing her on the sofa, he carefully massaged her legs. Will this feel better? The tingling sensation made Luo Li shift uncomfortably, but she nodded nonetheless. She was already finished eating before feeling shy. Luo Li secretly berated herself. However, his cooking skills were unexpectedly good. Luo Li ate her fill. After the meal, she suddenly remembered something, rummaged through the sofa, and pulled out the bag she had carried the night before. She took out the money she had brought back from the bar. They said this was your payment for last night, so I brought it back for you. Thank you for picking me up last night, sister. When Yunnan paused for a moment before taking the money, smiling gently at her. However, he didn't seem to intend to say anything more about it. I just happened to be passing by, and we bumped into each other. Seeing this, Luo Li didn't ask any further questions, simply smiled and casually explained, then gave him a copy of her house key. It's inconvenient for you to live at school. If you don't mind, you can come and stay here. Anyway, there are 2 rooms. Seeing her somewhat uncomfortable look, his smile deepened. Okay, sister, I'll come over later. For some reason, she felt there was a hint of ambiguity in his words. But he still looked like a well-behaved young man, so Luo Li nodded. Okay. After he left, Luo Li pulled Xiao Baikai to sit on the sofa. Kai, something seems off about him. Do you know why? Xiao Baikai honestly shook her head. The system can only collect information related to the original owner or the world's plot. But when Yunnan, he's only mentioned briefly in the plot, not in detail, and he hasn't appeared in the original owner's memories. So it doesn't know the situation either. Luo Li has to find out for himself. Okay. Seeing this, Luo Li didn't say anything more. He was quite quick. He just got the key and immediately went back to pack his things. Today is Saturday, so he has time. Brother Nan, what are you doing? Seeing his good friend come back and start packing, Lu Chuan was confused. I'm planning to move out. Huh? Lu Chuan looked confused, but then he thought about Wen Yunan's current situation and understood. He needs to go out at night, and living at school is indeed inconvenient. But where are you moving to? Why don't we move together? Anyway, there are plenty of classmates living off campus. One more won't make a difference, and he's already used to hanging out with Wen Yunan. His brother Nan moved out, leaving him all alone. It was honestly quite lonely. So, he reluctantly decided to move in. But to his surprise, Wen Yunan refused. It's inconvenient. Lu Chuan. What's inconvenient about it? It's just sharing an apartment, right? They lived together when they were kids. He was full of questions, but seeing Wen Yunan's slightly flushed face, he seemed to realize something. Could it be that, Brother Nan, you've been dating someone behind my back? It's only been one night. His brother has already left him behind and gotten a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Wen Yunan couldn't help but smile, his smug expression making Lu Chuan envious and jealous. I'm leaving now. I'll introduce you next time. Wen Yunan didn't have much stuff, and he'd almost finished packing in a short while. He turned to Lu Chuan and said this, carrying his suitcase. Then he left without looking back. Lu Chuan, he's got no humanity when it comes to women. Back in the apartment, Luo Li was lazily lying on the bed playing on her phone. Sister, have some fruit. He placed the fruit he'd brought back next to her before starting to pack. However, why did he hang all his clothes in her closet? Is that not allowed, sister? Seeing her hesitate, he stopped and carefully looked at her before speaking.
No.
That look was hard to refuse. Seeing her wrapped in her pajamas, gently shaking her head, Wen Yunan's lips curled into a slight smile. After finishing packing, he suddenly walked towards Luo Li, his eyes shining, and shook his phone. Sister, can I post an official announcement on my WeChat moments? Actually, he just wanted to confirm his status. Although the two of them seemed to be in sync, what wasn't said aloud wasn't entirely official. Sure. Hearing this, Wen Yunan reached out and took her hand, holding it in his large palm, and snapped a picture. Then he looked intently at Luo Li, just like a pleading puppy. Sister, I also want a photo together, is that okay? Should I change my clothes before taking the photos? Luo Li glanced at her outfit and asked. No need. You look great right now. He leaned closer, resting his arm behind Luo Li, as if he were holding her in his arms. A photo was taken, the boy looking at her with gentle, smiling eyes, while she looked at the camera with a slightly bewildered expression, as if she wasn't quite ready. But they were still exceptionally good-looking, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A perfect match. Ding dong. A notification popped up, and the official announcement photos were released. Girlfriend, he wrote succinctly, accompanied by 2 pictures, one of them holding hands, and one of them together. But strangely, it gave off a feeling of him showing off. Luo Li also posted the same pictures, but her caption was, mine. Lu Chuan had just opened his WeChat moments when he was greeted with a huge mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Then, looking at the two who posted their pictures one after the other, he silently smiled and thought to himself, that's
quick.
However, he, the matchmaker, was quite pleased. When Yunan, the undisputed campus heartthrob of Nanjing University, suddenly announced his relationship, causing a sensation on the campus forum. The thread immediately piled up with 99+ comments, all lamenting their heartbreak. Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. I'm heartbroken, but sob sob, they look so good together. Upstairs +1. They really are a perfect match. I'm shipping them. Their official announcement as a real couple is so sweet. Shining. +10,086. Receiving the forum screenshot from Lu Chuan, Luo Li smiled, and Wen Yunan was also very happy. His afternoon game live stream, though late, was still on. After packing his things, he started the live stream, and Luo Li watched beside him. Spicy and sour cabbage. Hey. The streamer changed the background. Vanilla ice cream. The streamer moved. Previously, there was always a small window at the bottom of Wen Yunan's live streaming game page showing a corner of his dormitory. But now it's been changed to a small apartment, and longtime fans quickly noticed the change. Snail rice noodles don't want bamboo shoots. It's been over half a year, and the streamer has finally changed the background. Vanilla ice cream. But why does this look more like a girl's place? There are even little plush toys. Hot and sour cabbage. Could it be the streamer is in a relationship? Is this his girlfriend? The fans were just chattering amongst themselves, not expecting their usually quiet streamer to respond. But to their surprise, this time their streamer not only responded, but the small window also showed 2 hands clasped together. It was immediately obvious they were a man and a woman. Both were very beautiful, with slender, fair skin, a true delight for hand fetishists. Yes, my girlfriend. Spicy cabbage. Wow, really? Congratulations and best wishes to your sister-in-law. Just logged in. Spicy hot pot. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. A unanimous follow-up followed. When Yunan's lips curled into a proud smile, while Luo Li wore a helpless smile. The live stream started at 6 p.m. and continued until 8 p.m. After having dinner with Luo Li, when Yunan was about to leave. Sister, I might be back a little late. You should rest first. Luo Li paused. Are we going to the place from last night?
Yes.
Watching the young man nod gently, Luo Li was silent for a moment.
Try to drink less.
I'll be very unhappy if another sister picks you up. Her face was expressionless and serious. But he smiled, his eyes crinkling, and he bent down to gently touch her cheek, as if trying to appease her. Okay, sister, it'll be good. After he left, Luo Li rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks. She went back to her room, changed her clothes, and opened the Strange Platforms live stream. The original owner's mission progress bar had reached 80%. The remaining 20% required her to follow the original owner's life trajectory and forge a brilliant path in the supernatural. Earth. Sigh, a new streamer, not bad looking. Human, what platform is this? It's weird.
Hey.
Isn't this a beautiful streamer? How did I see her here? After watching for a while, Luo Li noticed that many of the viewers in this stream were familiar faces from her previous streams on other platforms. However, none of them had ID numbers. Those from the underworld were all labeled Earth, while those from the human world were all labeled Human. They were distinguished by their respective serial numbers, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The platform had a lot of traffic. In just a short time, over 10,000 people had joined. Kai, this stuff is really profitable. Seeing this, Luo Li couldn't help but chatter with Kai. Each viewer was worth 1 yuan. She'd earned 10,000 yuan for nothing. Yeah, but it's a little strange. It seems like only you, the new streamer, have the highest traffic on this platform. Hearing this, Luo Li's eyes lit up, as if she understood, and a look of pride appeared on her face. I get it. The female lead's halo. The protagonist's halo. It's my first time being the female lead in this world, and, to be honest, it feels a little embarrassing, but it's actually pretty cool. Today I'm not specifically catching ghosts. I'll just live stream my daily life. If anyone's interested, you can connect randomly. After thinking for a moment, she said this to the live stream audience. At this moment, Yiya and the others also popped their heads out, crowding the screen with ghosts filling the room. Luo Li had instructed them not to appear when Yunan was around, only when he wasn't. They'd been cooped up for so long, they were really getting restless, so they came out for some fresh air. Human. Holy crap. What's going on? Why are there so many ghouls in the streamer's house? Earth. She can even subdue a ghost king? Looks like the streamer's strength isn't bad. They're all well-behaved, good ghosts. Luo Li said casually, not paying much attention to the situation in the live stream. If it's a daily live stream, then it's a daily live stream. She put on a face mask and sprawled on the sofa, half-heartedly working. Ding, 399 points, requesting a connection. Hearing the notification, Luo Li sat up straight and clicked the connection button. Host, I'd like to ask you to help me find something. A hoarse male voice came from the live stream. 5,000 coins for a divination. Luo Li nodded and pointed to a small sign next to her. It read, Connections available, 5,000 coins per divination, limited to 3 divinations per day. The virtual coins donated in the live stream could be directly converted into RMB without any fees and would be deposited directly into Luo Li's real-world account. Ding! User 399 donated 5,000. The other party was quick to respond. The donation arrived in her account almost immediately. What are you looking for? Hearing the notification sound, Luo Li adjusted her face mask and asked,
Eyes.
I want you to help me find my eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, a bluish-black face suddenly appeared on the screen, covered in black blood, revealing 2 empty eye sockets. The eyes appeared to have been gouged out, hollow, and seemingly revealing internal organs. The entire live stream audience was startled. People. Holy crap. People. Goodness, what kind of platform is this? It can even connect to Having watched Luo Li's live streams so many times before, they could tell if it was a real ghost. And precisely because they could tell, they were even more surprised. 01 person. Those upstairs are a bit naive. This is the live stream room connecting the two worlds. The person connecting with the streamer is the big brother down below. 01 person, if you need help, maybe the streamer can help you find your relatives down below and see them again. Person really? 01 person. Why would I lie to you? I don't get anything out of it. I've seen them myself. The comment section was a bit lively. The face plastered on the screen initially startled everyone. After recovering, everyone was used to it. Luo Li looked at the bluish-black face, remained silent for a moment, then lazily lay back on the sofa. If you don't spit them out, they might really disappear. It's not easy to dig them out once they're swallowed.
Person. What does the streamer mean?
Hearing Luo Li's words, some people in the live stream were confused. But the blue-faced ghost suddenly laughed, bent down, dug out its two eyeballs, and shoved them back in. The ghost transformed into a handsome young man. The streamer's got some skills. Actually, he wasn't scared. This new streamer has guts. He's quite calm. How could a normal person imagine that a ghost asking for help finding its eyes would eat and hide them? Even if they did, many new streamers wouldn't dare take the risk, afraid of offending these underworld spirits. Because the live streaming platform has explicit rules, if a customer reports a request for help, the streamer will be immediately banned. After all, a high-paying platform can't be all benefits and no drawbacks. No refunds. Luo Li didn't respond to his words, but simply pointed to the small notice below the sign. Seeing her calm demeanor, many ghosts in the underworld abandoned their dismissive attitude. Seems like a pretty good new streamer. This blue-faced ghost is a veteran. He tricked most of the streamers when they first joined the platform. Some passed the test, some didn't. Those who passed stayed to continue streaming. Those who didn't, naturally, were accepted by the blue-faced ghost. 2 divinations left for today. Connect as soon as you need them. The stream is expected to last an hour and a half, Luo Li said, wearing a face mask. She still needed to pick up her younger brother later. Ding, 788 people requesting a connection. Connected. Ding, 788 people, 5,000 reward. Host, I want to see my grandma. This was the question from the comment section. Hearing the old viewer's words, he was very moved. He hadn't dreamt of his grandmother, who had loved him dearly since childhood, for many years, and he longed to see her again. After examining his face, Luo Li raised her hand and calculated for a moment before speaking. Your grandma is no longer in the underworld. She has been reincarnated. She misses you all very much, so she chose to continue accompanying you. Think about whether you know a little girl around 3 years old with a small red birthmark on her ear.
Huh.
Hearing Luo Li's words, the other person was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thanked her repeatedly. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Host, thank you. His grandmother had a red birthmark on her left ear when she was alive, and later his little niece was born with one too. They initially thought it was a coincidence, a special bond between grandparents and grandchildren, but it turned out she really was the reincarnation of her grandmother. You're welcome. Luo Li smiled, and after the other person ended the call, she accepted the next one. Another divination. 3 divinations for today, and it was over quickly. Luo Li ended the broadcast on time. Tomorrow will probably be around this time too. Live stream ghost hunting, 3 divinations. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. After the live stream ended, Luo Li checked her phone and found that her bank account balance had increased by 50,000 yuan. The tips from the 3 gossips, the nearly 20,000 viewers, and the scattered tips from other viewers that adds up to this much. I have to say, this platform is really something. In today's society, aside from the ultra-wealthy, this is an absolute temptation for ordinary people. No wonder it's the protagonist's cheat code. Absolutely. Little Cabbage nodded in agreement with an adorable look. After all, this was something bestowed upon those with good fortune by the heavens. Her face, made even whiter and smoother by the face mask, was still fair after Luo Li went back to her room to apply some lipstick. Just as she was about to go out to pick someone up from the bar, the door was opened from the outside. Sister, are you going out? When Yunnan, carrying a late-night snack, asked, looking at Luo Li's attire. I was just about to pick you up from the bar. Didn't you say you'd be back later? Why are you back so early? Hearing Luo Li's words, when Yunnan paused for a moment, then returned to normal, smiling gently. The boss had something to do today, so I came back early.
Okay.
Luo Li didn't ask any further questions. The two sat at the dining table, ate some late-night snacks, played games for a while, and then took a shower before preparing to rest. Watching when Yunnan frequently coming over to find clothes and things, Luo Li hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. The boy was wearing a simple white t-shirt and black shorts. When he raised his hand, the faint outline of his abdominal muscles was quite dazzling. Did I disturb you, sister? I'll be right back, he whispered as he picked up the last blanket. It's all right. I'll have someone add a wardrobe to your room tomorrow. In this small apartment, only her master bedroom had a wardrobe. His only had a clothes rack. No need to trouble you, sister. I don't have many clothes. They'll be fine here. With that, she smiled gently and left before Luo Li could say anything more. Good night, sister. Luo Li. Thump. Before she could even close her eyes and lie down, she suddenly heard a noise and rushed out in fright. When she got to his room, she found that he had somehow knocked his water glass to the floor, his face pale. Most conspicuous were 2 severed limbs and a human head on his bed. Beside him was a male ghost, trying to secretly pick up its own head, arms, and legs. Seeing Luo Li approach, it cautiously looked at her with an innocent expression. It really didn't do it on purpose. It had just been dismembered before it died, and its body was prone to falling apart. Sister, don't look. Noticing Luo Li approaching, when Yunnan snapped out of her daze and quickly covered her eyes. Then, remembering Luo Li's profession, she paused. Luo Li smiled awkwardly, took his hand, and pulled him outside. Sorry, because of work. Some neighbors are staying at my place, but they're all very friendly and obedient. Why don't you stay with me tonight? They don't dare come into my room. Tomorrow I'll have someone clean your room and remind them again. Oops. Yaya and the others have been staying at the house the whole time because Luo Li had previously told them not to come into her room and disturb her. So they never interfered with her life, practically non-existent, and over time she got used to it. He just moved in today, and she hadn't had a chance to explain to Yaya and the others again. She hadn't even had a chance to tell him, which startled him. After hearing her words, he calmed down a lot and smiled gently at her. I'm fine, sister. I can clean up by myself tomorrow. Putting everything else aside, seeing that head and arm covered in blood on the bed. Was still a bit unsettling. Sorry to bother you tonight, sister. This was different from yesterday, when she was drunk. 2 sober people lying together just felt somehow awkward. Finally, when Luo Li made a little noise for the nth time out of awkwardness, when Yunnan reached out and pulled her into his arms, gently rubbing her head soothingly.
Sleep.
Luo Li blinked twice. If she hadn't clearly heard his heart pounding too fast with nervousness and his noticeably unsteady breathing, she would have truly believed he was so calm. Thinking this, she turned and gently looked up, meeting his stunned gaze and seeing his flushed cheeks. She paused abruptly, raising her hand to touch his brow. Are you facing some difficulty? An Onmyoji couldn't divine things related to themselves, and he was inextricably linked to her, so she couldn't quite understand his situation either. But now, in the light of the nightlight, she saw the thin mist gathering between his brows. No, sister. You should rest, it's getting late. He paused, then smiled as if trying to hide something. But Luo Li clearly saw that the mist between his brows thickened even more after he spoke. You forgot. Lies can't fool me. When Yunnan was stunned, then fell completely silent. Seeing his reaction, Luo Li sat up, about to say something, when his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. It was a pop-up message. Give me 3 more months. If I can't finish, I'll. Before Luo Li could finish reading, he hurriedly covered his phone. When Yunnan? Luo Li frowned at his reaction.
Hiss.
He moved slightly, seemingly bumping into something, and suddenly let out a soft groan. Luo Li froze, quickly turning on the light to look at his back. He hadn't had time to hide it. A patch of bruises was already visible. It was an obvious injury from a beating, but it was hidden on his back, almost invisible unless you looked closely. What happened? Why aren't you applying any medicine? Looking at the large bruises, Luo Li frowned, rummaging through the first aid kit to apply medicine. Ultimately, despite Luo Li's insistence, he couldn't hide it anymore. He truthfully recounted the events at home and his current situation. After speaking, he lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. But Luo Li looked at his palm, then at his face, her expression somewhat strange. Although it's a bit inappropriate, I still need to ask, are you sure your parents really had an accident? After thinking for a moment, Luo Li hesitated before speaking. When Yunnan was somewhat stunned. He had anticipated many questions she might ask, but he truly hadn't expected her to ask this. He nodded truthfully. But you said the car was already on fire after the accident, and there was no time to rescue it before it was completely destroyed. Then how can you be sure the people inside were your parents? Luo Li's next question startled him. What do you mean? Do you know your parents' birthdays? And yours? Luo Li countered with a question. When Yunnan nodded, reciting their birthdays. From Luo Li's words, he seemed to realize something was amiss. He remained silent, waiting for Luo Li to continue. Your parents' connection isn't broken. They're still alive. But the birthdays you gave don't match theirs. Moreover, the owners of those 2 birthdays haven't died yet, meaning they're still alive. To put it bluntly, the people who have been by your side all these years aren't your biological parents. And their car accident was fake. They didn't die. Furthermore, they have their own children about your age. And regarding their business problems, they weren't that serious as being heavily indebted. At most, they'd lose a large sum and have to start over. They probably didn't want that, so they transferred most of their assets early, leaving behind a shell company, which led to bankruptcy and debt. After hearing Luo Li's words, he froze, taking a long time to recover. Sister, could there be a mistake? Finally, he forced a stiff smile, trying to confirm it was an illusion. However, Luo Li's coldness shattered his illusion. I've checked repeatedly, I've calculated it can't be wrong. Besides, your adoptive parents' biological child is right next to your biological parents. You have an aura of death between your brows. Try not to go out too much lately, and cancel your work at the bar. Luo Li spoke, a hint of heartache in her eyes as she looked at him. This child is truly pitiful. Judging from his biological parents' astrological charts, they should be extremely wealthy and powerful, not necessarily among the richest people, but definitely with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, or perhaps influential figures in politics. In any case, they couldn't possibly be just someone with the resources of such a small, rundown company. Not to mention, the company's success was also due to Yunnan's inherent good fortune. Furthermore, his adoptive parents have already reunited with their biological son. This whole mess was just to get rid of Yunnan. They didn't want him to return to his real parents. They planned to incur debt, fake his death, and force Yunnan to shoulder and repay the debt, ultimately eliminating him as a pretext. After all, Yunnan was just a college student, powerless, and unable to repay millions in debt. Cases of people being driven to suicide by debt collectors for failing to repay their debts are not uncommon. This was likely their objective. They could eliminate Yunnan without even involving him. However, until we see the truth, all of this is still just speculation. So, we need to confirm it further. Thinking this, she told him everything truthfully. With each word she spoke, his heart grew colder. But at the same time, he knew that what Luo Li said was very likely true. Otherwise, deliberately transferring company assets and faking his death wouldn't make sense. Luo Li might not know, but he did, because he had unexpectedly visited the company once before the incident. He had gone to see his father that time, but his father wasn't home, so he wandered around aimlessly. When he first got into university, he thought that after graduation, he could help his family and ease his parents' burdens. So he studied a related major, but unexpectedly, he discovered problems with the company's accounts. But before he could investigate further, his parents suddenly passed away. He was now burdened with debt. It all happened so suddenly that he had no time to think, let alone investigate the details. Do you have any photos of them? Thank you for watching WorldManhwaRecap.